You dress as the legitimate eldest grandson of the ancestor dragon. I wanted to hide and grow slowly, but I didn't expect to have a quirky old man. He repeatedly clashed with Grandpa Zulong, and even vigorously promoted Confucianism, even accusing Zulong of being a tyrant on the spot, watching the whole family about to be exiled to the border. You see Zhao Gao kneeling in front of the ancestral dragon, and Chunyu Yu, who has always been bewitching Fusu, immediately walked up to Chunyu Yu and kicked him. I'll kill you. You fool. The whole scene was shocked in an instant. The disciples of Chunyu Yu stood up and glared at you in anger. You look at them and chuckle. What? Do you want to fight me? I am the legitimate eldest grandson of the great Qin. Do you want to rebel? I am standing right here. Do you dare? Everyone looks at you in shock. Fusu quickly shouts angrily at you. Rebel! How dare you treat teacher Chunyu like this? You snorted at the words, I am the legitimate eldest grandson of great Qin. What's wrong with kicking him? I even want to kill him. You smiled at Fusu and said, what? Do you have any objections? You're just a fool. Brainwashed by Chunyu Yu into what? The state of Qin is established by law. How can it be changed just like that? Not only did you not join forces with Zulong to resist foreign enemies, but you also keep turning your back on us. Fusu was full of anger. Just as he was about to speak, Ying Zhang said, my grandson just kicked a scholar. Fusu, do you have any objections? Fusu looked puzzled. How come Father Emperor also supports this rebellious son? You smirked and bowed to the ancestral dragon. Grandson thanks grandfather for the support. Watching everyone's performance, you feel satisfied from head to toe. Stepping back, the more you think, the angrier you get. Holding back for a moment, the more you think, the more you lose. Chunyu Yu looked at you with a malicious look in his eyes, and said angrily to you, Prince Changsuan's actions, are you saying that supporting Prince Fusu is wrong? Are you questioning your own father? You gave him a white eye. If I kick you, how can you be without a ruler or father? You pointed to Fusu and said, my father is standing over there. Do you, Chunyu Yu, want to be my father? Chunyu Yu heard the words and broke out in a cold sweat. This kid speaks without considering the consequences. He might end up being exterminated along with his 9 generations. He immediately said sternly, why does His Highness Changsun slander me like this? When did I ever have such thoughts? You disdainfully said, do you even dare to think? Are you worthy? The blood flowing in my veins is of the Ying family. What are you? And you directly spat a mouthful of 1,000-year-old phlegm on his face. The minister who was watching the excitement took a deep breath. Why is Prince Changsun acting so crazy today? Ying Zhang looked at you with a hint of playfulness. Although my son is stubborn, my grandson is not bad. At this moment, Fusu is angrily shouting at you, you rebellious child. If Chunyu the teacher can't discipline you, do you think I can't? Just now, Chunyu the teacher asked you whether you disagree with the words of your father, and you have not answered yet. Do you think I was wrong as a father? You disdainfully glanced at him. Yes, I think you were wrong. Fusu was so angry that he was panting heavily. You said in a strange way, is it only allowed for oneself to contradict the father, but not for the son to contradict oneself? This is called leading by example. Father is proud to contradict grandfather. So naturally I should learn from you. Don't you think it's wrong to contradict your father? Then why do you boldly contradict your grandfather? Fusu was speechless for a moment. At this time, Chunyu spoke again, the Lord Chang's advice to your majesty is sincere and loyal. How could it be the same as the crown prince? You pointed at him and cursed, go to your loyal advice. You are full of bad intentions. My father is not a wise man either. One is cunning, the other is a fool. What loyal advice can you give? Your words made their faces darker and darker. While the surrounding ministers were just watching the show, you asked them, do you two have any other opinions? You first bowed to Fusu and said, the words I just said are backed up by actions. You shouldn't be able to refute them, right? How come you can contradict your grandfather normally, but your grandfather can't get angry? As long as your grandfather gets angry, you say that this is not what a wise ruler would do. Your Majesty, can you not accept sincere advice? I will learn from you this time. You blush like this. Can you not accept sincere advice? Fusu heard this and looked at Ying Zhang, starting to reflect in his heart. Chunyu Yu then regrouped his forces. If Fusu's thoughts changed and he aligned with Ying Zhang externally, his own family would be in danger. He organized his thoughts and said to you, just now, His Highness used foul language, demeaning me and the eldest son to nothing. I would like to hear His Highness's opinion. Chunyu Yu wanted to refute you in a debate, usually incompetent, and did not believe that he could turn the tables today. You look at him askance, I may not have great insights, but I have plenty of naive opinions. Since Master Chunyu wants to seek advice, then this young master will share some thoughts. You appear aloof, like an old man teaching something to a clueless child. Chunyu Yu endured the anger in his heart and asked, then let's start from today. Prince Changsun advised your majesty not to commit too many killings and to govern with benevolence. Is there anything wrong with this point? The sages have said, the people are like water, and the ruler is like a boat. Water can carry the boat, but it can also overturn it. These words come from the great sage Mencius, explaining a simple and understandable truth. What are your thoughts on this, Prince Chonsun? When this was said, Ing Zhang's eyes showed a worried look, thinking to himself, forget it, if this kid loses the argument, I'll help him out. Then he looked at Xiao Wuqie beside him, who had saved him when Jingke tried to assassinate him back then. After Xiaowu saw Ing Zhang's eyes, he instantly understood. If the emperor's eldest grandson fails, he will exclaim loudly, Your Majesty, what's wrong with you? Xuanli Qingzhang stopped this debate smoothly. After all, the emperor is in trouble, so what are you guys arguing about? At this moment, the eyes of the people watching from below the field looked towards Wen Wild, who was standing there, while Wen Wild did not shy away from the stage and just gave a disdainful laugh. First, there's nothing wrong with what Menzi said. As soon as he said this, a smile flashed across Chen Yuyu's face, as if he had succeeded in his evil plan, while Ing Zhang was a bit worried and was ready to put on a show at any time. But the next words from Wen Wild caused the smile on Chen Yuyu's face to go into a freeze. But you clueless descendants understand wrongly. Wen Yu looked at Chen Yuyu and asked word by word, the people that Mencius referred to were the ordinary Qianshou, not the Confucians that you are talking about, and not the group of Confucians that my father prevented from being killed. How is it that the Great Father did not administer benevolence when he killed those Confucians and Fonzis? If that is the case, is it problematic to punish so many people who commit crimes and violate the law in accordance with the Qin law? That's a clear steal by Mr. Xu Niu. Those Confucian scholars in Fanshi were killed not because the Great Father did not administer benevolence, but because they themselves violated the laws of Qin. Did the Confucian sages tell the truth that it is not necessary to punish those who break the law? That's a pardon for my lord's ignorance. Never having heard of such reasoning, pretending to be perplexed, he looked at Li Si, who was watching from the sidelines, and said, Captain Li Ting, you are a disciple of the great Confucian Xuanzi, and are considered half a Confucian disciple. Are there Confucian sages who say that those who punish the law cannot be dealt with? Li Si also did not think that he was suddenly named, but at this time it is also hot to step forward to explain. After all, he and the group of Confucianism has always been incompatible. Reporting back to His Imperial Highness Chonsun, Mr. Li has never heard of such words of the sages. He looked at Chen Yuyu curiously. I wonder where Dr. Chen Yu saw that statement? It's probably an orphan copy. I wonder if you could let Mr. Li take a look at that orphan copy? Chapter 4, It is what the Great Father has done that will truly be passed on to all generations. Chen Yuyu was choked by these two people's words for a moment, unable to speak, and the whole person fell into the middle of a silent stance. After a moment, he braced himself and said, I have never said such a thing, nor have I ever said that those who have violated the Qin laws should not be disposed of. Your Highness, Emperor Changsun, what is the harm in wanting to commit a crime? Winnow pulled out his ears and looked at Wang Jian, who was on the side, with a smile on his face. Old General, you were closest to him just now. Did you hear Dr. Chen Yu's words that His Majesty should not deal with those criminals? Otherwise it would be a failure to govern with benevolence? Wang Jian is a man who likes to have a good time, so how could he not get involved in a good time? Immediately, he said, although I am old, this ear is still sensitive, and I did hear Dr. Chen Yu say such words. Wang Jian's words were similar to a hammer blow, directly corroborating the correctness of what Winfield had said. On the other hand, Jun Yuyu's complexion was even more ugly. Winwild looked at Chen Yuyu with a smug look on his face. Oh yo, even General Wang has heard this. How else does Dr. Chen Yu want to deny it? How else can you deny it? At this time, the Winwild typical a dude look, very proud arrogant look at Chen Yuyu, as if looking at a defeated Chen Yuyu is indeed also considered Winwild defeated. Chen Yuyu was already a bit furious, but he really couldn't do anything about Winwild. He could only choke out. Even if these people punished the Qin law, they wouldn't be pitted against each other, would they? The Qin law is harsh, and this is a debate that has been going on since before unification, and I have never said that Your Majesty should spare them, but only asked Your Majesty to forgive a part of their sins. You must know that the rights of Zhou once said that the punishment is not for the great physician. As soon as these words were spoken, the eyes of the many school of law disciples sitting in the audience instantly straightened, especially Li Si. Reese sat straight up straight, ready to open his mouth to refute Chen Yui's words. Why did Xiang Yang end up in a situation where he was cut into pieces by 5 horses? In addition to offending a large number of old aristocratic forces, is not one of the biggest reasons because of breaking the crooked theory of not being able to punish a doctor? For the first time he applied the penal code to the then prince. It was also the first time that criminal law was actually applied to the princes and nobles of the time. The Winner's royal family who had their noses cut off is evidence of this. And now, in the already unified Qin Empire, There are still people who want to restore the Zhou rituals of the past and the so-called not to be punished as a doctor? It's just ridiculous. It involves the dignity of the disciples of the Dharma. Though they too had a vested interest, the literati of this era were not the sourpusses of the latter days who only knew how to enjoy themselves. For the sake of the Tao, for the faith in their hearts, they are willing to sacrifice their own interests. Shut up! Before Li Si could even open his mouth, Wen Wild let out a direct angry rebuke, his voice carrying an almost hideous fury. You speak of the so-called Zhou rituals, but do you know that today you are standing on the land of the winning clan? On the world of Great Qin? Jun Jitsu, you take my Daqin salary yet you think about Zhou rituals all day long. Is this your etiquette? Is this what you read in the holy books? In the past, Eugene was a vassal of Zhi Bo Yao, but an ordinary chivalrous man worshipped Zhi Bo Yao's residence as a vassal. But in order to repay Zhi Bo Yao's kindness, he was then able to withhold his loyalty and finally avenge Zhi Bo Yao's death. And you, Chun Yu, who boasts of having read countless holy books, but when it comes to loyalty to the king, you're not as good as a peddler. Truly an unfaithful, unfeeling and disobedient generation. The holy books are read in the stomach of a dog. If I were you, I would have crashed my head on top of this great hall, lest future generations circulate today's events and say that I am an unfaithful and unrighteous minister, and that I am an uncaring and unrighteous person. The face of the world's readers has been disgraced by you. Wen Wild more and more say more and more vigor. Really is a spittle, said Chun Yu. The whole person's face reddened shame and anger. Ahem. Sitting in front of Ing Zheng was listening to a cool. After all, Chun Yu always refute his political views in the past days, and also compel Fu Su to contradict him. The whole day while he is also angry. So look, today, seeing that his grandson was able to talk Chun Yu into this, that depression in his heart dissipated quite a bit. Wild child, how can you say that about Dr. Chun Yu? He smiled and said, Dr. Chun Yu should not have Guizhou in his heart, right? Chun Yu, facing Ing Zhang's gaze, fell into silence. At this time, with Ing Ye's words in front of him, could he still say yes? If he said yes, wouldn't he be admitting that he was disloyal and unrighteous, and that he had read all the holy books into his dog's stomach? But can he say no? Saying no, what about the political views he has held in the past? We must know. His lineage is for the Lu Ru, is the most respected. When Confucius said Kegel to return to the ritual talk, Kegel to return to the ritual, to return to the ritual. What is the ritual? It is the Zhou rites. The situation is compelling. In Ing Zhang's eyes, which were smiling but actually full of threat and oppression, Chun Yu could only swallow all his frustration with his teeth and blood. Reporting back to your majesty. The old minister naturally did not. He forced himself to hold back the stuffiness in his chest and said, I have only great Qin in my heart. How could there be any old Zhou? Though Chun Yue said this, he was still looking for a remedy for himself. Just, the sage once said, 3 people must be my teacher. So Zhou existed for more than 800 years. Naturally has its excellent place. Qin, if you want to unify the world, naturally to learn from the advantages of it, take the good and leave the bad, so that it can naturally be passed on for 10,000 generations. These words really struck a chord in Ing Zhang's mind. What was the purpose of calling himself the first emperor and making the next emperor the second emperor? Isn't it for the sake of passing on the legacy to all generations, so that the great Qin will not be extinguished? Seeing that Ing Zhang's expression was different, Chun Yu laughed in his heart as he looked at Ing Zhang and quickly changed the topic. That's why. What I, as well as Elder Duke, did was not really an attempt to contradict your majesty. Rather, I want my great Qin to be united for all time. Your majesty, Chun Yu is worthy of the old cunning. Just a little 2 words, will be their own comrade in arms, also fishing out the trend. And at that moment, Wen Wild let out a cold laugh as he listened to Chun Yu's words. The sneer was very harsh, but it also woke up Ing Zhang, who had fallen into silence and thought. As a matter of fact, Ing Zhang himself was not very sure which one was better, the county system or the feudal system, so he let the court argue about it. At this moment, Winfield's cold smile made Ing Zhang also want to listen to his own grandson, who was a one-hit wonder. He then looked at Winfield with a gentle expression. Wild child, is there something you don't agree with what Dr. Juniper said? Ing Zhang said with a hint, if there is, then say it. The great father has your back. Chapter 5, Filial Piety. It is really coaxing great filial piety. Ing Zhang's words clearly gave a signal to Winfield, that is, spray to your heart's content, let go and spray. There is absolutely nothing wrong with it, and I will back you up if anything goes wrong. Is there anything that can make Ing Zhang unable to hold on? Absolutely nothing, at least for now. The meaning of Ing Zhang's words was also heard by the rest of the ministers, and their eyes flashed with a look of surprise. The changes that happened in the morning court today were just too many, so many that they could not react. First, the eldest son was obviously offended His Majesty. as if he was going to be exiled. And immediately after that was His Royal Highness the eldest grandson came out of nowhere, changing his silence from the past, and directly arguing Chunyu's dumbfoundedness. Finally, there is the situation today. The emperor is obviously on this royal eldest grandson of His Highness to produce a good feeling, although there is no old precedent. But across the next crown prince inheritance, directly past the throne to the grandson is not impossible. Wasn't it King Jiaxiang who saw in His Majesty's great talent that he decided on the next king of Qin and the next king of Qin, even though the duke was in poor health at the time? And it is precisely such a cross-generational move that led to the present-day feat of His Majesty, the first emperor, waving his hand and sweeping across the 6 harmonies. Reese lowered his head, clearly having his own little agenda in mind. What was he like as a person? Li Si is a person who loves power. This point cannot be denied. After all, if not love power, would not have come to Qin, then would not have written that admonition to expel the guest book, and later after the death of the first emperor, would not be in Zhaogao with the imperial edicts to kill Fu Su, help Hu Hai ascended to the throne. But Reese was likewise a very smart man. He lowered his head and glanced at Winfield with his afterglow, making a decision in his mind. If His Royal Highness Huang Changsun could say 1, 2 or 3 things at this time and show his talent, then he would turn his ship around to join Huang Changsun. After all, the lineage of the emperor's eldest grandson is a natural firstborn advantage. Who would want to join another prince if they didn't have no choice? Thinking about this, Li Si has a big headache. After all, for him the best choice is actually the eldest son. But the eldest son of that person. Right. Love Confucianism, hate to drive all the legalists out of the court. But then again, Li Si hemmed and hawed. From Winfield's words just now, he was able to hear that Winfield's inclination seemed to be in favor of the legalists as well. In that case, the pack pike a handful of them. He, Li Si, was a born gambler. And at this time, Ying Yi also heard the meaning inside Ying Zhang's words and said with a smile, "Great father, even if you don't say you'll back me up, I'm still looking for you to be my backer." He looked a bit roguish. After all, you are my great father. If you don't give me a backing, do I have to go to someone who is not trustworthy? I'm not the dumbass my dad is. Winnow patted his chest and said, my father's elbow turned outward, always thinking of siding with outsiders, thinking that he is a vassal and should do his duty as a vassal. But I am not like that. I know that my great father was first my great father, and then the emperor of this great Qin empire, and I, first my great father's grandson, and then the imperial eldest grandson of the great Qin empire. The words made Ying Zhang's heart happy, and a long-lost emotion surfaced in his heart. For him, kinship had been a concept for a long time. Back then, he was dependent on his mother, and then after he returned to Great Qin, his father didn't treat him much better and passed away in a few short years. It's a pain in the ass. And then, before he even ascended the throne, his mother got involved with Lao Ai, and even produced a sinful child who tried to steal his throne. It's a different kind of pain. The world says he killed his brother and imprisoned his mother. But don't you see that that bastard is worthy of being his brother? His brother, the only royal bloodline of the winners. And then what? And then his brother. His brother plotted treason and fled his country. After he swept away the 6 harmonies and unified the world, his son also began to become unintelligent. And every day he only knew to bump into him and make him angry. And he would not move. How is the minister how? He stood at the peak of the world, holding in his hand the Taya sword that had accompanied him for many years. The world was empty and lonesome. The heights were too high to be cold, and it seemed as if only this Taya sword was left to accompany him. Now, a kid with his bloodline, who was a bit of a scoundrel, but could see a bit of talent, said that he was his great father first, and then the emperor of the Qin Empire, which really made Ying Zhang laugh. But in the process of laughing, he also felt a touch of long-lost warmth of affection. So, Ying Zhang let out an angry laugh and said, "You vertical son, you are still in the courtroom. Why are you calling up the great father? When really, there are no manners." The words were spoken, but there was no order for Win Ano to change his name to something else. This was something that Win Wild had noticed, and the rest of the group naturally noticed it as well. If before, Ying Zhang was just looking at Ying Yi as his favorite grandson, then now Ying Zhang is really treating him as his grandson. There's no faking that intimacy. After Winnow sensed this affection, he stood there even more complacently, looking around. Regardless of what happened to his own old man, his little life and glory were saved anyway. Even if brother Zhang exiled Fu Su, he should still keep him as his grandson in that case. Then spraying a little more vigorously and pleasing brother Zhang again would be the way to go. He coughed lightly, then brought the conversation back. Dr. Chunyu, you say that you are dedicated to Great Qin, but this prince does not think so. Winnowing his ears, he looked at Chunyu and said, if I remember correctly, Dr. Chunyu's so-called political views have 2 main points. right? One of them is to rule with benevolence and righteousness. Secondly, the implementation of the feudal system? Chun Yu nodded slightly. These 2 points are indeed his 2 most central policies, of course. Its most important purpose is still to make Confucianism, especially the Ru to become the orthodoxy of this great Qin, occupying the most important position. This is the wish of Confucianism. The only way for them to follow their disciples and grandchildren is to promote their founder, Confucius, to the position of the saint. Otherwise, how can there be a teacher who is not yet a saint and a disciple who becomes one? Winnow smiled faintly, then looked at Chun Yu and said, "Then we will speak one by one. First I have a request." Winnow turned and looked at the first emperor. "Please, great father, order Tingyu Li to bring up a most vicious prisoner from the Tingyu dungeon." Chapter 6. Do you know what will become of China in 100 years? The most vicious prisoner? Everyone froze for a moment. What did this mean? Aren't we talking about whether or not we should be benevolent? Why are we talking about prisoners? Ying Zhang was the first to react and nodded at the people around him, while Li Si also reacted quickly and sent people to transfer the prisoners. As for what's going on, some of the people had guesses, while others were purely in the mindset of watching. While waiting for the people to come over, Winnow twisted his head and looked at Chun Yu. "Alright, let's not freeze. Let's take this time to talk about Dr. Chun Yu's second claim." He looked around. "I know that quite a few people above the Great Hall want to implement the feudal system, but it's because some people don't dare to resist, so they're only able to push off Confucianism as the head. Like you." Winnow nodded at Feng Daiji, who was sitting there. "Prime Minister Feng, don't you want to implement the feudalization system? After all, based on your merits, you'll be able to at the very least be named a marquis and go out on your own to set up a country and become an Earth Emperor. Don't you want to?" Win Wild's pair of eyes were incomparably sharp, and it was as if they carried a sharp light in them, as if they were able to see through people's hearts. Feng to go under the gaze of this pair of eyes, but also a long time to feel some heartbreaking atmosphere. He seems to have seen another first emperor. Yes, another first emperor. Other than the first emperor, no one had ever been able to give Feng Zhaisher such an oppressive force. He stood up, not even daring to remain seated, reporting back to His Royal Highness. The old minister indeed did not have this in mind. He acted as if he was the most loyal vassal of the great Qin Empire. "Whatever your majesty says, I will say, and whatever your majesty wants to do, I will do." Winnow snorted as if he didn't approve of the answer, but the words he spoke weren't disapproval. Instead, he changed the angle. "So, it's not that you don't want to, but you don't dare." "Yeah?" He didn't wait for Feng Daiji to answer. Then he inclined his head to look at Wang Jian and said, "Old General Wang, let's not talk about other people, just you as well as General Wang. As far as I know, the one who followed Confucianism in the original petition was also your son, General Wang Ben. It's just that you called him back later and then scolded him, so General Wang Benshou was disabused of the idea, wasn't he? So it's not that you don't want to implement the division, but you don't dare to, is it?" Wang Jian was even more slippery than Feng Zhaiji, and instead of blaming Wen Yi for getting himself involved, he was inwardly filled with gratitude for Wen Yi, who in the court knew about his stupid son. Can the emperor not know about this? But the emperor played dumb, so he didn't ask, pretending not to know about the matter, which left him with no way to explain. In case something went wrong in the future and the emperor had a thorn in his heart, he didn't know if Win Wild was deliberately giving himself a chance to explain or not, but he took the favor all the same. "Your Highness, the old minister not only dares not, but also does not want to." Wang Jian stood up, seemingly explaining to Winfield, but in fact explaining to Ying Zhang. The old minister's son is foolish, has no skill or talent, and being coaxed with a few words he thinks that his wisdom is higher than his majesty's, and so he follows to cry out for some kind of feudal system. He stood there very frankly and said, "Although I am a little clever, I have no great wisdom. The only thing I know is one thing. When His Majesty is well, only then will Qin be well. When Qin is well, only then will Laofu be well. When Laofu is well, only then will the Wang family be well." Wang Jian hemmed and hawed. As for the feudal system, if the feudal system could ensure the survival of all generations, then why did the feudal lords already begin to fight for supremacy in the middle of the Zhou dynasty? To put it mildly, if the feudal system is implemented, 100 years from now it will just be another melee. He let out a long sigh. The unification that Great Qin has managed to accomplish with great difficulty, do we have to destroy it again? I can't say anything about the old man, but I always felt that it shouldn't be like this. These words spoke to the depths of Ying Zhang's heart. The Qin Fan 6 lie in the establishment of the empire, and the unification of the Chinese land. Is it waiting for him 100 years later to split again? If so, what is the point of his unification? Ying Zhang let out a long sigh, but did not speak. Wang Jian then inclined his head and looked at Winfield and said, "Your Highness, Since you mentioned this matter, is it because you have some feelings? Please explain to me. Your Highness. Winnow inwardly gave Wang Jian a nod of approval for being a gold medal ladder handler. Then I will say what is in my mind. He let out a long sigh, and then said, the Chinese and the barbarian and the Moroccans, all of them have no rate. What is China? It is the land of the Central Plains, and it is the people of the Central Plains such as us. The so-called clothes are gorgeous, inherited from Xia and Shang. Confucius words, descendants do not seek summer, barbarians do not mess with China, which also defines my concept of huaxia. No one should be able to deny this, should they? The surrounding ministers nodded their heads. They had indeed heard this before and indeed could not deny it, especially Chun Yu, who did not dare to refute it even though he had some bad premonitions, because it came from Confucius. It's irrefutable. To argue is to refute Confucius. How dare he? He wouldn't dare. And Win Wild continued, gentlemen, I have a question. I wonder if you all can answer for me. He looked at Li Si and said, with his knowledge of the ancient and modern worlds, as well as having studied under Xuanzi, I think that Ting Wei Li will be able to answer this confusion of mine. Li Si nodded slightly. Your Highness, please ask, and I will certainly do my best. Winning Wild looked at Li Si and asked, although the world is now unified, the language is different from place to place. Apart from the Qianshou of my Qin homeland, how many people in the other places feel that they are Qin people? Li Si was stunned and subconsciously glanced at Ying Zhang. Ying Zhang was also silent for a brief moment before letting out a long sigh and answering this poorly answered question for Li Si. 12 out of 10 is a great number. Winnow nodded slightly. Yes, 1/12 is a huge number, and they still don't consider themselves Qin people, but Zhao people and Chu people instead. That's why there are so many remnants of the Six Kingdoms who want to restore their homeland. He said in silence. Great Father's policy of implementing books with the same text and cars with the same tracks is also to strengthen their identification with Great Qin as soon as possible. Winfield walked to the center, continued to look at the crowd, and asked a question that made everyone's heart tremble. The Zhou was unified, but after only 100 years, the world did not think of themselves as Zhou people. If the Qin dynasty is unified, and the feudal system is implemented, then in 100 years, there will be many more people of a certain country in the world. At that time the land of China will be cut off and many will rise up. Some years later, have you all ever thought about what will become of the land of China? Chapter 7. If the country is not a country, China will not exist. Everyone was silent when they heard this idea, but they did not really realize the depth of this problem. Chun Yueyu still had a slight disdainful look on his face. So what? The Middle Kingdom is still the same as it was. Will it become anything more than a sight for sore eyes? Winfield just looked deeply at Chun Yueyu, feeling sad for his stupidity, while at that moment Li Si thought of something, but couldn't say a word about it. The only people in this room who can understand what this really means are those who have truly experienced the latter days and witnessed 1,000 years of prosperity and change in the world. The only one who can understand is Winning Wild. He turned back and looked at the crowd, with a firmness and solemnity in his eyes that did not belong to the madness of before, and said softly, will it still be the same? It's just ridiculous. Let me tell you, if the feudal system is really implemented, if the world is allowed to be so volatile and unstable, if the feudal lords are still divided up like Zhou, which is not like a state, but just a loose confederation, what will become of Huaxia, right? Win Wild stepped forward and said with a bit of sadness in his voice, if the feudal system is implemented at this time, the world will be divided into small pieces in the future, and because the second country still uses the feudal system will become an unbreakable old rule, and because the second state still uses the feudal system at this time, the feudal system will become an unbreakable old rule. There will never again be a time when the 9 states of the Central Plains will be able to be united. When that time comes, when all the people of the world are accustomed to being ruled by one nation, different races of people will appear on this vast land, and then evolve into different nations, and the Chinese people will be divided into countless numbers of people, who do not identify with each other, and who do not feel that they are the same as themselves. Dr. Chunyu should be very familiar with the words of Confucius. There is a saying by Confucius called if they are not of my race, their hearts will be different, and in the future, the land of China will become one after another different countries and ethnic groups. He looked around and asked softly, by the time that time comes, Huaxia will no longer be able to be called Huaxia because they are no longer considered a whole. It is only 800 years of division and turmoil. It is only 800 years of Bang Zhou, and the world is already like this, another 800 years of Bang Qin, and China will not exist. And today, there are the Xiongnu in the north, the Baiyue in the south, and many more Western countries in the west. These countries are now shut out by Qin, and by the 6 countries of the past, because all 7 countries recognize themselves as part of Huaxia, and when the concept of Huaxia disappears, Winning Wild's voice was light, but it was like a heavy hammer, directly hitting everyone's heart. At that point, who will care? Who will collude with the barbarians? Who else will care about the integrity of this Chinese land? Everyone present froze in place as Win Wild's words landed on the ground. They were initially unimpressed by Win Wild's words, but as Win Wild's words slammed down word by word, they began to uncontrollably think about the possibility. The ministers who were able to stand on top of this great hall were all among the 3 dukes and 9 ministers of Qin. All of them were the smartest people under the sky, and there was not a single fool among them. Not being able to think about this is simply because they haven't lived through centuries, thousands of years, and they can't travel through millennia to see what the future holds. This is the reason why one leaf blinds one's eyes, and now that someone has brought this possibility up, they just need to use their clever brains to verify it. It's too easy. Dab dash. Wang Jian, who had been sitting there silently watching the show, feeling that this matter didn't have much to do with himself and the others, instantly stood up, a sharp and determined look in his eyes. He opened his mouth to say something, but faster than him was another voice. The voice was just as old, but just as powerful. Wang Ah. Who is Wang Ah? Nowadays, when Qin was only unified, Li Si was only a court captain, but Wang Ah was already the right prime minister. In ancient China, the right was honored. Even today's left prime minister Feng Daiji has to be subordinate to Wang Jian, except for Wang Jian, who was barely comparable to Wang Oao on the basis of his military achievements. All the rest of the people in the entire courtroom were below Wang Oao in status. It's really a one-man show. Even Wang Jian can't compare to Wang O in a certain way. Why did the debate between the feudal system and the county system last so long? From the founding of Great Qin to the present day, even when the county system had the support of the first emperor, the feudal system was still able to gain the upper hand? Because there is Wang Oai. Wang O was the biggest supporter of the feudal system. As for the rest, Dr. Chun Yu, the eldest son of Fusu, Dr. Jun Yu, these are just little party dishes. The one who really wrestled with the Ying Zheng was Wang Oai. But did Wang Oai have any malicious intent? Actually, no. Wang insisted on the feudal system, and all he wanted was for Great Qin to stand. After all, from a practical point of view, it was not the meritorious ministers but the clansmen who were given the largest number of titles under the feudal system. This brings us to the question, is it reliable to have your own people or outsiders? Although the feudal system will probably lead to a new round of war, in the final analysis, it is just a matter of rotting the meat in a pot named winning. And the county system. If the sheriff and others were to rise up, the meat would have to be divided among the outsiders. It was precisely because Ying Zhang knew that Wang Oo didn't mean any harm that he took great pains to try to convince Wang Oo, because Wang O was really bent on the good of Great Qin. He's not like the traitors. Your Majesty, Wang Oa's voice resounded within this great hall, and all eyes looked at him with the sound of Wang Oa's voice, and all were waiting for Wang Oa to speak. However, the next moment, what Wang O said made his jaw drop to the ground. Your Majesty, I second the opinion of His Royal Highness, Emperor Changsun. Our dynasty must never set this old precedent to the extent that later generations of Chinese will not survive. Wang O was looking at Ying Zheng in the eyes when he said this. It was also at this time that the two kings and ministers truly connected and understood each other's hearts. What does Ying Zheng have in mind? He stood, his voice flat. I know what you all love to worry about. Ying Zheng's voice was magnificent, although I hope that Great Qin will last for all time. If it is in exchange for the non-existence of Huaxia, then I would rather that Great Qin will not be restored. Chapter 8 Why it is the Emperor of 1,000 years. Ying Zheng's words completely caused the courtroom to clamor, and everyone looked at Ying Zheng standing there. They couldn't believe that this was what Ying Zheng had said. After all, what kind of person is Ying Zheng? The one who changed the name Son of Heaven to Emperor and called himself First Emperor and made the emperors of the next generation second and third and 10,000. And the next generation of emperors will be the second, the third, and the 10,000th. More than anyone else, he wanted Qin to last forever. To put it bluntly, what has he got to do with whether or not Huaxia can survive for all time? As long as Great Qin could survive for all time, then he would always be the founding king of the Great Qin Empire, forever able to enjoy the sacrifices. Everyone was confused and skeptical of the truth of this statement. Only Ying Yi stood there and quietly glanced at Ying Zheng, for he knew that what Ying Zheng said was true. Why? In later times, the Great Qin dynasty kept the county system in use. He insisted on the use of the county system even though he exiled his son Fusu to the frontier and deposed Wang O as the prime minister. This is something that has already happened in history. Doesn't Ying Zheng know that his use of the feudal system will probably lead to the scattering of the regions, with no plans to defend them? That's not possible. Who is Ying Zheng? At a young age, he was able to control the dynasty, and at a young age, he was able to fight against the two most powerful ministers, Lao Ai and Lu Buwei. and even finally eliminated them one by one. At the age of 30-something, he had already swept through the 6 kingdoms and unified the world. Would such an eloquent man be a fool? Would fail to see the disadvantages of using the feudal system in this day and age? No. He must be able to see. He must be able to see it. He just doesn't care, he has seen it with foresight. If there is not a person who can overpower everything at this time, and really implement the county system, so as to leave a seed in the hearts of the people in the world, then the future of China will be in turmoil, and there will be no more days of unification. So he implemented the county system by almost brutal means. Therefore, although the later Han dynasty did not completely use the county system, but implemented the county system, but all people have an ambition in their hearts, a sweeping the world, a unification of the 6 harmonies ambition. They all want the big seat. So even though the later Middle Kingdom kept splitting up, kept having warlords occupying one side, as long as the split reached a certain level, as long as the power of these warlords was strong enough to reach a certain level, there would be an idea that would pop up in their minds. That's unification. If the world could not be unified, then the power would be rated very low in the history books. For example, the Eastern Jin dynasty, like the Northern Song, and then the Southern Song, they were scorned by 10,000 people in the history books, even if they temporarily enlisted the literati to improve their reputation. But after thousands of years, when the big waves of sand will be a layer of false shell washed away, their real face will still be exposed in the eyes of future generations. Why is it that almost everyone mentions Xinjiang when they talk about the greatest emperor of all time? Even though many people scorned the tyranny of Qin, even though many people scorned the harshness of Qin's laws, even though everyone scorned the death of Qin in the 2nd century, no one could deny the status of Xinjiang? It is because of the many decisions made by Xinjiang. The books were written in the same language, the carts on the same track, the weights and measures were standardized, and the money Qin halftael was minted uniformly. In fact, the most important of all these policies was the county system, which has rarely been mentioned. How far-reaching was the county system? Simply put, the local policies that have been used for thousands of years until now are still patched up on top of the county system, and the overall framework is still that of the county system. The history is clear. Even if no one argues for it, there will be a sentence in the history books. The county system as the local administrative system in China has been in use until now, which is the gold content of the county system. This is the reason why Xinjiang is the first emperor of the 1,000 years, and why no one would rank him out of the top 5 or even the top 3, even if they were reluctant to do so. Winwild slowly exhaled. He looked at Xinjiang and bowed slightly. Great Father's merit is worth 1,000 years. The history of the world is clear. The name of the Great Father will certainly be branded in the history of the world, and when the future generations evaluate the Emperor of the ages and the greatest emperor of the future, the Great Father, no matter how many years and emperors he experiences in the future, the name of the Great Father is bound to be in the top 3, even in the first place. And if we talk about the kings before the Great Father, Winnow stood there with a very domineering voice. His figure gradually merged with Xinjiang's, as if he had become one person, and his voice was as domineering as Xinjiang's. If we talk about the emperors before Great Father, then none of them can surpass Great Father. There are definitely only a handful of people who will be able to walk alongside the Great Father in the future as well, let alone surpass the Great Father. These words are said in a domineering manner, but for a moment no one dares to refute, and no one can refute, because what Winnow said really made sense. Admiration. His face wore a look of admiration. In fact, Wan's mental activity was very simple. He had been fighting against Xinjiang because he thought he was right and was doing it for the good of Qin. But now that he found out that what Xinjiang was doing was actually better, and he didn't intend to continue to fight with him, he naturally had to kiss his ass a little bit. Li Si glanced at Wang A and was speechless in his heart. How come there's one more person kissing ass? Why is there someone else taking this job? Immediately, he hastened to chime in and said, Your Majesty's heart and mind. I respect it. Chen Yu had been so enraged that his face was red and he couldn't say a word. And at that moment, Fuso stepped forward. He looked blank, but not as stubborn as he had been at the beginning. When Fusu walked around, all eyes converged on this elder son in an instant, and Xinjiang even subconsciously glanced at Yi. Although Xinjiang had been disappointed in this son and had placed his affection for his son on his grandson, he still hoped that his son would understand him. Fuso stood there frozen. He opened his mouth and asked, But, is it that the great Qin's 10,000 lifetimes are not important? Fusu said in silence, The county system is certainly more favorable to China, but if it is not for my son to choose, then my son, choose the survival of great Qin for all time. At this time, Fusu was very determined. Instead, his words silenced everyone. Yes, great Qin or Huaxia, who should they choose? Can they say Lord Fusu is wrong? Winnow, however, snorted. No. Father, when I say you're stupid, how can you really be so stupid? Chapter 9, Are You and I Dead? Win Wild's face was filled with scorn as he looked at Fu Su and said, Oh father, are you really stupid or are you fake stupid? There are times when I really can't see clearly. Fu Su, however, frowned, with a disgruntled look on his face, but not the same high and mighty look he had before, and he looked at Win Wild in disbelief and said, What is the meaning of this statement? Am I wrong? Between Diqin Wansher and Hua Xiao Wansher, I will definitely choose Diqin Wansher, even if the county system has 10,000 advantages, but the county system can't make Qin last forever, then he is not the way forward we need to choose. While even if the feudal system has 10 million disadvantages, but as long as the feudal system can make Qin last forever, then the feudal system is what we need to choose. When the many ministers above the Great Hall heard this, they all nodded their heads as well, although the words spoken by Winnow just now were very shocking, and also made them think of the 9 states of China. But if they had to choose between Great Qin and China, they would definitely choose Great Qin. Why? Because when all is said and done, what happens to HWA has nothing to do with them right now, and odds are it will have little to do with their son. The excellence of the feudal system is that one can see the head at a glance, at least until the death of the first emperor as well as the eldest son. There will not be any problem in Bangqin, and now it seems that His Royal Highness, the eldest grandson, is so eloquent, then there will not be any problem in Bangqin within 3 generations. As for 3 generations later, these heavy ministers of Great Qin wanted to laugh when they heard about considering what would happen after 3 generations. Wasn't the accumulation of 3 generations enough for them to stand at the top of the entire Bangqin? One must know that they are now standing at the top of Bangqin. In that case, what does it matter to them what happens to China? But if the county system is implemented, then the problem arises. How long could Great Qin last after implementing the county system? The kingdom they fought so hard to win will be given to a complete stranger by then? The power, wealth, and position occupied by their people is about to be greatly reshuffled again in a matter of decades? It's something they can't accept. A portion of the people began to echo Fu Su's words and started to support the feudal system. Some of them were the original supporters of the county system, who were originally just trying to curry favor with Shi Huangdi. But when Shi Huangdi also hesitated to do so, especially when it also involved their interests, they would change their sides, also known as wallflowers and centrists. Listening to the clamor of support in his ears, Winnow sneered. This cold laughter spread throughout the entire hall, causing the noisy bickering to gradually calm down. In a silence, Win Wild looked at Fu Su and asked a crucial question. Father, are you dead? With curiosity and respect on his face, like an urchin who knows nothing, Winfield looked at Fu Su with a face full of confusion. Are you dead? Am I dead? Are Great Father's sons and grandsons dead? Fu Su frowned at Win Wild. At this point he had already gradually accepted Win Wild's filial way of speaking. He understood that Win Wild must have his reasons for asking so. Immediately, he spoke. What is the meaning of this? Win Wild gave a short laugh, which was thick with mockery. Father, if you are not dead, why are you so lackadaisical? Feeling that you are not able to manage the entire Great Qin? If you are not dead, why would you shift all the blame for everything to the Great Father? If you, I, and the children of the Great Father are not dead, why do you feel that you cannot do what the Great Father wishes? A series of 3 questions directly confused Fu Su. He stood there in a daze. His mind was filled with these 3 questions from his son. However, Win Wild did not intend to end his attack on Fu Su at this time. He looked at Fu Su and said, Father, one of the things you often say, and one of the things you often say when you contradict Great Father, is I am a subject of Great Qin. I am a subject of the Great Qin, and you often call yourself a subject in front of the Great Father. Then I have a question for you. What is your identity? Just a subject of Great Qin? Did you always think in your heart that you would always be a subject of Great Qin? Fu Su stood there dumbfounded. Winnow, on the other hand, stood up straight with obvious ambition on his face. If you think so, then it does fit your character. But, I would have something else to say. He turned around, looked at Ying Zhang, and whispered, Great Father, Sunner has something to say. When Ying Zhang looked at Ying Yi, he seemed to see himself when he returned to Great Qin and knelt down in front of the gate of the Great Hall to ask for an audience with King Zhashang, his great-great-father. He seemed to understand what Winnow was trying to say, but at this moment, Ying Zhang was obviously in an excited situation, and he said with a smile, Oh, what do you want to say? Ying Zhang looked at Winfield in front of him with a look of anticipation, almost using all his strength to stare deathly into Winfield's eyes. He asked, I'll listen to you. Win Wild's expression remained unchanged as he stood there, a kingly aura surrounding his body. Great Father, grandson wants to be emperor. He held his head high like a proud swan. My father was the firstborn son, and I am the firstborn grandson. Then in accordance with the so-called ceremonial law, Father is the first heir to this great empire, and I am the second heir. Since my father gave up this throne, he only wants to be a conscientious subject of Great Qin. So, Win Wile's voice was resounding with powerful ambition and great rebellion as he said coldly, "Then, my grandson is willing to be the successor of this grand empire. Willing to be a prince. Willing to be the second emperor." When Win Wile's voice fell, a sound of sucking and cold air came from the surroundings, and they all looked at Win Wild with a horrified look. How dare this kid? Who in heaven doesn't know of His Majesty's overwhelming dominance, while His Majesty is still alive and even healthy? This kid says he wants to be emperor? I'm afraid this is not a death wish. Even Fusu was horrified in his heart at this time, as he looked at Win Wild and then at Ing Zhang's expression, and hastily fell to his knees. Even if he didn't like this son of his, even if this son had done so many filial piety behaviors before, Winfield was still his son. "Your Majesty, Wild child is still young and childish. I hope your Majesty won't be offended. It's all because I taught my son poorly. If your Majesty wants to blame, I'm willing to take this son's sins with me." Within the great hall, there was silence. Everyone was looking at Ing Zhang, waiting for the man who truly controlled everyone's life and death to speak. Chapter 10, Aren't you afraid of me? There was a long silence, and the atmosphere within the great hall became more and more silent and depressing. The man sitting on that high seat could not be seen to change color, and all could not speculate on his emotions. All of them sat there trembling, desperate to shrink into a quail. When a man is angry, blood is spilled. When the Son of Heaven is angry, blood is spilled. Who can know the mind of this Majesty? Who can speculate on how His Majesty will feel when his power is attempted by a child? Is it good or bad? Even Li Si, who was the best at kissing ass, lowered his head at this time and didn't say a word. All are waiting. All are afraid. All are in awe. Even Fusu, Zhalu, Hu Hai and many other dukes, who had been acting as tools, were all trembling with fear, and none of them were not afraid of Ing Zhang. Hu Hai even glanced at Winfield with a mocking and watching look. In his opinion, the biggest obstacle to his ascension to the throne was his own big brother, which is why he was so excited when his big brother committed suicide, and he had just thought that Winnow would be able to save Fusu, but now it seemed that Winnow would probably end up in a worse situation than his own big brother. Within the entire hall, I'm afraid there are only two people who are still able to keep their minds in the midst of Ing Zhang's silence. First, Wang Jian. Because Wang Jian knows this Majesty's mind too well. What kind of a man is this Majesty? Is it a man who would fear and suspect that his son or grandson would surpass him and thus usurp the power in his hands? Is it a man who would suppress someone who wants to ascend to this throne because of fear and suspicion? No, neither. Wang Jian looked at Winfield's eyes filled with excitement and pleasure, and he understood that the emperor sitting on the stage at this time was afraid that his own feelings the same as those of excitement and pleasure. They knew one thing cheerfully. This great empire has finally welcomed a qualified heir. Once upon a time, why did Shi Huangdi keep delaying the creation of a crown prince? Is it because the first emperor doesn't want to give up his power? Or was it that the first emperor was afraid? Fear of conflict between his old self and the young prince? Neither. The first emperor's obsession was actually only one since the beginning. That is, his heirs suck. Fu Su was taught by Confucianism to be like this, and although he had the name of benevolence and virtue, he was more like a puppet of Confucianism. Or Chun Yu, was it because Ing Zhang did not want to implement a benevolent government? Of course not. The main reason is that the Qin dynasty is full of holes. Although it has unified the world, there are many inherent problems, and he needs a strong tyrant or a dictator to suppress them. In order to suppress them, can these problems be solved in one era? Absolutely not. He needs 2 or even 3 generations of emperors to suppress and dissolve it little by little, so that Great Qin can continue to pass on. It's not about the system, it's about the problems that exist within Great Qin. Is it good that a war machine has stopped? It's good for the outside world because the war has stopped, but it's bad for the war machine because the war machine is out of action. Can someone like Fusu manage this huge empire? Can't. Where are the rest of the males? Neither can they. If Fusu only had some character flaws that led Confucianism to brainwash him and treat him as a puppet, then the other princes were a mess. This is one of the reasons why the first emperor started to seek immortality in recent years. He keenly saw the problems in the empire he had built with his own hands, and also keenly realized that his remaining lifespan and time would not be enough to solve the problem. He is even more keenly aware of the fact that his heirs are unreliable, so he wants to live forever. That's why he wanted to become immortal and live forever, because after that, he could take his time and slow down to solve these problems. Rule a big country like cooking a small fish, but in fact, rule a big country is more like solving a messy ball of wool. Need to be extremely large patience piled up to become a pair of magnifying glass-like eyes, and a pair of precision pliers, and then a little bit of silk peeling cocoon, and a pair of precision pliers, and then a little bit of silk peeling cocoon. And today, Win Wild's appearance completely relaxed Ing Zhang. He even looked at Fu Su with some pleasure in his eyes. This kid is not without a little use. Hasn't his greatest use already appeared? He had given birth to a grandson of heavenly talent for himself. Ahem. Ying Zhang looked at Ying Yi, who was standing straight without a trace of fear, and asked, "Do you want to be the emperor?" Winnow spoke. "Yes, great father, I want to be emperor." Ying Zhang gave a short-lived laugh. "For what? For power? For fame? For this lofty position? For the power of life and death?" He stood, his robes rustling as he moved. Ying Zhang walked up to Wenano and just looked straight into Wenano's eyes like that. Right now, just like the other moment. This is also how Ying Yi asked Ying Zhang back then. Wen Wild's voice remained unchanged, in order to allow great father, to allow this vast empire that my Wen clan ancestors have paid countless amounts of money for through the generations to continue, and likewise for grandchildren themselves. A smile blossomed out of nowhere. If I say that I don't want to be an emperor for the sake of power or status, the great father will certainly not believe me. It's true that grandchildren don't want to have everything they own in someone else's hands. Wen Wild's voice was serious, as if he was telling heaven and earth, in this world, there is no one who can control my life. I will be the person of the most exalted position in this world, and when I become the most exalted man in this world, I will inevitably lead this magnificent empire to continue to perpetuate his glory. Ying Zhang narrowed his eyes, looked at Winfield, and asked softly, "So, do you have the confidence to surpass me? Aren't you scared?" There was playfulness in Ying Zhang's voice. "Your father is afraid of me." He pointed at Fusu, who was kneeling on the ground next to him and pleading for Wenano, whose body was still trembling slightly. "Your uncles and uncles are afraid of me too." Ying Zhang also pointed to the many dukes such as Hu Hai and General Lu who were kneeling in the distance. He finally looked to the group of ministers who had fallen to their knees before him. "These same courtiers are afraid of me." At this time, Ying Zhang's self-proclaimed title had quietly changed. From I to me. There was endless despondency and futility in his voice. "Aren't you afraid of me?" Winfield looked straight into Ying Zhang's eyes as he whispered, "I'm not afraid." He smiled and said, "Why be afraid? Why be afraid?" Chapter 11. One generation is stronger than the next was supposed to be. Why be afraid? Ying Zhang looked at Ying Yi, who was standing there, with a little scrutiny on his brows. But when all this scrutiny was over, all that filled his sharp eyes was relief. Yeah, why be afraid of him? He was also just an ordinary man. Even if he was the first Shi Huangdi who swept the 6 kingdoms and unified the entire Central Plains, even if he was the supreme ruler of the world, and even if he really seemed like a dictator in control of everything, but in the end, at the end of the day, he was nothing more than an ordinary man in the most ordinary sense of the word. He sighed, more thoughts in his mind. Ying Zhang returned to his seat in the center in front of him and sat down, the previous solemnity in his brow a little less. What comes with it is a little consideration. Why be afraid of me? Ying Zhang let out a light laugh. Your father is afraid of me. I think it's probably because he's afraid that he won't be able to surpass me, and he's afraid that he feels in his heart that I'm the most powerful emperor. You also said just now that I am the first emperor of the millennia, the first emperor of all time. You said you wanted to replace your father as the second emperor, so let me ask you, aren't you afraid that you won't be able to surpass me? Do you think that you can surpass me? The 2 questions asked by Ying Zhang were sharp, his voice was low, and the 2 questions were more scary than the other. If he doesn't answer the first question well, he probably won't be able to keep his throne. And the second problem is even more serious. Li Si quietly raised his head and looked at Ying Yi. A look of contemplation flashed across his face. From the question just now, he could hear what was in Ying Zhang's mind, and he was afraid that Ying Zhang had already made a decision to pass the throne to Ying Yi. Otherwise it wouldn't be such a problem. Wang Jian, on the other hand, was even more relaxed. This old fox knew what was on Ying Zhang's mind before anyone else. So he just sat there with a big grin on his face and watched the action without the slightest worry. Winnow's answer was very clever. He answered the second question first. I feel that my grandson will be able to surpass his great father. There was a pervasive confidence and smile in Wen Wild's eyes. A disciple does not have to be inferior to a teacher, and a teacher does not have to be more virtuous than a disciple. The rivers and mountains are getting stronger from generation to generation, and that's the way it should be. But in truth, the grandson both surpassed and did not surpass the great father. The playfulness under Ying Zhang's eyes grew even more as he leisurely looked at Wen Wild and said, "Oh, what kind of words are these? If it is transcendent, then it is transcendent. If it is not transcendent, then it is not transcendent. So why take an intermediate term?" His voice steepened in sharpness. "Could it be that you are perfuming me?" The title of the sentence directly changed to I, and when Ying Zhang sat up straight, his eyes sharp and voice solemn, a powerful aura instantly erupted. It was the domineering aura that belonged to the first emperor, to the Lord of the world. Under this majesty, everyone bowed their heads with trepidation, like a quail hiding its head inside the sand. Only Wen Wild still stood upright. his expression unchanged. Great father. The reason that Sun's son thinks he can surpass you is because Sun's son is confident that he can develop great qin to a better and higher level. And when Sunner says that there is no way to surpass you, it is because Sunner is building on the foundation of the unified great qin that you have established, and governing it better. He inclined his head, looking at the tiered halls as well as the tall buildings, and walked to the doorway of the hall, looking at the vicissitudes of the sky. Xuanzi has said that green takes from the blue and is more than blue, ice. Water condenses and is colder than water. When the earth is accumulated to form a mountain, the wind and rain will rise. When the water is accumulated to form an abyss, the dragon will be born. When goodness is accumulated to form virtue, the gods will be self-evident, and the sacred heart will be ready. Therefore, if you don't accumulate short steps, you can't reach 1,000 miles. If you don't accumulate small streams, you can't make a river or an ocean. 9 stories high, it's in the ground. The reason that Sunner cannot surpass you is because Sunner is building on the foundation of the world that you have laid down to govern this world better. And Sunner is standing on your shoulders, looking out into the higher and farther distance. With a smile in his eyes, Win Wild had the classics of the sages at his fingertips, and was simply more refined and like a Confucian disciple than those of the doctor's palace. Even Jun Yu was glancing at Win Wild, muttering in his mind, could it be that His Imperial Highness Chan Sun is also a disciple of Confucianism? Li Si didn't have much of a reaction to this. In fact, he knew this piece, which was called Persuasion, written by his teacher Xuanzi in the same year. Xuanzi was not a typical Confucian scholar, and although he was regarded as the last son of Confucianism, there were in fact many legalist elements in his thought. Or rather, legalism was originally birthed from Xuanzi's thought. Compared to the knowledge of Confucianism displayed by Win Wild, what Li Si was actually more marveled at was the content of these words spoken by Win Wild. In Li Si's opinion, there is probably no one in the world who is better at kissing ass than Ying Yi. Ying Yi's words were clearly saying that he would be able to surpass Ying Zhang, but every word of his words was saying that his own achievements were based on Ying Zhang's, and that no matter how high the achievements of his descendants were, they could not and would certainly surpass the giant underneath him. No matter how high the achievements of his successors are, they will not be able to surpass, and will surely surpass, the giant underneath him. This is what people are really asking for, especially for someone like the first emperor, who is accomplished in standing at the top of the world. Fame and power? With a single grasp of his hand, Ying Zhang has power that no one can get. He can even bestow honor on others. So what does he want? To be remembered for generations to come. For generations to come. This is what Winfield is saying at this point. He quietly raised his head to look into Ying Zhang's eyes, and sure enough, he saw a smile in those eyes. Although there was no change in Ying Zhang's own expression, an expert like Li Si, who was always kissing ass, was naturally able to sense the change in the aura beside Ying Zhang. As expected, Ying Zhang laughed and cursed. You boys just know how to take the easy way out and sidestep my questions. He touched his chin and then said, but what you, the vertical sun, said does make sense. My credit is that I have created the foundation of a great qin, a 9 states with the same 6 in 1. If the person behind cannot surpass me, then he does have a big problem after all. It is to stand on the shoulders of me. Ying Zhang also quoted what Winnow said just now, and seemed to look at Fu Su as he spoke. Fuso gently lowered his head. He was afraid to speak, because Fuso really felt in his heart that his father was omnipotent, that his father was always great, never made mistakes, and always able to solve all problems. Today's events have caused the faith in Fu Su's heart to collapse, but after the collapse, but it is a reconstruction. Chapter 12. Are you a Confucian disciple? Fuso closed his eyes silently with a long sigh. He should have and should have said something at this time, but his mind was so mixed up with thoughts that he didn't know what to say, and in the end he could only be regretfully silent. When Ying Zhang heard this sigh, all the anger towards Fu Su disappeared from his heart. He just lightly glanced at Fu Su, and then at Win Wild. Originally, when Ying Zhang was furious today, he wanted to exile Fu Su and his family to the north border, so that he could calm down and Fu Su could go farther away from Xianying City to reflect on his faults in the north border. They wouldn't have to look at each other as father and son. And today, Ying Zhang had a better idea. That is to let Win Wild to enlighten him as a father. Good filial piety. Some Fu Su. He seemed to see Fu Su, who was originally a rule follower, correcting himself and his ideas step by step under the filial piety of Ying Yi. All that anger, rage, and the discomfort of being confronted by his own son in between. The anger, rage, and the pain of being contradicted by his own son were all trivial. Fuso should be able to handle it. This was for the good of Fu Su, and definitely not because Ying Zhang wanted to take a small revenge for Fu Su's past rebuffs. But what about? Ying Zhang's eyes were sharp, and there was a more important matter at this time. He looked at Win Wild. Many of the theories that Win Wild said just now are from Confucianism. Could it be that Win Wild is also a Confucian disciple? This kid, Win Wild, often followed Fu Su to study, and perhaps he was also tainted with that nature of Confucianism. Ing Zhang pressed his forehead, feeling some pain in his brain. It is not that he is not willing to reuse Confucianism, but the state of Qin is the stronghold of legalism. Even the emperor wants to correct this thinking is a very difficult thing. Most of the court are legalist disciples, and Confucian disciples are very acidic, an inexplicable arrogance. How can a minister be arrogant? How do you deserve pride? This is Ing Zhang's heartfelt hegemony as an emperor. The people under him just need to be submissive. As for the other things, don't have to do it. Thinking of this, Ing Zhang raised his head and looked at Ing Yi, asking directly, the way of ruling the country in your heart also favors Confucianism? As soon as these words were asked, all the people present raised their heads, and all their gazes converged towards Win Wild. Chun Yu's eyebrows with a few points of excitement. He just heard out the words of this emperor eldest grandson inside the Confucian sage's reasoning. And if this is the son of Confucianism, perhaps Confucianism's scheming has not failed. And Fu Su also looked at Win Wild with much concern in his eyes. He thought that Ing Zhang hated Confucianism so much that he had come to hate it to the point that he could not tolerate it, not even to allow his own grandson to study Confucianism. Fu Su forced himself to fight. If Wild Child is really a Confucian disciple, then he will take the blame on himself. For his part, Reese looked at Winfield with some concern. What if Wino is really a Confucian disciple? Then he'll be just like Fu Su. So is he in favor of Winfield or not? Wino stood there, facing everyone's scrutiny very openly. He looked at Ing Zhang and said, Great Father, my grandson is not a son of Confucianism. The grandchildren are pragmatists. Practical home? What genre is this? Everyone present was confused, for they had not heard of the school. Was there such a school in the 100 schools of thought? Is this genre some kind of mini-genre? If it's a small genre, how did it get the emperor's eldest grandson's favor? Captain Li Ting, Wang Jian quietly came to Li Si's side and asked, You are knowledgeable. What is this? What practical family? Have you ever heard of it? Why haven't I heard anything about it? Reese also frowned and shook his head. Practical home? It's something. Ing Zhang was likewise very curious. He looked at Ing Yi and opened his mouth to ask, Practical family? What is a practical home? Is this one of the 100 schools of thought? Winnow heatedly smiled and said very frankly, Great Father, the 100 schools of thought is not once this one. If it is not to say that this one of the founders and the founding time it. He pointed to his nose and said, The founding person is the grandson. And the founding time was a few years ago. Ha! Those present froze and looked at Winnow. Some of them didn't understand what Win Wild had said. And when they understood the meaning within Win Wild's words, they were all dumbfounded. TSK. Wang Jian smacked his lips and said, Good guy. This kid is really strong. He has a few moments of that arrogant look of his big father. At a young age, you claim to have started an idea? Even Confucius created Confucianism in his old age after visiting many famous teachers. How dare he say such a thing? Ing Zhang, on the other hand, frowned slightly as he looked at Ing Yi and said, Year. He tried to make his voice as kind as possible, with a smile on his face, so that one could not see the hidden dissatisfaction. Starting a school of thought has not been that simple. In his heart, Ing Zhang did not believe that his grandson, who had not yet been crowned, had created a thought, but he did not want to discourage his grandson, so he chose to try his best to pacify him. But the Great Father would like to hear about it. Tell me about this pragmatist idea. He looked at the crowd on the stage and said with a smile, There are military schools, legal schools, agricultural schools, yin and yang schools, famous schools and even the many disciples of Confucianism. What will you say about your thoughts? Whether it's useful or not, whether it's possible to create one or not, they naturally have a discernment. Winnow looked at the crowd, his expression still frank. The idea of the so-called pragmatist must be tried and tested because this is something that no one can refuse. The essence of pragmatism. The essence of pragmatism is a mixture of the experiences of many sages of later times, forming a unique ideology, which is different from Confucianism and legalism. If legalism and Confucianism are stuck on the human being as a tool, then the pragmatist's thought transcends all these dimensions and stands above all the other schools of thought. He is the man who uses the tools. Ahem. Winnow coughed, cleared his throat, and straightened his clothes. His solemnity at this moment caused the crowd to detect a sense of ambience, and so they too straightened their garments, while sitting upright. Li Si, Wang Jian, Lu Yun, Chun Yu, the Confucian scholar, and Fu Su all changed their positions from the comfortable but lazy ones to the ones. Duke Fu Su and other people have changed a sitting position, from the original more comfortable but lazy sitting to sitting. This is the most formal way to sit. Because sitting in this manner requires the back to be straight, whereas kneeling does not require the back to be straight, it is considered to be the most ceremonial way to sit. This description is for. The crowd treated this as a sermon. It's okay to die in the morning and die in the evening. Chapter 13 Discourse. Discourse. What is a practical home? In this day and age, there is nothing more solemn than a discourse. So even if Chun Yu was a bit dissatisfied with Win Wild, at this moment, he was still looking at Win Wild with a serious look on his face. In his mind, he pondered over what Winfield had said, and speculated on the word practical. Generally speaking, the name of a genre often implies the roots of the genre. For example, the legalists are those who utilize the law, enact the law, and use severe punishment to deter their subjects. For example, the Yin and Yang family studies the Yin and Yang of the heavens. For example, the Tao family is the origin of the saying that Tao can be Tao, but it is not a permanent Tao. The name, which can be named, is not a permanent name, is the root of everything in heaven and earth according to Lao Tzu. For example, Confucianism. Confucian in ancient times refers to knowledgeable and learned experts, usually responsible for ceremonial activities such as crowns, marriages, funerals and sacrifices, and Confucius, the founder of Confucianism, originally had a profession as Master of Ceremonies. The founder of Confucianism, Kong Chiu, originally had the profession of Master of Ceremonies, hence the name Confucian. For example, the word farming means cultivation, fields, agricultural things. So, what does practical mean in practical home? Everyone looked at Winfield, waiting for Winfield's answer. They wanted to know if today they would be able to witness the birth of a new school, the birth of the first son after the era of the 100 schools of thought, or the overthrow of a falsehood. Win Wild also knew the key to this, so his expression was similarly very serious. The first sentence he opened his mouth shocked the crowd. The so-called practicality is fetishism. Winnow raised an eyebrow and said, "The core writings of the practical family. I have yet to write them, as I am still young and not yet weak enough to experience enough to wield and write such a vast thought." As he paced back and forth, he said, "The core idea of the pragmatists is the word practical. What is practicality? It means it works. It can work. It's appropriate. Or it's useful." Winfield thought for a moment and pointed to the green bricks under his feet. Because building this ground with clay would make it pitted and dusty, the craftsman chose to use green bricks to pave the ground. Taking bricks instead of clay is practical. He walked to one of the pillars in the hall and said with a smile, "The wood used for this top beam is 100 years of wood. And the reason for taking it instead of 10 years of wood is because 100 years of wood can be thick enough to hold up the hall." Winnow looked at Ing Zhang again and bowed slightly, then said, "In the past, when I had great father, King Zhaoxiang, fought against the state of Zhao, it was clear that there were other means, but he chose the stratagem of disassociation in order to allow Zhao Kuo to go to war. But it was because the stratagem of disassociation was more effective. This is pragmatism. Pragmatism is fetishism in another sense. Its core is practicality, and its most basic idea and method is to take what can be used in the world and use it for my own use. Just now, when my eldest father asked me if I was a disciple of Confucianism, I answered in the negative. The reason why I chose Xuanzi's The Book of Persuasion to support my ideas is that the ideas in The Book of Persuasion are more capable of illustrating what I want to express. Useful, or most useful. So I used Confucian thought." He glanced at the thoughtful crowd and spoke, "This is pragmatism. Pragmatism. What if I should rule in the future?" Winnow smiled faintly. "If I were to become the second emperor, or the ruler of this empire, I would never choose a certain school of thought as the foundation of a country. I would choose the practical family as the core." The second idea of the pragmatist is to analyze specific problems. This idea, on the other hand, builds on the premise of the previous one because of nativism, because of pragmatism, because of taking what is under the sun and using it for my own purposes, so that I can analyze specific problems. For a matter, if the ideas of the military are effective, then use the ideas of the military. And if the ideas of Confucianism are more effective, then use the ideas of Confucianism. This is about analyzing specific problems. Many matters and heavenly principles in the world are cyclical and transformative. And according to Taoism, it is the Tao that begets one. One begets two begets three, and three begets all things. They are similar and different, so it is impossible to use the same treatment for all problems. Can the legalists cope with everything? No. Can Confucianism cope with everything? Neither can it. So it's analyze the problem. Speaking here, the crowd had fallen silent. They were all great talents of the world, naturally able to hear the profound truth contained in these simple words. Practical home. Li Si and others quietly recited this word. From the Win Wild in front of him, Si belongs to the 100 schools of thought of the brilliant light of the thought. Maybe that's why they can't be sons. Or perhaps, that's what they're missing. For his part, Winnow continued to speak eloquently as he spread his hands and said, "So what is the third core idea of the pragmatist?" He smiled and said, "It's 4 words. Factual. Pragmatism?" The crowd thought about the word and skillfully looked up waiting for Winnow's explanation. The word pragmatic is also very easy to understand. The 4 most important words of his entire pragmatist thought, and the 4 words that run through all his thoughts. It means to seek the truth on the basis of empirical evidence, to act in accordance with reality without exaggeration or minimization. Why are these 4 words the root of all thought and the beginning and end of practical man's thought? It's really quite simple. 2, and it's because of the second idea of the pragmatist. The second idea is to analyze specific problems. So what if the problem is fundamentally false? How should the problem be analyzed if it is false? How can it be analyzed? Can the result of the analysis be true? And a false fact analyzed can only lead to wrong and false results. And naturally the approach and the strategy of use based on the false results are not right and will not solve the problem. Winnow held a smile and looked at the crowd. These are the 3 most important and central ideas of the practical family. Everyone was silent as they looked at the weak young man standing there with eyebrows of awe, admiration, and incredulity. They had not expected at all that such a young age as Win Wild would actually be able to speak such thoughts that were enough to start a sect. This is simply. Before the crowd could react, Li Si directly fell to his knees in surprise, and then looked at Ing Zhang and exclaimed loudly, "Your Majesty has gained this unicorn child. Great Qin has gained a successor. Truly a blessing for Great Qin. Fortunate for His Majesty." Chapter 14. Come. Convince him of your benevolence. Li Si's sudden ass-kissing praise froze the crowd for a moment, but immediately afterward everyone except for Fusu as well as Chun Yu even Wang Jian was following Li Si's lead in praise. Wang Jian squinted at Li Si and spat in his heart. This kid, why is he so good at kissing ass? No wonder he has risen all the way up the ranks over the years and is quite popular with His Majesty's holy heart. He glanced back at his indomitable son and subconsciously sighed. If Wang Ben had been able to be like Li Si, he would not have had to worry so much until now. As Ing Zhang listened to the series of praises, his eyes flashed with a little bit of pleasure. For many years, except for the time when he unified the world, he was so happy, but the rest of the time, he had not yet had this kind of reckless and relaxed mood. Immediately, he waved his hand. Just a vertical son, not worthy of such praise from all of you, although the words are so say, but his whole person showed the breath is not so. In the past the kind of might is much less. On the contrary, look like an ordinary old man look at their grandchildren to fight so happy. Chun Yue sighed long and hard inwardly. Although he had some problems with his character and morality, his brain was not a problem. On the contrary, he was able to become a great Confucian of the world, and even vaguely suppressed all the remaining several lines of Confucianism, so that the Ru lineage became the orthodoxy of Confucianism, and he had a bright brain to die for. As soon as Winnow had uttered the key words of the pragmatist, he had sensed the depth of this with a natural intuition and intelligence. Winnow is indeed qualified to be the head of the family. It is also true that he was the first person to be able to start a sect after the 100 schools of thought. Such a character. He glanced at Winnow while keeping his head down. Such a character has such a poor view of Confucianism and his line of Ru. If he really lets this son become the second emperor in the future, will the Ru line still be able to have a good life in the future within the Great Qin? And Chun Yu saw the biggest difference between Winfield and Ing Zhang. It is true that Ing Zhang is a great man with great talent and a born hegemon, but he also has his own flaws. He still cares about the so-called father-son relationship, so he is trapped within these 4 words and is held by them. As long as they can hold on to Fusu, the eldest son of Ing Zhang, then Confucianism will definitely be treated well. He is sure that Ing Zhang does not want to lose his eldest son, who has put a lot of concepts of kinship in his heart. He concluded that Ing Zhang did not want to lose his firstborn son, the firstborn son who had put a lot of concepts of affection in him. And today, Winnow's appearance caused Junyoshi's eyes to go black. He completely disregarded the so-called father-son relationship, and even mocked Fu Su in the court, and let everyone have no way to accuse him of unfiliality. People like this who seem to have no leverage at all. How should Confucianism be taken? And how can you hold it? Chun Yue bowed his head, but pondered the matter. And in the distance, a clanking sound rang out from outside the hall, but it was the Iron Eagle guards walking in with 2 death row inmates. That death row inmates dressed in rags, face, head are all messy, but there is not much stinky odor around. Obviously in the temple before it has been taken to clean up. These 2 came above the great hall, both subconsciously lowering their heads. The eyes of countless ministers, princes and nobles were all looking at them, and his entire body was in a state of extreme tension. The soldier stood there and spoke back to Ing Zhang. Your Majesty, the death row prisoners have already arrived. After a pause, he made an explanatory note. The crime committed by these 2 is the crime of murder. According to the Qin law, it shall be punished by death. In addition, In accordance with the orders of His Majesty the Emperor's eldest grandson, I deliberately ascertained that the person killed by one of them was a straggler in the village, who went into the person's home to steal and injure him. According to the laws of Qin, the punishment is to be the head of a king. The other person is a rogue bandit in the mountains. This rogue bandit has done nothing wrong, killing dozens of villagers passing by. The crime committed by the Qin law is already unforgivable. According to the Qin law, should be sentenced to death. Ing Zhang nodded his head slightly, even though he didn't know why his grandson had asked the guards to bring two people like this. He knew that at this point he could just watch the show. Wild child. Ing Zhang's voice rang out. The two death row inmates you asked to be brought here have already been brought here. I just don't know what you're going to do with them. Ha! The gazes of the crowd converged towards Win Wild, who at that moment slowly walked over, quietly explaining twice in the ears of the guards on one side, and then stood in the center of the main hall. Great father. Winnow bowed slightly before smiling. Just now, Dr. Chunyu said that the country should be ruled by benevolence and righteousness. And in the past, Dr. Chunyu was always against the legalists led by Captain Li Ting, mouthing off about the harshness of my great Qin laws. He turned around, and not far away, the soldiers carried a huge cage in, and then placed the iron cage in the center of this great hall, and led the soldier to push one of the death row prisoners in. Your Majesty. Winfield's voice was serious, and for the first time he called Your Majesty instead of Great Father, showing how seriously he took this matter. Please order that Dr. Chunyu be placed in an iron cage. Putting Jun Yuetsu in an iron cage? Everyone was instantly surprised to the point where they never expected Win Wild to say something like this. May not. Fu Su subconsciously shouted. Win Wild turned back and looked at the faces of the crowd with some unbelievable as well as surprised expressions, and let out a laugh. Why not? He said playfully. Didn't Dr. Chunyu say that he wanted to rule the country with benevolence and righteousness and touch the people? Here's the deal. Dr. Juniper. There was a slight solemnity on Win Wild's face, but the words that came out seemed very cold. If you are able to sensitize this man with benevolence and righteousness, he pointed at the unpardonable prisoner who was about to be executed and said, if you can sensitize this man with benevolence and righteousness, then I will beg my great father that from now on, my great Qin will rule with benevolence and righteousness. Winnow turned. I wonder if the great father could give his permission. Ing Zhang didn't feel angry because of Win Wild's unauthorized decision. Instead, the same face had some playfulness on it. Since Wild has said so, then I naturally have to agree. At this moment, Ing Zhang was as if he was a dim-witted ruler. Dr. Chun, you keep saying that you want to rule the country with benevolence and righteousness. Could it be that your benevolence and righteousness is unable to sensitize this death row inmate? But if you can't sensitize this death row inmate with benevolence and righteousness, then why do you still say it? Wouldn't your talk of ruling the country with benevolence and righteousness become blank talk? Come on, man. Ing Zhang sat there with a cold voice. Lock Jun Yu in this iron cage. Nah. The surrounding soldiers acted instantly, shutting that already trembling Jun Yu into this cage. Chun Yu clung to the iron cage, looking at the death row inmate in front of him with his hair covering his eyes and a grimace on his face. Winnow's playful laughter came from his ears. Come on. Convict him with your benevolence. Chapter 15 is full of benevolence and morality, and full of male prostitution. When that teasing voice rang out, Jun Yu's spirit was on the verge of breaking. His entire body stood there trembling, completely unable to utter a word. And the eyes of the people around him looking at him like a monkey show made him feel even more crushed and ashamed. And he shouted in a loud voice in spite of everything, this is a Jiejia's move. This is a Jiejia's move. Chun Yu collapsed and shouted. How can we be the same as such mole civilians? There was anger and pain in his eyes. What I said about ruling the country with benevolence and righteousness is for our kind of soldiers. This man is a rogue bandit, an ordinary qianshi. How can he be compared to us? Such a lowly person. How can they be like us? When Shen Yu shouted out these words, the entire Fu Su standing aside trembled for a moment. He slowly and painfully closed his eyes, and the pace of the party that was still trying to go forward to plead for Chen Yu stopped. His ears echoed with Chuan Yu's crumbling cries, while his heart was filled with mixed feelings. Are they all fake? Are they all fake? That so-called benevolence and morality, that full of people for water, is all that talk of self-restraint and benevolence a lie? And Winnow was even more nonchalant compared to Fusu. He just snorted. Egu, you've finally spoken the truth from your heart. Winnow looked indifferent. Back then, Kong Chio might have really restored himself to propriety, and really wanted to administer benevolence. But this is not the case for you descendants. You are full of benevolence and morality, but in reality your hearts are full of calculations. You shout at the top of your lungs about the so-called sake of the people and the world, but in reality it's just for yourself. He pointed at the doctor's palace in the distance and said, you are full of benevolence, righteousness and morality, pretending to be the world's people, And what you call it is nothing but these done like money and power. Winwild took a step forward and said in a cold voice, what you manipulate Duke Chang so-called, is also not about wanting to make Great Qin better. You're just trying to make Confucianism the orthodoxy of Great Qin, wanting to be a powerful minister yourself. You, full of benevolence and morality, full of male prostitution, shameless thing. There was indifference in his eyes, but he did not glance at Chun Yu again. Instead he turned to Li Si and asked in a low voice, Court Captain Li, what is the law? What is the law? This question subconsciously made Li Si fall into silence. When Li Si's mind went back to that afternoon when he asked his teacher for advice, when his mind went back to that day when he first read the Book of Shang, when his mind went back to the time when he first compiled the laws of Qin, the answer to this question came naturally to his mind. Li Si replied in a low voice, Law, the order of heaven and earth. Law, the order of heaven and earth. The order of the order. Winwild turned back to look at the already crumbling Chun Yu, his voice cold. In the past, after my great Qin's royal family violated Qin's laws, they were all sentenced to extreme punishment. A prince who breaks the law is as guilty as the common people. I, Qin law, can even govern the Qin royal family, but I can't govern you bookworms? He looked around at all the people within the great hall, and in his heart, he was very clear about the little things in these people's hearts. Can Chun Yu really do all this on his own? It was just a test run of these privileged, aristocratic classes for the Qin law. The same is true in history. At that time, as long as Ing Zheng really pardoned the sins of those Confucian scholars in Fangshi, these people were able to imprint this kind of behavior into some kind of unspoken rules, a kind of subterfuge where the law is useless to the powerful. In the original history, Ing Zheng insisted on killing the group of Confucians as well as the founder, which is why his reputation became even worse later on. Even burning books and burying scholars became a crime. Why? Because he doesn't agree with these powerful people standing at the head of the people of the world. He does not agree with this group of readers standing at the head of those people. So, he angered the powerful, angered the Confucians, angered the readers. When this group of people united together, when Ing Zheng passed away, all the truths of history were hidden under layers and layers of altering fluid, and all the truths could never be discovered again. The so-called scholar, it is such a bellyful of male thieves and female prostitutes, and a bellyful of flies and dogs. While Winwild's words caused everyone in the great hall to lower their heads, they understood that this imperial eldest son was explicitly talking about Chun Yu, but was actually warning them. And of course, these people were relieved, because the meaning of the emperor's eldest grandson is very obvious. That is, this matter will pass after a warning. He will not pursue. Otherwise at this time will certainly be this matter all stabbed out. Silence, a still silence. Jun Yu looked at the death row inmate who was getting closer and closer and looked as if he was already enraged, and his whole body completely panicked and even fainted in the end. And at that moment, the dead prisoner raised his head. Everyone froze for a moment as they looked at the familiar face. Li Si even lost his voice. Yule? How did you? Not bad. In this cage stood the so-called unmitigated death row inmate, Li Yu, the eldest son of Li Si. Li Yu hemmed and hawed and stepped out of the cage with a slight grin on his face. He bowed his hand and saluted, then said towards Ing Zheng, who was also a bit surprised, Your Majesty, I have received an order from His Imperial Highness Changsun to impersonate a prisoner to see if this Dr. Chun Yu will use benevolence and righteousness to sensitize me. Li Yu puts a very nice end to this farce. His Highness Emperor Changsun said that although this Chun Yu is full of power and dung, and is a complete hypocrite who pretends to be benevolent and righteous, he is also a vassal of my great Qin, and must not really be allowed to risk his life. Otherwise it would be bad for His Majesty's reputation. So then I asked my minister to do a little camouflage. When Ing Zheng heard this, a smile subconsciously surfaced at the corner of his mouth. This kid it's really thoughtful, always surprising him when he thinks it's a little too much and showing him a better side. He waved his hand and smiled. No harm done. Then lowering his head, he looked at the unconscious Chun Yu, somewhat disgusted. Wu and, you go wake up Chun Yu. At this point, he was no longer calling Dr. Chun Yu, but Chun Yu. When Chun Yu woke up leisurely, from the side of the soldiers as well as the ministers of the ridicule to understand all this time, Chun Yu felt that he might as well continue to be unconscious. However, in the face of the long, silver needle in Xiao Wuxia's hand, he could only force himself to swallow his breath and say, Why is your majesty teasing me like this? This is not the behavior of a wise ruler. Winwild looked at Jun Yu and said, Teasing? Then why don't I ask the great father to actually find a death row inmate? He looked at Jun Yu who instantly wimped out and said, Of course, this person is a fake, but there is another person who is real. The thing about him, it's true. Chapter 16 You ask them if they agree. Really? What's true? The ministers in the Great Hall subconsciously looked at the other death row inmate standing aside, and then realized, this death row inmate is the real deal. But what purpose does this death row inmate serve? Win Wild didn't continue to sell the idea, just stood there and said with a light smile, I know that at this time, all of you are wondering why I have to specially find this kind of person to come over and ask. He looked at the death row inmate and said, this man does deserve to die. He killed a man, and naturally killing a man is a crime. Win Wild looked indifferent. According to the Qin law at this time, whether or not he killed for a bitter reason, he was to die. As he said this, Winnow also glanced at Ying Zhang, who was sitting there, before turning back. But, he is likewise the Qianshou of Great Qin, and at this moment, he has not yet died. Then let such a person who is already bound to die say a few words about whether the laws of Great Qin at this time are appropriate or not, and say, whether they are willing to let this fellow full of male thieves and female prostitutes use the benevolence and righteousness in his mouth to govern Qin. A man's words are good when he is about to die. That does make some sense. Ying Zhang sat up straight as he looked at the man standing in the center of the hall and the others, and then he was silent for a brief moment. In fact, he was a little afraid to listen. Ying Zhang knew that there were many problems in Qin at this time, whether it was the harshness of the laws or other aspects. He knew it all, so he was a bit afraid to listen to the words from the lowest level of Qianshou. But he is equally very bold. He understood that this step was a step that had to be taken. So after he took a breath, he looked at the crowd in the large hall, and then glanced at the death row inmate standing in the center of that large hall. Tell us about it. Ying Zhang's voice was hoarse and silent as he said softly, according to Qin law, you will surely die, so there's no need to worry about saying something wrong and causing your own death. And I will never simply pardon you alone, either. Ying Zhang sat there. He looked at the death row inmate standing in the center. The death row inmate, on the other hand, looked up with a bitter smile on his face, but all that was in his eyes was candor. From the time he killed someone, he knew that he was bound to die, so he didn't harbor any hope. And before that His Royal Highness the Emperor's eldest grandson was asked to summon him here today, he told him all about what had happened. Your Majesty, this death row inmate's voice was hoarse as he spoke softly. I don't know anything about legalism or Confucianism, but I do know that life in Qin was the best lived among the 6 countries in the past. The rest of the country talks a good game, but when it really comes down to it, the powers that be hide away. His eyes carried a bit of nostalgia. My grandfather at home was once from Zhao, and at that time, Zhao could barely eat. The people at home were fighting poorly in the front, and food and grass were not supplied, while the powerful and wealthy people in the back were extravagant, and the families plowing oxen and other things were slaughtered at will, or even thrown away. The so-called Torah does not exist at all in other countries. There are those who are called rangers, but in reality are robbers who act recklessly by force, while those officials in the country refuse to take jurisdiction. The death row inmate raised his head, his eyes tinged with indignation. Our whole family fled to Qin precisely because of this. My aunt was targeted by a ranger and should have taken her as a concubine, but neither my aunt nor we were willing to do so. After all, if there was a choice, who would want to marry the woman of the family to a wandering, vagabonding ranger? Then came the state of Qin. Although the laws are a bit more demanding, and indeed a bit harsher, as long as one follows the laws, one does not have to worry about anything else, and those who are powerful and wealthy are also required to follow the laws, and those who encounter those who do not will be dealt with by the king of the kingdom. If a ranger's child causes trouble, the rikishi will also quickly report it to the officials, and the petty officers and soldiers will all quickly come and capture him. The days are a lot better. He turned his head and suddenly spat on this Qinyuai's body. It was meant to be on his face, but Qinyuai dodged it. This death row inmate heatedly laughed. With a fierce face, if you really want to be the master for Qianshou, the so-called gentleman boat people water, want to let us live a good life, you will not say what sure is greater than everything. What kind of bull is not a doctor, and it won't preach anything that doesn't follow the Qin law. For us ordinary people, as long as we can act in accordance with the law in a fair and just manner, then the stricter the law, the better. Jun Yu stood there, stunned in the face of what the death row inmate had said, and Winnow sighed. This death row inmate is right on the money. In fact, for the common man, the harsher the law, the better. But in a way, why is it better for the Torah to be tougher? It's a very simple truth. For most of the people, most of the time, they will actually never break the law in their lives, and instead, harsh laws can deter some of the people who want to break the law. It is like the case that after certain people abolish the law that economic crimes can be punished by death, there are more and more corrupt officials every day, to the extent that almost everyone is a corrupt official and all the crows have turned black. When the law fails to deter them, it is the ordinary people who suffer the most. In later times, the early Han dynasty is often said to have been in full bloom. That was indeed the heyday. but it is a pomp and circumstance that has been bought with the blood and tears of countless people. At the beginning of the Han Dynasty, during the times of Liu Bang, Liu Qian, and Emperor Han Jingdi, because 3 or 4 consecutive generations of emperors had abolished some of the harsh laws, and emphasized leniency and rule by doing nothing, the crime situation soared in those years, but was not counted. Statistics. Everything is a double-edged sword. This is a fact that cannot be denied. Ing Zhang waved his hand for the soldiers to take the death row prisoners down, and then looked at the crowd and let out a long sigh. Jun Yu dared not speak at this time with his head lowered. Dismissed the court. Ing Zhang closed his eyes. Fu Su, Ing Yi, you father and son stay for a while, I have something to say to you. With that, he stood up and walked in the direction of the back hall. End of the morning. Li Si walked down the street, scolding his son for hiding this point from himself, while carefully pondering what this imperial eldest grandson His Highness liked on a regular basis. You patrol the palace on weekdays. Do you know what this imperial eldest son Highness likes? He smiled. After today, this Highness is going to be flat on his face. Perhaps. Reese let out a long sigh. Maybe it's not too late for us to change sides. Jiangde Palace, the rear hall. Ing Zhang looked at the father and son duo of Fu Su and Winnow and suddenly sighed. He looked at Fu Su and asked, Fu Su, today, do you know what your teacher is really a thing? Chapter 17, this person has evil intentions. Fu Su stood there, his face silent, not knowing what to say. He had seen everything clearly at today's court meeting, and he understood what his teacher really was, but he still doesn't get it. Can't think of many things. Silence continued to spread as the atmosphere in the great hall became awkward. Zhao Gao walked in from outside the hall with a respectful look on his face. Your Majesty, Du Kuhai's side said that he has an important matter requesting to see you. Huey? Something important? It was true that Ing Zhang favored this child the most. After all, he would always be subconsciously biased towards the youngest son in the family, especially the kind of child who was not going to be allowed to inherit the family business. Seeing that the atmosphere in front of him was gradually developing towards embarrassment, Ing Zhang wanted to stand up and send Fu Su and his son away. At this moment, Win Wild spoke up. He hung back and looked at Zhao Gao with a curious expression. Isn't this the Middle Chevalier's order? Winnow asked curiously. Since when did the Chinese Chevalier's order become his Hui's messenger? My lord is here. My father is here. Can't you see that the great father is talking to my father? Not waiting for Zhao Gao to react, Win Wild directly rubbed sound stood up. The next moment directly kicked Zhao Gao's body, face still with anger and disdain look. What the hell? He pointed to Fu Su and said, this is the eldest son of the country, and pointing to himself, he said, I am the first grandson of the kingdom. The eldest prince and the first eldest grandson are discussing matters of state with His Majesty. This is the most important matter in Great Qin. And you, being the order of the Great Qin's central caravan, not only do you not have the slightest bit of insight, but you also have the audacity to directly report on something else at this time without permission. Win Wild angrily rebuked. When did this world become your Zhao Gao's? When did this Zhangtai palace become a place where you, a mere eunuch, can come and go as you please and report back as you please? You're just a house dog. Do you really think you're a master? Today, if you dare to claim credit for others when the eldest prince and His Majesty are talking about state affairs, then will you dare to make decisions for His Majesty outside in the future? In the future, does he still dare to pretend to make a king? There was an angry rebuke in Win Wild's voice, and his sudden outburst caused Zhao Gao to be a bit unable to even react. In fact, not only Zhao Gao didn't react, even Ing Zhang as well as Fu Su didn't react. The two of them subconsciously looked at Ing Yi, somewhat stunned. At this moment, Zhao Gao subconsciously said, the slave girl didn't have this intention. She just saw that Prince Hua was pitiful, so she passed the message for Prince Hua. Your Majesty, how could a slave girl dare to do what His Imperial Highness the eldest son said? A stream of tea talk and pretending to be pathetic. This is Zhao Gao's usual way. When he committed a big crime and was caught by Meng Tan and Meng Yi brothers, he escaped through this way and was even pardoned by Emperor Shi Huangdi. And today, he wanted to use such tactics against Winfield again. Unfortunately, he used this tactic on the wrong person. Winnow is not Meng Tian as well as Meng Yi. I only heard Win Wild let out a cold laugh, then looked at Zhao Gao and said, don't dare? Then have you done such a thing? He turned back and looked at Ing Zhang, and before Ing Zhang could react and become angry, he spoke directly and bluntly. Great father, it is not that Ing grandson is overstepping his bounds today, but that. The corners of Win Wild's eyes contained some tears, and his entire body looked as if he was furious and crying out in anger. Rather, this order of the House of Zhao has gone too far. Zhao Gao went too far. Ing Zhang frowned slightly as some thoughts floated out from the depths of his mind, and he looked at Win Wild while emotions mobilized in his heart. Today in the courtroom, he saw a lot of new things from Winfield's perspective or way of thinking. which also made Ing Zheng feel that perhaps if he looked at things from Winfield's point of view, there might be a different situation. This also made Ing Zheng think that maybe from Winfield's point of view, there would be a different situation. He wondered what Wino meant by excessive. Then Ing Zheng said in a deep voice, "Wild child, what do you mean by this? Did Zhao Gao do something treacherous behind my back?" There was a sharpness in his voice, and his gaze instantly swept over Zhao Gao, and it was as if a passionate flame was about to burst out of those eyes, seeming to incinerate everything. Seeing this angry gaze, Zhao Gao instantly panicked. Your Majesty, slave girl." Before he finished speaking, Ing Zheng swept his eyes over to Zhao Gao, who instantly dared not speak, only able to lower his head, praying inwardly, praying that the emperor's eldest grandson, who has suddenly become enlightened today, would not say anything shocking, pulling him down completely. Zhao Gao knows Ing Zheng too well. This is a person who is overbearing to the point of extinction. When he feels that you can be, then even if there are tens of thousands of people in his ears to say that you are bad, you are still good in his eyes. He will not easily change his opinion and treatment of you. But, if it does make a difference to him, then the change is also huge, and can almost be described as skyrocketing. When Wild cleared his throat and looked at Ing Zheng, and his first words caused the remaining 3 people present to feel stunned, especially Zhao Gao. Zhao Gao subconsciously clenched his hands. He never thought that Win Wild would actually be able to see it. I only heard Win Wild speak. Great Father, this person has evil intentions, but he didn't do something behind Great Father's back. Instead, he played some small tricks in front of Great Father and took advantage of his trust. This person's intention is very obvious. That is to provoke the father-son relationship between Great Father and father. Pick on a father and his son? As soon as those 4 words came out, both Fusu and Ing Zheng subconsciously raised their heads and glanced at each other before instantly looking at Zhao Gao. Ing Zheng squinted his eyes as his thoughts turned 100 times in his mind, but it was as if he was recalling past memories. Only after a long time did he frown. Wild child, why do you say that? Winning Wild sighed softly before looking at Ing Zheng and said, Great Father, do you think that if there is a conflict between father and son, what would be the best way to handle it? How do you handle conflicts between fathers and sons? While Ing Zheng was pondering, Winnow spoke. In fact, there is only one situation where there is a conflict between father and son. The son does not know the father and the father does not know the son. It's in situations like this that there is a breakdown. The first is when a father does not want to know his son and does not want to know his son. The second is when a father wants to know his son, but the son does not want the father to know. The third. Winnow looked at Zhao Gao and said word for word. The third is that the father wants to understand the son and the son wants to understand the father. But, there is treachery in it. Chapter 18. When these words came out, Fusu and Ing Zheng looked at each other speechlessly. Win Wild then continued. Great Father, in my grandson's opinion, the conflict between you and your father can roughly be described as the son not knowing his father and the father not knowing his son. If there could be a time and an opportunity for good communication, how could it be possible to come to this point you today? He didn't wait for the 2 men to respond, but looked directly at Fu Su and asked, Father, today I ask you, why do you keep referring to yourself as a subject, instead of treating yourself first as a son and then as a subject of the Great Father? Fuso froze there, his thoughts going back to an unknown time. Ing Zheng also looked at Fu Su, waiting for his answer. This issue is the knot between Ing Zheng and Fu Su, and it is also the biggest one. Does Ing Zheng have a shortage of ministers in his life? No shortage. Does he lack fatherly love? Absence of. What is Fuso? Fu Su was the eldest son of Ing Zheng, and at the time of Fu Su's birth, Ing Zheng had only just come to power. He was still young, and was not yet the first emperor, who later swept the whole world, or even the king of Qin, who dominated the Qin court and swept away Lu Buwei and Lao Ai. He's just Ing Zheng, just a teenage boy who just became a father. He's just a love-starved teenager whose father died young and whose mother doesn't love him. People will be stuck for life with what they could not get in their childhood. And the same is true for Ing Zheng. So after having his first child, he invested a lot of emotion into it. It was only later on, with the busyness of family and state affairs, that Ing Zheng was only able to put aside his small family in favor of his big family. He took a step towards sweeping the world, and in the process gave his children to Confucianism, to a group of. There seems to be no problem with the readers. Ing Zheng is paving the way for his son. Why? The next generation of Qin kings would not need to accept a mess and continue to use the legalist ideology to forcibly bind together the Qin family and the country. The next generation of Qin kings would not need to accept a mess and would not need to continue to use legalist ideas to forcefully bind the country together. Does Ing Zheng love Fu Su? It's love. So he was willing to use his reputation to pave the way for Fu Su. The first emperor was overbearing. The second emperor was benevolent. The laws were harsh under the first emperor. The country was ruled with benevolence under the second emperor. The first emperor was dictatorial. The second emperor was a young man with a reputation for being a wise man who was good at listening to the advice of great sages. This is a control group. Ing Zhang is training Fusu as the next generation's successor. It's just that something went wrong in the middle. Fusu's thought slowly returned, and at this moment, he looked at Ing Zhang, as if he had returned to that time in the beginning. He just bowed his head and said, "Isn't that what father said? The eldest male is too pedantic to be a king." Fusu raised his head with a self-deprecating smile on his face. "I know that I am not the best successor in my father's heart, so I will do what a subject should do." There was confusion in his eyes. But has the son done wrong again? Can't be king. Can't be a king. This is the reason why Fusu has always not regarded himself as the crown prince, as the successor, but rather to stand in the perspective of a subject to do things? Fusu's voice continued. And he raised his head in bewilderment. Isn't it what father said? In the imperial court, a ruler is a subject, and etiquette cannot be abolished? Ing Zhang frowned. At this point, he was already in a state of rage. When did I ever say that a ruler is a subject and that etiquette cannot be abolished? Fusu was equally bewildered. Only Zhao Gao, who was kneeling in the corner, was trembling in fear throughout, his head lowered, and the cold sweat on his back had almost dampened his shirt. 5 years ago, in the book that my father made the Zhaofu order, who was still a standing minister at the time, "Give to me," the line writes was deliberately outlined. Wasn't it to remind me? 5 years ago? The book that was handed over to Fuso? Ing Zhang instantly turned his head and looked at Zhao Gao who was kneeling there. Yeah. Ing Zhang almost squeezed these two words out from between his teeth, his laughter carrying an anger that could almost destroy everything. What a Zhaofu order. Ing Zhang jerked his head back and looked at Fusu. Besides, from whose lips did you hear the words, "unworthy, not a king"? And also this Zhaofu order? Fusu lowered his head. At this time he also realized that something was wrong, and looked at Ing Zhang. These words were what I heard at that time outside the Zhengtai Palace. From my father's mouth. That day father was talking with old General Wang, and the Zhaofu order led me to the Zhengtai Palace, where I heard the words outside the palace. But when I went in, father and old General Wang stopped talking. Murphy, not so? But, I can't have misheard you, can I? Ing Zhang's memory then went back to that day. This is true that he said, but there is a crucial. That is, he was not talking about Fusu, but about Fusu at this time. He was not talking about being too big to be a king. The original phrase was, Fusu is still too young, not yet thunderous, still need to exercise for 2 more years. At this time, he is still too weak to be a king. It seems that I still have to hold out for a few more years. It's a choke line. The furious Ing Zhang directly stood up. He walked to Zhao Gao's side and kicked over in anger. The surrounding palace maids all lowered their heads, not daring to say a word. The pawns outside the great hall heard the sound and rushed in. When they saw the scene they didn't know what had happened and didn't dare to speak. They just spoke. Your Majesty, are you all right? After calming his anger, Ing Zhang said, nothing. All out. Only after the soldiers' men had gone out did Ing Zhang sweep Zhao Gao as if he were looking at a dead man, and then look at Win Wild. I think, Zhao Gao should have done more than that over the years, right? What else? Or, Wild Child, what else do you know? Ing Yi smiled in the face of Ing Zhang's sharp gaze. At this moment, Ing Zhang had already turned into a tiger protecting its calf, so of course he could continue to talk. Great father, it's really just some very minor misunderstandings and thoughtfulness. He pointed to Zhao Gao and said, just now, this person came to report the matter of Uncle Hu Hai. Did the great father feel that he was relieving you? After all, by that time, father had fallen silent. In order not to continue to quarrel with your father, the thoughtful Zhao Gao came out at this time to give a step. Did you not want to go down with the trend? Chapter 19, A Little Trial. Ing Zhang froze for a moment, but in an instant, he realized what he meant by meaning. Thoughtful. Bravo. So thoughtful indeed. Ing Zhang closed his eyes, and countless shadows appeared in his mind, all of which were the figures of Zhao Gao that appeared when he and Fusu were about to have an argument. It was always so considerate, always so smooth, as if Zhao Gao was counting on him at the right time. Calculations. The feeling of anger has disappeared from Ing Zhang's body, and his aura has calmed down, as if he is not angry anymore. However, those who are familiar with Ing Zhang know how furious he is at this moment. Zhao Gao has been completely afraid to imagine what will happen to him. He understood that at this moment, Ing Zhang would never let himself go, no matter what he said, because the words father and son, or affection, are Ing Zhang's scales. Ing Zhang, who had been abandoned by his own mother back then, would not forgive anyone who strayed from the bond between him and his heir. Zhao Gao raised his head and looked at the calmly seated Ing Zhang. His eyes flashed with a touch of regret, but more than anything else, he was helpless. He had already played the world's most supreme father and son in the palm of his hand, and his plan was being carried out step by step. He was able to see that if nothing happened in the courtroom today, the relationship between Fusu and Ying Zhang would be completely broken, and Ying Zhang, who couldn't stand it any longer, would surely banish Fusu to the northern border. That made it all the more appropriate for him to take the next step in his plan. But, winnowing wild appeared. A winnowing changed everything. Even if the gap between Ying Zhang and Fusu has not been completely cleared, as long as this emperor's eldest grandson is here, no one will be able to shake Fusu's position. Eldest Prince Fusu's position is completely secure today, even if it's just for the emperor's eldest grandson. Wasn't that the case with King Zhaxiang back then? For the sake of the next generation and the next generation of Qin kings, he passed the throne to the then crown prince. The crown prince then reigned for only a few days before he died, and then King Zhuangxiang ascended the throne, and Ying Zhang became the crown prince, a well-deserved crown prince. Even if the then Duke Qingjiao had struggled, it would have been of no use. This was something that had been set in stone back then when King Zhaxiang was alive, and no one could overthrow it. And today's Fusu was just like Crown Prince Wenju back then, perhaps not to His Majesty's liking, but his son had the favor of the first emperor. At this time Zhao Gao seems a little willing to lose Frank. He is no longer kneeling there. After all, he also knows that his fate will not be good. The crime he committed was tantamount to treason, and the raising of 3 clans was unavoidable. If that's the case, why be so obsequious? Zhao Gao raised his head fiercely and looked at Ying Zhang and laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. You fatherless, motherless bastard. If it wasn't for you back then, how would I have ended up in such a state? His eyes held a look of anger and resentment, and his entire body looked like a vengeful man who had climbed out of the abyss. Ying Zhang's expression, however, didn't change much and he just smiled. He towered over Zhao Gao and looked at him disdainfully. In the past, you were nothing more than a slave girl in the Yeiyu court who was beaten and killed at will, and your father was nothing more than a sinner of the Zhao clan in the past. You resent me? Then go ahead and resent it. With that, Ying Zhang just waved his hand, and the Iron Eagle guards beside him directly stepped forward to pull the person down. Only 3 people remained in the hall, Fusu, Ying Yi, and Ying Zhang. After a long period of silence, Ying Zhang was refreshed. He had heard too much news and dealt with too many things today, and even as energetic as he was a bit tired, and he felt that at this time Fusu needed time to get a good rest. You two go down. Ying Zhang's eyes looked at Fusu and said, when you go back, think carefully about today's events and think what you really are. With that, he suddenly let out a laugh, breaking the kind of serious atmosphere he just had. If you can't figure it out, ask your son, who is much smarter than you. Ying Zhang inclined his head to look at Ying Yi and said, Year, you've grown up, so I'll allow you to move out of your father's palace and live in a separate palace, okay? Fusu wanted to refuse for Winnow. After all, he felt that it wasn't a good yes. At this point, this rebellious son is already lawless by living with him. How can it be better if he moves out? But facing this similarity between Ying Zhang and Ying Yi, Fusu could not say a word. However, Winnow said very confidently, that's naturally good, but I don't know which palace the Great Father will allow me to have. Ying Zhang looked at Ying Yi with a smile on his face. His voice was a bit low, with a bit of temptation, but with a bit of sincerity. What if I give you the East Palace? Do you dare to enter it? Eastern Palace. After he unified the world and proclaimed himself emperor, he lived in the Zhengtai Palace and his ministers attended court in the front hall of the palace. The East Palace is not just an ordinary palace. It's a symbol of the Crown Prince or the Crown Prince. When Ying Zhang said that he would give the Eastern Palace to Winning Wild, he was almost saying that he would promise the position of the second emperor to Winning Wild, and the position of the Crown Prince to Winning Wild, as long as he is in charge of the East Palace. Even if Ying Zhang's decree is not issued, many of his sons and grandsons will regard him as a thorn in their side, because he hogged the successor position. Who wouldn't want to sit in the position of the Crown Prince? The position of the emperor? Win Wild laughed, then raised his head with an incomparably confident look in his eyes. As long as Great Father dares to give it, what wouldn't my grandson dare to do? Ying Zhang looked into Winfield's eyes and asked, even if there is a possibility of being envied by your uncles and uncles? Win Wild, however, said, it is a mediocre talent that is not envied by others. My grandson is not a mediocre talent. Ying Zhang narrowed his eyes. Even if he will stand on top of a cold mountain later, forever alone? Win Wild's expression remained unchanged. What's the point of being able to have supreme power and waking up to the power of the world? Even if you're lonely forever? It's the cows and sheep that flock together. Tigers and wolves will always walk alone. The two men's eyes locked for a long time. Ha 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 ha. Ying Zhang suddenly let out a loud laugh, and then looked at the standing counselor at the side and said, go, Pass on my decree to pack up the East Palace for my grandson. After today, my eldest grandson, Winnow, will enter the Eastern Palace. He looked at Win Wild. I've given you this position. Whether you can sit firmly or not depends on yourself. If you can't sit still, don't come crying. Chapter 20, he became this emperor. Winnow hemmed and hawed. And instead of being nervous or scared or anything like that, he became very excited. He rubbed his hands together and said, Great Father, since you have given me the Eastern Palace, why don't you give me another grace? Want another grace? Ing Zhang looked at Ing Yi with a raised eyebrow, and knew in his heart that Ing Yi would not ask for anything too much even if it was only today that he had seen the other side of this grandson. He could tell what kind of person this grandson was. Seemingly rampant, arrogant and daring to do anything, but in reality, he is bold and takes one step at a time. What grace do you want? I can promise you all that. That's an overbearing statement, but it's true. After all, Ing Zhang is the first emperor. After all, Ing Zhang is the first emperor, Lord of the Heavens. Winnow stood up straight with a slightly serious look in his eyes. He wanted this thing is very important. Very important. To some extent, it even determines the future national fortune of Great Qin, or his own destiny. Great Father, Sunner wants a manor outside of the city. All the people in that manor must follow Sunner's orders. And Sunner also wants 100 Iron Eagle guards, which must be of the most elite kind. Winano said what he wanted word for word. In addition, it will be necessary for the Great Father to give his grandson a sum of money, a group of artisans, and in addition, when it came to the last such thing, Winfield was slightly hesitant. After all, this thing, or rather this person might offend Ing Zhang, but Shun instantly couldn't care less. Those people were a must if he wanted to research those things. He looked into Ing Zhang's eyes and said, Great Father, my grandson wants that batch of founder who was about to be killed, and he also needs the founder Su Fu in Great Father's palace. Fonzie? What does Winfield want with these people? However, when he saw the firmness in Winfield's eyes, Ing Zhang didn't care so much and instead waved his hand. Okay, I'll give you these things, and I'd like to see what you can make out of them. Winnow was overjoyed. Grandson thanks Great Father. Inside the palace of Zhengtai, only after Fu Su as well as Ing Yi had left did Ing Zhang shake his head and smile, looking toward a certain direction in the back hall. Old General, what do you think of this grandson of mine? There was a sound of footsteps in the shadows, followed by a trembling old man. Although this old man looked very old, his face was stalwart, rather like a strong man in his 40s or 50s, rather than like an old man on the verge of death. This man is none other than Wang Jian. Just now, although Ing Zhang dismissed the ministers, he left Wang Jian behind and let him hide in the back of the hall to watch a good show. Wang Jian hemmed and hawed. Your Majesty, His Royal Highness the eldest grandson is quite like you were back then, he said with some nostalgia and emotion. In the past, you were like this, domineering, intelligent, and after having your own direction, you kept moving forward in that direction. For Great Qin to be able to produce you as well as His Royal Highness the Emperor's eldest grandson one after another is truly a joyous event for my Great Qin. Ing Zhang laughed and cursed, pointing at Wang Jian and saying, You old bastard, you know how to say such nice things to coax me. He sighed, I just don't know. Why did Wild Child suddenly ask me for those founders? Could it be that he also wants to pursue the path to immortality? Wang Jian shook his head. Your Majesty, it's not that I'm saying bad luck. It's still too early for His Highness to seek immortality. He's not even at the age of a weak crown yet. Did you ever think of seeking immortality when you were still weak? Eternal life is the obsession of all people, but for those of them who have mastered the power of the human world, wanting to search for longevity for a long time is only possible when they have come to the end of their rope and are about to leave this world. Their search for immortality is not for the sake of immortality, it is for the sake of continuing to enjoy the power of the world. Winnow has yet to be crowned, and is simply not at an age where he wants to live a few more years. Ing Zhang pressed his forehead. Also, he inclined his head, looked somewhere and said, Duan Ruo, have someone keep a good eye on the Imperial eldest son? I would like to know what he wants to do. After a few moments of silence, he added, in addition, protect the safety of the Emperor's eldest grandson, and never allow him to be exposed to any fatal dangers if he is in fatal danger. It is to save him at the last moment. A young voice came from the shadows. No, it was none other than Tanra, the leader of the Black Ice Terrace in this generation. After finishing his speech, Ing Zhang looked at Wang Jian. What happened at the court meeting today? I always feel that something is not right. After coming back and discovering Zhao Gao's problems, I have been thinking back and forth, and I always feel that there is a big net that is slowly enveloping Xianying City. I'm afraid the old general will have to work a little harder these days. Dang it. Eventful. Wang Jian said with the same emotion. Yes, it's really an eventful year. Great Qin just unified. Last year when the first emperor's honorary title only on. This year this war machine but also cannot stop. but need to continue to conquer the northern frontier Xiongnu as well as the Baiyu. It's something no one wants to see, but if it's not, the machine that is Great Qin, I'm afraid it's about to fall apart. Outside the palace of Zhongtai, Fusu and Winnow walked on the road in silence. Neither father nor son spoke or looked at each other. Winnow, on the other hand, silently pondered what the future held. Fawn just came to this world, directly faced with this kind of a huge crisis. Although the crisis was resolved smoothly, and also dealt with one of the biggest future enemies of Qin, Zhao Gao, but Wen Wildhow cannot rest in peace. It's really because today's Great Qin is too chaotic. Confucianism, the 100 schools of thought, Li Si, the secret lurking aristocrats of the 6 countries, the rest of the people who are watching, and the great hidden dangers within Great Qin. These are all problems, life over again, and came to the Great Qin. Having come to this rippling age, was he going to watch this vast empire topple over again? Wen Wild stopped his steps and stood there. He slightly turned his head back to look at the lofty and ancient Xianyang palace in the distance, and the corner of his mouth slowly blossomed into a soft, brilliant smile. Never, since he had come to Great Qin and become the eldest grandson of the emperor, he would let this huge empire continue to stand on top of this magnanimous land. Having taken this step, he Wen Wild then step by step to the highest place, sit on that 9 to 5 position, will hand gently, and then the world's greatest power in the hands, the emperor? This position emperor, he Wen Wild when. No one can stop it. No one can stop it. Chapter 21, A Guest at the Door. Donggung or East Palace, place name. Fu Su stood in front of the Eastern Palace gate, looking at this splendid hall. His inner thoughts were very complicated. Once upon a time he thought that he would be able to enter the Eastern Palace, but his father's words made him shatter his dream. Then he thought that he would assist his brothers to enter the Eastern Palace, and then this dream was shattered as well. Today, his son, on the contrary, had entered the Eastern Palace before him. That's a bizarre thing to say. How in heaven's name can there be a thing where the father is not yet the crown prince, but the son becomes the crown prince first? But Fu Su didn't really care about that. He is the most benevolent and upright. To put it nicely, he is called a gentleman style. To put it badly, he is a bit of a saintly mother. Wild child, since you have already joined the Eastern Palace, then you should be a good crown prince of the country. And remember not to do anything bad to disappoint father. Fu Su walked into this palace and sat in front of Winfield. Wen Wild sighed and looked at Fu Su and said, "Father, do you think I've already joined the Eastern Palace?" Fu Su was a bit confused. "Isn't it? Father has already decreed and spread the word in all directions for you to join the Eastern Palace." "Ah," Winnow snorted. "And the sentence after that, whether or not this Eastern Palace sits securely will depend on you. Great Father only decreed that I should live in, but he did not crown me prince, and that is a big difference." He looked at his political idiot father in front of him, and a helpless look appeared on his face. At the time of crossing over, the original memories of Winnow in his mind were also in his mind. And in fact Fu Su did look like his old man in his last life, probably a youthful version of his old man. Therefore, Wen Wild's bad feeling towards Fu Su was not that big, and he could still call out this father, of course. This was only after Fu Su showed his own goodwill. Goodwill. If Great Father crowns me as the crown prince, then it is the most normal thing for me to enter the Eastern Palace. And no one can question it. Those uncles and uncles of mine wouldn't dare to speak up even if they have opinions in their hearts. But now the Great Father has only let me live in, but has not crowned me prince. And this is one more thing that the Great Father will tell the other uncles and uncles. Says. Wen Wild's gaze is far away. Seems to penetrate this calm air to look at those countless dukes hidden in the Xianyang Palace. This is the Great Father to tell those uncles and uncles again. The position of the crown prince is not yet settled. If they have the ability to be able to pull me down, then this position of the crown prince, this position in the Eastern Palace, they can still continue to fight for it. Who in heaven and earth would not want this position? It's a 9 to 5, co-lord of the world. Although Fu Su did not think of this point, but his political sense but instantly let him react. He is not stupid, at most is in the simple environment for too long, so the political IQ is a little low. So you're this, how should it be? Is there anything I need to do for my father? If there is, just say so. Wen Wild's expression became even more complicated and well odd as he looked at Fu Su and said, "Father, could it be that you don't hear the other layer of meaning within my words? Another layer? What does it mean?" Looking at Fu Su's blank expression, Wen Wild became even more helpless. "Father, what I said just now was to tell you that this position of crown prince is one for which you can also contend, and that you are more qualified than the rest of your uncles and uncles. First, you are the eldest male, and second, you are my father. Great Father's feelings for you are far deeper than they are for me. After all, you are his first son. Now that the misunderstanding between you and the Great Father has also been explained, as long as you want to fight for it, under the banner of right, you can do so, And you don't even have to say anything, the Great Father will agree to make you the crown prince. After all, Zheng the father back then did the same thing. And even though he had his eye on the father as well as the then King Zhuangxiang, he still passed on the position of King of Qin to the then Crown Prince Wenju. It's supposed to be a form of etiquette to have an order between the eldest and the youngest. Winnow looked at Fu Su, perhaps testing, perhaps sincerely asking a question. Could it be that you don't want to be this crown prince? Enter this eastern palace, and become the second emperor? Could it be that? Will you really willingly continue to be the eldest prince and watch your own son cross over to become the second emperor? Winfield's words were full of temptation and seduction. Can anyone in this world avoid the temptation of power? Maybe there is, but the previous Winnow didn't believe in it. He was like a political beast. Even though he arrived at Dechin as soon as he opened his eyes, even though he faced a crisis as soon as he opened his eyes, and even though the crisis has been suspended now, he did not take a breath, and started to test Fu Su with a keen sense of smell. Fu Su suddenly smiled as he looked at Win Wild's expression. He reached out his hand and slowly placed it on Winnow's head, his voice calm with a hint of benevolence. Wild child, I'm your father. There was firmness in Fu Su's voice. You and I, father and son. It doesn't matter who becomes the emperor or who sits in that position. Since father has chosen you, I will stand firmly by your side and help you. You said earlier that it was a great sorrow for me and my father that the father did not know the son and the son did not know the father. But now I have come to realize it. He looked into Win Wild's eyes and said word for word, don't worry, you and I, father and son, won't come to such a pass. Father will do all he can to help you. Winnow raised his head and looked at the color of Fu Su's eyes, and for a moment his heart was filled with emotion. Father. His voice was a little hoarse, but he didn't know what to say anymore. Even a political beast would be dumbfounded when confronted with such a situation. A sound of footsteps resounded outside the hall, and a permanent attendant assigned to the East Palace walked over. With a respectful look on his face, his head lowered, and he spoke respectfully, as if he had not seen or heard anything. Greetings to his eldest duke and his Imperial Highness, Emperor Changsun. Ting Weili has handed in an obeisance to seek an audience. Captain Li? Winnow pulled out of his party's emotions and raised an eyebrow slightly, a curious look on his face. What's Reese doing here at this hour? Just a moment's flow. He figured out the reason why Li Si came, and immediately let out a long laugh. Just worrying that there is no opportunity to find someone. Now, this first handful of incomparable and sharp longsword, not to find over by themselves? A handy and sharp longsword? Fu Su seemed to understand something, but did not say anything, just sat aside, then should. My father? Winfield waved his hand. No need. Li Si is a smart man. Saying that, he looked at the standing attendant. Please ask Tingyi Li to come in. An hour ago. Courtier's palace. After listening to Li Yu's narration, Li Si's expression was filled with gravity and tension. He said with a slight hesitation, that His Royal Highness, the Emperor's eldest grandson. Did he really say so? Have you omitted anything? Chapter 22. Under the oil lamp, Li Yu told Li Si in detail what had happened today. And then with curiosity on his face, he asked, Father, what's going on here? Li Si let out a long sigh. You and I, father and son. I'm afraid we've long been targeted by this Imperial eldest son Highness. He never believed in coincidences. The oil lamp burned dryly, illuminating the not-too-dark room. Reese paced back and forth in the room, a look of helplessness flickering brightly and darkly across his face. He began to think. When humans think, the gods laugh. This is true. Li Si was in a state of brainstorming, but the content of his thinking is ridiculous. Think about it, just that coincidentally, His Royal Highness the eldest son chose you? Think again. Who is His Royal Highness the eldest son, or His Royal Highness the eldest prince's greatest political enemy? Reese pointed to his nose and said, Isn't that your father me? He let out a long sigh. This time, I'm afraid that Duke Chang, as well as His Royal Highness, Huang Changsun, are coming for you and me, father and son. Li Yu had a strange look on his face. He always felt that his father was overthinking things. Dad, are you overthinking this? His Royal Highness, the eldest grandson, was just pointing his finger casually at that time, so how could he have thought so much? Reese shook his head. You don't understand. Huang Changsun today in the hall above the defense of Chun Yu. Eloquent. What kind of character? To put it pleasantly, even deeper than His Majesty's City of the Year. He will point to a random person, and so happens to be pointing to you? At that, he jerked his head up. No, I'm going to visit His Highness, said he. Hurried out of the house, ordered the boy servant to start preparing the carriage to the palace. He's going to visit Winfield overnight. In the empty room, a candle flame was slowly lit and a wisp of smoke flew up into the air. Lee sighed as he looked at Reese with a strange look on his face. Good lord, what the hell was my dad thinking? Donggong or East Palace, place name. What the hell was Reese thinking? This was something that Winfield didn't know, and Fu Su didn't guess it either. Li Si instead sat there a little agitated. He came here with the intention of playing 2 rounds of Tai Chi with Winfield, but did not expect Winfield to be more tolerant than him, and did not eat him at all. It's going to kill him. Halftime. Li Si finally could not endure this kind of roundabout. He lifted his head, looked at Win Wild, rubbed his hands and said, Your Highness, Li Mao has offended in the past. Please Your Highness do not blame Ah. This is about the times when he was secretly hostile to Fusu. Fusu is not on the heart. Face is still with a calm smile. After all, for him, perhaps also thank Li Si in the past with his political views as an enemy. Otherwise, he may have to make a big trouble. Furthermore, there was no way, nor was he in a position, to blame Li Si, no matter what angle he looked at it from. There's no need to be so courteous, Captain Li Ting. He smiled. You did what you had to do. I did what I had to do. It was all just doing my job. Li Si, however, looked at Winfield, wanting to hear this person's answer. After all, for the time being, Fu Su hadn't turned over a new leaf even if he had already heard when he entered the palace that Zhao Gao had been killed for stirring up feelings between His Majesty and the eldest prince. As long as Ying Zhang did not take a stand, then Fu Su's position had not returned. It's still Winfield that Reese really cares about. After all, regardless of whether or not there was an explicit decree sent down, Win Wild had already entered the Eastern Palace. Even if in the future, Winnow was pulled down from his position in the Eastern Palace, even if Winnow couldn't sit in this position, that would be a matter for later. Now bow your head. No shame. Winnow fatally sip a mouthful of honey water. The heart for Li Si's intentions and small plans at this time already know well. Li Si is just throwing stones. Want to see the road ahead cannot go just. He looked at Li Si and raised an eyebrow. Captain Li Ting came quickly, which is something I didn't expect. I just don't know. What is Ting Yi Li here for this time? Winnow didn't pick up on the topic that Li Si and Fu Su had discussed earlier, as if he didn't see Li Si's nervousness, but instead, he changed his mind and asked about Li Si's intention. Li Si looked at the pair of eyebrows that were very similar to the first emperor's, and the tension in his heart increased, but I don't know if he was overly nervous or what, but at this moment, he was slowly calming down. Coming to the East Palace was impulsive, but, he thought about many things along the way, and he thought about many more when he arrived at this Eastern Palace. Now that Wen Yi has taken up residence in the Eastern Palace, does it mean that Emperor Shi Huangdi intends to let Wen Yi succeed the throne directly over Fu Su? Although his relationship with Fu Su was not good, it was not too bad either. After all, the fight between the two of them was a typical Confucian and legalist fight, which was no longer considered a personal fight. After all, the fight between the two of them was a typical Confucian and legalist fight, which was no longer considered personal. And now, not long after the party left the court, he came to the East Palace, and since there was no appearance of receiving guests here, it meant that he was the first to come and burn this hot stove. Reese's eyebrows turned up in his mind. It's just that I saw your highness's valor at the morning court today, and I have something to ask for your majesty's attention this evening, so I've come to see your highness. In addition, it is to congratulate your highness for joining the Eastern Palace. He put down his cup and looked at Winfield, asking the really important question. Dare I ask your highness? I wonder if General Meng has come yet. General Meng? Fu Su was a bit stunned. How did he ask out Meng Yi? Winfield guessed it instead. What is General Meng doing here in my place for nothing? He looked at Li Si with a smile on his face. My place has always been a place where I don't come to the door without a cause, and as a favorite subject of the Great Father, Ting Yi Li has come to my place less often as well. It sounded like a rush, but Reese unexpectedly brought a trifle of joy to his brow. That's quite in keeping with His Highness's pragmatist mindset. Your Highness is indeed a man who has started a sect. And what he does is in line with the ideas of the practical family. Li Si got up and said with a smile, in that case, then I won't bother your highness anymore. I do have another important matter to attend to in the palace tonight. Only after Li Si left did Fu Su look at Winfield with even more confusion. He was getting to the point where he couldn't see what the hell was going on with these. Wild child, what's going on? Doesn't this Li Si look like he's come to join you? Why did you send him away in a few words? The last words even poked him in the face. Li Si is not a generous person. Shouldn't he be angry and shake his sleeve and leave? Why do I see him still looking fastidious? Like he's picked up some great bargain? Listening to Fu Su's question, Win Wild glanced at his old man speechlessly. This old man is really not suitable to play these politics. Such a simple test cannot understand. But this kind of heartless person is good. In the future will not compete with him for the throne. He broke things up and told Fu Su, Father, what do you think Li Si meant when he suddenly asked if General Meng had come? Simply just concerned about General Meng Tian? Fu Su frowned. That shouldn't be the case. If he has come to join you, then he should be trying to see if he is the first one, to see if Montaigne has come, and if he has not, he is the first one, and then he has seized the first opportunity. Fu Su looked at Winfield. I know this, which is why I was curious about what you said later. Shouldn't this be a good time to pull in Li Si? Or do you not see this Ting Yi Li? Chapter 23, Your lives are in my hands. Winning the field is a bit helpless. Li Si just asked General Meng has not come. My answer is no need to come to me if there is nothing to do. I do not mean to say that I do not look down on him, but to say that all the things in the past do not have to care about. I am not you either. He looked at Fu Su and said, Li Si's biggest worry is actually not his own lack of ability, or whoever doesn't reuse him. Li Si's ability can be seen in heaven and earth, the sun and the moon. His ability is one of the most powerful few in the whole of Great Qin, and not reusing him is definitely not a loss for him, but rather, it's a loss for Great Qin, and a loss for the one who doesn't, the loss of the one who reused him. It's not as if Li Si came here because he wanted to defect to me directly. He just wants to test to see if I am someone like you, father, who values the way rather than ability. If so, then he can make plans. If not, then he can take his time. Winnow stood up and sighed softly as he looked at the distant sky. When Fu Su heard this, it gradually dawned on him, and he looked at Ying Yi and said, so what you meant when you said that you don't need to come to me for nothing is to emphasize the idea of the pragmatist that you talked about in the Great Hall today, as a way of telling Reese that you won't say that you'll give him a hard time because of past problems as long as he's useful? Winwild nodded approvingly, but then looked at Fu Su somewhat helplessly and said, I really don't know if you're my father or I'm your father. I have to teach you all these things. He let out a long sigh. Great father really did overindulge you. Otherwise how could he have taught you to be like this? It's really frustrating. As soon as these words fell to the ground, a sound of footsteps sounded not far away, followed by Ying Zheng's voice. Why do I hear people saying bad things about me? Ying Zheng's silhouette appeared in front of the main hall with a slightly playful smile on his face. What? Teaching your father has made it difficult for you? Seeing this, Winnow and Fu Su hurriedly bowed and saluted, and then Winwild before helplessly said, which can grandson just some helpless father is too simple just. Even these things do not understand. Still need to grandson for him to slowly dismantle the speech, and it kind of makes sense how hard it is for the great father on a regular basis. Ying Zheng walked to the center of the hall and then sat down, looking at Ying Yi and sighed, trying his best not to look at Fu Su. I have prepared all the people you want for you. He looked at Winfield curiously. I have yet to know why you want these people? A flash of murderous anger flashed across Ying Zheng's brow. Those Fengshi, how dare they deceive me? If you hadn't wanted them, I would have killed them all long ago. I would have killed them all if you didn't want them. He had an amazingly fierce aura on him, but it didn't scare Winwild. After all, in Winwild's place, if someone had deceived him, then he would definitely kill those people as well. Winnow inclined his head. Great father, you'll find out later. Why don't we get those Fonzies over here first? With that, he looked at the Changer beside him again, and then whispered a few words in his ear, after which he folded his hands in his sleeves and waited for those Fengshi to arrive. Those squares do have a great use, but not the same uses that these people used to have, but more important ones. Whoa dash. A group of people walked in with hasty steps. Their faces were filled with fear and respect, and there were a few points of fluke of escaping from death hidden in their brows. After all, they had already been dragged to the death row. If not for His Royal Highness, they were afraid that they would have already landed on their heads. A large swath of people stood there in a crow's nest, all afraid to raise their heads. Winwild, on the other hand, looked at the crowd, the calmness in his brow all but dissipating as he slowly opened his mouth, but the words that came out caused the hearts of the crowd to be shocked. Your lives are only temporarily left behind, rather than being completely preserved. I asked the Great Father for an edict to keep you alive, so naturally there is something I need you for. He raised his eyes. Among you, there are con artists who traveled around the world practicing deception, and there are also Fengshi who have been studying the founder's method since they were young, and none of this matters to me. You only need to remember one thing. Winwild's voice suddenly turned cold. Your lives are in Lone's hands. If you want to live, listen obediently to Lone. In an instant, all of the Fengshi in this great hall all fell to their knees and shouted for help in a hurry. The chamberlain who had gone out after being commanded a few words by Winnow earlier came into the great hall, and then whispered, Your Majesty, Emperor Changsun, the things you commanded have already been prepared by the slave girl. It's in the middle of the side hall today. Only then did Winwild nod his head and looked at the group of Fengshi and said, Now, first let Lone see how many of you are actually usable and how many are worth cultivating. He had a condescending look on his brow. Standing Counselor Yen, if there is anyone who falls below the standards that I have spoken to you about, then just pull them out and kill them. There is no room for a fool like that here in Lone. Yan Fu glanced at Ing Zhang, and after receiving a look from him, he also hastily nodded his head and said, "Promise." After saying that, he turned his head and looked at the people in that big hall. "Why don't you get up quickly and follow me? Whether you can live or not depends on your next performance." Just as everyone was looking at each other in disbelief, and then following Yan Fu, Winnow spoke again. "Right. Su Fu stays behind. Lone has something to say to you alone." "Su Fu stays? Who is Su Fu? And how did this man manage to get His Highness to name him alone?" A young man in the crowd had a bewildered look on his face. Why had His Highness left him behind? Is there something special going on? So he dutifully bowed his head and stood there waiting. Only after all those Fengshi had left did Wen Wild look at Su Fu and let out a smile. "Su Fu, I know what you are trying to do by coming to Xianyang City, and I know your entire plan." His tone was soft, and not a trace of murderous aura could be seen, but from this soft tone, Su Fu was partial to hearing the bone-piercing fury. He stood up straight almost instantly, cold sweat constantly flowing behind him. "Your Highness, what does your Highness mean by this? Sinner, how can the sinner not hear?" Winnow sneered. "Don't understand? 3,000 boys and girls, large ships, gold and silver, Panglai Island, Fusan Island. Su Fu, do you need loan to make it any clearer?" Just this one sentence instantly scared Su Fu into a cold sweat. He directly fell to his knees, his voice trembling, his face with fear and dread. If he had been skeptical before, now he was certain. Even he himself didn't know what the name of that Sunrise Island was, just that there was such an island. And the man before him spoke such words, such more precise words than he had ever imagined. "Your Highness, spare your life. Su Fu knows his mistake. Su Fu knows his mistake. I also ask your Highness to spare Su Fu this time for the sake of Su Fu still being a cause of great trouble." Fusu's already bewildered face became even more bewildered. Instead, it was Ing Zhang who understood what was going on. He frowned and swept a glance at Su Fu, and just this glance was almost enough to scare Su Fu into fainting. Winnow looked at Su Fu. "Spare you? Why should I spare you?" Chapter 24 Wen Wild's Plan. Under the panic, Su Fu's whole body was shaking, but also because he was in such a desperate situation. He actually thought of a way to save himself. Su Fu raised his head sharply, his mind instantly bright as hell. He looked at Winfield and said, "Your Highness summoned us here and told those people to prove their usefulness and told them that only the useful would survive. Then the little people must be useful to your Highness as well. Otherwise, according to the sins that I have committed, and have yet to commit, if they were useless to your Highness would have already killed I." Instead of saying this here with I, Su Fu gritted his teeth. "What does your Highness need Little Min to do? Little Min is willing to go through fire and water without hesitation. Even if I have to lay down my life, the little people will definitely do what your Highness commands." Wen Wild looked at Su Fu, who was kneeling and crouching there, with a slightly playful smile on his face. "Su Fu, you have truly lived up to Lone's expectations of you. Since you've guessed it all, then Lone will speak plainly." He walked to Su Fu's front and squatted down, a seeming smile in his eyes. "I don't need you to work for me all the time either. Do 3 things for me. If these 3 things are accomplished, Lone can let you live. Otherwise," Winnow's voice fell into Su Fu's ears, causing him to tremble. "Otherwise, even if you run to the ends of the earth, Lone will have a way to find you and then personally give you a taste of something worse than death in this world." Although Winnow's words were frightening, not only was Su Fu not intimidated, he was instead relieved in his heart. According to Wen Wild's status nowadays, there was absolutely no need to lie to him, so as long as he did those 3 things, he would definitely be able to survive. At this moment, he wanted to live more than ever. Even if he knew that those 3 things were also feared to be a matter of 9 deaths, he was still willing to do it with all his might. "And please, your Highness." Winnow stood up and looked down at Su Fu. "Very well. Lone will tell you, piece by piece, what you need to do. It's early in the day, so I'll tell you the first thing." He looked at Su Fu and said, "There is a place in Baiwe that is a treasure in the world, in which there are good seeds, and 3 kinds of them can be found in the treasure in a year. Lone needs you to find this place, and document it. After Great Qin has defeated Baiwei, you will take Great Qin soldiers to that place and harvest the rice therein, and then you can be considered to have done your first good deed. Find a treasure trove in the 100 years of Vietnam?" Almost instantly, Su Fu thought of the real difficulty in this problem. That is, how he could sneak into the hinterland of Baiwei and still find the treasure land openly and honestly, even if the people of the Baiwei jungle, who never cared for the thing called rice, did not plow it. But Su Fu raised his head, and after glancing at Winnow's expression, he instantly agreed to this matter. The little people lead the way, but the little people have one more request. He gritted his teeth and fought for his own welfare. "I ask your Highness to give me some help. If I only rely on me alone, there is absolutely no way to sneak into Baiwa." Winnow nodded slightly. "Of course." He turned back and looked at Ing Zhang. who was already blindfolded, and bowed slightly. Great father, Great Qin happens to have a plan to attack Baiwei. I wonder if we can cooperate with Su Fu to sneak into Baiwei. Ying Zhang stood up at once and walked over to Winfield. Is it true what you said about the 3 seasons rice? Is there really a place in Baiwei where you can have 3 kinds a year? Winwild nodded slightly. This is naturally true. My grandson read it from a certain book. In that book, it was recorded that there are places in 100 Vietnam where 3 kinds of rice can be grown in a year. But those local barbarians do not do anything productive, do not work and do not cultivate. So those rice grains are wasted. Year after year, the rice grains are piled up in the valleys, and then moldy. The person who wrote that tome was very sorry, but he did not have any spare capacity. So he wrote this matter in the tome, hoping that later people could fulfill this wish of his and occupy the land of Baiwei, making it the granary of Great Qin. Granary. Yes, the granary. Ying Zhang laughed out loud. He looked at Su Fu and said, Su Fu, as long as you accomplish what Year has explained, I will not hold you accountable, and I can even promise you fame and fortune. His tactics were even more brilliant than Winfield's. Winning wild is coercion, while Ying Zhang is coercion. He knows one thing very well. The only thing that can make people go crazy in this world is the word benefit. Everything turns to dust in the face of profit. As expected, Su Fu, who was still a bit reluctant, instantly became energized. He knew Ying Zhang, who was more than a man of his word. If he said he would give him fame and fortune, then he would give him fame and fortune that many people in the world could not even touch. This time, it's not just for its own little life. It's for merit and fame. What did he want to swindle the first emperor for? Wasn't it gold, silver and power? Deceiving the first emperor is a capital offense, and likewise a life of 9 deaths. And this penetration into Baiwei, and the 2 unknown things, is likewise a life of 9 deaths. Since it's all a gamble, why not bet on the bigger one? The little people lead the way. Ying Zhang smiled slightly. I will now reward you as the messenger of mountains and rivers with a salary of 500 stones. When you have accomplished the second thing that Wild Child said, I will add you as the order of the mountains and rivers and grant you a salary of 1,000 stones. Wait until you finish the third thing Wild said? Ying Zhang looked faintly smiling as he looked at Su Fu and spoke very seductive words. I will appoint you as the minister of mountains and rivers and add you to the list of the 9 ministers, with a salary of 2,000 stones. Huge benefits and a big pie fell on Su Fu's head, and at this moment his whole body was completely submissive. Subject. Lead the way. Standing on the sidelines, Winfield watched as Ying Zhang simply and easily subdued Su Fu, turning this originally forced person into a voluntary person, who was very enthusiastic and even wanted to go now. He couldn't help but sigh. It was true that brother politics was still brother politics, and his own methods were still too juvenile. At this time, the Yanfu who led many Fengshi to the side hall for testing also returned. He lowered his head and said softly, Your Highness, those Fengshi all completed the test you set. All of them crossed the passing line, and there was no one below the passing line. All of them have crossed the passing line, and there has not been anyone who has fallen below the passing line. Winnow raised an eyebrow with some excitement and joy on his face. Oh, ha 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 ha. I knew that this batch of people must have some skills. That's why they dared to come to the palace to woo the people. Standing Minister Yen. Bring them in. Chapter 25, Your Taoism is wrong. Within a short time, the group was led back, and until they stood in the great hall, the men were still shivering and confused, not knowing what lay ahead of them. There were a few people with even more bewilderment on their faces. They were the ones who had scored high on the test, and they understood one thing more clearly than the mediocre ones. The path to immortality they'd been pursuing may be wrong. Yes, among the Fengshi who were about to be killed, there were not only those who were bent on cheating, but also some who really thought that the path of the Fengshi they had taken was right, and they really thought that the immortal methods they had created were immortal techniques. That's why there hasn't been an ounce of repentance from them until now. They don't think they're wrong, so why would they repent? And today, they found out one thing. Maybe one is really on the wrong path. This is a scary, serious thing. When it came to the battle of the Taoist lineage, no one had it easy. At a glance, Winfield could see the confusion and fear in the eyes of those few people, and he also instantly recognized that these confusion and fear were not because of their own future path, but because they had discovered that the path they were taking was wrong. That's good. A smile played at the corner of his mouth before he slowly walked to the center of the great hall with an inexplicable expression. After the test just now, I'm sure some of you have already found out. Winnow nodded to one of them and said, I just saw that there is something different about your face. Tell me what you have discovered? Ho Shang stood there looking confused and raised his head. He unconsciously stood out. At this time he looked at the Win Wild that will surely win smile. His heart suddenly surfaced just do those test questions. The fire of hope suddenly burned in his heart. Your Highness, Ho Shang asked in a mute voice, Dare I ask your highness, the path to immortality that we crave for, the Taoism that we crave for, is it wrong? Does it not arrive at the end of everlasting life? I'll wait for, is it going the wrong way? Ho Shang looked at Wen Wild's eyes. He didn't know where he got the courage to ask out these words, but at this moment his eyes were dead set on Wen Wild. He couldn't care less about the etiquette of respect and inferiority. He understands that Winfield, who was able to come up with those test questions, may be someone who has already taken the right path, or perhaps, he was a true immortal who had descended into the world. If that's the case, then why doesn't he take advantage of this immortal path that's coming to him? Upon hearing Ho Shang's inquiry, the eyes of those Fengshi in the Great Hall were all wide and round, with unbelievable looks on their faces, and there were even a few who opened their mouths to reprimand and abuse Ho Shang, but they didn't dare to go too far. Winnow just swept his eyes over and all this noise calmed down. He looked at Ho Shang word for word, then looked at the group of Fengshi and said, "Not bad. It's like this. Your Taoism is wrong. You have embarked on a path that is completely incapable of leading to everlasting life. And that's not just a path that won't lead to immortality. It's a path that will lead you to the path of death." Winnow opened his arms wide, his face carrying a bit of devout faith. He wants to engage in some feudal superstition in this age of feudal superstition, because this era cannot accept science, but can accept in Tao and immortal close to another kind of Taoism. He's going to lay down a big lie and then cover it all up under the snow. Perhaps Wen Wild's fervent demeanor was too pious, and each of these Fengshi who should have refuted him didn't know how to open their mouths. The Taoist system is wrong? What does this mean? Lead to death? They are even more confused. However, an older, gray-haired old man in the crowd stood out with a scowl and disbelief on his face. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. He looked at Wen Wild and said, "How could our Tao be wrong? Don't you dare talk fancy here. Don't defame our Tao here." This person's face was fierce, and his eyes were filled with the color of blood. He wasn't some stupid person. Instead, he had already sensed that something was wrong when he was doing those test questions just now, but he couldn't believe it, wouldn't believe it, couldn't believe it. What have these many years of perseverance amounted to if I had believed? If we believe, what have these many years of devotion become? If it were a normal day, Wen Wild might not care about all this, and would only feel pity for the old man, and then let him go, but today was different. He wanted to change Great Qin, and wanted to hold supreme power. Then he had to do all this. He wants to keep the Taoist system firmly in his own hands. When the right to control the Taoist system, when the right to interpret the Taoist system, when the right to control these people who can study science, then, he will have all the power of the world in his hands. When that time comes, he will naturally be willing to play slowly with those who want to compete with him for power. Thus, Winnow slanted a glance at this old man with a disdainful smile on his face, and the words he uttered were as strong as the words of a devil tempting the world. "You don't trust Lone? Then, do you dare to make a wager with Lone? A bet?" That old man has already red eyes, completely do not care that the person in front of him is the eldest grandson of the Emperor of Great Qin. He just stared at Wen Wild, and then said word by word through his teeth, "What do you want to bet?" Winnow waved his hand, causing a box to be brought up. "Lone says that your Taoism is false, and you say that yours is true, so that means you think that this thing is indeed capable of making people live forever, doesn't it?" The chamberlain beside him had already followed Winfield's orders and opened that box. In that box lay a bottle containing some object of flowing silver light, which blossomed under the light with a beauty that was uniquely his own, and which made one think at a glance that it might be a divine object given by an immortal. The Qin dynasty's Fengshi called him Dansha. It is better known by the name of mercury, also known as Hg. It is a toxic substance, or rather, not just poisonous, but highly toxic. Winnow lowered his eyes and sighed all of a sudden. He had just come to this world not long ago. His heart actually had not completely transformed. He looked at the old man and said, "You guys think that this object is capable of long life? Then I will make a decision on behalf of my great father and give this object to you. If you drink it, whether it was a fluke, or whether it really didn't die." I listened and pleaded with the great father to follow your way as orthodox. Available. Chapter 26, Gateway to a New World. But, Wen Wild raised his head and looked at the old man. "But my Taoist system believes that this is a very poisonous substance, which is instantly fatal, and the tragic scene of death is definitely not the so-called immortalization. Old man, do you dare to take this?" Wen Wild stood there and said these words, and his eyebrows were filled with indifference. Indifference to life, indifference to the lives of other people. After coming to Great Qin, when he stood on the status of a powerful nobleman, he was indifferent to the lives of other people. The old man stood there as he looked at the box and the Dan sand contained in it. He suddenly realized something. Perhaps today he came forward as the thing that this Imperial eldest grandson His Highness needs. And the reaction of himself and others is also in this one's calculations. Dansa. Is it poisonous? Maybe. That old man closed his eyes. This point in fact, he is not unaware of. After all, in the Dan Sand research out, the person who should give his life must have already given his life. These Fengshur mouth to mouth, hand to hand. How can they not know about this matter? Able to. They still presented this thing to the emperor as if it were the thing of immortality. Therefore, instead of calling this a bet, it was more like Winfield was using one of them as a killing stick to deter others using a person who was familiar to these people, a person who was extremely miserable. It was a person who was familiar to these people, who was the ultimate tragic image. Why? And why was Winnow certain that this was something he would do, that he would definitely take the Dan Sand? Too easy. Because at this point, if he refused, then he would be admitting that he knows that the Dan Sand is highly toxic, so he does not dare to take it. In that case, then his Taoism is false, and it is a falsehood that he knows in his heart, and he is deliberately deceiving the king. What's the consequence of deceiving the king? Would the first emperor tolerate the existence of such a person? Such a group of people? It won't. So they ended up dead, and on very precise charges, and no one can blame Shi Huangdi for their deaths anymore. Whether or not they meant to honor the emperor with this object in the first place, whether they did it intentionally or unintentionally, they became intentional. That was why Winnow was sure that some of them were bound to take the Dan Sand even if they would really die a horrible death. If you take it, the end is very clear and obvious. The ones who took the Dan Sand will die, and they will die horribly, but they will probably have a name behind them. After all, they didn't know about it. They didn't know the Dan Sand was poisonous, so there won't be 9 clans involved. This old man still has some hidden thoughts in his mind. He raised his head to look at Winfield, and saw the hidden ambition in his eyes. Will this ever end? Of course not. In the future, His Royal Highness will be able to easily hold this group of Fengshur, because there is a difference between knowing and not knowing. Knowing that there is poison in it, that is deliberately regicide. For the sake of their own little lives, these Fengshur will do whatever Winnow says in the future. All this may sound like it took a lot of time, but in reality it was just a short moment. The old man looked at Winfield calmly and spoke with a bit of arrogance. Why don't you dare? He arched his hand. Dan sand is not easy to refine. In the past, we did not have this opportunity to take this item. Now that your highness has rewarded us, we are too happy and joyful to be able to take it. How could we possibly not dare to take it? The old man straightened his clothes, a smile at the corner of his mouth as he looked back at the group of Fengshur. Is there any June who would like to follow me to the immortal plane? A few people came out from the crowd, and they all had a smile of excitement on their faces. They put their clothes in order, and then walked to that old man's body. And then together they looked at Win Wild. Please give medicine. Your Highness. They want to prove their moral integrity. At this time, Winfield's face also wore a slight look of admiration, but still waved his hand very naturally, letting the guards deliver the Dan sand to the front of the crowd. And everyone was given a small bottle. This is already a lethal dose. It's also all the stock they've made over the years. Dan sand, this thing has a very strong volatility, and the volatile gas is also highly toxic. So Win Wild has long wanted to dispose of them. Today take this opportunity to just dispose of. The warmth in his eyes dissipated. Those few people had a slightly fastidious and dashing look on their faces, and then they received the small bottle from the hands of the guards. They took a look at the Dan sand in this bottle, and suddenly laughed out loud, and then they drank it all in one go. After drinking, he closed his eyes and sat cross-legged in the large hall, looking faint, as if he wanted to be immortalized. Looking at the very calm appearance of these people, the rest of the Fengshur thought that the Winning Wild was wrong. They were about to look at Winning Wild to say something, but suddenly attracted by a light sound. There were several people sitting there who appeared to be grimacing in different ways. Numerous red spots appeared on a person's face all of a sudden, and those red spots appeared on the person's face and body in a slow but firm manner, following which the person violently dry-heaved. And after that, one after another vomiting sound rang out, but the person could not vomit anything, as if he wanted to vomit out his own heart and liver. One by one, the rest of them turned red and screamed hoarsely. Only the old man in the very center sat there, his forehead all sweaty, but still very calmly sitting there. He forcefully pressed down his pain, wanting to be feathered into immortality, but none of this could withstand the agonized hideousness of the rest. No one is a cutie. Everyone can see that the so-called Dan sand that can make people live forever is fake. It's highly poisonous, as His Majesty the Emperor said. What does that mean? It shows that their Taoism is wrong. Dab dash. A man stood up fiercely, with a horrifyingly angry look on his face. He subconsciously clenched his hands together as he looked at the miserable state of those people. It's Ying Zhang. At this moment, Ying Zhang's face was as colorful as a palette. It was also fortunate that he hadn't taken those so-called pills for the time being, hadn't taken this pill that was refined with dance sand. Otherwise, the consequences are unimaginable. The rest of the people also reacted. Instantly all kneeled on the ground, with a fearful look on their faces. There were those who didn't know about the dance sand toxin and those who knew about the dance sand toxin. Fear of death. In the entire hall, only one person was still standing there. It's Winning the Wild. He smiled and went forward to calm down Ing Zhang. Great father, don't worry. Even if you take the so-called immortal pills, it won't be a problem. Just a small amount of it won't have such an effect, if taken in large quantities. Chapter 27. If you see the future, why don't you worship it? Win Wild shrugged his shoulders helplessly, with a bit of helplessness on his face. If one were to take it in large quantities, just as is the case with these people, one would only be feathered into immortality in a flash. At this time, Ing Zhang also calmed down. He looked at the group of people who had fallen on the ground, each in a hideous color, with a slight cold color in his eyebrows, but finally sighed and said, "So be it." He waved his hand, and naturally, some standing guards pulled these people down to deal with them, and then he looked at Win Wild and said in a somewhat low voice, "I will go to the rear hall first and wait for you. After you have finished dealing with this matter, then go to the rear hall and look for me." After saying that, he walked to the back hall. The only people left within the entire hall were Win Wild, Fu Su, and those Fengshi. Winnow raised his head slightly, his complexion looking slightly reticent. "How?" he said with some mockery. "Do you want to join them in feathering your way to immortality? Immortalization? If it was in the past, perhaps they still wanted to be feathered into immortality. But today, having seen the miserable state of these individuals, where do they still want to ascend to immortality? Where do they still dare to ascend to immortality? The so-called feathered immortality. I'm afraid it's a scam." While at this moment, Win Wild was smiling slightly, and then said softly, "Don't want to be immortalized? But Lone has learned a few of your so-called immortal arts, and can show them to you." He stood there indifferently, but Yen Fu behind him had already had the props needed to win the Wild brought over and placed in front of him. It was a tall table with several things on it. Winnow lifted a piece of cloth to reveal what was in it, which was a basin of water, a basin of fresh water. In a flash, many Fengshi understood what the first immortal art that Win Wild wanted to show was pointing water into ice. This is the 6th summer. If you can really turn water into ice out of thin air, isn't this immortal magic? But a few in the crowd frowned. They could do the pointing water into ice routine, but that really doesn't count as any kind of fairy magic. What the hell is this highness up to? Only to see that Winnow casually threw something aside into the water basin. A wisp of cold smoke slowly rose up, and then only a moment's effort. This basin of water condensed into ice. Ice residue pattered into this water basin. Slowly, but in a few moments, the basin of water condensed into ice. The Fengshi who had only heard of this technique but did not know what it was like froze in their tracks. Could this one really be an immortal? While a part of the party was surprised and a part of the party was confused, Winnow let out a laugh. With a casual gesture of his hand, Yen Fu behind him quickly had two men prop up a piece of silk for Winfield to write on. When Winfield picked up his brush, he wrote a series of complex, they had never seen before, things on top of this silk. KNO3 plus H2OK plus NO3 plus H2O. The many Fangses looked bewildered as they watched the Winning Wild book write down these things that they didn't recognize at all. And Win Wild looked at the group and said, "You guys just thought that this so-called saltpeter ice making is nothing more than an experience. But in fact, he's just the way of heaven and earth that can be pondered, understood, and even studied." He pointed to the silk and said, "No 3, I use this to refer to the saltpeter, which is what you call the Xianzhu. And as to why I use these symbols to refer to it, you will know when you join my Taoist system in the future. And the symbol H2O stands for water. By these things are substituted their molecules. That is, the smallest and tiniest particles of this thing. That is, the things that constitute them. When these two things are combined, this latter thing appears, the symbol that stands in for ice." Yen Fu placed a basin of water with a piece of saltpeter in front of the many Fengshi. "You guys try it." The many squares didn't understand what it meant, but they all did as they were told. And then they looked at the ice cubes in the basin with surprise and bewilderment in their eyes. They didn't understand what Win Wild was doing this for. Winnow said softly, "Gentlemen, look at this again." He held up something else. "This is sulfuric acid, which some of you may recognize, and which is called in your language, green alum oil. The function of this object is to be used to turn stones into gold." Everyone instantly clammed up. Turning stones into gold? This is a truly immortal art. Win Wild stretched out his hand to calm everyone down as he let out a low laugh. But those who know this technique should understand that green alum oil cannot turn stone into gold. It can only turn silver into copper. Why? Because gold is an inert metal. It cannot be easily created. It is either the stars in the sky colliding with each other, or the earth returning to a hazy age for thousands of eons, or it is a determination. He looked at the crowd. Why am I telling you this? Do you understand? The Fonzies shook their heads with blank faces. Win Wild, on the other hand, laughed before stepping forward. His voice soft, but the words he uttered were slightly deafening. If you see the future, why don't you worship? He was like an exalted deity looking down on the people present. It's all explorable and graspable. Today I can turn water into ice on point. So in the future why can't we master the mighty power of opening mountains and cracking rocks, going up to the 9 heavens and catching turtles in the deep sea? Immortal arts are never mastered by immortals alone, but are capable of being mastered by me and others. He lowered his eyes. Divine, do you want to master this power? Do you want to master this power as a human being? With a clear understanding, instead of being confused and not knowing why you can master this power? The eyes of those Fonzies brightened up a little bit, and all of them looked at Win Wild, who stood at the very front, as if they were looking at their most noble faith. Whoa dash. They instantly turned to kneel on the ground with a slight submissive look in their eyes. Who doesn't want to become immortal? Even the oldest of the Fangs fell to their knees. They knew that green alum oil could turn stones into gold, and they also knew that it wasn't real gold, but they didn't understand why those things were like that. Today, someone who can tell them in a clear and understandable way why and how these things came to be. How can they not be impressed? So, all of them kneeled down in submission, longing for the coming of the Tao. The Book of Qin Jiqi Yuan Tianshi, the first emperor's eldest grandson, the second emperor. His people opened the science of the Taoist system for the world's example, the teacher of the 10,000 immortals, with the ability to ascend to the heavens and enter the sea. Chapter 28. Oh, I lied to them. Backstage, Ingzheng sat there with a slightly tired face. Fusu had already retreated to the back hall to accompany his father when Winnow started to play God. Father and son sat there, not saying a word, but the atmosphere between them seemed less awkward and silent. After a long time, Ingzheng faintly spoke. How are you thinking these days? Fusu listened to what Ingzheng said and didn't know how to answer. How can he answer? Have you thought about it? Or not? Actually, he really didn't think it through. So he changed the topic and said, Father, do you know what Wild Child is trying to do? Why do I see God's ghosts and spirits? Didn't he dislike them in the past? To be honest, Fusu on the Win Wild displaying God behavior is very dislike. After all, he practiced Confucianism. Son does not talk about strange force confuse God, is not to believe in these gods and ghosts of things. But, again, he was witnessing Win Wild turning a pot of water into ice on point after adding something to it on a summer's day. What kind of great power was that? While Winfield was there fooling people. In fact, Fusu was also fooled. He also believed in Winano's grandiose wish of reaching for the moon in the 9 heavens and catching turtles in the 5 seas, and began to think about what kind of expression he should use to congratulate Winano if that day really came. Ingzheng snorted and looked at his twisted-faced son, letting out a long sigh. You think of all sorts of nonsense. Wouldn't it be nice to ask your son when he gets back? Still need to think about it? In his heart, Ingzheng also knew that it would be difficult and nearly impossible to make Fusu understand these things in just a day or two, but he still harbored some hope before. After all, Winnow also had an epiphany all of a sudden. What if this son of his also suddenly realized all this? What if he understood his own pain and figured it all out? Nowadays it seems that. Today it seems that he probably doesn't have that luck, but he was content. After all, the great Qin ancestors lucked to be able to feed out of a he swept the 6, but also able to appear a Win Wild to be able to stabilize the Jiangshan. This has been considered his ancestors in the ground to fight for luck. With this thought, Ingzheng subconsciously let out a laugh. Okay. With relief in his eyes, he looked at the front hall, at the kneeling Fengshi, and at Winnow, who had already turned in that direction. Your son's done. Go, have a meal together, and together we'll see what this son of yours wants to do. The Palace of Springtime. Hu Hai sat in the palace gloomy. These 2 days did not receive news from the teacher. He thought it was what happened, did not think that it was the teacher was Fusu as well as that boy killed, and the scheming between them was known to father. Did Zhao Gao give him up? If he does, what will he do? If he didn't, what should he do? Would his father abandon him? Would he lose his power over the throne? All of this loomed over Hua's head like an unknown, making his entire being restless. Your Highness, a chamberlain came over. With a slight hesitation on his face, His Majesty seems to have gone to the East Palace. Over at the Eastern Palace, His Majesty's eldest grandson has already taken up residence, but His Majesty has not yet decreed that the grandson will be recognized as the crown prince or the grandson. Hu Hai raised his eyebrows slightly, with a hint of calculation and ruthlessness in his brow. Oh, has there not yet been a clear order? That chamberlain lowered his head and told Hu Hai all that he had pried out. It seems that there is a decree coming out of the Zhengtai Palace, saying that it is from His Majesty's own mouth, and that the Eastern Palace has been given to His Royal Highness the eldest grandson, but whether he can do it steadily or not depends on himself. Can you sit still? In an instant, Hu Hai understood such meanings. He smiled faintly, then said softly, "It seems that father has not yet made a decision. Go." Hu Hai stood up and looked at the direction in the distance. "Let's go and take a look at that seventh brother of mine. The one in this palace who can compete with me for the throne. He is considered one of them. The rest of them, well, they're not enough to worry about." The seventh brother that Hu Hai referred to was Shi Huangdi's seventh son, Zhao Lu, who came from a noble family, and his mother's family was also one of the old nobles of Qin, and a very noble one at that. He's not like Hui. Hu Hai's mother's family was barbarians, so his name had Hu in it, which he always took as a warning from the first emperor. Dongguan Palace, the eastern palace of the Joseon dynasty, in northeast China. Wine and dine. Fu Su had already retired, and only Ying Zhang and Ying Yi were left in the palace. The two of them walked slowly in this palace. Around the candle flame flickered and flickered, a moment bright, a moment extinguished. I do not know what kind of reaction. The moon in the sky is also high hanging there. Looks very cool. Walk with me? Ying Zhang inclined his head to look at Ying Yi, a rare gentleness in his voice. The first emperor was born without knowing what moderation or euphemism meant. After all, he was the lord of the world, the most honorable person under the sky, and who had the right to ask him to be careful? No one is qualified to do that, so no one can say anything here. Win Wild nodded. His face was respectful, but more than that, it was wantonly dashing. "All right, Great Father, since Great Father has this pleasure today, I'll accompany Great Father for a walk." He was not in awe. After all, he was different from the people of this era. People in this era were all afraid of the emperor, even the sons and daughters of the first emperor, even those who had accompanied the first emperor all the way to this position. They all feared the first emperor. But Winnow was different. Winnow was raised in the spring breeze and under the red flag. How could he be afraid? How could he worry about this? The two walked in the moonlight and all seemed very unusual. Suddenly, Ying Zheng faintly opened his mouth and asked, "Is it true what you said just now with the fauncher? With that laborious watch-a-macalet of yours, you'll really be able to go up to the sky and down to the sea? Didn't lie to them?" Without the slightest hesitation, Win Wild said directly, "There is truth and there is falsehood. They can grasp such power while they are alive. Of course it is a lie to them." He smiled and said, "But Great Father, it is a certainty that we can really do those things in the future." Winnow's thoughts drifted. That, it can't be a fake. Chapter 29, Between Master and Grandson. Winnow's voice was very despondent, echoing through the peaceful night. Summer nights are the most peaceful and quiet, and perhaps the noisiest, and there are naturally flowers and trees in the palace, and those cicadas naturally don't stop. The grandparents and grandson strolled through the garden, neither noticing the changing scenery around them. Those attendants didn't dare to say anything. They could only take the first step to follow their footsteps to go ahead to clear the obstacles in front for the two most honorable people of Great Qin. Ying Zhang looked at Win Wild's despondent expression and suddenly let out a laugh. "Why so despondent? There are things that happen in a generation, and in years past, my great-great-father, and my father completed every step before unification, and it was for this reason that I was able to sweep the six heavens and unify the world." He seemed to think that Winnow was lamenting the fact that he could not see those things, so he used his own example to comfort Winnow. Great Qin needs a wise monarch, but no longer needs an impatient monarch. When peace came, when everything gradually settled down, what Great Qin needed was a monarch who could lead Great Qin to move forward steadily, and even pacify domestic conflicts. In 4 words, it is called the king who keeps things in order. Winnow shrugged his shoulders. "Great Father, I'm not impatient. I'm just emotional. Not to mention it's not like I haven't seen those before." He winked at Ying Zhang, fully utilizing his age advantage. "Great Father, don't you want to know where I inherited this Dao lineage from?" Winwild looked at Ying Zhang's more or less surprised expression and laughed out loud, and then walked forward once and said, "It's actually a dream." He tilted his head up to look at the bright moon above the firmament and said softly, "That was a very bright dream, in which I saw an unprecedented Dao lineage and unprecedented miracles. Maybe it wasn't a dream, or maybe it was a dream. It's just that I have, after all, woken up from my dream." At this time, Win Wild mind mixed thoughts. He does not know that the past life is not a big dream, but the memories in his mind and those technology but let him understand. Even if the past life is just a dream, but those dreams of things can be realized. Yes, for Winfield, the past life may have become a big dream. Ying Zhang very keenly sensed the sadness in Win Wild's heart. He slightly raised his eyebrows and did not move to look at Win Wild before asking, "What is your dream world like? Is this so-called scientific tradition what you inherited from your dreams?" Winfield nodded slightly and told his dream bit by bit, and every time he said a little bit more. The caution in Ing Zhang's heart increased a little bit more, because Ing Zhang knew very clearly that such a huge world could not be created by Winfield out of thin air, or to say something that he understood, because Ing Zhang knows very clearly that such a huge world cannot be created out of thin air, or to put it in a clearer way, this dream could not have been made up by Winfield to deceive him. Why? For it is impossible for one man to possess such terrifying greatness that he can make up a world so vast and without logical errors and omissions out of thin air. Then, after eliminating all impossible possibilities, the rest is obvious. The dream that Winnow spoke of was real. The dream of the Taoist system is also true. Are the immortals there really able to go up to the sky and the sea? And is everything there really as beautiful as you say it is? Ing Zhang asked with a complexity in his heart as he looked towards Win Wild. Win Wild nodded slightly. It will only be more majestic and magnificent than what my grandson described. He smiled. It's just a pity that a big dream has passed. All of this has already passed. And nowadays Sunner is back in Great Qin, but fortunately, there are some things from that world that Sunner still remembers. Ing Zhang slanted a glance at Win Wild, with a hint of helplessness on his face. It's also good that you remembered. He patted Win Wild's shoulder. I will support you to do what you want to do, but only if you are able to sit steadily in the Eastern Palace. At this moment, Ing Zhang looked very cold and heartless, as if the grandfather-grandson love he had with Ing Yi no longer existed. But Ing Yi did not feel any pain or suffering, because he understood one thing very well. This is the most normal Ing Zhang. How important is the throne of a country? How could he be allowed to get his hands on something that his father and uncles had fought for so many years without getting it, so easily and casually? Winnow needs to show his power and usefulness. Of course, he had been promised that Ing Zhang would help him and support him, and that was enough. Coccyx. Hu Hai frowned at the wood-like shogun, with a hint of impatience in his expression. I say, seventh brother, did you understand what I said or not? At this point our biggest opponent is Winfield. As long as you and I combine our efforts to pull Win Wild down from his position in the Eastern Palace, Big Brother, who has already lost father's favor, will no longer be a roadblock for us. Shogun just lowered his head and wiped the longsword in his hand. After a moment, he raised his head to look at Hu Hei. But why should I help you and frame my great-nephew together? The corners of Shu Lu's mouth curled up into a smile that was mostly mockery. Huey, are you treating everyone as if they were cuties? I did that for you, and afterward, even if I was found out, only I would be suspected, and only I would be the one who would be punished in the end. Then, what makes you believe that after I do this, you won't use this as a handle to dispose of me down the line after Winnow is dropped from his position in the Eastern Palace? Shuanglu frowned at Hu Hai. Since Zhao Gao died, it seems like your level of scheming has lowered quite a bit, he said thoughtfully. Perhaps, this is your true level? Once upon a time you just resorted to Zhao Gao's schemes? It was as if Shuanglu had seen through everything as he smiled faintly. Hu Ha, I won't help you. You go. After saying that, he lowered his head and continued to wipe the longsword in his hand. Hu Hai was exasperated and whisked his sleeve away, leaving Shuanglu alone in the great hall. He lifted his head slightly. Demand STH. It was never the so-called throne. Instead, he was a great general who conquered the world. Donggung or East Palace, place name. Winano put his hand on his chin and looked carefully at the silk in front of him. He was listing what he needed to do. Suddenly, Winnow raised his eyebrows and smiled heatedly. Isn't my cheap dad good at these things? Forget it, leave it to him. Chapter 30, The Family Feast. After making the intention of handing over some unimportant chores at hand to his cheap old dad, Win Wild was much more relaxed, as he casually dropped the things at hand and stood up. It was late at night. It seemed very quiet within the hall, and the candle flame swirled when it was slightly blown by the wind outside. He stretched his back. I don't know what the piece of manner given to me by my great father looks like. I'll find some time to take a look at it some other day, just to account for some things. Winnow pressed his waist, which looked a little sore from the long hours of sitting. He walked slowly back and forth through the great hall as a way to relax his body a bit. Crossing over here these many days, he did do quite a few things. The biggest thing was probably to calm down Confucianism. And by the way, he also collected a few Fangshi minions. Thinking about it, Winano sat down in front of the table again, and then slightly knocked on the table, once again in the middle of thinking. Fangshi side cannot be in a hurry, even with his guidance. The group of Fangshi want to research the dynamite, this kind of thing, and the specific use of explosives is also need a certain amount of time. After all, as a liberal arts student he only roughly knew the recipe for explosives. The rest of the stuff he didn't know. As for the Confucian side, Winnow narrowed his eyes slightly, a smile if any on his face. The conspiracy of Confucianism was not recorded in the history books of the later generations. This is understandable. After all, since the time of Emperor Wu of Han Dynasty, he had started to depose the 100 schools and revere only Confucianism. and for almost 2,000 years afterward. Confucianism was almost always the orthodoxy in the land of Huaxia. How could they let something pass down that was not favorable to them? But according to the memories that Winfield dug out from his memories, I guess that what the Confucians are scheming for, I'm afraid it's not small, but it's related to the nobles of the Six Kingdoms, and it's probably to help the nobles of the Six Kingdoms to restore the country and so on. The threat to Great Qin today is not too great. After erasing the symbols representing Confucianism on the silk, Winnow once again looked at the silk in his hand, which was a planner that he had temporarily revised, and he used to write down the things he would do when he was thinking. Today it seems, there are just two things that are imminent. Winnow hooked the corners of his mouth. Agriculture as well as safety in the counties. These two are the top priorities. Why do you say that? It is because Winwild too clearly understand at this time of Great Qin, at this time of Xianyang City is how a huge sieve. According to historical records, Zhang Liang, Xiang Liang, Xiang Yu and others roamed around and fled, and were even honored as guests by some local officials, all of which, surprisingly, Shi Huangdi was completely unaware of. On the one hand, this reflects the looseness of the jurisdiction of the various local authorities, and on the other hand, it also objectively reflects the biggest problem of Great Qin at present. Policing. Want to collect decentralized power to the local need to step by step, and the most should be the first action step. Is the local security into the hands of? This is difficult. Even the current Winnow couldn't think of anything too good. On the silk, he tentatively drew a circle next to this one plan, and then looked to the last one. Agriculture. Whether it is the current Qin, or the future of the Han, for the land of China, agriculture is an extremely important part of the Chinese agriculture-based, agricultural country. He did have a few tools in his head today that he could take out that would make farming more efficient. If these things could be manufactured, it would be a good thing for Great Qin by and large. The turmoil in Qin is partly because the nobles of the six countries are not dying, and partly because the people can't survive. The reasons for not being able to live were due to the harshness of the law, and of course there was also the reason that there was not enough food because of too much corvée work. Or rather, in feudal society, not letting people have enough to eat is the biggest reason, if not one of the biggest reasons, for people to rebel. Pressing his forehead slightly, Winnow thought that he would simply go to the Xiaofu in a while and see if he could get the Xiaofu to find him a few skilled craftsmen who could keep the secret and build those tools in his head. The performance in agriculture will also feed back into his career, thus making him more secure in his position in the Eastern Palace. After listing the plans in his mind clearly, Winnow picked up the silk on the table, then casually opened the incense burner on the table, then lit the silk on fire, placed it in the incense burner, and watched him turn into green smoke little by little. Doctor's Palace. Chun Yu sat in the doctor's palace with a somewhat lowered brow, but his mind was thinking about how to find a suitable successor. He has been in the imperial court for dozens of years. How can he not see that the emperor has lost confidence in him, and has even begun to loathe him? He only had the intention of struggling before, wanting to use the previous management of the Fusu card to delay for a period of time. Tap 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 dash. Footsteps sounded and a figure slowly appeared in the doctor's palace. It was Jun Yu's great disciple, Situ Kong. Situ Kong lowered his head. His voice was steady, but it was hard to hide the fear in it. Teacher, Duke Chang directly threw out your invitation to pay his respects this time, saying that he is thinking behind closed doors at this time, and asked the disciple not to look for him without anything important. He said with some weirdness in his body. The disciple said that you are looking for him, but the long male son said that this is not an important thing. If it is one day you sail away to the west, then you will be in such a hurry to go over. Woe dash. The weather outside the doctor's palace was overcast, and spots of pea-sized rain fell to the ground. At this time, Chun Yu sat under the roof. His expression remained unchanged. He stood up. Go fetch my straw coat. Chun Yu straightened his clothes. He couldn't believe that his disciple would be so desperate, nor could he believe that he would not be able to see his disciple when he went in person in such a heavy rain. So, he laughed a little. Since the disciple is unwilling to meet, then let the old man go in person. Chun Yu turned back. If I don't return this time, go to my home and look for Shiman Lu. He will tell you what to do next. If I come back. Chun Yu took the straw raincoat from a disciple at the side, his voice low and hoarse. If I were to come back, naturally you wouldn't have to do these things. Donggong or East Palace, place name. Winnow looked up from between his books with a bewildered look on his face. He looked at Fuso and said, Ha, a family dinner? Winnow frowned. Why all of a sudden is Great Father holding a family feast? But what's so important? Fuso was likewise very confused. He looked at Winwild and said, in recent days, Father has just been recuperating in the palace, and the front court has even been much quieter. So how could there be something important? But since Father has asked, and it's not like you don't have time, Go with me. How? Chapter 31, before the show begins. After a little thought, Winnow nodded in agreement. The main reason was that he really didn't have much to do lately. And he was also curious to see what exactly Zhang was trying to do by holding a family dinner all of a sudden. He wanted, probably not really just simply wanting a family dinner, or simply wanting to get together as a family. Winnow had a premonition. Something very interesting is probably going to happen at this house party. Office of the courtier. Since being warned by Winnow some days ago, Li Si has been diligently handling his own affairs, and he believes in the saying heaven rewards hard work. Under his efforts, what is his will be his, and will definitely not fall into other people's hands. For example, power. Father. Liu came in from outside with a look of curiosity on his face, but he forced himself to keep his head down, not to look at what was being written on his father's desk. When I went out to loiter a couple of days ago, I seemed to see Lord Hua as well as, and the old people over there. The old man over there? With just a little thought, Li Si understood exactly which side his son was talking about, but it was just the mother's house of Prince Hu Hai. He frowned slightly. Prince Hu Hai's mother's family has always been quite honest and peaceful, and their manpower in Xianyang is not too much, and on weekdays Prince Hu Hai doesn't like to have dealings with them for fear of being misunderstood by His Majesty. How are the two connected this time? After a short period of thinking, a heartfelt intuition told Li Si that there must be a problem, and if he could seize this problem, perhaps, if he can catch this problem, maybe he can have some favors and roles in that not to be messed with His Highness. Although Winfield had said that he wouldn't treat either side generously, Reese didn't believe in such nonsense. As long as one is a human being there will be a biased side, and the one who is able to make everything completely balanced is not a human being, that is a god. Even though His Royal Highness, the eldest grandson, had many divine means, he was still an ordinary person in this regard. So Li Si is ready to add oil to the machine and pat this Emperor Changsun His Highness's ass a little more. Maybe by then the person that Emperor Changsun His Highness trusts the most will change from Meng to him? After all, his foolish son as well as he had shown his face to His Highness. Thinking this way, Li Si directly put down the pen in his hand, raised his head and looked at Li Yu and said, "You follow. With someone. No, you personally follow that one, and see what people he met and what he said again. Besides, prepare a car for me, I am going to see His Highness." "Your Highness?" Li Yu froze. "Father, are you talking about the one in the Eastern Palace?" Li Si nodded slightly and smoothly put a certain volume of paperwork on the table into his sleeve. Even if he wanted to go to that person, he still had to find a good reason. Otherwise it would not be good to be seen by the people in the palace in advance. A liquor store. Hu Hai frowned and looked gloomily at the person in front of him. The man in front of him had a barbarian Human look in his eyebrows. Not like a Central Plains person. This is from his mother's family. Back then, the barbarians in the western region fought with Great Qin, but finally lost in the hands of the Great Qin people, and lost the king's daughter of the tribe among the panicked fleeing. And this king's daughter moved around and strayed to Great Qin, and was spotted by Emperor Shi Huangdi, and finally gave birth to Hu Hai. These are the words of Hui's mother's family when they found him, and the fact that Hu Hai laughed coldly in his heart. He didn't believe this. Onlookers just know that his mother left before he could remember, has passed away for many years. That time Hu Hai is afraid to have not known the world, but in fact, Hu Hai's mother has long told Hu Hai his birth origin. Hu Hai is just an ordinary child of a fugitive daughter from the west, and the little tribesman in front of him was lying to him. But, what's so tight about that? Although Hu Hai was tired of continuing to deal with this person in his heart, the expression on his face did not change much. Now that his teacher had died, the only thing he could draw on was the power of these people. "Uncle, are you ready for the things I asked you to prepare? The people I asked you to prepare?" The bearded barbarian nodded his head in a hurry and smiled heatedly. "Of course it's ready." He rubbed his hands together. "But heir, can you really send them into the palace?" Hu Hai nodded slightly. "I have already taken care of it. 10 days later at the family banquet, let them go on stage to present their art, and after that, we'll have to look at their own skills." He lowered his eyes. "I'm not exactly very favored in the palace, so I can only do something like this once." The bearded man nodded his head while saying curtly, "It's been very nice to do this once. We hadn't even planned on it." He thought freely. "If we can produce another imperial concubine, our tribe's offerings this year will definitely be pardoned by His Majesty, the Great Qin Emperor. This way we will be able to survive the winter this year." Hu Hai heart some impatience, but still in the perfunctory beard, but the heart has another intention. Donggung or East Palace, place name. Winwild lowered his head to study the 7-string zither in his hand and listened to what Li Si said with a slight surprise in his brow. "Do you mean to say that Ninth Uncle and that barbaric man are preparing to honor Great Father with a beauty at the family banquet?" He subconsciously plucked the strings in his hand, looking as if he had been startled. What kind of son gives his father a woman? Isn't that a bit ridiculous? Li Si, however, had a serious look on his face, and he said with a stony brow, "But this is something that Yule personally heard, and there is absolutely no falsehood. Could it be that they have another plan?" Winnow shook his head slightly before falling into deep thought. But this guy, Hu Hai, did have a bit of a brain problem, so he couldn't visualize what Hu Hai really wanted to do. He pressed his forehead. "That's just it. I'll mention this to father and great father. If the great father hadn't intended this, it would have been natural to prevent it." This solution of Hui's was lame, but in a way it had the beauty of being lame. At least Winano really couldn't handle it for the time being when faced with this kind of thing. Who knows if the emperor wants a beauty or not? In the blink of an eye, 8 or 9 days had passed, and it was the day of the family banquet. The palace has also been for this family feast early began to prepare. After all, how is the family feast, which is also the royal banquet, is absolutely to be rigorous, extravagant. Some of the palace lamps were hung and lit up, and all kinds of decorations were hung in the great hall. The stage for what seemed like a lavish play had been silently set up, and one by one, the actors and actresses slowly made their way onto the stage. Good show. It's about to start. Chapter 32, Actors in Position. Winnow sat on the first position on the right-hand side of the main seat. With his current status, this was the only position he could sit in at the family banquet. After all, he is the person who lives in the East Palace. Even if the emperor's will has not yet come down, he is still half of the crown prince. He held the bronze wine jug, his brows flowing. These days are too busy. He has forgotten that the Qin dynasty nowadays use all kinds of utensils or bronze. The use of bronze is not the lack of ceramic, wood tools, just because bronze at this time still symbolizes the dignity. The term tripod food in the Chinese idiom of Zhongmingding cuisine means using bronze tripods as tableware. But, Winnow sighed as he held his forehead slightly. One of the biggest problems with using bronze as tableware is the tendency to poisoning, metal poisoning. This is a huge problem. There has to be a way to talk to the great father about this, and extend the lifespan along the way. What are you doing, great nephew? Hu Hai walked in from outside the hall, and the first time he didn't go to his seat and sit down. Instead he walked over to Winnow's side and took his shoulder as if he was joking. "I see you're looking stricken, as if you're looking at someone out of your mind. Could it be that you have your eye on one of the courtesans?" Hu Hai squeezed his eyebrows, as if very concerned about their own nephews of the elders. "A wave of the hand will be the first. Emperor has not yet come to make a decision. You are now as the East Palace Crown Prince. See who directly go to the father to ask for it. Why this gesture? You are also young and aware of AI. Father will surely understand." Hu Hai's words just landed, not far away from the sound of a footsteps, and then a figure walked in, and smoothly sat beside the Win Wild. Ninth brother's words are not true. And first of all, not to mention that father has not yet issued an explicit decree to crown Wild Child as the crown prince. Even if Wild Child becomes the crown prince in the future, how can he be indulged in women's colors? Winnow glanced at his old man, feeling that his old man was really a waste of political struggle, not even grasping the main problem in this sentence. No wonder he was previously played by Zhao Gao, Chun Yu Yu, and even Hu Hei. He smiled at Fusu and appeased his old man, then looked at Hu Hai and said, "Ninth uncle, under the sky there is no one who is not the king's land, and there is no one who is not the king's subject, not to mention that this is in the palace. Even if all the people under the sky are the great fathers, how can I say that I have a crush on someone and just go straight ahead and ask for it? Even if nephew becomes the crown prince of the Eastern Palace one day, this palace is not a place where nephew can be reckless." Win Wild looked at Hu Hai and asked, "Ninth uncle is so skillful, is it that he used to do this kind of thing often? In the harem, he saw a maid who was good looking, and then he directly took her away?" He rather marveled. "Oh ninth uncle, how can you be so addicted to women's colors? Not to mention in the middle of a harem, doing such a thing?" Winfield said disapprovingly, "Isn't this overstepping the mark a bit?" Hu Hai's face darkened at Win Wild's string of words, but there was no way to refute them. How do you refute it? This thing he did do more skillful, not only in the palace, but also outside the palace as well. I think it must be that Jodi is accustomed to being reckless on a regular basis. Jodi's mother also did not understand many of the rules of this Central Plains in the past years, coupled with the fact that Jodi's mother passed away early. It is inevitable that there is no one to teach Jodi about these things. A silhouette walked in from outside the great hall with a pale expression, just glancing at Hu Hei before saying, "Oops, I forgot that the thing that ninth brother dislikes the most is when bystanders poke and prod at the fact that there is barbarian bloodline in you." He apologized. "Ninth brother won't be angry, will he?" Third brother didn't mean it. Hu Hai raised his head fiercely and looked at the person sitting there with a gloomy expression. The visitor was none other than Duke Gao, the third son of Ing Zhang. How magnanimous is ninth brother? How could he be bothered with us as brothers? Along with Gongzi Gao was the fourth son of the first emperor, Gongzi Yuan, who sat beside Gongzi Gao and smiled kindly, but you really need to pay attention to your mouth. Don't talk about these things all day, lest you be misunderstood. Misunderstanding? What's the misunderstanding? Hu Hai almost used all his strength to suppress the anger in his heart, so that he would not get too angry. He just lowered his head, and then instantly put his anger away. And when he raised his head again it was an unusual look. Third and fourth brothers. You're joking. What is there to be angry about? It's also true that I have barbarian blood in me, but that's not a big deal. He smiled and sat back in his seat, no longer official winning wild. Gongzi Gao and Gongzi Yuan both looked at each other and felt rare. This kid can instantly put it down today? Both of them glanced at Winfield before arching their hands. These two were the ones who had no ambition. So even if Winnow had already taken up residence in the Eastern Palace, they didn't really care. Who becomes emperor has little to do with them. Their mother's family is in decline and not favored by the emperor. If it were not for the fact that all of Ing Zhang's children are coming to participate today, I'm afraid they wouldn't have come. In just a few moments, many of the first emperor's sons and daughters arrived. There were many of them that Winfield had not seen before. Fu Su did introduce them to him one by one, and Winfield played with the wine jug in his hand while pondering in his heart. Among Shi Huangdi's many heirs, those who have left their names in later generations are Gongzi Shirlu and Gongzi Gao. Except for his father and Hu Hai, most of the rest were killed by Hu Hai after he ascended to the throne, and did not leave any names. He turned his gaze directly above him, and Ing Zhang had yet to arrive. But the stage was set, and the actors needed for this fine play were in place. So when is the lead in this play coming? What is the theme of the play? Just as he was thinking, a sound rang out from the entrance of the hall, followed by a whip cracking in the air and soldiers opening the way. Ing Zhang, the one who had directed the show, was here. Greetings father/great-father/your majesty. Long live father/great-father/his majesty, long live great Qin. Ing Zhang just waved his hand slightly, and then walked to the front and center of the hall before sitting down. Get up. The crowd rose in obedience, and the feast gradually drew to a close. Gongzi Gao looked at Gongzi Yuan beside him and raised his eyebrows slightly. You say, what exactly is father organizing this family feast for? Simply for a small gathering? Gongzi Yuan glanced at Ing Zhang on the stage, then sneered. A small gathering? Is our father emperor the kind of person who has nothing better to do? There must be a deeper meaning in what father emperor did. Perhaps this family feast is for that one. He slightly raised his head and looked towards Wen Wild, who was sitting there, facing the eyes of many of his uncles who were either playful or flirtatious or hateful, but the whole person was as immovable as a mountain. Wasn't there no explicit decree to create a crown prince or a great-grandson earlier? Perhaps this family dinner is a warning to us all that we should know. What about not being delusional? Gongzi Gao's brain was a little stronger than Gongzi Yuan's, and he shook his head. No, he has yet to show his greatness today, and father will not put him down so easily to become the crown prince. I think this may be a draft selection? Gongzi Yuan looked confused, while Gongzi Gao's look grew clearer. Yes, it's a selection. I'm afraid father is telling us that if anyone wants that position, they can show it at this family banquet, and he won't blame them, and then they can fight for it openly and honestly. It is likewise father's protection for us. Gongzi Gao sighed slightly, his voice carrying some admiration for his own father. The battle for imperial power has always been a sword without eyes. Back then, when father was still the king of Qin, occupying one side of the land of Qin, the many princes in the court fought to the death, and nowadays, father isn't prepared to implement the feudal system, so the many princes wanting power can only fight for that position. It's treacherous, and I'm afraid it will maim many sons and daughters. Father. Gongzi Gao gave a silent cry and said, father wants to use this family banquet to draw the line of formation, and by the way, tell that person to be polite to the uncles who don't want to fight for it. Don't hurt us put. At the same time that Gongzi Gao was discussing with Gongzi Yuan, Wen Wild was likewise saying such things to Fu Su. He looked at Ing Zhang with the same emotion. They say the first emperor's heart is like iron, but who knows? The first emperor's heart is the softest of all. So what are you going to do? Fu Su's frowning eyebrows soothed a bit as he looked at Wen Wild and asked. Chapter 33, Father. Emperor. How? Wen Wild didn't care and shrugged his shoulders, looking towards the many uncles in the great hall who looked differently as if they had guessed what was going on, with a smile at the corner of his mouth. What I do? It all depends on what they do, and I'm not some evil man who has to drive his uncles and uncles out of business. He narrowed his eyes. But, provided they are honest enough. The sound of the exchange between Fu Su and Ing Yi wasn't exactly low, but it was only heard by Ing Zhang, who was very close to the two of them. Ing Zhang raised the cup in his hand and looked towards Winfield, a few calmness in his brow, although the contact time is not very long, but he very clearly understand his grandson character, the same as his domineering, and also with a more arrogant wantonness. The party continues. Suddenly, The seated Hu Hai stood up with a few smiles on his brows. His hands were shaking with nervousness, but the look on his face still looked calm. Father, my son has a surprise for father, and I ask father's permission. Ing Zhang looked at the son he loved the most in the past and nodded lightly. In fact, after what happened with Zhao Gao some time ago, his fondness for Hu Hei had dissipated quite a bit. After all, Zhao Gao would be counting on him, and Hu Hei couldn't be blamed for that. As for whether Huey knew, this is something that Ing Zhang does not care about. As an emperor, whether Hu Hai knew about it or not, but as long as Hu Hai was involved in the matter, it was enough to convict him. Hu Hai was relieved to see that although Ing Zhang had a general attitude towards him, he was still willing to let him offer a surprise, but he was immediately nervous. What he's going to do? Maybe it will bring him back into the emperor's favor, or maybe it will make him lose the emperor's favor completely. Hu Hai clapped his hands, and the surrounding attendants received Hu Hai's order as well as Ing Zhang's permission to cut out some of the candle flames in the hall, so the entire hall appeared to be dimmed. This dullness is controlled to a certain extent, not letting people not be able to see things into the dark, but also able to make people feel some darkness. An inexplicable atmosphere slowly lingered. Dum 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 dum. A drum sounded. The drum sound is cheerful and with a little cheer, and then a woman dressed in Hu clothing from the dark shadows not far away from the out, the face covered with a light veil. The whole person looks very happy and wanton. The crowd instantly looked stunned. This woman is not really how much heavenly beauty, but there is an indescribable sense of charm. That is from the life of the charm. Ing Zhang narrowed his eyes in a flash, looking at Hu Hai with a sneer in his heart, but not showing it on his face. He understood what Huey was trying to do, but he didn't like it. How in the world can a son find a concubine for his old man? Fuso's face red, obviously angry, although he is now slowly away from the Confucian doctrine, but the ritual but still make him seem more stubborn. The rest of the many dukes either smiled at Hu Hai or frowned as they waited for Ing Zhang's attitude. In the midst of this silence, a sudden burst of applause rang out. Color! The crowd looked towards the direction where the sound came from, and they saw Win Wild sitting there drinking from a wine jug while holding his chest shirt open, while loudly marveling at the sound. His eyes looked at the woman without much immersion or fondness, but only pure wild hope. Ing Zhang looked at this look of Win Wild, and also saw that he was not indulging in it, but simply appreciating the beauty, and immediately snorted. You brat, when you are really right in the middle of indulging in it. He looked at Fu Su, rather. It's you who are irresponsible as a father. Wild child is almost crowned, and you still haven't fixed a marriage for him? Not to mention the main wife. You're not even looking for a side wife, or even a concubine? As Ing Zhang spoke, he thought of Winfield's long-dead wife and the several uncaring concubines in the compound, and immediately pressed his forehead. That's all. It's better to leave you to do these things than to leave them empty now. Gongzi Gao at this time is to come together lively. That dancing barbarian's women at this time has stopped, but no one continues to pay attention to him, but instead are focused on the Win Wild here exchange of words. Father, why don't we just give this barbarian woman to Wild Child as a contraption? He looked up and down. This kind of posture is fine for the eyes. Gongzi Gao's words directly minimized the possibility of this barbarian woman being incorporated into Ing Zhang's harem. This savage girl is nothing but a thing. The rest of the princesses have agreed. Faces with flirting, did not look at the barbarians and Hu Hei more and more gloomy color. Who do not want to suddenly and inexplicably more than a nominal mother is not it. If they really let this woman into the harem, even if they were only given a position in name, it would not be a good thing for them. Father, Hu Hai was a bit anxious and was just about to say something when Ing Zhang acted as if he hadn't heard his cries and directly inclined his head to look at Ingy. Kid, how's it going? If you want it, just take it back to your room and use it as a contraption. As for the position of the main wife and side wives, I'll think about it and pick a few good ones for you. The gazes of the crowd converged on Winfield's body, and as if he hadn't noticed, Winfield just smiled. That's not necessary, he said playfully. This barbarian woman comes from Uncle Nine's tribe, and when I sneaked out of the palace the other day, I also saw Uncle Nine talking happily with that barbarian tribe. At this point, if I suddenly appear and take this person into my room, I'm only afraid that Ninth Uncle will be looking for trouble from me tomorrow. A word said watertight, and eyes with a little refusal. Even though a few other people uproar did not let Win Wild to change their mouth. Just continue to play Taiji perfunctory. Okay. Ing Zhang's voice was low. Since Year doesn't like it, pull it out. He looked up with a slightly cold look in his eyes. Ing Zhang's gaze fell on Hu Hai. Whatever Hu Hai was going to do this time, it had touched his bottom line, so he was going to give Hu Hai a small warning. As for you, he looked at Hu Hai and said, I don't know. When did you get in touch with your mother's tribe? In front of a large crowd, Ing Zhang broke Hu Hai's identity and showed his worst side in front of everyone, and completely blocked Hu Hai's possibility of ascending to the throne and succeeding to the throne. Your mother was just an ordinary barbarian woman back then, and the tribe she lived in was wiped out long ago in the conquest with the Great Qin, with all of the tribe dead and wounded, leaving only your mother alone. Ing Zhang's brows were cold, as if he didn't see the ridicule in the eyes of the people around him. Where else do you have a mother tribe? I'm afraid you've been tricked. At this point, he paused. Tunzhou? A youth came out of the shadows. If he didn't make a sound, I'm afraid that no one would be able to discover him. And it was only after he made a sound that the people present realized that there was one more person. I am. Ing Zhang lowered his head, playing with the wine jug in his hand, and said playfully, has the Xianyang order been useless to this extent? Letting my son be deceived? And bring someone into the palace? You go and ask the order of Xianyang if he doesn't know if I am assassinated in Xianyang someday. Ah, Tunzhou's voice was low. I obey. The rest of the many males had turned into quail-like at this time. Not daring to speak, they all lowered their eyebrows, like the most well-behaved house sparrow. And Ing Zhang's voice continued. He seemed to be a bit tired. The purpose of this family feast today should be well known in your hearts. I don't want the heirs to fight each other excessively, but Great Qin doesn't need a completely bloodless successor either. Ing Zhang stood up, and Han Tan, the new Zhongche Fu order beside him, immediately assisted Ing Zhang. Chance, I'll give you. It's the last thing I can do as a father. After that, then it is not for a father to do, but for the emperor to do. After saying this, without waiting for the crowd's reaction, he turned around straight away and left with Han Tan's assistance. Bam! The wine glass in Winno's hand fell to the floor, and he stood up and smiled playfully. What the great father has to say is what I want to say. I don't like to get into these machinations, but yet I'm not afraid of the treachery either. I hope the uncles will still be sitting here in full force at the next family feast. When he finished speaking, he simply left. The crowd looked at me and I looked at you. Gongzi Gao and Gongzi Yuan let out a loud laugh before walking towards the distance. Alright, let's go take a look at our great nephew. We don't have that ambition anyway. It's nice to be a rich man. Could my nephew treat you and my two uncles badly? The crowd looked different. There were those who directly left to find Win Wild just like Gongzi Gao and Gongzi Yuan, and there were also those who directly went back to their own palaces. Slowly people left, and only Hu Hai, Fu Su, and some attendants remained in the entire hall. Big brother. Hu Hai hoarsely tried to say something, but Fu Su lowered his eyes. He whispered, Ninth brother, it's no use talking to me. I'm just a guy who can't even manage or control himself. Dongguan Palace, the eastern palace of the Joseon dynasty, in northeast Japan. In the dead of night, the lights are still on. Shiloh sat in front of Winfield with a flat expression, while Win Wild's complexion was a bit strange. He looked at Shui Lu and said, I really didn't expect that the first one to come to me would be you, seventh uncle. Shobin Lu, on the other hand, laughed. What's there to think about? I'm just trying to stay alive in this storm. I don't really want to be part of this fight. He shrugged. Not to mention, with father, do we really have a chance to compete? Chapter 34, What do you want? Winnow didn't say anything. Shobin Lu, on the other hand, said with emotion, as a matter of fact, I've always felt that this family banquet as well as the words spoken by father are somewhat inexplicable. Let's contend. Let's fight. Do we really have a fighting chance? He stood up and looked at the distant firmament with his hands behind his back. Whether father supports you or not, but as long as father's attitude is here, then we don't have any chance to fight. Your enemies have never been people like us, but the former dynasty, but the remaining nobles of the 6 kingdoms in the folklore, and those from the 100 schools of thought. Shoryuken lowered his eyes. When father told us we could fight, it was really just a test. A ridiculous tryst. He turned around and looked at Winnow, with a hint of firmness and seriousness in his tone. I understand that, so I'll be direct with you. I'm not fighting this, and I realize there's no way to fight it. And I didn't come to you to talk about it. I have another matter. Shiloh sat down in front of Winfield, a bit of solemnity in his expression. I suspect that someone in the palace is colluding with the people of the 6 kingdoms, but I'm not certain who it is, nor am I certain if this person still exists. He took out a jade ju from his bosom, and then said in a low voice, I picked this up in the palace. It should belong to someone from Zhao. I've seen this before. It seems to be some sort of status symbol. Someone passed it on to the palace, following which they wanted to prove their identity and thus get help from someone in the palace. Jilu told his findings a little bit at a time, and he sighed in relief when it was all said and done. There's not much else, he said in a very relaxed manner. Now that I've handed this over to you, I'll be able to take a breather. I always feel as if someone is watching me in the dark. Win Wild played with the jade jewel, but there was a bit of playfulness in his expression. The people of the 6 kingdoms, colluding with some of the people in the palace? Who could it be? The people of the 6 kingdoms in the Xianyang palace are not a few. When Emperor Shi Huangdi swept through the six kingdoms, most of the noble women of the six kingdoms were filled into the harem, and some of these noble women have already become madams and given birth to heirs. For example, his cheap old man Fusu was the heir of a certain noblewoman in Chu. Winnow put away the thoughts in his mind, then looked at Shulu. Let's not talk about that for now, but it's ninth uncle. You're the first one to come to loan. What do you want? He smiled with his brows. If it is not too much, I can consider to fulfill you. Shunglu blinked and said, I want to lead an army in battle. Can you fulfill me in that? His voice was a little low as he said, whether it's going to conquer the northern frontier or the 100 I'm fine with it. I just don't want to be stuck in this deep palace. I'm not used to everything here. But, Shuanglu sighed long and hard with regret in his voice, but I'm afraid father will not agree. Winnow raised an eyebrow. It was fine if Shiro had his own goals, but if he didn't it would really give him a headache. As for leading the troops, he mused slightly. I can't guarantee that you can lead the army, but I can guarantee that I can convince the Great Father to make you join the army. Win Wild looked straight into Shuanglu's eyes. Seventh uncle. As a member of the Deqin royal bloodline, you should know that the military merit system is the founding of my Deqin, and even if you're a royal son, you can't directly take up a key position in the military. War is not child's play. If Uncle Seven wants to join the army, I'm afraid he'll only be able to start at the bottom and climb up little by little. Would that make Uncle Seven willing as well? A little bit of climbing up from the bottom? Shogun stood there and suddenly smiled. Naturally willing. He arched his hand. Then, everything is on you, virtuous nephew. After saying that, he left in style. Dots of raindrops fell slowly on the sky, and the rain continued to fall from the vault of the sky, landing on the ground and wetting the parched earth. Winnow walked out into the pouring rain and held out his hand, catching a drop of rainwater. Zhantai Palace. Ing Zhang looked at the Jingji in his hands with an inexplicable smile on his face. He looked at Reese, who was sitting in front of him, and said, You've done well this time. Reese kept his head down, not daring to say a word. Ing Zhang sighed quietly, and then said, It was unexpected that old Seven, who usually looks the most wooden, was the first to see my temptation. What do you think Seven wants to go into the army for? Reese was a little warily, but rattled the thoughts in his head, and proceeded to say, Presumably, he wants to be free? The seventh prince doesn't like to participate in these struggles on a regular basis, nor does he like to live in seclusion in the deep palace. And once upon a time when the seventh prince's mother was still around, he would often sneak out of the palace. It's just that after Lady Ru died, the seventh prince became much more mute. Ing Zhang frowned slightly, and after a long time, he still put the thing down, after which he looked at Li Si again and said, Who do you think is the person from the 6 countries hiding in the palace that Lao Qi and Yi are talked about? Or, which side of the force does he belong to? Li Si was lost in thought. Does your majesty think it's not Zhao? Ing Zhang nodded his head. It shouldn't be someone from Zhao. I look like it's from Chu. He snorted and said, After all, Chu's brand in Qin is too heavy. From Empress Dowager Xian all the way to Empress Dowager Hua, and even up to the time of my father's father, the brand of Chu still exists. I don't believe that they were removed so easily. Li Si looked at Ing Zhang, who seemed to be acting as if he already had a plan. So, what does your majesty intend to do? Ing Zhang nodded the Zhangji in front of him. They want to make a move, but they don't dare to do so. Isn't it because nowadays, Great Qin is in a kind of peaceful time? Earlier Wang Lao general said he wanted to start a war against Baiwei. I still have some hesitation, but now it seems it. Ing Zhang smiled and said, The Baiwei war being stuck in a quagmire might be an opportunity. A chance to force out all those rats inside the gutter. Only then will they dare to move a muscle. Return to the palace, ESP. After a sex scandal, Fuso frowned at the maid in front of him, a look of hesitation on his face. You said that the person left behind by a mother back then contacted you, saying that there was something important to meet? The maid hurriedly nodded her head with hesitation and fear on her face. Your Highness, the slave girl doesn't know what they want to do. But Madame Dang once said that this is a backhand left for you. Backhanded Even a holy father like Fu Su wanted to snicker. Go. He stood up, with the air of the eldest son. Let me see what they want to do. Chapter 35, The Father Who Learned His Wisdom. The palace is long and hides countless hidden secrets. Fu Su walked on this long palace road, walking forward along the road. The more he walked, the more he realized that this road was familiar, as if he had seen it before. It was only when he followed the maid to the palace gates that he suddenly realized, this place was indeed familiar to him, because this is the palace of the Dowager Empress of Huayang at the time. Only it has been unoccupied since the death of the Dowager Empress Dowager. Empress Huayang. It's also a Chu person. Could it be that Empress Huayang is behind this palace? An older man came out trembling, the skin on his face already wrinkled. Your Highness, The man looked up with some vague look in his eyes. Like a heartfelt old servant, she tremblingly told all her concerns about Fusu. In the meantime, the Eastern Palace also received an unexpected visitor. This uninvited guest claimed to be the personal maid who served beside Empress Dowager Huayang back then. And now she has come here by the posthumous edict of Empress Dowager Huayang. Wen Wild raised his head, his eyebrows slightly raised, some wanton playfulness on his face. You mean to say that Empress Dowager Huayang left a posthumous edict asking me to help a portion of the nobles of Chu enter the Qin dynasty? Kasuga's face held a slight calmness as she looked up at Wino and said, yes, before the Empress Dowager passed away. The one thing she couldn't worry about was the Chu kingdom. The Empress Dowager knew that the Chu kingdom would definitely be overthrown by the Qin kingdom. And she wouldn't stop it because the Empress Dowager is the Empress Dowager of the Qin kingdom. But she hoped that after she was gone, the later rulers of Qin would treat the nobles of Chu well. She lowered her head, her brow smooth and peaceful. I don't suppose your highness would fail to honor the last request of an old man on his deathbed? Wino snorted before looking at Haruai and said, you morally kidnapped me? The word had not yet come into existence at this time, but the literal meaning is not difficult to understand. Moral kidnapping, not just after the word appeared in the latter days, but from the birth of this world. Do you think that Lone is the one who eats this? It seems you still don't know much about Lone. Wen Wild said slowly. That day in the courtroom, Lone didn't have much respect or understanding for his own father. And now you want me to respect an old Empress Dowager who has been dead for many years, and who is unable to provide Lone with any help. He looked at Haruai with a surprised look. Your brain isn't broken, is it? Is it because you've spent so much time in the cold palace that your brain isn't working well anymore? Haruai was silent. Before she came, she had such an anticipation, but she just did not think that this royal eldest grandson His Highness spoke so directly. There was no disguise or modification at all. That was unexpected. However, she originally did not intend to use morality to make this person bow down. If there is something eternal in this world, it will not be feelings, but interests. Your Highness. Kasuga looked up with a gentle frown, but the undertones of that gentleness were unruly. The slave girl thought that it would be a good thing for you if the nobles of Chu entered the courtroom, wouldn't it? The only one the people of Chu can rely on is you. And if this group of people can enter the courtroom and hold power, it will be beneficial for you to become the crown prince, or even the emperor, won't it? We will be your beloved. The first emperor didn't just have you as a grandson. He had many, many other imperial sons, and all of those had the power of their mother's family behind them, which you don't have. Isn't that a frightening thing? Haruai said while looking at Wino's eyes. Seeing that this could not persuade Wino, immediately changed his tone and said, of course, you also need a certain amount of manpower to help you do things, don't you? There are always things that your apparent power cannot do, like something shady. Kasuga smiled, tucking her hair together slightly. Chu is certainly dead, but the people of Chu are still here, and the roots of Chu's majestic world back in the day are still there, and that's a power you can't imagine. They can help you do a lot of things in the shadows, even so much as to help you get rid of some people you're not good at getting your hands on. Kasuga continued to add, in addition to that is wealth. Your Highness. Haruai looked up and pulled out the last and most important card. You are still the crown prince. Don't you need to recruit disciples? But with your wealth today, how are you going to provide for those disciples? She was like a kind elder, teaching her juniors step by step. And although the Chu royal family was overthrown, the wealth left behind by the Chu royal family is still enormous. Qin took the wealth of the world, but the wealth of Chu taken that year was only a small portion. Aren't you impressed by these riches? Winano looked as if he was moved by the words, and there was a slight movement in his brow. How can I be sure of your sincerity? He didn't question or even ask about anything else, but simply asked about sincerity, apparently convinced by Haruai's reasoning. And the breath that Haruai was carrying in her heart finally relaxed as she looked at Wino with some amusement in her heart. No matter how powerful and intelligent, they are just worldly people. Is there anyone in the world who won't be tempted by profit? Joke. Unless Wen Wild can become the emperor of Great Qin and mobilize all the wealth in this world. But even if Wino became emperor, he would still be tempted by benefits. Because in a way, the wealth of the world does not belong to Winning Wild personally. He personally needs money to do some things he wants to do. It's simple. Kasuga said dryly. Since His Highness has promised us, we will naturally show His Highness our sincerity. In a few days there will be one of our men who will provide you with 200,000 gold through very proper channels. That was our initial goodwill. 200,000 gold. Wen Wild was a bit shocked in his heart when he heard this figure. Just the initial sincerity was able to offer him 200,000 gold? How much wealth did the royal family of Chu leave behind? Could it be the ancestral property of Chu for centuries? His guess was actually good. It was indeed Chu's ancestral property that had been left behind over the years. The state of Chu lasted for hundreds of years from its founding to its demise. The king of Chu, unlike the king of Qin and the kings of the Central Plains, was more of a feudal landlord than a king, and the exploitation of the king over the years allowed the Chu royal family to accumulate a large amount of money, and part of that money goes into the treasury, and the other part is collected in some secret place. This was something that was used as a capital for Chu's restoration and could not be taken easily. Now, if it was not from Winfield that he saw hope, how could he take out this sum of money? In history, this wealth also did not appear, because the one who raised the flag of Chu and restored the state was not the royal family of Chu Mi Xiong clan, but Xiang Liang and Xiang Yu of Xiang clan. For the Mi Xiong clan, what does your Xiang Yu's restored Chu have to do with our Mi Xiong clan's Chu? The surnames are different. You can't say that if you are our vassal. Your Chu is our Chu, right? So in history, the Mi Xiong clan, who had no chance of restoring the state, never took out this wealth. Winnow is a different story. The appearance of winning wild was so coincidental that some of the Mi Xiong clan, who were hiding in the mountains and forests, thought that it was the blessing of the gods, which enabled them to restore their country or to stand up again. Who is Winnow? Who is Fusu? Both their father and son's mothers were from Chu. Yes, Winnow's mother was likewise a Chu woman, something that Fusu's mother personally managed for Fusu back in the day. The blood of Chu's royal family flows in his body, and he is about to take control of Qin's court, which is loved by the first emperor of Qin. So if this kind of person steps into the court, he is born to be the backer of Chu. Doesn't the prince need a confidant? Doesn't the emperor need a confidant? Nowadays, the ambitions of the Chu people are not so great for the time being, and their lineage just wants to restore their sacrifices and then go back to in the light, just keep enjoying it in the light. After all, they had money, but even if they did, people didn't dare to enjoy it blatantly. Wouldn't that be starving to death with a mountain of gold? So there was the matter of Haruai, and that Fuso's side. Only after Haruai had left did Winnow let out a soft laugh. Hidden in the palace, it was the forces of Chu? He somewhat did not believe it was so simple. After noon, Fuso walked in from outside with a dazed and confused face. With a horrified look in his eyes, he had learned of a heavenly conspiracy from the mouth of that maid, and he had wanted to make some decisions in accordance with his own heart, but a gust of wind blew on his brain and instantly cleared his mind. He thought he should probably just talk to his own son about it. Zhantai Palace. As Ying Zhang listened to the report from the Black Ice Terrace, there was a slight look of sighing in his expression. What does this kid want? Do you really want to use the power of Chu? He frowned slightly, but in an instant all of that solemnity disappeared again, and he was sure that Winnow wouldn't do such a stupid thing. Turning to look at the person on the black ice platform, he asked with some surprise, "Did you really see Duke Chan walk out of that temple with a bewildered expression, but headed directly towards the Eastern Palace?" Hearing the affirmative answer from the man at the black ice platform, Ying Zhang smacked his lips. Though this response still isn't very good, I guess, but it was much better than before. At least they didn't listen to someone else stirring up a couple of things and immediately come to confront them. True enough, Ying Zhang let out a sigh of emotion and said, Fusu should be given to an intelligent person like Yeer to teach him more. Not to mention, Fusu was originally Yeer's father. His own father he doesn't teach himself. Should he let me teach him for him? Listening to Ying Zhang's words, Tun Ruo subconsciously raised his head and spat in his mind. Your Majesty still remembers that His Highness Fusu was his son? What's more, where in heaven's name does it make sense that it's the son's responsibility to teach his father? Isn't that a bit outrageous? Ying Zhang, however, didn't care about Duan Ruo's reaction, but only said after a slight pause, pass on my decree to give Emperor Changsun Winnow 10,000 pieces of gold, 30 pieces of silk, and dozens of beautiful jades. As for reasons, Ying Zhang thought about it again and again, but after all, he still wanted to give his son Fusu some face. Then there is no need for a reason. What more reason do I need to reward something? For his part, Tun Ruo responded with a low voice. No, only after Duan Ruo had left did Ying Zhang mutter in a low voice. I can't say that Yeer, as my grandson, has done a good job of educating my son for me, can I? Ugh, it's not good to be a father, and it's not good to be this great father. Win Wild looked at Fusu in front of him rather strangely, and similarly let out the same sentiment as Ying Zhang. No dad, you've really learned to be smart. You didn't even fall for it. Fuso coughed lightly with some embarrassment on his face. After all, he was more or less ashamed to be spoken to like that by his own son. Wild child, how can you say that about your father? However, as soon as the words came out of his mouth, he saw Winfield's "you still have the face to ask" look, and immediately lowered his head in embarrassment. So wild child, you think this is a trap they've laid down for me? Winnow nodded slightly, picked up the pottery cup that had caused the attendant to replace it and took a sip of water and said, not bad. He sighed and said, Do you still know why you fought with father for years to the point where you were almost exiled in the end? It's all about the father not knowing the son and the son not knowing the father. At this time she appeared to give father this. And the purpose was really very simple, to plant a seed in your heart. Father, a seed of doubt. You will become frustrated with the great father and in turn slowly continue to fight with him to the end. Win Wild did not continue, but Fu Su understood the final result. Hard with the emperor. The last to disappear must be him. But, the emperor, as his father, must also be very sad. Winnow snorted. What's more, it's not certain if that person is the one left behind by the Great Mother. His gaze was sharp with some intelligence. The Great Mother is a person from the Chu Kingdom. And the party. There was also a Chu power who came to me. Win Wild told Fu Su about the spring day, and then said, I think, perhaps there is another force hidden in this deep palace. They want to fish in troubled waters and be the yellow bird that eats it all. Fu Su said solemnly, then what should we do? How do I do it? Winnow narrowed his eyes and smiled. Not how to do it. We just have to make the trick work. And after that, just wait. Wait for them to surface. Chapter 36, Listening to Songs at the Hooked Fence. Wait? Is it just a matter of waiting? Fuso was a little confused, and Win Wild as a smile. Did not say anything, but instead of eyebrows hidden in a touch of micro-uncanny smile, of course, we also need to give them a little material. Take a good look at what they want to do. Saying so, Winnow beckoned and handed the note in his hand to the attendant beside him. Give this to the Great Father, and say that you ask for his discretion. Only after the standing attendant had left did Win Wild stand up, stretching his back in the process. Father, is there anything else? If it's okay, I'll sneak out of the palace and play. Play? Fusu froze there, his face with a bit of bewilderment. As the crown prince of the country, even if it is not yet determined by the decree of the crown prince, isn't the biggest task to properly deal with the political affairs? How? He frowned and was about to admonish when he stopped what he wanted to say as if he thought of something else. Wild Child was much smarter than he was as a father, so he actually understood all these truths, and couldn't say that going out to play was something important? With this thought, he looked at Win Wild and said, there is nothing else, just. Fusu thought about it but said, when you go out to play, be careful with everything, bring a few more guards. Winnow nodded. Don't worry father, I'll take that Liu fellow out with me. He smiled and said, there may not be many people in Xianying City who know me, but those who know Liu, yet there are still quite a few. Liu's father is the 9th minister. It's even more pleasing to the Great Father, seeing that he's about to cross that step, and will become the 3rd Duke after Prime Minister Wang or Prime Minister Feng retires. So how could anyone be so ungrateful as to offend him? Fusu was also much relieved when he heard this. That kid Liu is a reliable one. Li Fu, 1938. Chiang Kai-shek's wife, honorific. What? Li Si's face wore a look of shock as he looked at the boy standing in front of him to report and said, what did you say the man said his name was? The boy looked puzzled, but still spoke. That man said his name was Ying Yi, and that he came from out of town to join you, sir, and is now waiting outside the door. Juno? It's not like there's anything wrong with Reese's brain. Where does he have any relatives who come back to join him? And this pseudonym. The name is too fake, isn't it? Isn't it a little too unintentional? Liu spat out a step before his own father, a speechless look on his face. Then again, that one came here. Could it be something important? Otherwise he shouldn't have come personally. For his part, Reese straightened his clothes in an instant and moved forward. What do you care about so much? In short, your highness came down, we just greet is. Even if there is something important, that is also behind. In front of the Li residence, Win Wild stood there with some reckless flair on his face as he glanced back and forth at everything around him, a look of relaxed pleasure on his face. To be honest, he hadn't gone out after coming to Great Qin, and this was the first time he had stepped out of the palace. It always felt like the air outside the palace was much fresher than inside. He had come to see not only Liu, of course, but also to find Reese. What brings you here? Before Win Wild's thoughts continued, a laughing voice came from inside the mansion. Li Si personally went out to greet him, with a respectful smile on his face. Dang it, I didn't expect you to come, so much so that the mansion is fluffy. You please. Inside the compound, Li Si sat there respectfully. In fact, he was not more than that. After all, the relationship between ruler and subject at this time had not yet reached the level of the latter days, which was close to that of being a slave and a servant, not to mention that Winnow was not a king yet. Even if Winnow was the king, Li Si, as the 9 ministers, was not so humble. Li Si simply wanted to kiss Winfield's ass so that he could go further in the reign of the 2nd emperor, holding greater power. He knew very well that even if he became the prime minister, he would only be the left prime minister. In the state dynasty, the right is honored, and it all depends on who the emperor prefers as to who is more powerful between the right and left prime ministers. Of course, He had to perform well in front of his future honored one. What is the importance of your visit, Your Excellency? You just say it, and C will do his best to go through fire and water. Winnow raised his eyebrows slightly. Oh, that wouldn't be necessary. But there is indeed a small matter that needs the help of Captain Li Ting. I just don't know if Captain Li is willing anymore. Looking at Winnow's smiling face, Li Si suddenly had a bad feeling, but he instantly withdrew this premonition. What could make Win wild? The eldest grandson of the emperor and de facto lord of the East Palace. Seek him out would naturally not be a trivial matter. He immediately gathered the fawning and curtness on his face and turned it into seriousness. He's pretty reliable when it comes to getting things done. Your Excellency, please. Only then did Win Wild put down the cup in his hand and looked at Li Si. Yesterday, a maid, claiming to be the manpower left behind by Empress Dowager Huoyang back then, came to find Loan, and said that a large sum of money had been left behind after the demise of Chu back then. They can come under Loan's banner if Loan wants them to, and they will offer their goodwill to me in the next few days, but I'm not going to be able to place them there. He looked calmly at Li Si. Rather, I wonder if Ting Weili would be willing to provide Loan with a place to settle down and keep the money temporarily? Temporary custody of money? Reese's heart fluttered, but immediately afterward his brain told him that it was never going to be that simple. If it's so simple, how could we have bothered to come here in person? It was just that if Win Wild didn't say anything, he couldn't poke his nose in. At that moment, he smiled and said, "C thought it was something, but it's just something small." Winnow and Li Si looked at each other, and then they both let out a laugh, and both sides knew what was in the other's heart. But everything is in no words. In addition, Loan does not go out of the palace door for many years, so I am a bit interested in this Xianyang city. I wonder if the courtier would be willing to let your son be a guide with me and lead me around this Xianyang city? Wizard? Reese nodded instantly. It wasn't enough that he had gained this one's favor. If his own son could also cling to this thigh, then Li's achievements would definitely be even higher in the future. It's natural. He pointed at Li Yu and laughed and scolded. This kid likes to wander around on weekdays, and I usually scold him for not doing his job. I didn't expect it to be so coincidental today, and it has to be said that it's the destiny of the youngest child to be with your highness. Li Si did his best to try to have a deeper relationship with Winfield, and Winfield didn't push back, but just made polite conversation with Li Si. A moment later, Li Si also said very knowingly, "Your highness, there is still official business within the courtier's residence, so I will not bother you anymore." He stood up, like a guest. You serve his highness well for my father. Remember, never make any mistakes." Li Yu nodded his head and watched over Li Si's departure, and it was only after Li Si had left that he looked at Win Wild and opened his mouth, asking curiously, "Your highness, where are we going?" Winnow blinked while giving a chuckle. "Of course, go somewhere nice. Xianyang City." Somewhere in a small courtyard, a sickly young man sat there, still coughing a few times every now and then, and beside him a bookish-looking teenager stood patting his back in order to soothe him. "Are you better, my lord?" After Zhang Liang coughed up all the depressed chi in his heart, his body was a little better. He looked at the words recorded on the silk in front of him and said with some murmurs, "So, is it really true that I was wrong?" Zhang Liang was a bit bewildered. Autumn Yan looked equally perplexed as she looked at the silk on that table with some confusion. This is a record of his son's words about the words of Winnow, the Qin Emperor's eldest grandson. Han's power wasn't too big, but it wasn't small either. After the destruction of the Six Kingdoms, the nobles banded together, and Win Wild's argument with Chun Yu in the courtroom that day was not considered a hidden matter, so it naturally circulated. Nowadays, it is only circulated in a small scale within Xianyang City, and has not yet spread to farther places. A few days ago, Zhang Liang got a piece of silk recording the content of the day Win Wild. After he got the silk will be locked up in the house. The whole 5 days, did not say a word, coming out again. It's today. My lord, do you think what Winnow said makes sense? Does that make sense? Zhang Liang sat there witheringly, his entire body falling into an eerie silence. In fact, the chaos of the end of the Qin dynasty, the nobles of the Six Kingdoms, many lords, some of them are for revenge, and the other part is for power. And among these people, there is only one person who is really for the people of the world. He felt from the bottom of his heart that Qin was tyrannical and needed to be brought down. He wanted peace and stability in the world from the bottom of his heart. He really wanted to do something for the world's Qianshou. This man is Zhang Liang, one of the 3 masters of the early Han dynasty, the son of the Prime Minister of Korea in that year, Zhang Liang Zhang Zifan, who had been a member of the Han for 3 generations. So there was no way he could fool himself. There was really no way to deceive himself, to tell himself that what was said here was all false, that what Winnow had said was all bull ********, that what the world was, what the 9 states of China were, were all just big lies told by Winnow in order to sit in the position of the second emperor. He was tempted to say that, but both his reason and his emotions told him that this was indeed true, so he was silent. Seeing this, Xiao Yan also stopped talking, afraid of disturbing his own son's thoughts. After a few moments, Zhang Liang spoke in a mute voice. Has that imperial eldest grandson been out of the palace recently? Xiao Yan immediately said, Your Excellency, our people said that His Royal Highness the Emperor's eldest grandson left the palace today and went straight to Li Si's residence, and then went out with Li Si's eldest son Li Yu. Zhang Liang straightened his clothes before standing up. Prepare the car. Xiao Yan looked at Zhang Liang and was a bit surprised, but still ordered the boy to get the carriage and horses ready. Where are you going, my lord? Zhang Liang smiled and spread the crumpled silk on the desktop. Of course, I'm going to take a look at that imperial eldest son highness who can speak these words. I want to see what kind of person he is and whether he's worthy of my assistance. If one is really a man with a heart for the world, if one is really a majestic lord, if one can really make the world's Qianshu peaceful, then even if one gives up the hatred of the country and the family, what can one do? But it's just a matter of making amends to my Korean and Zhang clan's ancestors after meeting my father and great-father 100 years from now. At this moment, Zhang Liang looked very wanton and dashing, and he wanted to meet the young man who was able to speak these eloquent words. What was Aka's greatest wish in life? It's about meeting the right people. Such a majestic lord. If I can really assist him to build a great career, it would be the fortunate thing in Liang's life. After resolving the annoyance in his mind, Zhang Liang looked much more comfortable. He looked at Xiao Yan. Such a majestic lord left the palace. It must be to recruit talents. Where did he go? But the recruitment pavilion established by Duke Chang? Or some other place? Autumn words looked strange. He said in an odd tone, My lord, you will know when you go. The carriage rattled and eventually stopped, and Zhang Liang stepped down from the carriage and stood in front of a mansion with a confused look on his face. Where is this? Is there some great talent living in seclusion here? Zhang Liang said with emotion. Greatly hidden in the city. This sage is really a great talent. No wonder His Majesty the Emperor Changsun personally came to pay his respects. Xiao Yan coughed lightly, then looked at Zhang Liang and said, That male. This is the female coccyx. Coccyx? The look on Zhang Liang's face instantly stiffened as he mechanically turned back and looked at Xiao Yan, his entire body petrified. What is the place of the coccyx? He also has a name widely known to the public. Greenhouse. Brothel. But, official. That is, the official opening of brothels. Coccyx. Winnow was very foppishly leaning on the arms of the beauty behind him, using it as a cushion, with several other women serving him on the side. The quality of the women in the female cocoon is quite high. After all, this place is officially opened, and most of the women used to be good people from official families, but later fell to this place through the means of copying and destroying their families and other means. Ha! Ingyi happily ate the pastries that the woman beside him brought to his mouth, and watched the woman in front of him, who was wearing a thin veil and almost nothing at all, dancing in living color. This is the life of a human being. If you go back to ancient times and don't go to the hookah to listen to the music, what does it mean to go back to ancient times? Just as Winfield was enjoying himself, the steward of the female coccyx hurriedly came over, with a bit of caution on his face. Your Highness, there is someone to see you. He offered his obeisance with both hands. This is the man's obeisance. Chapter 37, Smart People. Someone wants to see him? Winnow took the invitation from the steward's hand, just glanced at it, and sat up directly from the embrace behind him. The name on the obeisance was simple, but equally, it's also very overbearing. Zhang Zifeng. If it was an ordinary person, perhaps they would not know who this Zhang Zifeng was, but Winfield knew exactly. Zhang Liang and Zhang Zifeng, one of the three masters of the early Han dynasty, Liu Bang was able to fight the world's biggest help, is also one of the most powerful strategists in the ancient times. This one is just a kind of modest words. After all, if you say Zhang Liang is the most powerful strategist in the ancient times, more or less a little boasting, but no one would define Zhang Liang as a second-rate strategist, no matter if it was in later times or in the 2000 years of the Chinese state of Kyushu. At the end of the Han dynasty, and even in later times, the favorite saying of many male lords is like my Zifeng, which means that if you get a certain person, it is like Emperor Taizu got Zhang Zifeng like a fish out of water. That's enough to show how important Zhang Liang is. But, Win Wild's expression gradually became odd. Zhang Liang is a person, right? You can't just look at his political wisdom and resourcefulness. Who is Zhang Liang? Born into the Zhang clan, the top nobility of the pre-Qin period, Zhang's three-generation Han dynasty could be said to be the most dominant one in Han, and Zhang Liang himself was extremely disgusted with the state of Qin, saying many times that Qin was a tyrannical government, and he would imitate his idol Jing Ku many times in the future to assassinate the king of Qin. And that was a multiple assassination. That assassination of Baranza almost worked. Or maybe he did. After all, although Ing Zhang didn't die in that assassination, he still died in Balangsha. It's hard to say that Zhang Liang wasn't partly responsible for that. And now, this one of the three masters of the early Han dynasty, who had assassinated the first emperor many times, came to visit him? What are you doing here? It can't be an assassination, can it? After a few moments of thought, Wen Wild raised his eyebrows, stood up, and looked at the steward. Find a secluded place, invite that gentleman into the room, and tell him that I'll be there immediately. After the steward had listened to the instructions and gone to prepare, Wen Wild turned back to Li Yu, who was also very happy beside him, and said, "Are you able to mobilize the private soldiers of the court captain's office?" Li Yu hesitated for a moment, but then immediately remembered what Li Si had explained when he left the mansion today, and then nodded. "Yes, is it to mobilize private soldiers?" Wen Wild nodded. "This matter is not suitable for mobilizing the Iron Eagle Guards, nor is it suitable for alarming Great Father and the others, so when you mobilize your private army, it would be best to find a reason." He stroked his chin and hesitated. "Let's just say that while I was listening to a song at the female coccyx, I ran into something ungrateful, so I mobilized my private soldiers to scare it." Li Yu dumbly laughed. Gongzi really is uninhibited. This kind of reason can also think out, and also dare to use. Immediately, he arched his hand and said, "Honorable order. This is no longer the attitude of an ordinary son, but rather the attitude of a lord who has chosen to follow him." Wen Wild didn't care and waved his hand. "Go." Only after Li Yu had left did Wen Wild straighten his clothes, and then nodded at the steward who was already ready at the side. "Take me to that gentleman. I'm sure he's been waiting long enough. The women are somewhere in the house." Zhang Liang sat there very quietly, playing with the string of beads in his hand with a calm expression. He closed his eyes and waited slowly. The heart has actually begun to regret how to feel that the gentleman is very unreliable. Look, not easy to go out of the palace once. Do not think of recruiting talent. The result is directly to the coccyx? If this gentleman is also addicted to female sex, does that work? Zhang Liang loved to read history and saw countless lessons from it. There were countless heroes in the world, but many of them fell on the word beauty, as did King Fuchai of Wu. If not for Shi Shi, how could it have been so easy for King Gojin to taste gall? After once again letting out a long sigh in his heart, Zhang Liang put away the infinite thoughts in his heart. No matter what, he still had to meet with one another in order to be able to know what that person was really like. Squeak dash. Just as he was thinking about it, the dilapidated door opened in a trance. Under the illumination of the candle flame, a silhouette appeared in front of Zhang Liang, who raised his head to look at the direction of that doorway with a slight surprise on his brow. The visitor had sword brows and starry eyes, a handsome appearance, and although he was a bit unruly, he could still see the appearance of a three-dimensional male lord. With just this glance, Zhang Liang immediately put away all of his previous belittling thoughts. He studied under Huang Shigong, who was one of the sages of Taoism, and naturally passed down some of the so-called face techniques, and Zhang Liang saw the majesty in the face of Winfield with just one glance. "I didn't expect to see Mr. Zhang here." Winnow smiled and arched his hand. His tone was very flat. "Your son is the late Han Prime Minister after that year. This many years and is wanted many times. Is not afraid of loan directly arrested you?" His expression was very playful, and there was some snark in his voice. Zhang Liang, on the other hand, smiled and said, "If Your Excellency really had this in mind, then the one who came in just now would not have been Your Excellency, but a guard." He pointed at himself. "Your Excellency came alone. Aren't you afraid? Aren't you afraid that I will rise up and kill you here? Your Excellency's heavenly talent. If he really dies here, Qin is afraid that he will never have the chance to rise again." Zhang Liang said the most serious words in a joking tone. His gaze was like a torch, and his entire aura was sharp. "Isn't the gentleman afraid? When a piker is angry, blood is spilled." He stared at Winnow, wanting to see Winnow's reaction, and Winfield's reaction was out of his expectation, only to see Winfield yawn as if he didn't care at all about what he said, and even propped up his head in slight exhaustion. "That's why I sent Li Yu to call someone. Many soldiers will surround the place later." The two stared at each other for a long time, and suddenly both of them burst out laughing. On the one hand, Zhang Liang was testing on the one hand, and on the other hand, he really had such a mind. However, Wen Wild's reaction was beyond his expectations, making his entire attempt seem very feeble. The two attitudes were mixed between coming alone and being very honest about the fact that there were already private soldiers surrounding the place. The body of 1,000 gold does not sit in a dangerous hall. Wen Wild, this kind of bold and goat attitude is a generation of male masters should have the attitude. So Zhang Liang put down the idea of assassination. Just kidding. Zhang Liang sat down and no longer approached Winfield. Instead he looked at Winfield and asked, Do you know what Liang has come here for this time? Your Excellency? Wen Wild looked to Zhang Liang to voice out that speculation in his mind. His voice was soft. I'm sure Mr. Zhang came here to test me? Mr. Heart of the world's life. Before the loan on the court said those words should have reached the ears of Mr. Wen Wild looked at Zhang Liang, his dark eyes carrying some speculative meaning. Mr. has always taken the restoration of the former Han as his own responsibility, and has traveled around, perhaps even joining the 6 nobles in their covenant to restore the country. And now since he has come to see me and is not making a move, can I take it this way? Mr. is impressed by what Lone has said, and intends to give up his darkness and go to the right side of the world? Give up the darkness? Zhang Liang laughed dumbly as he looked at Wen Wild and got a few thoughts. Before, he only wanted to see Winfield to test the waters, but at this time, he really wanted to join Winfield. Your Excellency said to abandon the darkness. So why is it that the nobles of the 6 kingdoms are the darkness, while Great Qin is the light? Couldn't I have been the one to spy? Spy? Winnow shook his head slightly. I believe that with Mr.'s character, he wouldn't do such a thing. As for why the 6 kingdoms are dark, but Great Qin is light, do you really want to hear it? Sir, won't you be annoyed if you hear it? Zhang Liang raised an eyebrow. Being annoyed is just a matter of brushing off your sleeves, and it won't have any effect on your son. If your Excellency can convince me, then it is not impossible for me to really abandon the darkness. Only then did Winfield nod. In that case, then Lone will speak directly. He looked at Zhang Liang and asked a very direct question. In your opinion, sir, how far does the Great Father rank among the historical sages? Chapter 38. Zhang Liang lapsed into silence. He looked at Winnow with a smile on his face and wanted to say, countdown to the top, but couldn't really say such a thing. Even if he didn't hear those words spoken by Ying Yi in the courtroom, he still thought that Ying Zhang's achievements were great, and at this point he was at least stronger than King Wu of Zhou back then. After all, the world that King Wu of Zhou unified wasn't that big, and the China that is so big today wasn't created by Bang Zhou, but by generations of vassal kings. The Banzhou system of partitioning was a well-used system. The ideal feudal system. The king of Zhou takes a piece of land that has been fought over and is very rich, and tells you, I've fought over and governed this place, and as my little brother, this piece of land is yours. In reality, the feudal system, the king of Zhou points to a piece of barren land that does not belong to Bang Zhou at all and tells you, this is the land I give you. Although it does not belong to Bang Zhou yet and has no economic environment or manpower at all, but I will recognize it as your land once you can take it down. Hurry up and thank me. The ideal feudal system is completely different from the real one, which is one of the reasons why the first emperor was reluctant to implement the feudal system. Why was the king of Zhou so generous when he divided the land? Why was the king of Zhou so generous when he divided the land? Because the land didn't belong to him in the first place, and it certainly didn't hurt to sell his neighbor's land. Why did the first emperor react so strongly? It's because these places were fought down by the army during the first emperor's time. Of course it hurts to have your own things, with such a first emperor. Even if Zhang Liang felt that the first emperor was a tyrant, he had to recognize his grandeur. Looking at Zhang Liang's silence, Winnow smiled and opened his mouth to ask again. Let's not talk about the group of contraptions during the Warring States period at that time. Let's just talk about the group of remnants of the 6 kingdoms now. Sir should have been in contact with them already? Winnow said in a playful tone. What do you think, sir, of that group? Zhang Liang continued to be silent. How about that group? This question really asked Zhang Liang at once. If he had to judge, that group really wasn't very good. Han's representative, that weak and incompetent Duke Han, is even more of a puddle than his old man, who at least wasn't as weak. The representatives of Yan and Wei were hard to say. In short, Zhang Liang felt that if he had to rely on them, the 6 countries would not be able to recover in this lifetime. Zhao S. that. Now hiding inside the deep mountains and old forests to hide, with a small group of people to resist. That group of people also died almost. Among all the remaining members of the 6 kingdoms, it is the 2 from Chu that look a bit interesting, but Zhang Liang feels that those 2 don't mean a lot. That is, they are not pulling the crotch. Xiang Liang's character is fine, but he is too old. I'm afraid he won't last long enough to restore Chu, and he has pampered Xiang Ji too much. So Xiang Ji has developed a character that has no one else in his sights, and he is also nepotistic. If you want Zhang Liang to say it, the item of having no one in sight is deadly enough, let alone pairing it with a nepotism? This was also the reason why Zhang Liang felt that this group of people didn't have much chance of succeeding in their rebellion. So after hearing that Wen Wild was more reliable, he ran to find Wen Wild. Wen Wild looked at Zhang Liang, who continued to be silent, and then laughed dumbly. So you know that your teammates are not very reliable. Ah. He smiled faintly and stood up, opening the window and letting in the breeze from outside. Wen Wild stood by the window with his hands folded and said softly, Great Father's achievements are number 1 in the 1,000 years of history, and this is something that neither you nor I have any doubt about. the revival of the Six Kingdoms is nothing more than delusional talk. As long as Great Father lives, the people of the world will not dare to have any thoughts of rebellion. At most they will dare to be a bit of a malefactor. And this is something Great Father knows, but it will take time. When the people are accustomed to the life of the Qin people, they will gradually forget the so-called homeland. After all, Qianzhou's greatest wish is to live, to be able to eat, not to starve, and on this basis it would be better if they can live in a more dignified. Winnow turned around and looked at Zhang Liang with a smile. Mr. also knows this, so Mr. should have really prepared to assassinate Great Father before, right? You know, that father of mine is indeed unsuitable, so as long as the Great Father dies, the world will definitely be in instant turmoil, and at this time, whether you restore the country or find a new male lord to assist you, you can return peace to the people of the world. It's just a shame that I showed up at this juncture. As long as I, the great-grandson, don't die, even if you do assassinate the Great Father, it's useless, and assassinating me is easier and more difficult than assassinating Great Father. Of course, even with all the difficulties, sir, you do find opportunities. You just see in me, in what I call pragmatic rhetoric, the possibility of a future of prosperity for the people, and so you begin to hesitate. Winnow let out a long sigh. Sir, what I'm persuading you to do now is not for you to abandon your darkness, but I want you to consider for the people of this world. Could it be that turmoil in the world is really what Mr. wants? There was some sincerity in his eyes. Isn't it good to assist loan, to help loan, to make Great Qin a better place, so that the people of the world can continue to enjoy this peaceful and stable life? You should know that, given my character and the pragmatic ideas I speak of, it is impossible for Qin to continue under such harsh laws for too long. Zhang Liang was silent for a long time, and finally spoke slowly under Winfield's gaze. Before I came here, I felt that the Duke was a monarch with ambition and some ability. When I came to the door of the women's cocoon, I regretted a little, feeling that the Duke was nothing but a mediocre monarch who knew something but was addicted to women's sex, and now. Zhang Liang raised his head and looked at Winfield with submission in his gaze. Nowadays, Liang feels that His Excellency will certainly be able to accomplish unearthly greatness, a greatness that does not even come after His Majesty the First Emperor. He smiled, even if it were not for the First Emperor's order to replace the posthumous name with the second or third, His Highness's posthumous name would have been one of the three, and the temple name would have been Holy Ancestor or High Ancestor. Gaozu, Holy Ancestor. As a matter of fact, among the temple titles today, Tai, Gao, Shi, and Zhong are the most important, and these four are usually paired with Zhu, which is not available to any other person, while Wen Wushang is also the top of the posthumous titles. When Zhang Liang said this, it meant that he recognized Win Wild's talent. Win Wild relaxed a bit when he heard this talent, and he sat there with a big grin. Mr. has such confidence in me, it's not too good for me to excuse myself. When I take that seat, how about you become my prime minister and have a marquee for you? Marquee? Zhang Liang frowned, yet before he could say anything, he was waved by Win Wild. It's not the kind of vassalization you're thinking of, he said playfully. What mortals seek is nothing more than merit and fame, and although I am not able to give them a fiefdom, there is nothing to give the title of a marquis. Winning Wild's words revealed some of his changes to the title system, but this did not surprise Zhang Liang. He had seen Winfield's ambition as early as the moment he saw him. Then I'll be waiting for your highness to crown me. Zhang Liang said so. That is, he fully accepted the matter of assisting Winfield. At this moment, Zhang Liang saw Winfield very relaxed appearance, but also playfully poked him a knife. But your highness, how shall you explain to His Majesty that I, a man wanted by the court, have become your protege? Win Wild's expression stiffened slightly for a moment, but immediately afterward, he said, what's the point of explaining this? He stood straight up. With your talent, as long as you are willing to join the court, you will certainly be able to lead Great Qin to become better, and with Great Father's heart, as long as you are willing to submit, then Great Father won't care about what you did before. Go. Win Wild looked at Zhang Liang and said, I just don't know if Mr. has the guts to follow me to the dragon's den? Zhang Liang was stunned for a moment as he looked at Winfield's very serious gaze, but after a moment he slowly exhaled. Why wouldn't I dare? Chapter 39, the one I wish for is peace in the world. Twilight is sinking in. Countless candles had already been lit in the Zhongtai Palace, which was Ying Zhang's custom. According to reason, the older the person is more difficult to sleep, and this candlelight more people do not like. So generally speaking in ancient times when the emperor in his old age, the palace people will be in the afternoon, or evening when all the candles are lit to allow the emperor to get used to this bright atmosphere, and when the night is gradually deepening, will be a little bit of the candles will be extinguished, in order to achieve the feeling of the natural darkness of the day, so that the emperor can sleeping peacefully. But Ying Zhang is different. It was customary for Ing Zhang to deal with political affairs when he could not sleep peacefully, so the candles in the Zhengtai Palace would sometimes be illuminated all night long. Today should also be a sleepless night if nothing else. Tap 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 dash. A slightly hurried, but still steady footsteps sounded, and Han Tan, who had been promoted to the position of the Order of the Central Chariot Office since Zhao Gao's death a few days ago, came in and said in a low, respectful voice, "Your Majesty, His Highness, Huang Changsun, seeks an audience, saying that he has an important matter to attend to. In addition, His Royal Highness, the Emperor's eldest grandson, has brought with him a person who he says is a supreme talent to be recommended to His Majesty." Speaking of which, Han Tan looked slightly hesitant. With just a slight lift of his eyes, Ing Zhang saw Han Tan's hesitant look. Putting down the pen in his hand, he just pressed his forehead to relieve some of his fatigue. "Speak up, what's wrong?" Only then did Han Tan say with some hesitation, "Your Majesty, the person that your Highness brought, if I am not mistaken, it should be the sinner that the court ordered to be wanted before." So Zhang Liang, the son of Han Xiang. Zhan Liang? Ing Zhang came to be interested, and while ordering Han Tan to prepare a piece of ginseng soup for him to refresh himself, he said, "Let them come in." He smiled and said, "I would like to see what this grandson of mine is up to." Han Tan replied in a low voice, "No." But in a moment's time, Winnow walked in, looking frank and reckless, while he was followed by a careful young man who had a handsome and seemingly elegant face. Grandchildren meet the great father. Zhan Liang, on the other hand, fell to his knees and looked very respectful. "Sinful citizen, see your Majesty." Ing Zhang just waved his hand and looked playfully at the two people who shouldn't have gotten together. "What are you two looking for me for late at night?" He pointed at Zhang Liang and asked. "Not to mention, isn't this person a wanted criminal of the court? Could it be the great talent that your boy wants to introduce to me?" He could hear the jest in Ing Zhang's angry voice, so he knew that Ing Zhang, as he thought, didn't care about this man's attempts to oppose Qin. "Great father," he smiled and said, "is it not a good thing that this person wants to abandon his darkness? He was impressed by your Majesty, great father, and now that he is no longer willing to tangle with the remaining 6 kingdoms, he has sought out his grandson. Great father, feel free to test it. If he is not as heavenly as he says he is, great father will just order his left and right to pull him down and kill him directly." Ing Zhang looked at Zhang Liang with a raised eyebrow. "Are you really here because of me?" Zhang Liang lowered his head, his mind turning 100 times, finally deciding that it would be better to tell the truth in front of this majestic and profoundly dignified His Majesty, the first emperor. He whispered, "Sinners are not." Under the angry and horrified gazes of Han Tan and the other group of attendants, Zhang Liang slowly raised his head. "The guilty people have come for the world's Qianlong. For His Imperial Highness Changsun," he said very frankly. "If your Highness hadn't appeared, the guilty party would have been planning to assassinate His Majesty at this time." Zhang Liang looked straight into Ing Zhang's eyes, as if he was trying to see something in those eyes. "Bold," Han Tan angrily rebuked. "How dare you think of such a treacherous thing?" However, Ing Zhang waved his hand and looked at Zhang Liang with great amusement. "If you say all this, aren't you afraid that I will kill you to prevent future troubles?" Zhang Liang was very frank. "If your Majesty wants to kill the sinful people, then just do it. By being willing to come down to see His Majesty at His Imperial Highness the eldest son, the guilty citizen has placed his life in the hands of His Highness and His Majesty, for the sake of betting that His Majesty's heart is broad and will forgive the great disrespect of the sinner because of his talent." Ing Zhang sat there looking at Zhang Liang with a majestic expression, and the two of them stared at each other for a long time. Suddenly, Ing Zhang guffawed. "Just, since Wild Child has seen your talent and brought you here, I won't say anything more." Ing Zhang has great trust in Winfield, and with his pragmatic thinking, Zhang Liang will definitely be useful to Winfield. But as for the others, whether they are useful to the court or not, Ing Zhang doesn't want to care about them for the time being. It's just that the death penalty is waived, but the living penalty is not. Since you have spoken of the assassination, even if the matter has not yet been carried out, it is still a great offense. I will, in accordance with the laws of Qin, chastise you for 20 battles. May I take it? When Zhang Liang heard what Ing Zhang said, not only did he not get angry or sad, but he was relieved. The punishment laid down by Ing Zhang was not too severe, and the battle 20 would surely break his bones. But what he had committed was a great treason, and Ing Zhang did not punish him for a great treason, but for a great treason that had not yet been carried out. That's a good thing. Why? Because, even though none of the people present would say anything, everyone still knew that Zhang Liang must be related to the remaining members of the 6 kingdoms and had been involved in their covenant for some time. If this crime is really said, according to the Qin law will be executed 9 families. However, Ing Zhang only picked a minor offense to punish Zhang Liang, which was not carried out, and this is to hold it up high and put it down gently. The sinful people received their orders. Ying Zhang saw Zhang Liang receiving the decree. His eyebrows even with a touch of smile. This Zhang Liang is indeed a character. Bold, city, wisdom, such a person. Even if I do not know where the role, but it is also considered a talent. He said after a slight pause, you have not merited the dynasty, so you cannot be worshipped as a courtier. You will temporarily follow in the side of the emperor's eldest grandson as a door guest. When there is merit in the dynasty, I will increase the rank for you. How? Zhang Liang bowed again. I received the decree. With a wave of his hand, Ying Zhang asked the two men to step back, and only after both of them had stepped back did he look at Han Tan and say something, and then looked at the shadows and said, Duan Ruo, go check on this Zhang Liang. After saying that, he lowered his head again and began to deal with political affairs. Outside the palace of Zhongtai, Winnow smiled and winked. How about it, Zifeng? I didn't lie to you, did I? Zhang Liang looked at the sky that was still beginning to darken. His heart was unprecedentedly relaxed, and only at this moment did he clearly understand what exactly his heart was asking for. It turned out to be nothing more than peace in the world. He looked at Winfield, suddenly wanting to ask the same question. What is it that your highness seeks in this life? Zhang Xing looked at Win Wild with some curiosity in his brow. Winnow paused slightly at this question. Yet after a moment he turned his head to look into the darkness in the distance. He said in silence, what I seek is nothing more than peace in the world, but it is that the Chen capital of the world can eat, and then eat enough, and then after that, can no longer worry about not having enough to eat? Winnow looked back at Zhang Liang. It's a very small and very big wish. I wonder if Zifeng will come with me and make this wish a reality. Let the world's Qianqiu no longer worry about having enough to eat? It's a very cheesy wish, yet it is also a very grand aspiration. Zhang Liang looked at this royal noble standing in the darkness of the night, saw the trace of determination in his brows, and suddenly smiled indistinctly. Willing. Outside the courthouse, Zhang Liang stood there, folded his hands in his sleeves, looked at Li Si in front of him and said, by the decree of His Majesty, I have come here to order 20 battles. He smiled and said, since then, the court captain should have revoked the paperwork that wanted me, right? Li Si looked a bit odd as he looked at Zhang Liang and said, His Majesty has an oracle, please accept it. Sir, an oracle? Zhang Liang gave a start before bending down and saluting. Li Si stated the words that Ying Zheng had sent overnight yesterday. 20 battles of Tertullian, if they come all night. 20 battles a day, if they come the next day. Half a month, if they come after 2 days. 10 days, and if they come after that, 20 battles a day to be suffered. Sir, take the decree. Chapter 40, Aren't you afraid? Donggung or East Palace, place name. Under the dim candlelight, Winnow was dealing with various matters sent from the manor during the day. 5 days ago, Ying Zheng assigned a farm in the suburbs to him. As to whether it was his fiefdom or a political territory temporarily under his jurisdiction, Ying Zheng didn't say, and Winfield didn't ask. It's not a question worth asking. And Win Wild was also very clear in his mind about the important role of this piece of land. The world was too big, the 9 states of China and the vast expanse of heaven and earth, and if we were to directly allow Win Wild to implement a reform system between the worlds, then it would be far too dangerous for such a huge empire. The danger was so great that even the first emperor, who was unrivaled in the world and considered himself the best in the world, weighed the matter carefully for a long time before coming up with a compromise. Today's Daqin is like a kolomi, or stacked paper house, piled up a dozen or so layers. The behavior of Ying Zhang, Fu Su and others was like pulling out buildings from this tall stack of buildings, and then this huge and magnificent building appeared to be shaky. It was as if Ying Ye's reforms were randomly bouncing all over this building that was about to collapse. Ying Zhang was not sure how much power could completely shatter this massive building of Great Qin, but he was very careful. So, that manor was set aside for Winfield to carry out some experiments in this place to his heart's content. Winfield had absolute authority over this place, and as long as Winfield's orders were given, then unless it was the first emperor himself, no one else, including the high and mighty 3 dukes, had any right to make it stop, and Ying Zheng himself would be very careful to make himself try not to interfere with Winfield's moves. For Winnow, that was enough. What was sent in the daytime was the situation of this manor in recent years, which included the population residing in this manor, the manor's harvest, as well as the details of the fields on which the manor lived on a regular basis. It was like a small empire at Winano's disposal. Just now, Winnow was looking at the basic situation of his own experimental field. No matter what you do, you have to inquire about the basic information of the thing you want to face, or called sharpening the knife is not a mistake. Only in this way, you can really do what you want to do. Squeak dash. As a dull voice rang out, an attendant quietly walked in with a respectful look on his face. Your Highness, Mr. Zheng seeks an audience. Zhang Liang? Winfield didn't stop the business at hand. but simply spoke, "Let him come in." Instead, his mind was pondering what Zhang Liang had come to see him about at this time. When the sound of footsteps rang out, Winnow obediently put down the pen in his hand and raised his eyes. Only this time he saw Zhang Liang limping in. "Sir, this?" Zhang Liang smiled and pointed to the Zhengtai Palace in the midst of the shadows. "Go and take the court battle bestowed by His Majesty." Winnow was a bit surprised. "Mr. Winnow is in such good health? After 20 battles, you are only slightly unwell? I really underestimated you." Zhang Liang did not dare to sit down at this time, although there was only one battle, but that executioner did not show mercy. Instead, he hit on this with full force, so his buttocks were still in some pain for the time being. His Majesty's message: "If I went last night, it would be 20 days to suffer a battle, 20 battles to be fought separately, and 10 days to go today." He showed his teeth with some amusement. "I can still slow down from the 10-day battle. I just have some regrets that I didn't go yesterday." Winnow smiled helplessly and shook his head. "You didn't come here specifically to tell me about this place, did you? If so, beware of my bestowing upon you a few Ting battles as well, to keep Mr. Honest and honest." Zhang Liang waved his hand and sat there in a slightly strange kneeling position, his buttocks not touching the ground or his legs. This kind of sitting position was tiring, but it suited the Zhang Liang at this time. "I'm here to get an errand." He looked at Win Wild and said, "Now that I'm considered His Highness's protege and am already receiving His Highness's salary, how can I eat a dry meal? But His Highness did not dispatch me on an errand, so I had to come to His Highness for it." Zhang Liang looked towards those papers on the table. "Your Highness is still dealing with political matters late at night?" Win Wild said while handing the Jingji in his hand to Zhang Liang, and then said, "The errand? There is indeed an important one. You look at the several things written in this petition. If I give you the manpower, give you the place, and also give you the things you need, can you be able to make it?" Zhang Liang looked at what was recorded and described on the silk in his hand and frowned. "This seems to be the art of organs recorded in Mozi, but these few things that your Highness has created are indeed useful in the end." "Useful?" He pondered for a moment and then said, "But your Highness, what does this have to do with the Cthulhu?" Zhang Liang's voice was a bit anxious. He thought that at this time, Winfield should not dwell on these trivial matters. Instead, he should zoom out and enlarge his pattern, and then deal with the matter of the remaining 6 kingdoms. Although he didn't think that the remaining 6 kingdoms was something difficult to deal with, but even if it wasn't the 6 kingdoms nobles, it should be something that the 100 schools of thought, or also the courtroom battles. How can one indulge in these strange and obscene techniques? Zhang Liang's teacher was Huang Zhigong. A rare Confucianism and Taoism developed side by side together. And Zhang Liang was originally even more Confucianism than Taoism. Even if Chun Yu was singled out, he was not the least bit intimidated. In the ancient pre-Qin period, Moism, Taoism, Confucianism is called the 3 hieroglyphics. These 3 doctrines can stand side by side. On the one hand, it shows that their strengths are equivalent. On the other hand, in fact, it also shows that, on the one hand, it shows that they were equally powerful, and on the other hand, it also shows that these 3 were not dealing with each other. Among them, the Mahists were obviously the ones who were being dealt with jointly by the Taoists and Confucians. In the beginning, Mozi broke away from Confucianism and created another school of thought on his own. Many of his ideas were in complete opposition to those of Confucianism. They come from the same source, but go in different directions. Moism emphasizes that everything in heaven and earth has its own natural laws and reasoning, which people should learn and apply. And there are a number of laws or reasoning recorded in the Book of Mozi. In the Book of Mozi, there are many laws or reasons recorded. For example, wooden railroad wagons, small hole imaging, and so on. Confucianism, on the other hand, emphasizes obedience and learning, and even accumulation, and uses its own reasoning to explain the truth of all things. This is also the way forward for the development of Confucianism in later times, and the reason why mastering the right to annotate the scriptures means mastering the right to speak and mastering the right to power. The reason is that there are only so many Confucian classics, and the truths are all very simple and easy to understand. However, when these great Confucian scholars make footnotes to them, they are replacing the real contents of these ideas with their own understanding, sort of like reading comprehension in a language. What does the author know about this article? The only people who really know about this article are the teachers and the standardized answers. So Confucianism and Taoism are naturally not dealing with the Mahist family. Now Zhang Liang see when while indulged in this way, naturally also a little want to remind him. After all, this is the struggle of the Taoist system. Wen Wild didn't care about Zhang Liang's thoughts. After all, to him, it didn't matter what Zhang Liang thought. Lone has made it clear from the beginning that Lone is not of any school. He looked at Zhang Liang with a calm smile at the corner of his mouth. I'm a pragmatist, and I'll use whatever works for now. Zifeng. There was emotion in Winno's voice. Do you remember why you came to Lone? Do you remember? Your original intention was to make the world a better place for all the people in the world? Just this faint questioning caused Zhang Liang to quickly return to his senses from his previous dissatisfaction. He lowered his head and looked at the object in his hand before nodding, knowing that this object would indeed be able to improve people's livelihood. But he still had a problem before he went for it. Your Highness. Zhang Liang looked at Winno and asked, aren't you afraid of spreading this technique in order for the world's subjects to learn it before they have settled the remaining 6 kingdoms? Not afraid that the remnants of the 6 kingdoms will learn what you have learned and use it against you in turn? Chapter 41, Using the Enemy as Sustenance. Scared? Winwild laughed dumbly and looked at Zhang Liang in front of him, bringing up a seemingly unrelated topic. Do you know what was the most important reason for the defeat of the 6 kingdoms under Qin back then? The reason why the 6 kingdoms lost to Qin? Zhang Liang was interested. His body slightly sat up straight, but his butt instantly touched his legs, and then hissed and drew a cold breath, and then he simply swing, directly in a strange posture side-sitting there. The Qin people's soldiers are strong and powerful, and there is also the Shangyan law reform. With all are not afraid of war, even eager for war maniacs. With such an army soldiers, how can not win? Winwild nodded slightly but questioned with some rhetorical questions. But aren't there any strong soldiers among the 6 kingdoms? Zhang Liang pondered for a moment and then said, are you trying to say that Qin's victory was due to the monarch's eloquence? Winno laughed dumbly and said with some amusement, this was indeed one of the reasons for Qin's victory, but it was not the decisive reason, at least I don't think it was. The fundamental reason why Qin was able to win lay in weapons, or in matter, in what cannot be changed by reality, which in my doctrine is called practical conditions of reality. In my doctrine, it is called practical conditions of reality. In Confucianism or Taoism, it should be called human harmony. Weapons? Matter? Zhang Liang held his chin thoughtfully as his mind began to brainstorm. After a long time, he looked at Winfield and said, do you mean that the reason why Qin was able to win this war lies in the improvement of material conditions? For example, weapons, such as the iron tools first popularized by Qin and the products of oxen plowing? Zhang Liang frowned slightly. Or do you think that Qin's victory lies in the organ techniques of the Mahists? Winno shook his head. Zhang Liang's deduction was actually correct, but the result he got was wrong. It was not Zhang Liang's fault. It was just because Zhang Liang was standing at the wrong angle. He's smart, but he can't look across time to see the progress of civilization. No, Winno said seriously and gravely. It's not the Majia's organ technique, but the technology, or, to use a word I am accustomed to use, it is called science. He is not some kind of art exclusive to the Mahists. He is a separate classification, something even grander than all the isms. He first coined the term in this era. Give me an example. Winno looked at Zhang Liang and very calmly explained all this for him. If an era is to be changed, there can't be just one person who understands this. Who knows this? Winno needs helpers. Helpers who are grounded in this era. It didn't matter that Winno wasn't smart enough. As long as he could find someone smart enough to think everything through, that's the way to be an emperor. What is the way of the emperor? It's just a matter of being good with people. Winno is a ghost from thousands of years in the future, and he has technologies as well as ideas in his mind that transcend this era. But can they be adapted to this era? It must be recognized that thought and spiritual will are based on material reality, and it was inevitably impossible for Winno to understand every aspect of this era. So he needed someone to help him reform, and the man he chose was Zhang Liang, a wise man of his time. Whether it is my pragmatism or your Confucian or Taoist thinking, these are all illusory things. They cannot exist in this real world separately from you and me. And he's very much limited by the presence of people of immense talent like you and me. This is why the sages died. Even if there are inherited, their ideas of the character exists, but still cannot reach their height. Confucianism only appeared Confucius, Mencius, Xuanzia Fu Zi. The other so-called great Confucianism are just picking up the wisdom. The other so-called great Confucian scholars are just picking up the ideas of others. But material reality is different. Winno stood up as he spoke, and he pointed to the great hall at his feet. This great hall, even if it is separated from this artisan who is building it now, there will be others who can build it. All that is needed is a drawing. For example, Fong said what I said. The key to Qin being able to win weapons, that is, the method of wrought iron. Even if the person who invented the 10 forged iron method in the first place died, that formula, as long as it was kept, any ordinary craftsman would be able to duplicate it and thus create 10 forged iron. Winno smiled and said, this is the progress of science and technology, and the progress of science and technology inevitably leads to the development of productivity. How can they defeat Qin with these weapons forged of 10 forged iron, when all the 6 nations are armed with weapons of 5 forged or even 3 forged iron? Zhang Liang frowned. What does this have to do with the question I just asked you? Winnow laughed out loud. Back when Han was on good terms with Qin, he used to buy the 10 forged iron method, didn't he? He looked at Zhang Liang calmly. But then did Han surpass Qin? Wasn't it still destroyed by Qin's iron horsemen? At that time, Han with 10 wrought iron was facing Qin with how many wrought iron? Zhang Liang's expression changed as if he had figured something out. Did? Winnow smiled and said, not bad. Most of the iron forging methods among the 6 kingdoms were passed down from Qin. When Qin's iron forging method broke through to 10 forging, Qin sold the 3 forging methods that had fallen behind, and the money gained was used to research the 10 forging iron afterward. Under the heavy gold, there must be intelligent people, even if there are no intelligent people, but as long as they drill their brains to experiment, there are so many formulas, so many ratios, they are bound to be able to come up with new methods. And then, after the 20 forged iron method appeared, Qin sold the 5 forged and 10 forged methods in batches. At this time, it looks like Qin is funding its enemies to become stronger, but in reality, it is Qin's enemies who are helping Qin to become even stronger. In this way, because the 6 nations were able to use money to buy technology that surpassed that of other nations, they were unwilling to continue to give heavy money to their domestic artisans to make them research backward methods, but what they didn't realize was that if they didn't delve into backward methods and give money to those artisans, how could the artisans be able to progress across the ages to work out new ways? Win Wild looked at Zhang Liang, and by now, his expression had become sharp. So the strong are always strong, and the weak are always weak. When they gave up on their own research into these scientific technologies, they actually put their most vulnerable necks under the sword of Qin. So the 6 nations will fail. So Qin was able to win. And now, for Zifong to question me with such a shallow question about whether I would be afraid to pass these techniques on is simply laughable. Win Wild looked at Zhang Liang and said very calmly, why would I be afraid? These ones that can be passed out are just the more backward technologies in Lone's hands now. And when this batch of technologies are passed out, they will only be passed out to their men. And what will be boosted is Qin's strength. They don't understand the importance of research technology. They don't understand the reasoning behind everything in this heaven and earth. They can only be my sustenance. They can only be stepping stones for me to strengthen Qin. They can only be helpers for me to sit on this throne. And so they pride themselves on having the technology to be able to deal with me. And they pride themselves on being my enemies. But, Winnow smiled faintly, but this time the smile made Zhang Liang, who was extremely intelligent, feel a touch of fear. But, they are not my enemies, just my sustenance, even my helpers. What does Ziffan think? At this moment, Zhang Liang was sitting there. His entire body was sitting squarely on the ground. He could no longer care about the intense pain coming from his buttocks. His entire body was staring at Win Wild with a shocked look on his face. But after the shock, is surprise. With such an emperor, with such an intelligent and broad-minded emperor, how could the Qianlons of the world not lead a good life? Immediately, he bent his head, completely pleasing to Win Wild's heart. Your Highness' heart, as broad as the world, as grand as the sun and the moon. Liang worships. Chapter 42, The Undercurrent. Looking at Zhang Liang, who fell to the ground in obeisance and heartfelt submission, Win Wild smiled before helping him up. Why should Zifang be like this? You and I are not outsiders. He pointed to a sunga on the table and said, this is something that Zhuangzi sent over earlier. Take a good look at it. I was thinking of sending this over to you tomorrow, but I didn't expect you to come straight here today. Zhang Liang from the shock of the party awakened. He picked up the zhongshur little by little read up. This zhongshur rather than the account book. The record is this Zhuangzi should be things. Since Win Wild had given this to him, it was probably because he wanted him to manage the manor. At first Zhang Liang didn't care, but as he watched, he realized something was wrong. When he finished reading it thoroughly, Zhang Liang's face became a bit serious as he raised his head to look at Winfield. Your Highness, this. Before he could finish his words, Winnow smiled and asked, did you find something very wrong with it? Only then did Zhang Liang nod his head, turning over one of the pages and saying, Your Highness, there are obviously false accounts made here, and there are obviously problems here as well. Where did these men come from, and how did they suddenly land on top of the manor's household register? He squinted his eyes, and suddenly, as if he thought of something, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Your Highness, I suspect that these few people, I'm afraid that they are the same as my previous identity. Zhang Liang's words carried some meaning. What was Zhang Liang's status before? It's a wanted man, and since these guys had the same identity as Zhang Liang before, wouldn't that mean that these guys were also wanted criminals? How in the world did these wanted criminals land their household registration in this manner? And did the regime of this manor know about it? Was it intentional or unintentional? Is it simply corruption and bribery? Or is it harboring traitors? It's all a big deal. And from within this manor, Zhang Liang also saw some of the problems that existed in Great Qin. He hesitated a bit, not knowing if he should say anything, but finally raised his head, exhaled slightly and said, "Your Highness, before, Liang's household registry was also forged in such and such a way. The city of Xianyang is at the feet of the emperor, and these people dare to be so rampant in deceiving their superiors. So is it not a local place? Zhang Liang's concern is not unreasonable, and this is one of the most serious problems in Great Qin today." Winnow stretched his waist. "I know that today's Great Qin is like a house that leaks all around. What we need to do is to temporarily mend this house to be able to live in it, so that the wind can't blow this house down completely. And once this house is stabilized, all we need to do is gradually build this broken house into a new, strong one. You have to eat your food one bite at a time, and you have to do it little by little. Nowadays the most urgent thing to bring to wear is not to deal with the problem of the place, but to clean up the surrounding of Xianyang and create a safe Kyoto first. And our most important thing is not to deal with Kyoto. Lone is not even the prince yet. Our most important problem is to deal with this Zhuangzi, and then start the experiment, to build those things I just gave you, until after the experiment, and then spread to the world too. Things have a light relief, but often most of the time, those who seem to be relatively light problem is a mess of hemp thread. Find the thread in order to pull silk cocoon ah." Winnow patted Zhang Liang's shoulder. "Zifeng, it's already late. Go and rest. Wait for Lone in front of the manor tomorrow." Only then did Zhang Liang slightly bow down and salute before leaving. Looking at Zhang Liang's departing back, Wen Wild instead shook his head slightly and sighed before walking in the direction of the back hall, Zhantai Palace. The candlelight still illuminated the surroundings, and the men of the Black Ice Terrace recorded everything that happened just now and handed it over to Ying Zhang. Ying Zhang squinted his eyes at what was recorded on the silk in front of him, looking at it while asking for specifics. Only after he had finished reading the conversation between Wen Wild and Zhang Liang tonight recorded on this silk, did he reveal a smile of satisfaction. Ruling a big country is like cooking a small food, and the thing he fears the most is actually Wen Wild making drastic reforms as soon as he comes up. For the Great Qin of the past, during the time of Duke Mu of Qin, the sweeping reforms like Xiangyang's were the way to go, because the Great Qin of that time needed someone to kick the old system on top of it, and they had enough time and power to build a new house. But today's Great Qin is different. Today's Qin is too big. If the general reform is Xiangyang, the first to fall must be the reform of the person. The second to fall is the reform of the Great Qin. Wild Child has already taken on the appearance of a bright king. He smiled and looked to the side at Han Tan. The events of the past few days have already given me some insight into this harridan, and when he heads to the farmhouse tomorrow to take care of business, he'll definitely be very arrogant, and thus something will happen. You go to Li Si's residence overnight to pass on the decree, and then tell him that no matter what the Emperor's son does, let him just follow the orders of the Emperor's son. Han Tan bowed slightly. Promise. Only after Han Tan had left did Ying Zhang turn back and put the silk in his hand, along with a record of something unknown, into the furnace to be burned. A wisp of green smoke slowly went straight up. Ying Zhang just said softly, "Reform? It's always a fight between the new nobles and the old nobles, between the new interest groups and the old interest groups. Have those people pressed on?" He snorted. "Then let me take a look at how much longer you guys can actually hide." The whole night, the residence of the most senior minister of the People's Republic of China, Feng Jiji's complexion was gloomy as he looked at the people sitting in front of him and said, "My people have already sent that account to the Eastern Palace. I'm sure that Vertical Sun must have already seen the account. I just don't know how he'll react." In front of him sat the Xiaofu. Xiaofu sneered. "What reaction? Just anger and then go to the manor." Chen Tsongbai, who was sitting beside the two of them, was old and relaxed with his eyes closed, as if he didn't care about anything. "After that it's the fight between us and him. I just don't know if a few of you are ready for it." Feng Jiji nodded. "It's just a brat. Can he really still fight you and me?" The other day in the courtroom, his those so-called pragmatism let me see the shadow of that one. At that time, you and I stood on the side of that one, so we supported the change of law and thus gained our position today. But today, you and I are standing against him. We can't let him continue to change the law, or you and I are in danger. Shen Tsongbai said unconcernedly. The Xiangyang of that time was able to triumph because we stood by his side, and who is beside the winning Wild of today? Li Si? It's just a person who defected to Great Qin not long ago. What power can he have? This world, after all, it's still for us old Qin nobles. Speaking of this, he looked at Feng Jiqi and asked with a frown, "What about old General Wang's side? And Prime Minister Wang?" When mentioning these two people, Feng Jizi was a bit powerless. Marquis Wuqing's side still has the same attitude. He said he's not willing to get involved in our fight, saying that the Wang family is just loyal to the emperor, and they'll do whatever his majesty tells them to do. And also, Marquis Tungwu has been locked up in the mansion, not allowing anyone to come into contact with him. It's impossible for us to pull Marquis Tungu in. As for Chancellor Wang, he paused and said with some hesitation, the attitude of that old thing Wango is ambiguous. I just don't know what he actually plans to do. Shen Songbai frowned, dissatisfaction on his face. Then I'll go look again. This time I must make him stand in line. He slammed the wine jug down on the table. No more centrists will ever be allowed. These wallflower centrists are really the opposing faction, and not our people. Feng Deji and Xiaofu Luyun also agreed. Indeed. They sighed and said, in that case, it all depends on tomorrow. Commander's Palace. Wang Jian was draped in a piece of clothing and looked at the old man sitting in front of him. Yo, that's a strange thing to say. How come you have the time to come to see the old man? Chapter 43, Who are they to reason with me? In the face of Wang Jian's taunts, Wang O's expression remained unchanged, at least for the time being. The expression on his face was completely unchanged. Something important. Then see Wang Jian look completely without any change. And even some sleepy time. Wang O understood. This old thing today so late still did not sleep. And even their own let the boy to report the boy immediately went to report is a reason. The old thing was waiting for himself. Poof. Because Wang Jian spoke up and said what Wang O wanted to hear. You can rest assured on His Highness' side. And you can rest assured on His Majesty's side. Wang Jian smiled and said, I've earned such a huge piece of property for my family. How can I just let someone else snatch it away so easily? He smiled, but his tone was a little sharp. I had already let someone go to the Zhongxing to tell His Highness, and His Highness also returned a Zhongxing to me, only that the content on the Zhongxing was only 2 words. 2 words? At this time even if Wang Jian knew that Wang Jian was selling out, he couldn't help but raise his head and look at Wang Jian, waiting for Wang Jian's next words. Wang Jian still smiled that same calm smile. Do not worry. Just these 2 simple words. So this night when you came to find the old man is actually really ready to sleep. But after thinking about it, you old boy is also smart. It is inevitable that you cannot let yourself fall to the point of no return. But you old thing like to be suspicious. So it is inevitable to come to inquire about me. Wang Jian pointed to his nose. It would have been just as well if he hadn't guessed about this matter. But since he has guessed about it, how can I really go to sleep? This was his way of explaining why he hadn't slept yet. Lest this old thing, Wang Go, really felt that he was the one who had done the math. After listening to Wang Jian's explanations, Wang Oai's complexion was slightly calmer. He just cared about some of his own face. He wasn't really angry about the matter. And since Wang Jian had given an explanation, he just had to go along with the steps down. What is your highness going to do? Wango said in disbelief. That group of people is not something to be messed with. Not to be messed with? Wang Jian smacked his lips. Thinking about yesterday's events, his heart was still a little difficult to calm down. Not to be messed with. I'm afraid it's not that group. Rather, it's this highness of ours. Wang Jian just squinted his eyes and looked in the direction of the distance. Then, tomorrow you just wait and watch the show. The morning dew covered the grass on the ground around us, and everything was reflected in such beauty and peace. The sound of horses and carts rolled in, and a group of Qianshou stood there waiting for their master, which was the first grandson of the current emperor, the grandson of the emperor, who had recently become famous in Xianyang City, and they didn't know the temperamental character of this royal grandson. For the sake of the family's land and a bite to eat, they had to wait here early. Perhaps the nobleman wouldn't be happy enough with their greeting to grant them anything, but if the nobleman was unhappy and killed them at will, no one would dare say anything. It's also that very common saying that it's not easy to give you a favor, but isn't it easy to give you a hard time? Magnificent carriage and horses, idiom, rich family with extravagant lifestyle. Winning Wild closed his eyes slightly, and there was a long sword hanging on his waist, which was the Taya sword given to him by Ying Zhang, symbolizing the imperial power. Rumor has it that after Ying Zhang unified the world, he had 2 swordsmen with him at all times to show off his status, one of which was the Taiye sword, which came from a famous master, and the other was also made by a famous swordsman and was called the Ding Qin sword. These 2 swords not only symbolize the highest and most authoritative art of Qin in terms of craftsmanship, but also the symbol of the emperor's power. Similar to a kind of see these 2 swords, is to see the emperor's meaning. The meaning of this sword can be seen in the fact that it was given to Ying Zhang last time. Zhang Liang was also sitting in the carriage, but he was not as idle as Winfield. Because what Winfield said last night was already very simple. The biggest problem facing the Zhuangzi nowadays was solved by Winfield. And after this problem was solved, how to command this Zhuangzi to do and accomplish what Winfield wanted to do, then it was all put into Zhang Liang's hands. For example, in this Zhuangzi, Winno is the emperor and his disciple. Zhang Liang is the prime minister, though their country is only the size of a Zhuangzi. Zhang Liang was filled with apprehension, because he had no experience in managing these things. He had only ever been on paper. Although his family had enough connections that he had seen his own father in charge of politics at a very early age. But practicing with your hands is not the same as watching, even if it's just a shoji. Moreover, there was actually an even more obvious point to Winfield's behavior if he, Zhang Liang, fought for his position. When Winfield came to power and ascended to the throne in the future, he, Zhang Liang, would be Winfield's prime minister. 2000 stone official. It's even still the 3 princes and 9 ministers. This was the pinnacle of everyone's dreams in their hearts. Even the unevolved and completed version of Zhang Liang had to be heartened and amazed by this. Your Highness and Sir, the Zhuangzi has arrived. Just in this moment of Zhang Liang's pondering, the carriage had slowly come to a stop. Winnow opened his eyes before looking at Zhang Liang. Let's go, Zifeng. He smiled. Let me see what the group has in store for me. And what is it that could make them so confident as to even cast the threatening letter convincingly through Wang Jianhead to loan? In the midst of the false and tedious curtsies, the steward stood out with a fawning smile on his face. He walked step by step to the front of Win Wild and spoke respectfully. Your Imperial Son Highness. You're here. This steward introduced everything in front of him for Winfield while he heatedly smiled and bragged about his own merits explicitly and implicitly. Obviously he also knew that bragging about his own merits with the person in front of him might be able to gain the big brother's appreciation. That's the way it should be. But who called out such a person as Winfield? A lot of the OPs are cuties, meaning they don't really care how much money this estate can produce. Or they don't really care how much money this estate can produce. They just complain about the money getting smaller. So they will trust these so-called stewards to make more and more profit, but will not wonder why that money has become less. And a very few higher-ups will find out why. But they don't care. But who asked for a man like Winfield? While listening to the steward while feeling the backstabbing gazes behind him, Winnow finally sighed in a ghostly manner before uttering his first words since arriving at this manor. And today, did you know there was a problem with the accounts you sent to the Eastern Palace? He calmly looked straight at the young boy's gaze, and then said, seemingly with curiosity and also with some disdain, do you know what happens when you try to deceive a royal family's son? Winnow craned his neck and said, or rather, what are the people behind you prepared to pay for this tryst of theirs? That boy's heart gave a start, and a cold sweat instantly emerged behind his back. But what could he do at this point? He could only look at Winfield with fear and trembling, ready to use the great reasoning he had already prepared to reason with Winfield, trying to sensitize Winfield. But Winnow just stood there, listening to him talk about a whole bunch of messy has-beens and not-so-have-beens, and in the end just pointed his nose in a somewhat ridiculous manner. He let out a soft laugh, his voice full of sarcasm. Winnow looked at Zhang Liang behind him with some sighs. What a weird thing. Those mole crickets actually tried to reason with Lone, trying to get Lone to follow their rules. Going for some kind of tryst first, and then in some kind of you-know-what? He looked to the boy, his gaze sharp. Who are they to try to reason with Lone? Chapter 44. Kill and be done with it. Zhang Liang is also a bit dumbfounded. Look, he does not know what Win Wild want to do, but he knows, Win Wild at this time do not need to make other moves. As long as he cooperates with Win Wild, own drama can be. He stroked his palm and laughed. These people even want your highness to follow their rules. It's really laughable. It's just an ant in the district. Winnow nodded slightly, as if looking more seriously at Zhang Liang and asked, Zifeng, do you think that based on the Sangs seen yesterday, and the loopholes that have appeared in them, how should this steward be dealt with? Zhang Liang bowed his head slightly, and after a little thought, he gave his reply directly in accordance with the Qin law. Although the Qin law was regarded by Zhang Liang as a tyrannical tiger, in fact, Zhang Liang himself had studied the Qin law quite a bit, and except for the fact that the Qin law was over-regulated and too harsh in some places, Zhang Liang was still quite satisfied with the Qin law. What's that saying? Your friends don't always know you, but your enemies must know you very well. If the world were to rank the people who knew the Qin laws, Zhang Liang would be able to rank at least in the top 5. According to the Qin law, it shall be beheaded even 5 households. Yes, that's what Zhang Liang wasn't too happy about executing the company. When the compilation of the Qin law, the world's trend is still relatives are hidden from each other. And Confucianism and other doctrines are more advocate of relatives are hidden from each other, and even appreciated, but this for the legalists, it is indeed a kind of questioning. In order to make the world not dare to be close to each other, Shang Yang formulated the policy of Julian. If this person violates the Qin law, and you, as his neighbor or relative, do not report him, then you are also a violator of the Qin law, and you will be implicated and subject to the same punishment as the criminal. After hearing Zhang Liang's words, Win Wild did not care about the slight dissatisfaction in his tone, not to mention Zhang Liang, for this small matter to be implicated. He himself felt a little inappropriate. Immediately said, in that case, then in accordance with the Qin law to execute this person. Originally, when he heard Ing Zhang's words, that steward was very tense, but when Winfield finished speaking, his entire body relaxed. After all, in order to kill him, It must be to hand him over to the court of the Imperial household and then by the Chancellor's office, as well as His Majesty the Emperor to unify the approval. Generally speaking, this kind of thing is not the turn of the Emperor to personally see. The Emperor at most just sign a word, indicating that he knows on the line. This is also the reason why in ancient times, after a prisoner was sentenced to death, he would be labeled beheaded in the fall. Why do you want to be executed in the fall? Because you have to pile up a year's worth of lists of dead prisoners and then send them to the Prime Minister's office and wait for the Prime Minister to sign them after scrutinizing them, and then wait for that order to come back and then you can kill that person, one way or another. That's almost a year or so. And that 1 year is also the time left for these death row inmates for them to make connections to buy their own lives. When this steward thought of this, his whole heart was relieved, but his face was still showing a touch of fear and awe, and his mouth even shouted "spare my life" or something like that. But he was actually not worried at all. Why? Because the man behind him is called Feng Jadi. Who is Feng Jiaji? Prime Minister of the current dynasty, one of the 3 dukes. That means that not surprisingly, the report of this man's beheading will be uploaded to the master behind him, and then his master will cross his name out for him, and then, he lives again. In that case, it's just a matter of going to jail for a while, so what's there to be afraid of? He even thought proudly, what's wrong with the royal grandson? Doesn't the grandson also have to follow the rules? Next moment, this boy suddenly realized with some bewilderment that his perspective seemed to have changed. With some heavenly implications, he seemed to see a rather lewd body standing in front of him, but the head was missing from the body's collar. Upon further inspection, wasn't it his own body? And pulling out the Tai sword from his waist, and then cleanly killing this steward with a single stroke of the sword. Winnow didn't feel surprised or strange. He just lightly wiped the long sword in his hand with the silk handed over by the attendant at the side. Only after wiping the long sword clean did he casually throw the silk, which was worth tens of gold, into the arms of someone who was too shocked to speak and incredulous. The silk was stained with blood, but it was worth the same and would be worth more because it was the silk he had used. I thought he had some kind of bronze skin and iron bones, so he dared to try it in front of Lone. Win Wild let out a long sigh and tilted his head. It turns out that it's nothing more than flesh and blood. It's really disappointing. According to Qin law, I have already sentenced him to death. Before I came here, my great father bestowed this matter upon me, instructing me to act in accordance with the Qin law, so that if I encountered anyone who violated the Qin law, I could convict them directly without consulting him, and then kill them. Now it seems that the great father really did have foresight. The look on Win Wild's face when he said this was full of concern, even with a little bit of fatigue. He beckoned. Someone. The guards who were secretly hiding their forms came out. Your Highness, what are your orders? Touch dash. At that moment, it so happened that the headless body instantly planted itself on the ground because it had lost its vigor, swirling up a trail of dust. He glanced at the corpse on the ground with the same eyes as he did at the trash and said, "Put it away." Win Wild stroked his chin and said, "In addition, have people divide it into several portions and send them all to the homes of the ones I spoke of last night, saying that it's a thank you gift from Lone to them." After saying that, he walked off in a distant direction to the side. The gazes of the surrounding Chinsho who looked at Win Wild were even more fearful and awe-inspiring, but a few of them had a slight look of surprise and emotion. Feng Feng's house. Feng Jiaji was sitting in the courtyard, drinking wine and enjoying himself, when suddenly a boy walked in, and that boy was holding a rough wooden box, in which it seemed as if it contained something. Prime Minister Feng. The boy raised his head, his eyes unusual, but his voice was playful. The great gift from the Prime Minister. My Highness has already received it and returned the gift for you, and please do smile, said. This boy will directly open the rough wooden box, revealing the contents, and see clearly the contents of that box. Feng go to the disease instantly some pupils become large. It was clearly a human head. Feng Goji subconsciously gulped, and at this moment his heart beat wildly. His voice was hoarse and feeble, almost as if it had been plucked from the inside of his throat. Your Highness, what does your Highness mean by this? The boy just smiled. How can I understand what your Highness means? Just please also ask the Prime Minister to accept this. Inside that rough box was an incredibly delicate human head. Feng Goji was certainly familiar with the look of the head, for in the daytime today he had spoken to the owner of this head and had drawn him a great deal of pie, and then hoped that the fellow would give himself a sale. He did sell out. His life, at this point, is in this box. The remaining few people who had colluded with Feng Deji and wanted to teach Win Wild a lesson had also received such gifts. They simultaneously felt fear. They didn't expect that not only did Win Wild not follow the rules, but instead, he killed the person directly with a sword. This time it's the steward. Who's next? Brothel. Win Wild looked at the person who took the initiative to come to him and acted very humbly with a somewhat odd expression. You're a fugitive? Have you come to join me today? Chapter 45, Today in History's Famous People. Zhang Heir stood there with a very humble and respectful demeanor as he looked at the odd-looking Wen Wild in front of him and said frankly, "Yes, Your Excellency." He smiled and looked at Wen Wild and said, "Originally, the two of us just wanted to hide in this manner for a while, but, when that fool sent up the ledger, I guessed that Your Highness would be able to find out something, and His Majesty would never let Your Highness risk his life. Originally, the two of us were considering whether or not to flee overnight, but we heard that the prince had admitted a fugitive." Zhang Heir looked to Zhang Liang who was on the side. "That's why we were thinking that since Your Excellency can accept Zhang Liang, perhaps he can accept the two of us as well." Wen Wild looked at Zhang Heir and his color eased a lot. "The two of you? And what about the other one?" Zhang Heir bowed, his face looking even more humble. "I was the one who suggested this matter, and Brother Chen was a bit intimidated, so I stayed here while Brother Chen hid somewhere, and if Your Excellency is willing to accept the two of us, I will send a letter to Brother Chen. If Your Excellency is unwilling to accept it, then Zhang Mao's head will be sent to Your Excellency, while Brother Chen will be able to escape." He sat there with a frank look, not hiding his plan with Chen Yu. Instead, this attitude made Winfield feel that the person in front of him was a character even more. Chen Yu had indeed escaped, but the Iron Eagle Guards as well as the Black Ice Terraces people had long been following Chen Yu, and as long as Winfield gave an order, he would be able to apprehend him at any time. "And what do you two know?" Winnow said nonchalantly. "Zifang is the son of the late Minister Han, and his young talent has spread in all directions. Therefore, Lone is willing to accept Zifang as a disciple. If you want to be a protege for Lone, what are you capable of?" Zhang Heir's expression remained unchanged as he looked at Wen Wild and said, "When I was young, I was a protege under Lord Xinling, and both my brother Chen and I were both talented. When Qin destroyed Wei in the past, the two of us were captured at a heavy price. If we talk about talent, perhaps not as much as Mr. Han, but..." He smiled and said, "But these many years, there are always some people who are capable of practicing things. Zifang and Gongzi are still young, and there are always places where a seasoned person is needed. If Your Excellency is willing to accept the two of us, then Ear and Brother Chen would like to serve as dogs and horses under Your Excellency's door, and serve in the running." "Ear? Mr. Chen, you used to be a disciple of Lord Xinling in the past? That's a rather familiar name." After pondering in his mind for a few moments, Winnow remembered who this person was. Zhang Heir. If this name is not very famous, the name of one of his disciples is known to everyone, at least to those who have read a little. His disciple was called Lu Ji. Lu Ji has another name, called Lu Bang. Lu Bang, Gaozu of Han. Lu Bang when he was a teenager once traveled around. He was born in a farming family. Like the Jianghu thing, that time Zhang Heir is still outside the Huang County. That time the 6 countries have not been destroyed. That time Lu Bang committed to Zhang Heir's door as a guest. And then the destruction of Wei. The establishment of the Great Qin. Zhang Heir himself fleeing the 4 sides. There is no way to continue to stay in the door of the many guests. So, Lu Bang returned to his hometown and became the head of Surabaya Pavilion. Zhang Heir later participated in the uprising of Chen Shang, Wu Guang and others, and took part in the war of overthrowing the Qin dynasty. And when Xiang Yu and Lu Bang divided the kings, he established himself as the king of Changshan, and then he defected to Lu Bang. Of course, none of this mattered much to Winnow. One of the more important points he valued was this one had been a disciple of Lu Bang. So what if he accepted Zhang Heir, and then let Zhang Heir gather his former disciples? Will Lu Bang come? Even if Lu Bang didn't come, Winfield found another way to notice Lu Bang without being suspected by others, especially since it won't be suspected by Ying Zhang. So, he looked at Zhang Heir with a gentle smile and said, "So it's Mr. Zhang. I didn't expect to be able to see you here. Since Sir is willing to commit himself to Wild's discipline, that is naturally a good thing. I heard that when Mr. Wei was an official in Wei, he was also once famous in the world. In the same year as the Lord Xinling, who collected a wide range of disciples. Can there be a man of great talent among the disciples?" Zhang Heir didn't know why the topic had suddenly veered to his protégés, but the best thing about him over the young man was he understood that not all questions had answers. He then pondered a little, and then named a few names, after which he said with great sagacity, "These are the more talented people, and in former years, after the year ran away from the 4 directions, they were all dispersed one after another, and a few returned to their hometowns in the middle of the country. I am preparing to recommend these people to Your Excellency once I have established myself. I just don't know if Your Excellency would be willing to do so." Among the people Zhang Heir mentioned, there was the name of Lu Bang. Winnow nodded with great satisfaction. "Since there are great talents, then summon them to Xiangyang, Pei County in Shaanxi, Surabaya Pavilion." Lu Ji was lying in the middle of the wilderness with a dog's tail grass in his mouth and a slightly confused look on his face. Now the Great Qin was established. The world is unified. He came back as a minor official for the Surabaya Pavilion chief. The days of the East Meal West Meal is also able to go through. But he always thought of the year when the sword walks the four sides of the time. After letting out a long sigh, he looked at the sunset hanging in that distant sky with a ghostly gaze. He thought back to the time when he saw the first emperor traveling in the streets. I wonder when I'll be able to have that kind of majesty. A great man should be like that. Xianyang City. Somewhere. Xiang Liang sneakily came back from outside, and then took down the bucket hat on his body and casually put it aside, looking at Xiang Ji, who was sitting in the courtyard inside the door seemingly reading a book. But in fact, his soul had already run away somewhere, shook his head helplessly, and sighed even more in his heart. Xiang Ji. His voice was cold and cold, directly waking Xiang Ji from his drowsiness. Uncle. Xiang Ji cautiously shrunk his neck, ready to welcome a beating. Farming area. A line of letty geese slowly flew south. A young man stood there in the center of the field, holding the agricultural tools in his hands, with a reluctant face, but in reality he was lazy. When the people around him mocked him, he was able to forcefully find a rebuttal even though he didn't make sense. How can the sparrow know the will of the swan? Somewhere in the village, a simple middle-aged man stood in the middle of a field being weeded. He wiped his sweat while looking at the house in the distance. In the palace of the doctor, Chunyuyu sat inside the darkened hall, pondering in his mind the advice those few had given him. His face struggled, but in the end there was some reluctance. How can the dispute over the Taoist lineage be put down so easily? I'll fight. Chapter 46. Chunyuyu was not willing to give up on the battle for the Taoist lineage, and after thinking left and right, he finally decided that he wanted to participate in this game. How can Confucianism put down so easily what it has been planning for decades? Chunyuyu narrowed his eyes. How to fight, or need to plan properly. Nowadays, the eldest son of Fusu shut himself in the palace all day long and did not go out. Even if his former teacher asked to see him, is not able to see. So who can still be used to fight for the right to belong to the Taoist system? Choose and choose. Chunyuyu finally locked a person in his mind. He felt that this person at this time must need their own and other people's forces, and they also need to use this person's identity to fight against Ding Yi. Thinking of this, Chunyuyu directly stood up, while walking in the direction of the distance. He wants to meet the one, Zhuangzi, Taoist author. Zhang Er and Shen Yu had already come to this Zhuangzi and became Zhang Liang's deputies, helping Zhang Liang to deal with various affairs in this Zhuangzi. At that moment, the four of them were standing in a large pool that had been excavated somewhere in the square. What is the purpose of this pool, my lord? Zhang Liang looked at the huge pool with a somewhat puzzled expression, which was excavated and then piled up densely with green bricks, stacked in layers, not knowing what purpose it served. If it is used for washing, it should not be able to use such a large pool. What's more, at this moment, Winnow was directing the laborers in the manner to throw certain things into this pool, which were some messy things like hemp, fishing nets, tree barks and other things. And then, only to see Win Wild step forward and take out a tiny bottle from his sleeve, after which he poured the contents of the bottle into this huge pool. Zhang Liang's expression became even more confused. Chen Yu and Zhang Er were also looking at this thing with a bewildered expression, waiting until Win Wild had finished his work. He looked at the three people and explained, I am going to make a thing. If this thing is made, then it will be able to further promote the implementation of the Great Father's Great Unification Measures. Advancing the implementation of the Great Unification Measures? As a matter of fact, the three of them, who were with Ying Yi, already knew about the measures implemented by Ying Zhang, which were collectively called Great Unification in Ying Yi's words, and which were aimed at advancing the concept of Qin so that everyone would recognize themselves as Qin people from the bottom of their hearts. The purpose of these measures was to promote the existence of the concept of Qin, so that all people would recognize themselves as Qin people from the bottom of their hearts. This is what an emperor should do when he sits on the throne. But what purpose could this pool of soaked detritus serve? Win Wild didn't pay any attention to the bewilderment of these three people, but just turned his head to look at Zhang Liang and said, You keep an eye on this thing, and definitely don't let any uninitiated people come close to this place. He mused for a moment before adding, In addition, I will mobilize a portion of the guards to watch over this place, and if any suspicious characters are found, Lone will allow you to cut them off first. Zhang Liang was in awe, although he still did not know what was in the pool, but he had already felt the fear and the importance of winning the wild hidden in it. Nah, I will defend this to the death. Win Wild looked at Zhang Er and Shen Yu again. The two of you will stay here and help Zifang manage this matter together. I have already explained the specific things to Zifang. The two of you can just listen to him. Lone still has some things to deal with back at the palace, so I won't continue to stay here. Zhang Er and Shen Yu were not surprised or dissatisfied. They just lowered their heads and said, Nu awe. Only after Winnow left did Zhang Er breathe a sigh of relief. Although he was much older than Winfield, for some reason, when he saw Winfield, he was still intimidated by Winfield's powerful aura. Zifeng. When Zhang Er saw that Winnow called him this way, he went along with it and called Zhang Liang this way. Only a slight faint smile was seen on his face. Is there anything you need the two of us to do? Just feel free to command. In Zhang Er's opinion, in the past, he could even manage a county, let alone just managing a small manor nowadays. He felt that for an inexperienced one like Zhang Liang, he himself would be able to surpass him sooner or later and become the most important figure in Wen Wild's heart. Zhang Liang naturally also heard the meaning inside Zhang Er's words, but he didn't care about it. He just took out the affairs that Winnow had explained to him before, and said lightly, His Excellency commanded that we be allowed to bring the Qianshou and the Zhuangzi to make these kinds of things while we dealt with the affairs of the Zhuangzi, and then use it in next spring's plowing. He took out the diagram with a smile, and then looked at Zhang Er and Chen Yu, who looked a bit stiff. Both of you, together? Zhang Er looked a bit sardonic. Strange kinky tricky things. He really doesn't know how to do it yet. Li Fu, 1938. Chiang Kai-shek's wife, honorific. Li Si had just finished taking care of his political affairs when he saw his unlucky child coming in a hurry, with a slight look of anxiety on his face. Father. Li Yu walked up to Reese with some shock still lingering on his face. Your Highness's hundreds of thousands of gold have arrived. Already? Reese raised an eyebrow and was pleased with himself before looking at Li Yu and saying, So what's there to be surprised about? Didn't you already know about this? And we've been prepared for it for a long time? He said with some dissatisfaction. With your unseasoned appearance, how can you make me feel confident to leave the affairs of the house to you in the future? Li Yu lowered his head and muttered before looking at Li Si and said, Father, do not blame. The main thing is that this time the person who escorted these money really made me not expect The man who escorted the money? Could it be someone he knew who could shock his son so much? Who is it? Reese looked at him with some curiosity and opened his mouth to ask. Li Yu's expression remained unchanged and he whispered a name. And the moment he heard it, even Li Si, who had experienced great storms, felt his heart a little shocked. How is this possible? This person is also from the Chu power? He smacked his lips and said with some emotion in his heart, when it is really not expected. Zhantai Palace, hurriedly returning from outside, Wen Wild cleaned up his clothes and crown, making them neat and tidy, before walking into the Zhangtai Palace as if relieved. The Zhangtai Palace was still cold, while Ing Zhan was still sitting there dealing with political affairs. The bamboo slips around them were almost piled up like a mountain, and it was fortunate that it was a workaholic like Ing Zhang. If it had been another person, I am afraid that he would have been overwhelmed by this amount of work. Great Father. Wen Wild slightly bent down and saluted, and asked with a bit of doubt in his voice, Is there something important going on? Why did you suddenly cause your grandson to be summoned back? Chapter 47, Fearful Things. Only then did Ing Zhang raise his head when he heard Wen Wild's voice and looked at Wen Wild with a very complicated look. His voice was slightly raspy, but one could hear a strange excitement in it. What was it you had that group of Fonzies working on? When he heard this question, Ing Yi instantly understood what was going on. Ing Zhang had summoned him back in a hurry, so it must be that the initial results of what that group of Fengshi had researched had come out. Why is Ing Zhang in such a posture? There was even a slight shock in those eyes, and a trace of undetectable fear? On second thought, Winnow understood. It was as if one of the many things he had the group of fangirls working on was something that could make people this scared. That thing is called gunpowder. A flash of excitement appeared in Wen Wild's eyes. That was gunpowder. Even if it was just the most rudimentary earth gunpowder or black gunpowder, that was still gunpowder. It was a transgressive product that had transcended an entire 1,000 years to appear in this world. With this object, we can continue our research on hot weapons, even the most crude use of hot weapons. It is not the Cold War era of everything can be against. With this stuff, the remnants of the 6 kingdoms want to rebel? A rebellion? He won't dare to lend them his 10 guts. Or, with this thing, the threat of the remaining 6 kingdoms would simply vanish. At that moment, he looked at Ing Zhang, with excitement as well as pleasure on his brow. Great Father, is it true that some of the Fengshi have researched gunpowder? Gunpowder? Ing Zhang was a bit confused, but in a flash he realized that this was the name that Wen Wild had given to that thing. He looked at Wen Wild and although he didn't understand why the thing was called by that name, he still asked, if you are talking about that thing that emits a sound like heavenly thunder and has a huge killing power, then it has indeed been researched by them. Ing Zhang stood up and looked at the unperturbed and even vaguely excited Wen Wild, who was a bit busy and confused. Wild child, aren't you afraid of the greatness that is like a god? Is that something a mundane person can control? Wen Wild, however, was unconcerned and said softly while following Ing Zhang forward. Great Father, if that is not a power that can be grasped by mundanes, why would it be researched by mundanes such as myself? In fact, that thing wasn't the first time Sun's son discovered it. Someone else had discovered it long ago. only they thought it was an unrepeatable, inexplicable power. Winfield recounted for Ing Zheng the old stories he knew. The founders actually knew about gunpowder a long time ago, but they didn't think it was something that could be duplicated, and they called it a blast furnace. And gunpowder was something that the founders added by accident when they were refining the elixir, so that it reacted with an element in the furnace and then exploded. The gunpowder is the result of the fact that when these Fonzes were making the elixir, they accidentally added something that reacted with a certain element in the furnace, and then carried out an explosion. But these Fangses just think that this so-called exploding furnace is a failure in absorbing the chi of heaven and earth, or what they call a failure in refining, and that's why the furnace exploded. They gave a given result and then deduced the cause from the result and naturally got what they wanted, so they became more convinced that the so-called blowing up of the furnace was due to a failure in absorbing heaven and earth's spiritual chi for alchemy. There was a mocking look on Win Wild's face. Their inertia of thinking tells them that this is normal. Alchemy. Stealing power from heaven and earth to gain longevity. How can there be no failures? As for the power from the explosion killing people? That's even simpler. They call it the punishment that heaven and earth give to alchemists and Fangses when they fail at alchemy. Great Father, have you ever seen this so-called punishment in any of the ancient texts? As soon as Ing Yi said this, Ing Zhang looked up a lot of such records in his mind. Ing Zhang was obsessed with searching for immortality, so naturally he had read a lot of books on this kind of fortune teller. Now that the two sides of the coin are in harmony, Ing Zhang's quest for immortality has become a little bit lighter in his heart, and it's also part of Winfield's purpose. In fact, Ing Yi was able to see that even though he had previously revealed the true face of the group of Fangshi, and let those several Fangshi die in front of Ing Zhang with an extremely strong visual impact, Ing Zhang immediately thought of a way to cope with the situation after a short period of fear. Wouldn't it be better to let someone else take the golden elixir or something else in the future first? Ing Zhang still didn't believe that there were no immortals in this world. This can be seen from his question. Is this a power that can be grasped by mortals? It could be seen from his question. Is this a power that mortals can wield? Ing Zhang still believed in the existence of immortals. But there are no gods in this world. If Ing Zhang is not allowed to slowly let go of his quest for immortality, one day sure Huangdi will still die in his quest for immortality, and this will not be a good thing for Winnow. He didn't want to let Ing Zhang die in such a stifling way. This first emperor, who unified the world, should not have died of metal poisoning. Looking at the fading interest in Ing Zhang's eyes, Wen Yi smiled with a bit of success in his brows, and then smiled and looked in the direction of the distance. Let's go. Big Father, let's go and take a look at the gunpowder. Somewhere in the remote halls of Xianyang Palace, Ho Sheng as well as Lu Shang both had a bit of an anxious look in their eyes. When will His Highness be able to come over? Both of them looked at the blown-up furnace with a look of fear. If it wasn't for the fact that His Highness had reminded them that the power of this kind of furnace would be very great, telling them to take precautions, and by the way, stay away from it, I'm afraid that today they would only be left with 2 white bones. Lu Shang had a lot less fear and trepidation in his eyes compared to Ho Shang, and his eyes were more excited. He muttered, Found it! Found it! I found it! Lu Shang fiercely twisted his head around and looked at Ho Shang, his eyes filled with excitement, as if he was on the verge of becoming immortal. Did you see that? The blowing up of the furnace after a failure in alchemy is recorded in the sages' texts. That is not a failure in alchemy. Rather, it's something that can be replicated, utilized, and even studied. We really researched this kind of thing like Your Highness said. Then what Your Highness said about going out to the world, is it not something that is impossible to realize? We're going to get the word. Before Ho Shang could say anything else, a voice that was calm to the core, but with a hint of encouragement rang out from outside the great hall. Yes, as long as you continue to explore, it is not difficult to go up to the sky and into the sea. This, Lone gave you his word a long time ago. Chapter 48, Dude Wants to Fight. With the sound of this voice, the figures of 2 people appeared outside the great hall. Ho Shang and Lu Shang hurriedly looked over, and saw Ing Zhang, Ing Ye's grandparents and grandson standing there, and Ing Ye's face still wore a look of open confidence. Greetings, Your Majesty and Your Highness. Ho Shang and the 2 of them hurriedly saluted. Ing Yi and Ing Zhang didn't care so much. They went straight to the place where the gunpowder was placed, and Ing Zhang reached out his hand to stop Ing Yi, not really wanting him to come forward. After all, things like gunpowder explode. At this moment, Ing Zhang didn't care too much about whether he could survive or not. He cared a lot about Winfield's safety. Ever since Ho Shang and Lu Shang had gotten some results from their research on this kind of thing in the palace, the number of people from the Black Ice Terrace that Ing Zhang had dispatched to protect Winfield had reached an outrageous level. It was almost as if he had more men than he had to protect himself. After the gunpowder had appeared, Ing Zhang had already put the safety of Winfield above his own. After all, in Ing Zhang's opinion, even if something happened to him and he suddenly died, as long as he was alive, he would be able to suppress it, and Great Qin would not be in chaos. and there would not even be any problems. But if Winnow dies? Subconsciously, Ing Zhang didn't want to let himself think about this question. After all, the result of this question was too unimaginable. If Winnow dies, I'm afraid the Great Qin Empire will collapse almost instantly, unless he's found the immortality pill. But Ing Zhang felt that even he could not do any better than Winfield. Winwild naturally saw what Ing Zhang was thinking, and immediately said after giving a faint smile, "Great father, there is no need to be nervous." Pointing to the gunpowder, he said, "This kind of thing may look majestic, but it is actually very safe, even safer than some cold weapons." That does make sense, but only in certain places. Gunpowder, as its name suggests, is like a medicine that needs a primer to take effect, and that primer is fire, whether it be an open fire or a dark fire. The reason why gunpowder creates an explosion in the middle of a Dan furnace is also because of the high temperature in the Dan furnace. The temperature is a dark fire, and in real life there is no way to reach the high temperatures that can make gunpowder explode in most environments unless it is directly ignited with a flame. Only after Winfield had finished explaining did Ing Zhang feel a little more at ease, but he still stood in front of Winfield, making a protective gesture. And Winfield didn't care. After all, he knew that Ing Zhang was well-intentioned. He carefully looked at the gunpowder before turning his head and looking at Ho Shang and Lu Shang said, "You two can be the first to research out of gunpowder. Also can be regarded as stepping into the door of the scientific way. Into my way. I naturally will not treat you poorly. It just so happens that Great Father is here too. Tell me, what do you want? Is it honor, wealth, or official position?" Ing Zhang looked at Lu Shang and Ho Shang, and understood in his heart that although the formula for this gunpowder was given to him by Ing Yi, without these two men's own research, this gunpowder would not have been able to come into existence. What he understood more was something else. He knew that there was no way for the emperor to dive into something like this, because there were so many things they needed to think about, so many things they had to take into account. So this scientific way, Winwild at best can now give them a little guidance and hints. Wait until Winwild sit on the throne, then this scientific way, or rely on this kind of people to study. And he himself was not one to begrudge rewards, which was one of the strengths of the first emperor. Not bad. What rewards do you want? I can make all the decisions to reward you. Lu Shang Ho Shang looked at each other. Both saw the firmness in each other's eyes. The two of them returned to the ground and looked at that Winwild. Their voices firm. "Your Highness, the two of us want to worship in your Highness's door, to continue to learn the way of science deeply. Please fulfill us." "Your Highness, you've been working for Winfield?" Ing Zhang frowned slightly, but didn't say anything. It was still up to Winfield himself to make a decision on such matters, and Winwild was even more unconcerned. He looked at the Lu Shang duo and said, "You have to know that even if you worship under me, I can't possibly instruct you all the time. At most I will give you some books for you to delve into on your own, and at most I will be able to instruct and answer your questions once a month. In that case, are you still willing to worship under me?" Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Shang and Ho Shang once again kowtowed. "We are willing." Yes, they do. The two of them know too well the difference between having a teacher and not having a teacher. If they didn't have that formula and the general direction of Winwild's guidance, they wouldn't have been able to research gunpowder in their lives. As for not being able to give detailed instructions, when to give instructions, this is not a big problem. When they were learning the art of the founder's art from their teachers would not instruct them all the time, and they could not even see their teachers a few times a year. Nowadays, there are not only books but also teachers to guide them once a month. So what can they not be satisfied? Seeing this, Winwild also took these two disciples in his stride, and then looked at the two of them and said, "The further use of gunpowder will be left to you to study. The only thing I can tell you is that the general direction is to utilize it in warfare. Killability and stability are among the most important factors. The rest is up to you to work out." Killing and stabilizing? The two men fell into deep thought, and then temporarily put away their thoughts and bowed down to thank their teacher. Under the moonlight, Ing Zhang smacked his lips and looked at the bright moon in the sky, and suddenly had some feelings. Perhaps one day, we will really be able to ascend to the moon. If so, I will not be an immortal as well? Winnow, however, laughed as he looked at the glowing moon and said softly, "Or perhaps, after ascending to the moon, but let us realize that the world's heaven and earth are even more expansive, and the infinity of the universe is even more intoxicating." Dawn. Dynasty meeting. The ministers all sensed a hint of something inexplicably wrong, and as they looked around, they saw Chun Yu standing in the spot that belonged to him. "Hasn't this old thing not been involved in the court for days? What brings you here so suddenly today?" "TSK, the visitor is not good. I'm afraid he's not willing to be argued down by His Highness last time, right?" Chun Yu stood there, old and relaxed, as if he had not heard the discussion around him at all, just closing his eyes and resting his mind, waiting for the morning court to begin. "Is the visitor bad? More than just a come on. Today he's going to have a good fight. Dude wants to fight. Chapter 49. I want to impeach the emperor's eldest grandson for intending to conspire against him. Of course, the others didn't know what Chen Yui was planning to do, but they had discovered by some weird intuition that there was bound to be fun to be had today. So the crowd waited to see what would happen, especially Wang Jian and Li Si. These two people would have been more incompatible, or rather Wang Jian unilaterally do not see Li Si. After all, in the view of Wang Jian, such a person with military achievements, Li Si is also just with the lips to stand in the present position. However, since the other day when Winfield went crazy in the courtroom, the relationship between the two has been maintained at a certain level of courtroom relationship. That is, if there is melon to be eaten and fun to be had in the courtroom, then the two of them can get together. After all, when it came to their position, there were too few people who were able to sit down on an even keel and talk together. Although the two old things, Feng Daiji and Wang Oai, were on a more equal footing with Wang Jian, Wang Jian couldn't even piss in the same pot with these two people. Old General, do you think there will be any new interesting things to see today? Wang Jian hemmed and hawed, swept a glance at Chen Yu in the distance behind him, narrowed his eyes and said, "That's definitely there. I see that this Chen Yu is not coming today, probably wanting to find trouble with your highness again." He smacked his lips, remembering the crazy Win Wild, and said with some incomprehension, "I just don't understand. His Majesty and His Highness the eldest son aren't. Well, they are not such wild people. So how did His Highness the eldest son of the Emperor come to have such a wild nature?" Reese pursed his lips a bit but didn't say anything, just glanced around quietly. Not far behind the two of them, almost next to each other, sat another person with a confused face. This person had an elegant face, and did not look like a son of a general's family, but rather like a scholar. It is just that his position is that of a military general's family. Two of you, what are you talking about? What His Highness is crazy, and what Chen Yu is looking for things on his own? Meng Yi's face wore a blank look. He had only returned from the northern border there a few days ago, so he had missed that rare moment of epilepsy by Win Wild, and after he had returned in these times, the court meeting had been quiet and no one had said anything. So, there was this question. Li Si raised an eyebrow, now certain that Meng had really fallen behind him, so he let out a fake laugh and looked at Meng Yi and said, "Ha ha, Meng Neji doesn't know about this yet. Ah, you'll probably know later." And just as Li Si's voice fell, the sound of a long whip breaking through the air rang out in the distance, and it was Ying Zhang who had arrived. The pilgrimage has begun. Although the ministers were eager to see Chen Yu go crazy and charge His Imperial Highness the eldest grandson as soon as possible, they all had their own matters on their bodies, so they were only able to report on their own matters first. By the time the pilgrimage had reached the halfway point, after all the important matters, big and small, had been dealt with, everyone remained silent. Their gazes simultaneously looked towards Chen Yu who was sitting there, and there was even a hint of urgency in their brows. And at that moment, Chen Yu also lived up to the expectations and stood up. He straightened the clothes on his body, and then walked to the center of the hall with a very determined look. "Your Majesty, I, Chen Yu, have something important to report." His eyebrows were like swords, and his entire body carried a sharp and incomparable aura, while his face smiled willfully, as if he felt that he was bound to win this time. Ying Zhang slightly raised his eyebrows, subconsciously glanced at Ying Yi, who was sitting at his lower seat, seemingly squinting his eyes and resting with his eyes closed, but in reality, he was lazy and sleeping, and in his heart, he also smiled, knowing that there was a good show to watch. He wasn't too worried about Winfield. After all, the person who could make Winfield suffer in this world hadn't appeared yet, even if Winfield might have to suffer. Wasn't there still him here? So he cheerfully said with a mindset of watching the fun, "Oh, what is it?" Chen Yu exhaled slightly and looked stern. "Your Majesty, I would like to impeach Emperor Changsun Weino for harboring the remaining members of the Six Kingdoms, for having ill intentions, and for intending to disrupt the dynasty and plot to usurp the throne. This is treason. I ask your Majesty to deal with this in accordance with Qin law." Harboring the remnants of the Six Kingdoms? Ying Zhang's expression changed slightly. He glanced at Win Wild, and was about to say that he knew about this matter, when he heard Chen Yu open his mouth to look at Win Wild, who was dozing off, and loudly scolded, "Isn't your highness a skillful speaker? Why do not you explain today? Could it be that there is a ghost in your heart, so you dare not speak plainly?" The voice, almost a growl of sorts, calmed Winnow from his doze, and he subconsciously wiped his mouth and looked around. What's wrong? What's wrong? Now, even if Ying Zhang wanted to cover for him, there was nothing he could do, so he could only laugh and scold. "You vertical son, is it a place for you to sleep soundly in the court?" said. Well, this matter gently rounded off the circle, just looked at Chen Yu said, "Dr. Chen Yu impeached you harboring the remaining sins of the 6 countries, intending to conspire against this matter. You can admit Harboring the remnants of the Six Kingdoms with the intention of committing treason? Win Wild looked very odd. He backed to God after glancing at the standing there, a face of Frank, like a big Qin loyalist Chun Yu. Some rare, this person has heard of greedy money. Not heard of greedy scolding. I've heard of picking fights. I've never heard of picking fights. He didn't care what. Directly looked at Chun Yu. First came a classic national curse, such an old thief. Simply his mother's. It's also a simple phrase. Just an archaic version of a certain classic national curse. Put. As soon as Win Wild's words landed on the ground, one or two snickering voices came out of this great hall, but there was always a need to be concerned about Chun Yu's face, so they were all snickering in a low voice. Only one mixed-up old thing, Wang Jian, laughed out loud and slapped his own thigh, saying, Your Royal Highness Changsun, you're so young and handsome, but aren't you letting that old bastard take advantage of you? These words even made Chun Yu's brain fire almost spewed out. However, there is no way but to let people bully, because Wang Jian he really cannot afford to offend, and also do not dare to offend. Before Winfield went crazy, there was only one person in the entire Qin dynasty who was really crazy and said him, and that was Wang Jian. Wang Jian's seniority is so high, and his achievements are so great, that even after he went into seclusion, it was only when the first emperor himself went to this person and half-asked him to come out of the mountain. Half-asked him to come out of the mountain. How dare he talk back? And as Wang Jian's loud laughter spread throughout the hall, the others finally stopped hiding their laughter. Ha 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 ha. Chun Yu was only able to slate his face and take a step forward, almost using a growling voice to overpower those laughter, and asked loudly, Your Highness, please don't be concerned about the left. Could it be that you really have a weak heart? Chapter 50, Why should he seek treason? I will help him to the throne. Winning Wild directly turned back. Jun Yu subconsciously ducked back, fearing that Winning Wild that do not greet the heart foot again. The last time the nesting feet made him lie on the bed for 7 or 8 whole days after he went back, and it was precisely because of lying on the bed for too much time that made Chun Yu himself a bit scared. Put. Win Wild let out a cold laugh. It's really strange. Old Mr. Chun Yu is so afraid of Lone that he still dares to venture out to provoke Lone once again? What gave you the guts and courage? And who backed you up? That you would completely disregard your fear and terror to come and provoke Lone as well? For Chun Yu jumped out again to provoke his own thing. Win Wild directly peeled off the layers of fog covered in the above. Saw the core of this problem, the most essential place. Chun Yu want to see their own back to hide the appearance. Really does not seem to have the guts to still come to provoke their own. Then, who gave Jun Yuetsu this confidence? Or who is secretly colluding with Jun Yuetsu? Ing Zhang also came back to his senses from the laughter of the party. He looked at Chun Yu, his eyes gradually stagnant. Just now he only focused on eating melons and watching the fun, followed by many ministers to laugh at Chun Yu, but forgot to think. Yeah, Chun Yu does not look like someone who has this bottom. Then who? Behind the scenes? Winnow's words directly made Chun Yu all a little weak. He did not expect Winnow to be so perceptive. From a single action he could see his own and that person's plot. Just at this time, even if Winnow saw it, he absolutely could not admit it. At that moment, he let out a cold laugh and pretended to be unconcerned as he looked at Win Wild. Your Highness, could it be that your heart is weak? Why don't you dare to answer the old man's question? Please answer positively. Your Highness, whether you have taken in the remaining members of the Six Kingdoms, do you intend to conspire against them? Winnow looked towards Chun Yu, knowing in his heart the answer Chun Yu wanted, and also knowing Chun Yu's actions back. He chose to answer the second question first, because once he answered the first question first, then Chun Yu would instantly cut off his words, leaving him with no way to answer the second question, to sit on the fact that he intended to conspire against them. Although Winfield didn't care, and he believed that Ing Zhang didn't care either, why did he step into the trap if it was a trap? Because he didn't care. Because it couldn't hurt him? Being a man is still the word for stability. Lone to plot treason? He pointed to his nose and laughed. What is Lone's status? I am the eldest grandson of the emperor. I'm now even in charge of the Eastern Palace. Win Wild stood there, arrogant. Nowadays, I am the equivalent of the crown prince of a country. The equivalent of the vice president of a country. Do you think this kind of Lone intends to conspire against the country? It's a big joke. After saying that, he even looked back at Ing Zhang, who was sitting there, and said in a tone that was almost frank to the point of petulance, Great Father, this person has slandered me by saying that I am going to conspire against him. Do you believe him? All eyes looked toward Ing Zhang, waiting for this one's reply. The battle for royal power has always been brutal, and who knows what kind of answer this one will give. Ing Zhang slowly smiled under the crowd's gaze as he looked at Win Wild and said, I believe it. He stood up and walked step by step to Win Wild's side, crossed over and walked to Chun Yu's side, and then looked at Chun Yu and said, You say that my eldest grandson is going to conspire against me? Chun Yu listened to Ing Zhang's cold voice. His heart was a little moved. Could this plan of separation really have an effect? Is the emperor beginning to suspect that the eldest grandson is going to commit treason? It can't be that smooth, can it? He had only intended to use this thing to disgust Winfield, but at this moment, Chun Yu was filled with the pleasure of having his revenge avenged. He couldn't care less about thinking about it, and spoke directly. Yes, Your Majesty. The information that I investigated came out that His Royal Highness, Emperor Changsun, is hosting the remaining criminals of the Six Kingdoms, and that's the most wanted criminal of the Imperial Court. Now those three are in the middle of the manor you allocated to His Royal Highness the eldest grandson. As long as you give the order to take down those three people, it's all witnesses and material evidence. As Ing Zheng listened to these ridiculous words, his voice was even more disdainful. Is that so? He turned back to Winnow and walked over to him. Is that so? Win Wild raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Ing Zheng's expression, not knowing what he wanted to do, but he still cooperated and said, Sun's son did indeed take in 3 fugitives. Only those 3 were of great talent, and have long since ceased to have anything to do with the remaining members of the Six Kingdoms. They are now my Qin people. Winfield's affirmative answer was even more exciting to Chun Yu's heart, and he almost looked at Ing Zheng with longing eyes, wanting to make Ing Zheng give the order, wanting to see Winfield being forked out by the pawns of both sides. It's like he was in the beginning. But who would have thought that Ing Zheng reached out his hand and took Wenano's hand, and then walked forward, all the way to the position that only he could sit in, and then pressed Wenano into that position, the position that symbolized supreme imperial power. As for Ing Zheng himself, he was standing behind Wenano, his hands resting on Wenano's shoulders. He looked around at the surrounding ministers, meeting eyes with one another, seeing one's eyes, seeing the emotions hidden in one's eyes, and suddenly guffawed. My grandson, if he wants this throne, he still needs to conspire against it? I will personally help him to this position. Ing Zheng looked at the crowd and suddenly had that idea in his mind. In fact, he had that idea when Lu Shang and Ho Shang had researched gunpowder some days ago. I have not previously issued an explicit decree of enthronement, so you all have doubts in your minds and dare to test the waters. Ing Zheng's voice was faint and soft, like it didn't use any force, like any power. But no one dared ignore his words. Everyone was waiting for him to continue. This is the first emperor. This is the ancestral dragon. This is Ing Zheng. Ing Zheng's voice continued. Today, I will make it clear. The position of the Eastern Palace is not suitable for Fusu. He glanced at Fusu, his expression still a little despondent. Obviously this eldest son's failure still broke his heart a little, but the good thing is that Ing Zheng glanced at the winning Wild in front of him, and felt some relief in his heart. It's a good thing God treated him well and gave him such a good saintly grandson. Immediately, the last and vital words were uttered. Although the position of the East Palace Fusu is not suitable, but the good thing is that there is the eldest grandson in. The eldest grandson temperament is generous, ambitious, quite the style of me. Today's group of ministers are all here. I will register it as a royal grandson, to occupy the position of the East Palace. It is the next emperor of Great Qin. He is my Great Qin's, the second emperor. Boom! As Ing Zheng's words fell, the entire hall exploded. His Highness, who has not appointed a crown prince for many years, has appointed a grandson? He actually appointed a grandson? For a while, some people were happy and some were sad. Chapter 51, Second Scolding. Chun Yu, the old bastard still has helpers? The ones who rejoiced were naturally those who had bet on the right treasure, such as Li Si, the Meng clan who had been following the line of the elder duke, and then Wang Jian, who had quietly released his friendly attitude earlier. And the worry is naturally the few people who have secretly had a small action. They thought that this one is not yet considered to be the Tai Shun. And in the secret you and I have engaged in a lot of small actions. The one who was the most worried, or the one who was the most scared, was Chun Yu, who was standing in the great hall at that moment. He was trembling. His whole body was like a sieve, barely able to control himself, because he realized something right at the same time that Ing Zheng announced the formal enrollment of the great-grandson. He had just joined the camp of another duke to seize the throne, and it also pulled in Confucianism, a seemingly behemoth of a school that was already going to be played down by itself. Chun Yu's eyes were filled with anger. The anger of being teased. He clearly heard that one of the eunuchs said that the emperor did not have the idea of establishing a great-grandson or a crown prince for the time being. And at that moment, that Ing Zheng standing behind Ing Yi obviously mercilessly crushed this statement with facts. He enthroned the great-grandson. Before the crowd could react, Wang Jian was the first to say with a big smile, "Congratulations to your majesty. Congratulations to his majesty. Congratulations to Qin. With such an intelligent successor, Qin will surely be able to carry on its legacy for generations to come." Reese woke up to this loud laugh with a curt tone and gritted his teeth. Again the old thing had gotten the jump on him. Immediately, he also congratulated. "Congratulations for your majesty. Congratulations for Great Qin. The ministers followed with the same congratulations. Congratulations for your majesty. For great Qin. The sounds of congratulations and rejoicing that rang out one after another echoed in this great hall, as if all the people were immersed in this kind of rejoicing. Ying Zhang just smiled shallowly, obviously in a very pleasant state of mind at this time. This pleasure was not just because of the congratulatory voices of this group of ministers. He was not an emperor who liked to indulge in horse's ass. He was pleasuring himself that he had indeed found a very suitable successor. As these people had said, when the sound of congratulations and cheers faded, Ying Zhang looked at Chun Yu, who stood in the center, out of place with the others, without any congratulations or even the slightest bit of joy on his face. And once again, he looked a bit mocking and cold in his expression. Why doesn't Dr. Chun Yu congratulate me on finding a suitable successor? Does it mean that? Doesn't Dr. Chun Yu wish for great Qin to last forever? Chun Yu's heart trembled, and then looking at Ying Zhang, he hurriedly looked for a remedy. If your highness is really the right successor, the one who can make great Qin last for all time, then I will naturally congratulate your highness. He lengthened his voice to look at Winnow, but in his voice he once again brought up the wanted persons mentioned before, obviously determined to make a charter on this wanted persons. It's just that, your majesty, those few wanted criminals, your highness just took them in like that. Is that in accordance with the Qin law? Chun Yu subconsciously glanced at Li Si. Usually if there is a violation of the Qin law and not in accordance with the Qin law punishment, Li Si must be the first to jump out of the way, because Li Si is the collection of legalism, and is also the loyal implementation of legalism. He is bound to uphold the dignity of the legalist. By this time, Chun Yu was still trying to pull everyone else, as well as Winnow, into the mire, trying to make this peaceful courtroom chaotic once again. But strangely enough, after hearing Chun Yu's words, Li Si not only didn't have any reaction, but instead sat there with his head lowered as if he hadn't heard them. That head little by little, as if he was dozing off? What the hell is going on here? Junyoshi's face beamed with bewilderment. Only Wang Jian, who was sitting there pretending to be old and stable, snickered in his heart. This Chun Yu is simply sick in the head. And what kind of person is Li Si? It's true that Li Si will uphold the dignity of the legalists, but that also depends on the target. Who doesn't know that Li Si Li Ting Lieutenant's favorite thing to do on a regular basis is to kiss horse's ass? Now that he was asked to pat his horse's hooves, how could he possibly be willing to do so? There may have been loyal ministers who dared to advise, but definitely not Li Si. Winnow was obviously also very well aware of Li Si's character, and at this time he also laughed in a low voice, but then he put on a stern face and stepped forward. He was going to face this problem head-on. Dare I ask Dr. Chun Yu which Qin law I have violated? His expression was very frank, while in the face of this question, Chun Yu was confused. He just took to the ground to lean towards committing a crime or plotting a rebellion, but it doesn't mean that this one has really violated a certain Qin law. Furthermore, how could he, a disciple of Confucianism, remember clearly what the Qin laws were? Immediately, he stammered, unable to say a word, and Winnow laughed coldly, knowing that what happened in the courtroom today will definitely be circulated as well. So he said very calmly, the so-called wanted fugitives are nothing more than fugitives who are trying to resist Great Qin's rule, so they have violated Qin's laws, and that's why they're wanted. However, if they are truly remorseful, and chose to give up their darkness and turn to the light, then Great Qin has enough vigor to accept them. Under the sky there is no one who is not the king's land, and there is no one who is not the king's subject. This world is all the Great Father's subjects, and all the people in this world are my Great Qin's subjects. Could it be that the subjects made a small mistake in the past, and that there is no chance for them to want to go astray and repent now? His expression was indifferent as he looked toward Chun Yu. My great father, the first emperor of Great Qin, was an emperor of great eloquence who swept across the 6 kingdoms to unify the world. How could he not have such a heart? Jun Yu, you presume to speculate on the superior's intentions, but you speculate on the great father as a heartless, narrow-minded villain. This is disloyalty. You secretly stirred up the relationship between the emperor and the Eastern Palace, intending to place the charge of conspiracy against the Eastern Palace on its head and abetting the chaos of the state capital, which is unrighteousness against the state dynasty. Ere such an unfaithful and unrighteous person, who has read the holy books for half of his life, but in the end only has a belly full of male thieves and female prostitutes plotting and scheming. If Kong Zhongni were to come back to life and see that Confucianism is now full of people like you, he would probably regret founding Confucianism. If Kong Zhongni in the next 9 springs hears what you said today and sees what you did today, he is afraid that he will crawl out of his grave and expel you from Confucianism. A statement of great righteousness. Didn't bring a single dirty word, but scolded Chun Yu. That level of abuse is just right for such so-called readers. Cluelessness doesn't hurt your brain. At this moment, a footstep came from outside the main hall, and an attendant hurriedly walked in. Before whispering, "Your Majesty, Kongan seeks an audience." Kong? Everyone looked at Jun Uetsu. No wonder this old boy is so confident today. It turns out that he has help. Chapter 52, Shirshu's Table of Descent _____. Even Winnow, who had just mentioned Kong Zhongni, froze for a moment. What kind of rhythm was this? In the original historical trajectory, did Kong ever show up this early to give himself a boost? I don't think so, right? Win Wild searched the memories inside his head, and then quickly gave a negative answer. But he could probably guess why Kongan had appeared here and had come to stand up for Chun Yu uncharacteristically. It was probably because Chun Yu had lost so quickly and so badly this time that Kongan was induced in advance to have to show up and use the reputation of the Kong clan to salvage respect for the retreating Chun Yu, or for the retreating Confucianism. Ing Zhang narrowed his eyes, apparently having thought of this answer as well, before smiling and looking at the attendant. "Oh," he said playfully, "invite the descendant of this sage in. I am curious as to what this one has come for." But a few moments of effort. That outside the hall sounded a burst of footsteps, and then a serious and ancient face of the old man walked in. He walks in accordance with the rules. At this time appeared in this Qin's hall, like a return to the time when the stereotypes of the weekly rituals of the era. "My humble servant, Kong Shuren, see your majesty." Kongan performed the rites of the Qin people, but unlike the rites of the ordinary Qin people, this rite was interspersed with some of the rites of the Shidifu, that is, the rites performed by the Shidifu as prescribed in the Zhou rites. It makes it impossible to pick a fault while at the same time being able to see what this guy really has in mind. Put. A thin laugh came out. A laugh that carried a slight hint of mockery. Doing this look, I don't know who to show it to. Zhou Tianzi has long since dissipated into the wind. Deliberately sympathetic. It's simply disgusting. The one who said this was naturally Li Si, who was very much at odds with Confucianism. He spoke disgusting words about Kongan in a voice that was clearly audible with lowered decibels, but equally capable of being heard by all. Kongan stood there as if he hadn't heard. His chi cultivation kung fu was much better than Chun Yu's. Ing Zhang wanted to laugh in his heart, and for the first time, he realized that Li Si's character was actually quite good, but he couldn't really laugh in front of everyone. After all, this was a courtroom, and he still wanted to be decent. "Ahem, Kongan, you came to see me, saying that you have something important to do. What is the so-called matter?" The sound of Ing Zhang's voice drowned out all the snickers, and Kongan was not surprised, as the first emperor's majesty was like that. "Your majesty, the people have come for counsel." His voice was gentle and unmistakable, but every word felt like it was quenched with poison. "The people think that his majesty is committing a heavenly transgression, one that will cause Qin to terminate in the 3rd and 4th dynasties. The people did not want to come, but the good conscience in their hearts compelled them to come." Kongan sitting on his knees, posture is very solemn. The clothes he is wearing today are all very serious kind. At this time in this hall even more ancient. Commit a great transgression? Ing Zhang's expression instantly turned cold as he looked at Kongan, seemingly guessing what Kongan wanted to say. "I only heard him speak." "Oh, a heavenly fault?" he said mockingly. "How is it that I don't know what faults I have committed?" "Kongan." Ing Zhang's voice was fiercely harsh, as if it was carrying the fury that descended from the 9 heavens. "Heir, speak. Be more careful." Kongan's color remained unchanged. Even his voice did not change in the slightest. He was like those sages in the canonical books, as if he was simply admonishing upwards for the sake of great Qin, for the sake of the future of this country. And he was the kind of sage who, as long as Shi Huangdi did not change the history books, would surely be able to leave his name in the history books for 1,000 years. As expected, Kongan slowly sat up straight after listening to Ing Zhang's words, and then removed the hair crown from his head, his mottled black and white hair falling behind him. He raised his head, his eyebrows even more solemn. "If the people are not admonished by the top to the wrong, who else in the world can be willing to admonish the top?" His voice was calm, but his words were sharp. "This courtroom full of treacherous ministers, is there a single loyal minister who dares to advise?" Kongan kowtowed again. "I have come here today, and my family has already prepared a coffin for me. So if your majesty is benevolent and willing to listen to my admonition, and then give me another death, and allow me to keep my whole body, then this coffin can be used by me. If your majesty does not allow Min to keep his whole body, the news will be sent back to the middle of Xiufu, and the heirs of Min's family will naturally set up a grave for Min." He raised his head and smiled faintly, with the blandness of one who regards death as a homecoming. This time, when he came to submit his advice, Min did not intend to return alive. Deadly admonition. When Kong An's words landed on the ground, everyone felt an instant change in the atmosphere of the hall. The contemporary family head of the Kong clan was actually going to die remonstrate? This is a great challenge for a brand new dynasty. All the ministers present looked at Kongan with a strange, angry look. knowing that if they could not refute Kong In today, then they would really become one of the one dynasty sycophants in the history books. As Kong In had said, the history of the world is clear. There's never been any change. Who would like to be a treacherous sycophant who wreaks havoc on the dynasty in this history book if it were possible? The flame of anger in Ing Zhang's heart was almost burning everything to the ground. He looked at Kong In and at Chun Yu, almost wanting to clap his hands and laugh as he asked people to pull all of these two out and kill them. But at that moment, Winnow reached out and patted his great father's hand in a gesture of reassurance. He probably guessed what this Kong clan's family head wanted to go up to admonish what was going on, and he was probably able to understand what kind of name this one wanted to use to defeat himself. It's not hard to guess, is it? There are just those few points about him that can be attacked. He looked at Kong In and said in an almost unusual tone, Kong In, what does great father have that is worthy of your death advice? Win Wild's voice was calm and playful. You regard yourself as a straightforward minister who dares to admonish this time, so you must have come prepared, thinking that what you admonish must not make any mistakes, right? He looked at Kong In and said softly, state your reason. Lone, listen well. When these words landed, all the ministers in the Great Hall looked at Win Wild, who was standing there, and then at Kong In, who was kneeling and sitting there, and their hearts were filled with a little speculation, especially Wang Jian. It's still the same. Kong In wanted to admonish, but there were only a few things he could admonish, and there were only a few reasons why Winnow could be attacked. It's not hard to guess. Kong In's eyes were like calm lakes as he looked at Win Wild, who was waiting in front of him to attack, and smiled faintly. In this way, he sat on his knees with his head cloaked and said softly, the people want to advise that the people of the Eastern Palace, whose virtues are not worthy of the position, should not be established as the successor. Chapter 53 I was about to die in battle, so why did your majesty surrender first? When these words came out, the whole court was shocked. A direct attack on the successor's virtue and unworthiness? When he heard this crime, he already understood which direction Kong In wanted to attack himself, so he looked directly at Kong In and asked him to continue. Oh, go on. Kong In looked straight into Winnow's eyes, but the words that came out were devastatingly offensive. He was indeed worthy of being a son of the Kong clan, worthy of being a direct descendant of the contemporary Confucius, and every word he said was truly offensive, and one that captured what little pain Winfield had left. Dare I ask your majesty, your highness, dare I ask the full court, if you want a country to last for all generations, does the system of successors need to be determined? Without waiting for the crowd to reply, he spoke directly. Orderly inheritance. This is the prerequisite and foundation of a country that can be stabilized. If the country wants to have long-lasting peace and security, and if the country wants to be handed down for eternity, then the inheritance system cannot make any mistakes or omissions. And in this regard, there are two types of inheritance systems for the sages of old. Kong In said to himself, one is the firstborn son successor, and the other is the chancellor system of the Yao, Shun, and Yu era. The essence of these two systems is actually very simple. One is succession based on blood relationship, and the other is succession based on ability. Is this agreeable to your majesty, your highness, and the princes? This time Kong In paused for a long time, waiting for the crowd to answer. Ing Zhang said in a deep voice, not bad. When Kong In got the answer, he continued, in that case, what else is there to say? Your majesty's creation of the empire was already different from the federation of the ancient sage Yao, Shan and Yu, which belonged to the category of family world. A system created and inherited by Xia Qi, the son of Xia Yu, during the Xia dynasty, and carried forward in the time of the Ban. It was a system initiated and inherited by Xia Qi, son of Xia Yu, during the Xia dynasty, and carried forward in the time of the Bang Zhou. If the family world is to be implemented, then the firstborn son succession system is the best choice. He looked at Ing Zhang and asked softly, one of the biggest problems with the firstborn son inheritance system, or the bloodline inheritance system, lies in whether it is better to identify a single successor to inherit, or whether it is better to have bloodline as the main focus, supplemented by virtuousness. What kind of system does your majesty think is better? Ing Zhang was silent and didn't answer, so Kong In looked at Ing Yi, who was standing aside, and said, dare I ask your highness, which system of succession do you think is better? Win Wild looked at Kong In with a slight edge in his eyes. Compared to Chun Yu this half-baked, Kong In is indeed a real great Confucian. He thought for a moment, then directly said with a smile, naturally, the firstborn son inheritance system is good. Kong In raised an eyebrow, not expecting that Winfield would say this answer, and immediately smiled at Winfield's face. Even though the two of them were enemies at this time, he still carried some appreciation. Why does your highness feel this way? Kong In felt this way, not only because of the Zhou ritual, but because he did think that the firstborn son system was the best choice. Win Wild said in a deep voice, if a country wants to be inherited, then the most basic two words are stability, not virtuous monarchs, most of the time, except for the founding monarchs. Other monarchs need only the word defend the city, most of the time, except for the founding kings. What other kings need is just the word defend the city. As long as we can have a stable legacy, then even if we encounter one or two monarchs with less than virtuous names, we can still get through it peacefully. That's why the stability of the legacy is paramount. The firstborn lineage guarantees one thing, that there will be no disputes over the throne or the throne. And everyone won't have to stare at that throne because he naturally belongs to the firstborn lineage. Winnow smiled and looked at Kongan and said, does Sir think the same way? Kongan nodded slightly. Not bad. Mr. Kong thinks the same. He looked at Winfield with an even more appreciative expression. And it was this touch of appreciation that made Winfield completely understand the reason why Kongan had come, and why Kongan had appeared at this time. Win Wild sighed lightly and looked at Kongan, opening his mouth to inquire. Then, why does Sir think that my virtue is not worthy of my position? Kongan lowered his eyes, his voice slight. Is your highness the firstborn? Winnow was silent for a moment. He was the eldest and not the first, so he couldn't be counted as the firstborn. It was only because he was the eldest grandson and Fusu was also the eldest son. And Ing Zheng did not have an empress, so it was ambiguous. And today, hearing Kongan's words, at this moment, Ing Zheng also instantly reacted and immediately let out a laugh. At this time, Ing Zheng also realized what Kongan had done, and numerous ministers reacted. They, especially Li Si, looked at Kongan, who was sitting there with an extremely odd look on his face, like an admonishing minister with a strong iron bone and an admonishing minister who swore to oppose Win Wild. This old thing. He let out a long sigh in his heart. How come even being a sycophant, even the ass-kissing track is so hard to squeeze in? At that moment, he stepped out and looked at Ing Zheng, his voice solemn. Your Majesty, I think Kongan is right. The country can't be without a ruler, but it can't be without a queen. Your Majesty, the eldest son and the eldest grandson are eldest, but the name of first is missing in the greater sense of the word. Why doesn't Your Majesty honor the deceased Lady Chu as the Empress, so as to correct the name of the eldest grandson? Why don't you honor the deceased Lady Chu as the Empress, so as to correct the name of the first grandson? Wang Jian and the others likewise stepped forward and said so. They had obviously seen Ing Zheng's intention, so they didn't care to go along with it. Just kneeling down and petitioning Li Si is quite a bit of gnashing of teeth. The last time the top spot was snatched by Wang Jian, this old boy, and now this time the top spot has been snatched by this Kongan. He hates it. Didn't you guys agree not to be sycophants but admonishers? You're a big man with big eyes. Why are you doing this? It's outrageous. Among this group of people, the most shocked and bewildered is still the Chunyuyu who originally thought he was going to win. He stood there, his complexion dazzling. The whole person is confused. What is this? Didn't you want to use this as a pretext to attack Katsuno? Why has it become a time to check up on Winfield and patch up the last bit of the problem? He turned back and looked at Kongan, who was kneeling and crouching there, similarly following the request to make Lady Chu the Empress, and the emotions inside him, if they could be described in words, would probably be, I was about to die in battle. Why did Your Majesty surrender first? Ing Zheng stood there, looking at the honest and respectful Kongan. His heart was also quite pleasant. This group of difficult Confucian disciples, now finally lowered their noble heads. I just didn't expect to end up shaking him. At that moment, he let out a long laugh. In that case, I will posthumously appoint the deceased Lady Chu, the mother of the eldest son, as the Empress. Fusu, your position as the rightful wife will be given to the deceased Lady Yun as well. Chapter 54 sent him a cool song. The fall of the great Qin jet. Fusu stepped forward to take the order, his face showing his submission to Ing Zheng. As for the position of the first wife, there wasn't anyone in his room to be lifted up as a proper wife anyway, and even if there was, honoring someone who was already dead would be a minor issue, but Fusu wouldn't do that. Wouldn't lift up someone new as a proper wife, because if you do that, then there will be two first sons, and that's a really big ing problem. Only after this appointment and conferment was over did Ing Zheng slowly look at Chunyuyu, who was standing in the hall in the distance and had lost his mind, with a little bit of amusement at the corner of his mouth. I say Dr. Chunyu, it seems that your backer can't be relied on. After all, this Chunyuyu has been pulling and tugging with him for many years, and has always been a stubborn bastard in front of him, and has always looked like I will fail, but I will definitely not fail. This defeated dog look hasn't been seen once in all these years. Chunyuyu stood there staggering, his entire body not looking at Ing Zheng at all, but at Kongan who was sitting there. Why are you like this? He rushed straight to Kongan's face with a blank and angry look on his face. Have you forgotten? Have you forgotten the oath we made together back then? If it weren't for us, how could Kong have gotten to where he is today? Why did you betray us? Chun Yu's voice was hoarse with some sadness, as if it was as sad as a woman who had been played with her feelings, and his entire body was looking at Kong in front of him with an unbelievable look. He couldn't believe it. Kong In, who had spoken well with him yesterday, had betrayed himself in the Great Hall today. Betrayed them. Kong In sat there with an unusual look. The entire person looked as if he had not heard Chun Yu's rebuke at all, just sitting there on his knees. As Win Wild looked at this scene, he couldn't help but smack his lips in his heart. This could really be a case of saying nothing and saying everything. It was simply 2 words. Absolute. Kong In's silence and Chun Yu's madness together played a scene in this great hall today. Everyone lapsed into silence. For his part, Winnow looked over at the epileptic too, contemplating on what was at stake. Why did Kong In suddenly betray Confucianism? Or rather betrayed Chun Yu and sided with himself? Why did Kong In suddenly betray Confucianism? Or betrayed Chun Yu and sided with his own side? Suddenly, he directly gave his ally, or his most powerful assistant, a knife? It's a huge mystery. But, he smiled. Winnow looked at Kong In and gave a smile. A bright and incomparable smile at Kong In's hesitant and expectant attitude. This smile represents so many things. There was the recklessness that he didn't really care about. And there was also the tolerance that he was willing to accept Kong In as a temporary defector, uniquely belonging to the higher-ups. And such a smile was filled with arrogance. But at this time Kong In didn't care. He just looked at this smile and breathed a fierce sigh of relief in his heart. Why would Kong In just surrender? Because of the enemy. Because of the enemies within Confucianism. Confucianism is not considered a very harmonious whole. And the whole of it is divided into several schools within Confucianism, each of which has a different attitude towards the imperial court and towards theories. If you follow common sense, it can be roughly divided into 3 factions. One of them is Ru-Ru. Second, Shuan-Ru. Third, Chu-Ru. The Confucians basically followed the Confucianism of Confucius and Mencius, but they were more immersed in the texts left behind by the sages of the past, and had an old-fashioned ritualism that followed the rules. Shuan-Ru is different. As the name suggests, Shuan-Ru is the Confucianism from Xuanzi, and just like his master, the Confucians of this school are the ones who are most fond of debates and reforms, and they are totally different from the traditional Ru-Ru, and are more like a new kind of Confucianism, the Confucianism that is good at learning. It can be said that if Ing Zhang had found Sun Ru instead of Lu Ru, everything would have been different. After all, Sun Zi was able to teach such legalists as Li Si and Han Fei Zi, which shows how much of his Confucianism was mixed with his legalism doctrine. After all, the fact that Xuanzi was able to teach such legalists as Li Si and Han Fei Zi shows how much of his Confucianism was mixed with the legalist doctrine. As for the third faction, Chu Ru, this is the main reason why Kong In directly raised the white flag and surrendered, even if he had to give up Chun Yu, because this faction is no longer considered Confucianism in the eyes of those of them. These people are more like a hybridized faction. They are detached from the Confucian school of thought, and they worship one of the 72 sages of the Confucian school of that year as their ancestor, and they have nothing to do with Confucianism at all, except that they are still considered Confucian in terms of certain rites and ceremonies. They would go down to the fields to work. They would teach the Qianshou in the most common language rather than the discourses of the Analects. They were more like practitioner, or closer to the kind of pragmatist that the present-day Tai-Sun Winnow refers to, and those who had heard of the doctrines of the present Tai-Sun were prepared to come directly to the city of Xianyang, and to communicate and exchange to some extent with this Tai-Sun. That's why Kong Gon would just surrender. He saw further than Chun Yu, or than the other Confucians. He knew that as long as Wen Yi recognized, or Wen Yi announced, that this true Confucianism was the true Confucianism, then all that they, the Kong clan, had done would be a sham. After learning this news, Kong In chose to defect. Even if he could not make Winfield trust and then declare that Kong Ru and Ru Ru were the true Confucianism, he definitely could not let Chu Ru's people directly gain Winfield's trust, and thus be defined by Winfield's complete eccentricity as the true Confucianism. That's what Kong In is all about. Chun Yu was still going crazy in the hall, while Ing Zhang was tired of watching him and immediately waved his hand and said, "That's all? What's the point of keeping this kind of person in the courtroom?" He shook his head lightly, a slight calmness in his face and eyes. He had moved on from Chun Yu's stubbornness and backbiting. "Pull it down." Ing Zhang looked at Chun Yu in a very magnanimous manner and said, "Pull him down and kill him." He convicted Chun Yu the following offenses and repeatedly provoked the relationship between the emperor and the crown prince. Kill 10,000 times for such a crime. Winnow looked over at Chun Yu, who was being pulled down, and smacked his lips. Great Qin's famous sprayer, Confucianism's #1 boxer, Dr. Chun Yu, in this era, in today's complete fall, order a cool song for him. After the end of the day, Kong In, however, did not leave. but just sat there and waited until the people were all gone before walking over to Win Wild's side, looking very respectful and opening his mouth. Your Highness, the people have important matters to discuss with your Highness. Chapter 55, Kongan's Purpose and Guests from Afar. Win Wild paused for a moment, and then looked towards Kongan, who was sitting there with an unusual look on his face, with some playfulness in his tone. What is it that Mr. Kong is looking for loan for? Could it be that you feel that you did a good thing for me just now, so you can write off your old scores here? Kongan shook his head slightly. He was an extremely intelligent person. That's just a pitch for Mr. Kong. And for Confucianism, Mr. Kong doesn't hope that your Highness will be able to wipe out old scores. But for your Highness, Confucianism isn't at least some unpardonable sin that can't be cooperated with, is it? Your Highness's thoughts. Kong has heard a thing or two about them. The so-called pragmatist, according to your Highness, said is fetishism. Kung Ma boldly say a word. Although your Highness's ideas are very suitable for governance, but it is not suitable for the rule of the people. Kongan hit the nail on the head, and directly stated the biggest problem of Winning Wild or the pragmatist. The pragmatist is too pragmatic in his thinking, focusing on theoretical and practical things, but neglecting part of the spiritual construction. And in this respect, Kongan said with a smile, and in terms of governing the people, I can say that there is probably no better school of thought than Confucianism, isn't there? He looked into Win Wild's eyes and said, even if your Highness does not intend to make the people docile, then you should still teach all the people of the world morality. And as it happens, there is no other son of the gods who can surpass Confucius in this regard. Confucius spoke of benevolence and goodness, of not doing unto others what you would not have them do unto you, while the rest of the schools, even Moism, which is the closest to Confucianism, is much worse than Confucianism in this respect. Kongan looked at Ing Yi and said softly, the reason why I was able to come and dare to come to your Highness is because of your Highness's theory of pragmatism, and I believe that you, who were able to create this school of pragmatism, are definitely not a person who is more emotional than rational. A person who is more emotional than rational. He patted Win Wild's ass without a trace. You are a born emperor, so you know that accepting the subjugation of Confucianism is the best choice for you. Winfield let out a faint laugh and sighed as he looked at Kongan, his voice carrying a sense of relaxation. Mr. Kong is very good at talking, and also very good at finding people's weaknesses. He looked at Kongan. Not bad. The practical family does indeed need the moral underpinnings of Confucianism in certain aspects to complement and improve. And this is indeed something that neither the Mahists nor the legalists are able to do. There's nothing wrong with saying that. Winno's idea of pragmatism is in fact a part of the later dialectical philosophy, and it is one of the core parts, such as seeking truth from facts, looking at things dialectically, etc. But what is missing from the dialectical philosophy is the moral bottom line, constraint and indoctrination, dialectical view of things and so on. But what is missing in dialectical philosophy is the constraints and indoctrination of moral bottom line. This is not a problem of dialecticism, but a problem of Winfield, a problem of the times, because as a ruler, it is impossible for him to put himself into the class described by dialecticism. He is born to be a ruling class, and he is born to stand on top of everyone. That's why he can't bind the people of Qin with the moral and faith constraints of dialecticism. Otherwise, not to mention what Ing Zhang and his ministers think, the people of Qin will think that he is a mentally retarded emperor and a dim king. This is also the reason why Winnow was careful after coming to this era. The material and technology that transcends the era can be easily taken out, because these things won't kill the beautiful ancient architecture. But the ideas that transcend the times cannot be taken out easily. This will lead to the shattering of society. Why was Jie Zhou revolted by everyone and even called tyrant and dim king by everyone? Because Jie Zhou abolished the ritual of sacrifice and human martyrdom, which was called disrespectful to heaven at that time, was one of the crimes of King Wu's crusade against Jie Zhou. But as times changed, the system of human martyrdom became a bad habit. Why was Qin called the tyrannical Qin during the time of Duke Mu of Qin? It was because of the famous Three Sages burial incident. In history, this event has a specialized soundtrack, or verse, crossing yellow birds, stopping at thorns. Who is from the Duke of Mu? The subcard is dying. Crossing the yellow bird, stopping at the mulberry. Who is from the Duke of Mu? Zi Che Zhongxing. Crossing the yellow bird, stopping at Chu. Who is from the Duke of Mu? Zi Che Needle Tiger. These three men dealt an almost devastating blow to the then great Qin, which went straight from being one of the hegemonic powers of the spring and autumn period to the bottom of the heap ever since. The final choice of all talented people is only the great Qin. Why? Because the heavens have annihilated my good man. If I can be redeemed, I'll take 100 of them. Who wants to die? No one wants to die. Later, Duke Mu's successor chose to abandon the system of human martyrdom, and the reputation of Qin gradually improved, and it was only during the reign of King Zhaxiang that Qin gradually gained the name of hegemon again. And, for a long time, the top talents of Great Qin were either natives of the Qin people or had fled from other countries. That's the impact. Why this example? It's trying to convey that doing different things at different times in history has different consequences and effects. During the Shang and Zhou dynasties, deposing the system of human martyrdom would lead to the downfall of a nation and would also become an excuse person for those who had the desire to crusade against them. Instead, during the spring and autumn and warring states periods, after hundreds of years of development and hundreds of years of ritual restraints, the system of human martyrdom became a powerful weapon that could almost destroy a nation. Ideas that have transcended the times. As is the case with a certain part of the idea of dialecticism. Taking it out, not only would it not make Great Qin better, but it would bring down the vast empire that was Great Qin and would even be accused of insanity by the people of this age. Winnow smiled and looked at Kongan, saying with playfulness and interest in his tone, "Why does Mr. Kong feel that only your Confucianism is Confucianism in this world?" He smiled and clapped his hands, and then behind him slowly walked out a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man's face with a slightly respectful look, his head with a high crown, like from the ancient rituals out of the Confucian. He had a high crown on his head, as if he were a Confucian scholar coming out of ancient rituals. He was more of a Confucian than Kongan. This Confucian's etiquette is also more retro, but after saluting, he directly sat on his butt next to Winfield, appearing to be very casual. "Mr. Kong," Chudong smiled and said, "It did not occur to me that you and I would meet for the first time, that it would be here, that it would be at this time of the year. It is truly saddening. P.S. These 2 days a little thing update a little late will slowly update stable fixed." Chapter 56 Ru Ru. Shu Ru. Catching the rat is good Ru. Chudong's words as well as appearance caused Kongan to fall into silence as he looked towards the man sitting there, looking very reckless as well as playful when wild. His heart finally understood. It's a trap. Kongan forcibly raised his breath and looked at Chudong. "Dare I ask when Mr. Chu arrived at Xianyang City?" He smiled, the look on his face still gentle, forcing himself to maintain the attitude of a gentleman. "When did you arrive in Xianyang City?" Hearing this question, Chudong answered directly without thinking. 3 days ago." He looked at Kongan. "I know that Mr. Kong has your men placed beside me, but I likewise knew that it was Mr. Kong's men, and I deliberately caused people to falsify the time before I departed, while I ran fast and direct all the way to Xianyang City and met your highness between 3 days. There was emotion in Chudong's expression as his thoughts returned to that night 3 days ago. The sun was setting in the west, covering everything. Chudong stood in front of the gate of Xianyang City in a dusty manner, with a slight look of sighing on his face. He had been away from Xianyang City for too long. It's been too long. It's probably been over a decade. Now that we are back in our hometown again, how can we not sigh? How can you not be excited? He touched the sleeve of the invitation, which he had already prepared. People sent to the hall of recruitment, and then got a reply invitation. This is the Emperor's eldest grandson. His Highness personally sent the invitation. He can hold this invitation straight into the East Palace. Just nowadays. Chudong touched his cheek and smiled. Chu Ru and Lu Ru are generally very concerned about the ritual, but with Lu Ru is different. Lu Ru is rigid about the ritual. The ritual is like Lu Ru's precepts. Chu Ru is different. Chu Ru, although the same, very concerned about the ritual, but the ritual is more like Chu Ru's tools to show their culture and respect for others. The Chu Ru is different, although the Chu Ru is also very concerned about the rituals, but the rituals are more like the Chu Ru's tools, the tools to show their own culture, as well as respect for others. Relay station. Chu Ru cleaned himself all over, and then even burned incense, smoked his clothes for half an hour, which is to rush to the East Palace. He wants to meet the eldest grandson of the emperor who was able to come up with the idea of pragmatism. Before arriving at the Eastern Palace, Chudong had traced that Highness's appearance as well as his character countless times in his mind, but when Chudong actually saw Win Wild, he realized that all of his guesses or speculations were not as good as seeing him with his own eyes. Under the candlelight, the handsome young man was dealing with government affairs, looking solemn, with a little bit of solemnity and might, just like the famous first emperor. "My humble servant, Chudong, see your highness." When Winfield looked up from his political affairs, he saw this Chudong, who was the great master of ceremonies, and was somewhat dumbfounded in his heart. The middle-aged man in front of him was wearing the most cumbersome robes, with a high crown on his head, similar to the punching heavenly crown, kind of very high crown, and every move was very strict. "There's no need to be polite. Sir, what is the purpose of your visit to Xianyang?" "Sir?" Winnow asked with a raised eyebrow. Chudong breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. It seemed that the rumors outside were also slightly wrong, and that this highness was not that hateful towards Confucianism. At least he was still able to speak properly when facing himself. That's fine. He once again angrily cursed Lu Ru for 180 times in his heart before raising his head and looking at Wen Wild. The little people have come to join your highness. Chu Dong spoke quickly and directly. What happened to the Lu Ru lineage has nothing to do with the Chu Ru lineage. Chu Ru has been hibernating in the land of the 100 Vietnams, teaching the local people culture and etiquette, wanting to indoctrinate them. And it is for this reason that the Chu Ru is the most educated line of Confucianism. Though we honor Confucius as an ancestor in the same way, we honor Tantai Meiming as one of our forefathers in the same way. He even introduced himself. I am the 39th generation of Tantai Merman's ancestor, Chu Dong said very earnestly. The Chu Confucian lineage is willing to attach itself to Great Qin and educate the world for Great Qin. And I also ask your highness not to blame the whole of Confucianism because of the Lu Confucian lineage. Yes, that's what Chu Dong came for. No matter how many disputes there are between Chu and Lu Confucians, they are all members of Confucianism and cannot stand by and watch the demise of Confucianism because of a certain lineage. Candlelight dimly illuminated the great hall, and everything seemed very unusual. Winno's voice was low, but very relaxed. Lone is not that kind of person. But then again, he touched his chin. What can Chu Ru do for me? I am a practical person. If you want to join me, then you have to show your sincerity first. Chu Dong let out a sigh of relief, and then smiled slightly. Your highness, after 3 days, you will be able to see my sincerity. Winno waved his hand and did not care. Anyway, he has been accustomed to this kind of sincerity after the work of the thing. Sincerity first, take it again. Do not take it for nothing, as for the work to do it. No, man, he's already got the goodwill. Isn't it up to him to decide if he's going to do the job or not? The great hall fell dimly into place, the candles still flickering. And so, there's the matter of today. Chu Dong came back from his thoughts and looked at Kong, who was already anxious in front of him, and said with a smile, however, Mr. Kong does not need to be anxious. What you are worried about will not occur. He looked at Wen Wild and said, Your Highness, I feel that it would be better for you to speak for Mr. Kong about this matter. Only then did Wen Wild nod his head and look at Kong, his expression suddenly becoming serious. If the previous casual him looked like a flirtatious male, wanton and dashing, then the serious Winno at this moment looked like a real emperor. Kong looked at Winno as if he was seeing the first emperor in his youth. It's a tigress, but even if it's just a milk tiger, he's still the king of all beasts. Just as Winning Wild is only the crown prince, but he is also the head of the country, even if he is a deputy. He looked respectfully at Winfield, waiting for the pronouncement from Winfield. This pronouncement will determine the way forward for the Lu Ru lineage, as well as the Kong lineage. I only heard Wen Wild's voice faintly say, I don't intend to use only one Chu Ru, nor do I intend to use only one Lu Ru. He smiled at the two, his voice carrying the majesty of an emperor alone. Lu Ru, Chu Ru, Sun Ru, are all Confucians, and the Confucians who can help me govern the world well and educate the Qianlongs of the world so that the Qianlongs of the world will gradually return to the heart of Great Qin are good Confucians. Mr. Kong, Mr. Chu, do you think so? Chu Dong had already known this answer, so he was not surprised, while Kongan was similarly relieved that this result was not too bad. My lord, I honor your highness orders. Chapter 57, Your Highness, the money is in place. You see what you promised. Wen Wild looked at the somewhat unwilling Kongan, with some slight smiles at the corners of his mouth. For him which Confucianism can be used, but it's best to have the three Confucian factions check each other. The art of balance is a trick that any ruler has to play. And only if he plays the art of balance well can he call himself male lord. If there is only one pure genre, no matter what genre, it will end up being a problem. It was bound to happen, especially in the case of Confucianism, which is, for the emperor, it is almost a natural applicable tool. If you let a faction within Confucianism to dominate, soon this faction will wipe out all the other factions. It was as if Xuanru had been forced out after Lu Ru had prevailed back then. Or even Chu Ru had been driven to the land of Chu as well as the land of Baiyue, and in the end the two factions were left to fend for themselves. Why did Chu Dong, the leader of Chu Ru, come to Xianyang City so quickly? Is it just because you think that the idea of pragmatism as described by Winno fits in with the lineage of Chu Ru? No, it was not that simple. The reason why Chu Dong came so quickly was because Chu Ru was about to get out of the mix. This is also the reason why Chu Ru as well as Sun Ru were completely lost after the later wars of the late Qin dynasty. Emperor Taizu Gao, and the reign of Wen Jing. In the life and death situation of the Taoist system, Chu Dong gave up all dignity, and was even willing to become a sword in the hands of Wen Wild, even if that sword needed to kill Confucianism itself in the end. At this time, Chu Dong only cared about Chu Ru itself, and the same goes for Xuanru. This is the battle of the Taoism. Wen Wild looked at the two's departing backs and sighed slightly in his heart. He pressed his forehead slightly and instructed those around him. Find Sunru's heir as soon as possible. Lone needs him to show up and needs him to check these two. Triangles are always the most stable. And it's hard for them to completely dismantle each other, especially when there's a winnow watching. If there were only two, a little carelessness in this art of balance would fail. It is like the later Han dynasty, when Dong Zhongshu's new Confucianism, that is, the Gongyang Confucianism plus some other schools of thought blended into the Dong Zhongshu Confucianism, took the absolute upper hand. Emperor Wu of the Han dynasty and the rulers after that, in order to check and balance Dong Zhongshu Confucianism, took advantage of the situation to let the Guliang Confucianism take advantage of the opportunity to enter. And then the famous Dong Ru, or Gongyang Confucianism, gradually dissipated. In order to check Dong Zhongshu's Confucianism, Emperor Wu of Han and the subsequent rulers took advantage of the situation to let Guliang Confucianism enter into the picture. And then the famous Dong Confucianism, or Gongyang school, gradually dissipated. After that, the Guliang school occupied the Han orthodoxy nearly 200 or 300 years. They gradually fell into decay, and at this time the emperor pushed out the ancient scriptures. The ancient scriptures and the present scriptures once again war. It ends with everyone being the loser, including the emperor. The only winners were those valve school families that stood at the top of the 9 states of China, who controlled the interpretation of the scriptures and the only channel for the court to rise, and finally dragged the Han to its death. Only after the people beside him had retreated on command did Wen Wild press his forehead again. Great Qin's future development is definitely going to take a correct path, but for Wen Wild, he is not very sure which path is correct for Great Qin, so he can only try his best to choose the path that will not go wrong. Therefore, Confucianism cannot be extinguished, or else by the time Confucianism is extinguished, Great Qin will be under the rule of legalism again, which will be even more unfavorable to Winfield. The Pragmatists had not yet developed, so a Confucianism was still needed to counterbalance the legalists and incidentally to reduce the harm caused by the harsh laws by means of the Confucian benevolence and virtue and benevolent government. The harm brought about by the harsh laws was mitigated by the benevolence and virtue and benevolent government of Confucianism. Ruling a big country is like cooking a small one. Winnow sighed slightly. Even with his energy, he was feeling tired. And at that moment, a soft laugh came from behind him. You harpies, who have not yet borne the weight of this empire, and already feel the fatigue in advance? Ing Zheng came over from a short distance away. He had heard the entire talk of these three people, and at this time, he came to pacify Wen Wild in his heart. Wen Wild was still young, and to be able to make it this far was already very impressive. Well, there's no need to worry so much. This world is still picked on the shoulders of the Great Father for the time being. You still have enough time to grow up and grow into the true master of this world. Ing Zheng's expression was very soft, with some faint light in his eyes. It was a light of relief and some heartache. Obviously Ing Zheng was aware of Winfield's recent efforts in this period of time. He said with emotion, "There's no need to be in such a hurry. For the time being, the path ahead will be traveled by the Great Father for you." Wen Wild smiled and didn't turn around, just looked faintly at the distant sky dome. Great Father needn't worry. This much weight, my grandson can still withstand it. Outside the main hall, Kong'an said with a sneer as he walked away, "I say Mr. Chu, you really are a soldier of great speed. Arriving at Xianyang City so quickly and being able to meet His Highness unknowingly. Truly, this is something that Kong admires in his heart." Chu Dong inclined his head to look at Kong'an and gave a faint smile. "Isn't this thanks to Mr. Kong's blessings? If not for Mr. Kong's refusal to raise his hand to Chu Ru back then, and if not for the fact that you have been pressing Chu Ru step by step for so many years, how could Dawn possibly get to this point today?" He bowed slightly and saluted. "Chu will take a step ahead, and will also compile books for your highness to educate the world." Kong'an stood there, his complexion gradually becoming cold as he stared tightly at Chu Dong's back, a slight gloominess in his eyes. What a Chu Dong! What a His Highness Tai Sun! If I hadn't reacted in time, I'm afraid Chu Ru would have had to completely replace Lu Ru. However, after this sentence, he lowered his head and contemplated a square Wen Wild said, and then Jean ran a smile. "However, according to what your highness said, the practical family theory, the last, who is the victor of Confucianism? It is not easy to say. We'll see. Donggong or East Palace, place name. Your highness." Chun-Ri sat across from Winnow with a slightly hopeful look on her face, her expression soft with some slightly imperceptible flattery and currying favor. "Your highness, look, our sincerity has already entered Captain Li Ting's residence, and I'm sure your highness has gotten it. Do you see what you promised us?" Winnow sat there with a slight raised eyebrow and a bit of confusion on his face. "Ah, what is it?" Kasuga immediately became a bit anxious when she heard this. She looked at Winnow and bit her lower lip and said, "Your highness, we agreed in the beginning." Winnow laughed as he pointed at Haruai and said, "Look at you. You're in a hurry again. Is this kind of thing something that can be rushed? There are no vacancies in the court at this time. How can I arrange for people? Chapter 58. I've called you father. You won't let me pit? Winnow looked honest and didn't seem to have any problems at all. He even picked up the cup in front of him, sip a mouthful of honey water at the same time, frowned. Last time said to get out as soon as possible porcelain thing. Also do not know that the group of Fengshi engaged in how the moment to go and see. He seems to remember a bit of the temperature requirements and part of the manufacturing method. Give them a heads up. Don't around. There are clay cups available now, but it's never that. Even if he doesn't want to admit it. He understands that there are times when the distinction between classes must be made clear. He is definitely not greedy for enjoyment. Thinking this way, he smoothly put down the cup in his hand and said with a smile, "You should know that there is no such thing in this world that can be accomplished once you are in a hurry. So there is no use in being in a hurry. There's not a single vacancy in the Norse court today." This is a meaningful statement, and Kasuga is obviously also a smart person. She is very sharp from the words of the wind wild caught the problem. The large court has no vacancies, but the large eastern palace has a vacancy. Even that elder duke is in need of manpower. These places. A smile flowed between Kasuga's brows as she smoothly tried. In fact, we are not just wanting to occupy a vacancy in the court. We just want to assist His Highness the Great Son and His Highness the Elder Duke. As for positions and whatnot, we don't really care. Winano smiled in his heart. He understood that Kasuga understood what he meant, and immediately said, "This." A slightly hesitant look appeared on his face. "This is always bad, isn't it? Earlier, the Great Father dispatched something to Father, and it is also a very important matter. It's just that the manpower on Father's side is not something that I can very well arrange." Kasuga was helpless in her heart. She could see Winfield's meaning and said, "His Highness the eldest prince is the father of His Highness the Tai Son. So isn't it still a matter of your word?" She pushed a jade pendant in front of her forward, her voice laced with sincerity. "We are still able to scrape together 100,000 gold here, and now that His Highness has just been enthroned as the great-grandson, he must be in need of manpower and silver. It's a small token of our appreciation." Winfield hissed and sucked in a breath. His heart was very satisfied, but on his face he made a look of "this is not good," as if he was hesitating, while Kasuga directly put the jade pendant into Winfield's hand. "This is our sincerity, and we ask your Highness to grant it." This was said very sincerely, as if Winfield was doing them a disservice by not accepting this money and not letting them go to work. Thus, Winfield could only smoothly put the jade pendant into his sleeve and sighed helplessly. Even so, on account of the fact that you have a heart of gold for Great Sheen, I will go to my father's side to make peace and ask him to accept you. You will get your men ready, and after 3 days, you will follow me to my father's place." He grinned and said, "Out of date." Kasuga was overjoyed, and although she had paid another 100,000 gold in goodwill, she felt that being able to follow the eldest prince was already a great improvement. You know, the people who went to look for the Long Duke earlier had no luck at all, even now that His Majesty has appointed a great-grandson. Isn't the eldest son still the father of this great-grandson? Is there such a clear distinction between father and son? Not to mention, this His Royal Highness the great-grandson is still the son of the elder duke no matter what. There are sons under the sky who contradict their old sons, but there are absolutely no sons who dare to be blatantly unfilial to their old sons, especially in the Imperial household. If he is unfilial, after the reputation of the people of the world can all drown him with a mouthful of spittle. After waiting for Haruai to leave happily, Winnow took out the jade pendant in his sleeve and smacked his lips. "After the sincerity of 300,000 gold, you can even take out another 100,000 gold as a token of appreciation?" He felt from the bottom of his heart the state of mind of Zhang Yi, and that King Zhaoxiang when he was cheating Chu. This kind of dirt money, it's a waste of time not to slaughter it. He obediently stood up, tossing the jade pendant in his hand while walking prettily in the direction of the palace where Fu Su was, and humming a little song under his breath. The office of the Prime Minister. Feng Zhaiji and Wang Oai sat opposite each other. Feng Zhaiji's complexion was somber. He picked up a chess piece and landed it on top of the board, making a crisp sound, but his mouth was slightly threatening. "Prime Minister Wang, Mr. Feng respects you as an elder, so I've never pressed the issue, but," he lifted his head, his eyes staring at Wang Oao, a pair of eyes filled with a murderous aura. "But have you gone a little too far? Please give Mr. Feng a statement today. This matter cannot be delayed any further." Though Feng Daiji was the left minister, his position was not below Wang Oai, and the two were nominally equal. Owango laughed, holding the white pieces and landing on the chessboard. "Prime Minister Feng, what are you and I talking about forcing or not forcing? Could you still kill the old man?" he said lightly. "There's no need to put on an air of superiority here in Lao Fu today. You guys haven't accomplished anything at all. and even sending out people to try to reason with His Highness and talk about the rules, and then being cut down by His Highness with a sword directly afterward is simply foolish. Owango snorted. Talking to His Highness about rules? You can't even tell who made the rules? The old man has never heard of telling rules only to those who follow them, not to the makers of the rules. The Confucianism that was barking mad before. Now Dr. Chunyu's head has been buried in a barren mound, and Confucius has lowered his noble head. What other pawns do you have in your hands? Can make me trust you and join you? Feng Goji's expression shifted. Chancellor Wang, you will see. His voice was ghostly. But if, when you see it, you are still unwilling to join us, then I will not blame us for being impolite. Fusu's palace. What? Fusu had a strange look on his face. Why would you shove that kind of big trouble my way? And since when have I been assigned important things by father? With a confused look on his face, he said, why don't I know? Win Wild yawned as he said, I say father. I've called you father. Can't you help your son top off the pot? Furthermore, all those things you did before were backed up by the great father. You've pitied your father so much. Can't you let me do it once? Chapter 59, The Fruits of Zhuangzi's Labor. Fusu looked at Win Wild with a grimace on his face as he listened to Win Wild's words, his face filled with a helpless look. Look at that. Is that a human word for this? What do you mean? I'm calling you daddy and you're not letting me in? What do you mean? You've done it to your father, but you won't let me do it to you? But Fusu could not say any words of retort. Why? Because these days by the Win Wild typical after. In the closed after, he profoundly realized his previous in the end is how pitiful, and how abominable. Teach by word and example. Fusu heart long sigh. Some helpless, and some want to laugh thinking, perhaps this is their own retribution. When their own father looked at their own, is it also like this? He immediately collected his inner emotions and just looked at Win Wild and said calmly, I don't really care. Those people who came to me are just trying to please you. Where do I have things for them to do? Not to mention important? Winfield looked back at Fusu in surprise, and saw the peace and meekness in his eyes, as well as the faint touch of doting on his brow. The Fusu of this time. That's the real Fusu. Winnow inwardly let out a long sigh. In fact, the history of Fusu should be like this. Right. He should be a modest and gentle gentleman. Just in certain issues by the Confucian provocation. And the father and son more and more do not know each other. More and more problems. Just as people say things against their will when they are arguing. Who hasn't said a few hurtful and angry things during a fight? In the midst of angry quarrels, there are children who rebuke their mothers for controlling their entire lives and keeping them in cages. In the midst of angry quarrels, there are mothers who say that their suffering is all brought about by their children. In the midst of angry quarrels, there are beloved couples who say to each other the things that are most difficult for the other's heart. Argument. Anger. These emotions are as compelling as the devil. I suppose that should have been the case in the original history. The modest gentleman in history, who was as gentle as jade, was so angry that he said to his own father that he was comparable to Jiezhou and tyrannical Qin, His Majesty the First Emperor, who had never felt love or family, faced with his son's repeated provocations and contradictions, and in a fit of rage, he sent Fusu to the frontier. When the rationality of the situation returned, although His Majesty the First Emperor was unwilling to lower his noble head, he still sent the command of the 300,000 strong army as well as Mengtian to Fusu, hoping that he would be able to protect himself, and perhaps also had the idea of letting Fusu become enlightened in the northern border away from Confucianism. It's just God's pity. God's pity. The first emperor's lifespan did not last long enough for his son to come to his senses, and the warm and gentle Prince Fusu did not wait for the first emperor's understanding after all. The Imperial Edict, which was passed on to Fusu, symbolizing the apology of the noble first emperor, in the midst of the usurpation of power by the Sycophants, turned into ashes and drifted to a faraway place. The son does not know the father and the father does not know the son. Perhaps the original historical trajectory of Prince Fusu had already piled up the emotions in his heart to an irreversible place when he looked at that death-giving edict. He defied Mengtian and cut himself by placing his long sword across his neck. The cold long sword under the neck is still standing. He may be thinking of proving his loyalty and filial piety with his own death. Thinking of this, Winnow sighed once again, but his face was a little better towards Fusu. He smiled and said, although the great father has nothing to give you, I have something very important to give you. Win Wild's expression was very serious as he looked at Fusu and said, this matter, it has something to do with those Chu people as well. Somewhere in the south there is a kind of rubber grass, the juice of which is milky white, and it has a significant effect on today's great Qin. This kind of grass is all over the south somewhere, and I don't know where it is. I've only seen it in some kind of canonical book. I had wanted to look for this rubber grass, and at this time, this group of Chu people came to my door, so it's good not to use it. but I have no extra time or energy left to look after them, so I can only leave it to you, Father. He looked straight into Fu Su's eyes with rare anticipation in his eyes. Father, can you help me? Under this father with a little bit of expectation, Fu Su's heart became incredibly soft. He touched Wen Wild's head and said with a smile, I am your father. How can I not help you? The Fu Su of this moment completely let go of the twinge in his heart. What happened to the second emperor not being himself, but directly his own son? Is one son not one son anymore when he becomes emperor? What's the shame in doing a favor for your own son? Don't worry about it. I'll make sure to do it for you. Only then did Winnow breathe a sigh of relief and say, that's good. He hemmed and hawed and said, by the way, father, those Chu people are very rich, so try not to use your own money as well as Great Qin's money. If they ask, say that Great Qin's treasury is tense and this is a very important thing. If they are able to find and make a great achievement, you can ask for a decree for them to enter the court. Winnow rubbed his hands together. Back then, when Great Father Zhang and the others extorted such a large area of land from Chu, Chu was able to withstand it. And now that I'm just extorting Chu for some measly, small amount of money, they shouldn't care, right? Looking at his son's look of wealth, Fuso helplessly held his forehead and sighed. This kid, where did you learn to act like this? I and my wife are not like this? And there is no short of this kid's money to eat and drink. Why is it a wealth fan? If this heartfelt statement was heard by Winfield, he would probably say, who in this world would mind too much money? It takes money to rule a country. 2. Countryside farms. Zhang Liang, Zhang Yi, Chen Yu. Several people stood in front of that pool, face full of shocked look. They looked at the subordinate in accordance with the process method left behind by the Wen Wild at that time to do it. Made out. The yellowish, but slightly hard things. This pale yellow color is like divine auspiciousness. Zhang Yi and Shen Yu had not yet reacted to the effects of this item, but Zhang Liang's mind had already been enlightened like a thunderbolt. He realized almost instantly what Winfield's movements these days were really about. The original. Zhang Liang's voice hissed, and then murmured in a low voice, so, your highness's calculations are already so far-reaching? Chapter 60, with this in hand. Who won't listen to me? Zhang Liang long sigh. From here completely see the corner of the Wen Wild plan, and feel the Wen Wild plan far-reaching. It was also at this moment that a certain doubt in his mind about what had gone before completely dissolved. As a matter of fact, although Zhang Liang was indeed considered to have faithfully abandoned the dark side, he still sometimes pondered what would have happened if he hadn't defected to Winfield. Can he assist the so-called Lord and then surpass Winfield? Any chance? Before, Zhang Liang was very confident in himself. He never felt that there is a chance. But now, when he saw Winfield's calculations, he suddenly realized that even without these strange little things, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to calculate Winfield's calculations. Even before the paper was introduced, Winfield had already begun to calculate a series of conspiracies. From Li Si to Chun Yu, from Chun Yu to Kongan, from Kongan to Chu Dong and Xu Enru, who has not yet appeared, and the matter of the pragmatists mentioned by Winfield. I'm afraid it's all a prelude to a series of stratagems. The introduction of paper was the key to finalizing this scheme. Once upon a time, Zhang Liang didn't know why Winfield wanted to promote the idea of pragmatism but actively recruited many people from legalism and Confucianism. But now Zhang Liang knows. Winnow was not afraid that these schools of thought would not follow his orders, because of the existence of paper. But, Zhang Liang frowned slightly. He always felt that the existence of paper could not completely fill the loophole that he had thought about. Zhang Liang shook his head and laughed lowly. He could never guess what a certain matter in Winfield's plan was. Just like the paper this time, before it was made, he also had no idea what it was and what it could do. Steward Zhang, His Highness is here. A boy hurriedly walked over with a slightly respectful look on his face. In just a short period of half a month, Zhang Liang completely took the Xuanzi into his hands, and then completely took control of this place, of course, with the help of the prestige of winning Wild and the first emperor. After all, these people were all considered to be royalty. After all, their household registration was under the royal name. But even so, to be able to quickly take over the entire manor and have it at one's command was a very remarkable thing. Zhang Liang slightly nodded his head to indicate that he knew, and then turned his head, looked at the two people next to him and said with a smile, Your Highness is coming. Let's go greet His Highness. Incidentally, he ordered the boy beside him, cut the paper that has been dried and send it to the house to wait, outside the farmhouse. Winning Wild stood there with a slight smile on his face. He had already received the news from Zhang Liang before he came, knowing that a batch of paper had already been made, although it could not be put into daily production in large quantities for the time being, but it could still be used. And the most important thing is not the paper in this Xuanzi, but to use this Xuanzi to verify the correctness of the method. After all, by the time the plan began to be implemented, The paper is to be supplied to the entire Great Qin use. Just a small Zhuangzi can supply up, but that's all planned for later. Nowadays, Winnow wanted to see, in this era, with Kailuan improved papermaking made paper compared to the later generations of the shortcomings, cannot be printed in large quantities of books to use. This is crucial. After all, this backward production technology now could not be compared to the mechanization of the later generations, and the ancient paper. To be honest, Winnow himself had never seen what paper made with this ancient method actually looked like. Your Highness. Zhang Liang hurried over and welcomed Win Wild into the room with some respect on his face. He waved his hand. This is the paper made according to the method you gave me. You see. Winnow raised his eyebrows before looking at the papers laid out on the table with a slight look of surprise on his brow. It's not that these papers are bad, rather they are too good. Aside from some yellowing, it is even better than some modern prints. This is something that shouldn't be happening. However, a moment later Winnow thought of where the problem had arisen, and he looked at Zhang Liang with a smile and said, "What I want is not these refined ones, but those most ordinary papers." He looked at Zhang Liang somewhat helplessly. Winnow forgets that this era is the feudal era, and even forgets that the craftsmen in this era are not the modern kind of craftsmen. The modern society of printing, manufacturing paper, and so on, are all small problems. It's not unusual for there to be a few poor quality items, or even for the paper to not be of very good quality. But this era is different. Dare the things made for the emperor's grandson, the things brought to the emperor's grandson not be the best? Dare there be defects? Do you want to challenge your own 9 clans? After Zhang Liang was stunned for a moment, he hurriedly beckoned for someone to go get the most ordinary paper. When the most common paper was brought, Winnow was completely relieved. The most common paper was not as good as the one brought at the beginning, but it was still good. At least there was no problem using it. He picked up a brush that had already been prepared on the side, while writing on the paper. The handwriting was slightly smudged, but there wasn't much smudging, so at least it was possible to read the content of the handwriting and it didn't have too much of an impact. After a little thought, he looked at Zhang Liang and asked, "What is the price of this item?" Before Zhang Liang could answer, he spoke again. "It is a large-scale promotion of the royal-controlled manufacturing factory within the scope of Qin, specializing in the manufacture of paper, similar to a court institution, but it needs to be operated." The concept that Winnow mentions is actually quite simple: state-owned enterprises, state-controlled enterprises, the biggest purpose of which is not to make a profit, but to maintain official control in certain areas and to use the maximum amount of centralized power to achieve certain things. Zhang Liang gave an answer after a slight thought. This number was not out of Winfield's expectation, and was still within the acceptable range. Immediately, he let out a long breath. Nice. He looked at Zhang Liang. You deserve a great deal of credit for this object coming to fruition. I will enter the palace to see the great father. At that time, it will be set for you to ask for a merit. Fusu's palace. The maid who came to serve had a slightly respectful face, but the words that came out of her mouth were somewhat less than pleasant. This is a former daughter of a Chu nobleman sent by Kasuga. Your Highness, if we allow your Highness Tai-sun to go on like this, I'm afraid that your position. Chapter 61. Are you saying that my son can't be trusted? But you can be trusted if you have nothing to do with me? While carefully serving Fusu, this maid whispered in a self-righteous manner to the two of them. Win Wild and Fusu. To sow discord. She felt that she was doing everything in secrecy. Since Fusu, this guy, was able to be tricked by Chun Yuyu for such a long time, resulting in almost being exiled by Emperor Shi Huangdi. What's wrong with being slightly provoked by her, and then afterward having a conflict with Ying Yi? They sat in the middle and reaped the benefits? Of course, if Haruai heard and knew what was going on in this guy's mind, he would probably just slap his head and carry this idiot back. But who let this noblewoman from the Jing clan of the Chu kingdom get out of Haruai's control? Fusa's hand that was packing up the Jingji in front of him gave a slight lurch. He raised an eyebrow and glanced at Haruai with a slightly strange look on his face. He hadn't met anyone this stupid in a long time. To reiterate again here, Fuso is definitely not stupid. Even though many people think that Fusu, the one who killed himself when he heard the imperial decree and didn't even go to the first emperor to inquire about it himself, was a fool. I have to reiterate here that Fusu was definitely not a fool. There are a variety of reasons why the original historical trajectory of Fusu would have just killed himself. Years of accumulated emotions exploding at once is one, and Fusu's overconfidence that nothing can be taken out of his father's control is also one. All the reasons pile up to make the seemingly stupid Fuso at the end, but he really isn't stupid at all, rather very smart. For example, at this time, he heard in one sentence that the maid in front of him wanted to provoke the relationship between him and his son, and immediately hissed, pretending to be moved. So what can we do about this? Like a fisherman who slowly puts the bait on the hook, he smoothly passes the words to Jing Yuner. Looking at the way Fu Su seemed to be moved by his intentions, Jing Yun'er's expression moved as she let out a smug laugh in her heart. It was as simple as she thought it would be. She even conceitedly thought that when she came, Haruai had specifically explained not to make any overstepping moves. So it seemed that when it really was Haruai, that guy had something else in mind. Or perhaps he had defected to another clan. After Jing Yun'er made such a judgment in her heart, she inwardly quickly decided that she would report this matter to her father. While on her face she did not show it in the slightest. Your Highness. Of course it's a good idea to curry favor with His Majesty the First Emperor and then strive to get more power from His Majesty the First Emperor's hands. Her body seemed to be boneless as she pressed onto Fu Su's body, her soft body fitting against Fu Su's body, appearing even more delicate, with some if not illusions. And, we can also help your Highness, Jing Yun'er said in a low voice. Our Jing clan was the largest clan within the Chu kingdom back then. If your Highness helps us to enter the Great Qin's imperial court, we will definitely do everything we can to help you sit in the position of the crown prince. As if she had surmised Fu Su's mind, her voice was soft and gentle, like clouds drifting in the sky. Fu Su guffawed when he heard this. Helping you to enter the court? But didn't my ungrateful son tell you? There are no vacancies in the court today for the time being. His voice was low. What's more, aren't you guys working with him now? How can I trust you guys? Jing Yun'er only felt that she was about to succeed as she whispered. Your Highness, what we want isn't really a big vacancy. As long as it's a court official, aren't there still a lot of counties in the Chu land that haven't been resettled? We, the Jing clan, are willing to be your Highness's protege? And when we control those counties then, won't that mean you control those counties? Better then. She lengthened her tone and said, it's better than falling into Tyson's hands and becoming a card against you in the future, isn't it? Fu Su stroked his chin as if he was really thinking hard. What you said does make sense. He lifted his head, cupped Jing Yun'er's chin and said, it's just that I have a question. Fu Su looked straight into Jing Yun'er's eyes, and Jing Yun'er also very cooperatively tilted her head, making a pitiful green tea appearance. She felt that men were absolutely unable to escape this, and Fu Su's voice was just flat, and at the end of the day it even contained a touch of killing aura. You mean that the son who is related to me by blood is unreliable? The father who is related to me by blood is unreliable, and instead, those of you who have nothing to do with me, even those who were previously exterminated by my father, are reliable, right? By the time the words reached the last word, a thunderous killing chance was already revealed. Touch dash. Fu Su directly cupped Jing Yun'er's chin and threw it to the side, wrestling it to the ground. Sitting there with a cold expression, looking more or less like the first emperor, before winning the wild. Fu Su was the one who most resembled the first emperor. Drag this man down and cane him. Fu Su wiped his hands, ignoring that Jing Yun'er's pleas for mercy, and just smiled as he looked to the side at the other servant girl who had been honest. Go back and ask that steward of yours just what is it that you want to do by sending such goods to me? That ungrateful son of mine, not as good-tempered as I am. When he said this, Fu Su still looked gentle and humble, but the words carried a few points of flirtation as well as inexplicable playfulness. That's the eldest son of Great Qin. In the palace of Zhongtai, Ing Zhang smacked his lips and stood up, circling around the paper on the table, his face full of surprises. He picked up a pen and wrote a lot of words on the paper, and then picked up the paper to look at it from left to right, and ultimately felt surprised. Wild child, you have truly surprised me, he said with emotion. Is this the first thing you made out of that manner? Win Wild's expression was very humble as he looked at Ing Zhang and said, yes, great father, this is the first thing that I made from that manner, and this thing, in my opinion, is more important than all those agricultural tools that were previously informed to the great father put together. Naturally, there is no need to say this. What kind of person is Ing Zhang? How could he not see the importance of this thing? He just narrowed his eyes and looked at Winfield and said, is this why you came up with the idea of the practical family and then gathered 3 factions of Confucian scholars? Ing Zhang frowned. But, if it's just paper, maybe it's not enough to be able to hold them, right? Be aware that these schools of plutocrats may seem harmless, but in fact they are all poisonous snakes hidden in the shadows. A little carelessness, then you will be bitten. Chapter 62 Great Father. Give him a chance to be a dog, and he'll have to thank me for it. Winnow smiled and didn't care. His voice was very calm, but there was a bit of arrogance in the calmness. Great father, there's no need to worry about that. He pointed to the paper and said, this is not all this sharp weapon, but there are still other things that my grandson has. Win Wild narrowed his eyes and smiled as he asked, great father, if I can create hundreds of books overnight, as long as I want, I will be able to make all the people in the world be able to afford to buy a book and even be able to read the canonical books of a certain genre. What do you think will become of the genre? When Ing Zhang heard this, although he wasn't sure what kind of sharp weapon he was talking about, he still spoke directly. Then they will become your most loyal men. He looked at Win Wild with an unbelievable expression and asked, "Could it be that you have created a way to create a large number of books in a short period of time? Otherwise, with your caution, you would never say such a thing." Although he couldn't believe the thing described by Winfield, Ing Zhang had already started to fantasize about it in his mind. And if he could really do it, then, if this could be done, the Doctor's Palace controversy that had been troubling him for several years would be a thing of the past. Nowadays, Confucianism has been subdued by Winfield, and if there is such a benefit dangling in front of them, then they will be like a donkey with a carrot dangling in front of it, desperately and frantically running forward. Ing Zhang looked at Ing Yi. "What kind of tactic is it?" Winning Wild smiled slightly, pointing to the box on the side table, where the seal of Ing Zhang was placed. Of course, it was not the jade seal of the state. The seal of the state of that kind of level was put away by the order of the Central Vehicle House, placed in a safe place, guarded by special people or organs. Not even the emperor himself could get it without the emperor's decree. The seal of the state was put away by the order of the central government and placed in a safe place, guarded by specialized people or organs. And even the order of the central government could not get it without the emperor's order. "Great Father." Win Wild walked over to the table and picked up the seal that was placed on the table. With some lightness in his expression, he gently stamped on the paper and pointed at the writing that had appeared and said, "Look, the writing has already appeared on top of this paper. If the craftsman were to make each of the seals the right size, and then put them together in the order of the book's handwriting, brush ink on them, and then gently cover them, wouldn't a one-page book do the trick? And a book requires, at most, dozens of these molds which, unlike manual transcription, can be done simultaneously. In a matter of moments you will be able to print a page, and in a short time you will be able to print a large number of books." Holding the paper with the handwriting printed on it, Ing Yi walked up to Ing Zhang, his voice filled with temptation. "Great Father, in this way, the cultural control of Great Qin will then be completely in our hands." Ing Zhang stood up fiercely, his eyes staring at the thin, most unusual paper in front of him. At this moment, the paper seemed to have turned into an absolute treasure. What Ing Yi could think of, how could Ing Zhang not think of? He even thought of more than Winnow. Still, the culture of a country was simply too important to the emperor. Why did Ing Zhang tolerate the existence of Confucianism after being contradicted by Chen Yuyu and criticized by Confucians? It was because Ing Zhang wanted to make use of Confucianism to govern the world. And culture is the most important part. Confucianism's ideas and indoctrination methods, especially the private school initiated by Kong Zhongni, are too suitable for teaching students, which is also the reason why many disciples of Confucianism in the world. In the end, Ing Zhang had no choice but to choose the most decisive way: book burning. The essence of the book burning policy is to fool the people, and Ing Zhang's idea is very simple. Since I have no way to educate you using Confucianism, and Confucianism is very disobedient, then I will not educate you directly, and I will directly fool the people so that you will obediently listen to the Qin laws, not the Qin laws. I'll just fool the people and let you obediently obey the Qin laws, won't I? While this is certainly one way, it is the worst way. In the original trajectory, it was not until there was no way out, until Confucianism was completely untrustworthy, that Ing Zhang chose this path. And today, it is no longer necessary to go down such a path today. Because of the printing press, because of paper, don't the schools of thought want to spread their ideas? Of course they wanted to. It's just that before the emperor wasn't really able to offer much help other than treating them as orthodox, and Chen Yuyu's brain was really problematic, which is why Confucianism was so uncooperative. And today, Confucianism was replaced by a person who understood human language and was very smart, and there were already helpers Chu Ru and Sun Ru to replace Lu Ru. It was impossible for them to fully cooperate and put aside the gap between them. In this way, Rurabin will be obedient, because here is someone who can replace them. They naturally start to be afraid. People are like that. It's human nature. Winnow smiled and said, "Great Father, with these two, then the school of the 100 schools of thought will no longer be a viper." He was still as usual, but the words he uttered were arrogant. "With these two, they will become my most loyal henchmen, and they will be turned into a bloodhound just to get the reward that I will give them." Win Wild's expression was sharp. "Nowadays, even if I ask them to be my dogs, they will only obediently come up to me and thank me for giving them a chance to be my dogs. If you want to be a dog for me, you have to rob me too. He who wins the robbery and gets my pleasure will naturally have meat to eat, while he who doesn't win the robbery and doesn't get my pleasure will naturally starve to death. That's the only way I'll give them." At this moment, Win Wild looked very domineering, but it was also this domineering that made him look more like a vice-ruler of a country. This is exactly the temperament that the imperial grandson of the great Qin Empire should have. It is this dominance. Somewhere, Kasuga looked very embarrassed as she looked at the maid in front of her and said in a low, almost hoarse voice, "What did you say? What did you say that idiot did?" At this time, Haruhi was very powerless, with a kind of powerlessness that he was frantically catching up with the progress in front of him, and the pig teammates behind him were frantically causing trouble for him. She pressed her forehead. Go and have someone notify the Jing clan's family head, because of his niece's capriciousness. Nowadays we're going to lose another large sum of money. That highness is not a good match. Chapter 63, The Plan of the Xianyang Academy. Kasuga sighed as she spoke. She didn't even need to think much to be able to think of His Highness's reaction after hearing about this matter. Want money, still want money. I also don't know what his dang royal grandson needs so much money for. At that thought, Kasuga sighed again before pressing her forehead and standing up, her cheeks holding a slight subdued look while something else began to play in her mind. This warship of Chu doesn't seem to be working very well anymore. And, although she was at the helm of this ship, the real owner was someone else, and that owner didn't trust her very much. If that's the case, why is she working for this ship? When a ship just needs to sink in the middle of the ocean, the best option is to quietly leave the ship and get yourself a new ship that can sail a long way. For example, the Great Qin. The ship, which had not looked very perfect, and might even have begun to fall apart inside, now had its next helmsman, a helmsman who was sharper than the previous successor, and even vaguely comparable to the one at the helm today. Kasuga's brows flowed, and the idea of defecting to Winnow was already in his mind. Still need to find some time to try it out before I do. And at that moment, the night grew deeper. Winnow remained in the Zhengtai Palace, and although the paper and printing programs he had brought out could not be implemented in a short period of time, it was precisely for this reason that they needed to make preparations in the early stages. It's not a small thing. There has always been a saying that in ancient times, the only important matters of the state were the rituals and the military. That is to say, in ancient times, there were only two things that were the biggest things for a nation to do. The first was sacrifice and the second was war. The first of these is because the ancient Chinese people all believed in the gods and felt that sacrificing to the heavens could bring them good luck, which side by side reflects the fact that the ancient Chinese people were based on agriculture. Because if a country wants a good agricultural harvest, then it has to be counting on God's favor and good winds and rains so that there can be a good harvest of food, and the country can collect more taxes. After all, taxes are not a fixed amount, but a percentage. The second thing wrong refers to war, because war is able to obtain more land and population, and a stable population is the source of soldiers and corvée service, which is basically the foundation of a country's action. But in Hirono's opinion, these are two important things that a troubled country needs. The most important thing for a country that is sharply moving forward and has only just pacified the world should be the culture of ideas. Yes, Winfield believes that the spiritual aspect is more important than the material aspect. Of course, this is for the material can already meet the basic needs of the people. If they are starving to death, then naturally cannot care so much about the spiritual needs. After all, the sage Guanzi said, the granary solid know the etiquette, food and clothing enough to know the honor and disgrace. When the material can already satisfy the basic needs, it is necessary to unify the spirit. The biggest problem at the end of the Qin dynasty was not other problems, but the lack of unity in spirit and culture. The many measures taken by the first emperor did not allow all the people of the world to recognize themselves as Qin people, and so these people later followed their own original country and revolted against the Qin. That's the biggest problem. And today, Winnow is trying to solve such a problem. He looked at Ing Zhang and said, Great Father, with these two things, we can spread culture on a wide scale. This is to spread culture among the scholarly class, which is not very useful to us. With mockery in his eyes, Win Wild said, those scholars are all wallflowers. Trying to get them to firmly choose Great Qin is basically impossible. But, the corners of his mouth held a slightly playful look. But, there is no waste in this world, only misplaced treasures. Grandchildren have a plan to turn these wallflower-like losers into sharp swords in our hands even if they themselves know that they're being used as tools by us. Yet they continue to move forward. Ing Zheng froze, and then similarly fell into silence. After a moment he frowned. This is not a simple matter. He sighed and said, in fact, my previous doctor's palace had such an intention. But then, Ing Zheng spread his hands. You know the result later. The group from the doctor's palace does not intend to act in accordance with my ideas, of course. Now that there is Kongan who has already defected, it is true that our resistance will be much less. But a doctor's palace can hardly influence the world. Winnow smiled and said, then, what if there is more than one doctor's palace? Or, what if it's a doctor's palace that's enlarged many times over and is completely different from the original doctor's palace? A completely different doctor's palace? Ing Zhang immediately thought of a place. He looked at Ing Yi and said, you want to recreate the Jishi Academy? Yes, the Jikji Academy. The first thing that came to Ing Zhang's mind after hearing Winfield's description just now was this place. How similar. But, Ing Zhang frowned slightly. The Jikji Academy seems to. Ingyi understood what Ing Zhang meant and immediately waved his hand. Great father. What I'm talking about is indeed a place similar to the Jikji Academy, but it's not exactly the same. The corner of his mouth with a little playful look, seemingly smiling but not smiling, said, Big father, if there is a place, here there are the world's top figures of all the schools of thought to teach academics here, regardless of the poor and lowly, as long as pass a certain test can enter the study. And, Winfield looked at Ing Zhang, his eyes and voice equally haunted, and said, and, after studying at the Xianyang Academy, they will be able to enter the Imperial court as an official after passing certain tests. Entering the court as an official? Touch dash. Ing Zhang instantly stood up, his eyes sharply looking towards Wen Wild with a shocked expression that was inexplicable. In fact, this is not so smart, but has been the blind spot of all the ancients, because the literacy rate at this time is not high, and the high gate is not high, and most of them are single interview, rarely batch test such behavior. And after Winfield said such an approach, Ing Zhang's mind instantly became clear. Why does Great Qin refuse to stop fighting in the east and the west? Is it because the Qin people like to fight? Is it because Zhang likes to fight? No. He's got a reason. Chapter 64, The Terrifying Truth. Why didn't Qin stop the conquest? The reason is too simple. Because it can't. Because it can't. Instead of being unwilling. Qin. What a great empire. The Qin soldiers were valiant. And the old Qin people were even more powerful in battle. Is that a good thing? But the thing is, there's just no such thing as a completely good thing in this world. Remember the saying that everything has two sides, and remember the other saying that a long sword can hurt people as well as yourself. Well, having remembered these two sentences, we can then look at the specifics of this matter. If you want to analyze something specifically, you have to look at it from multiple perspectives, and the easiest way to do that is to grasp a problem and start desperately searching for the cause based on the core essence of the problem. For example, the old Qins were fighting too much for the good of the thing. We can first analyze the cause of this matter. What is the core essence of this matter? Is it the old Chinaman? Is it fighting? Is it too strong? It's why did the old Qin fight so well? That's the core essence of the question. Then, pursue his answer. Why did the old Qin fight so well? The answer is simple. Because of the Shangyan law. No matter who goes after the answer to the question of why the fighting power of the old Qin people is so strong, the answer he gets may be different for each of them, but in the final analysis, he will definitely have a reason called Shangyang's change of law, or, it is the military merit system in the Shangyang reform. Later generations tend to think that the system of military honors is a very simple and unrelated system, but on the contrary, anything in this world that involves the word system must be extremely complex. Well, at this time let us remember another statement. A simple statement that has been tested for many years and can even be called truth. Connections are universal as well as conditional, objective as well as diverse. Well, let's analyze the military merit system after we remember this sentence. The system of military honors is, of course, connected with other things. This is a necessity, and an attribute that must exist in order for a thing to exist. And there is seldom anything in the world that has no connection at all with other things and people, or rather, the word that should be used here is no. That is to say, there is no such thing or person in the world that has no connection with anything else. The system of military honors was based on the rest of the Shangyan law, the most important of which was the Qin law, which prohibited private combat. The Qin people, or the Qin people after Shangyang's change of law, had very few, almost none, and even the world's greatest swordsman of that year was not willing to fight with others. But when he encountered a ranger from another country who challenged him, he would pretend to be someone else to show him the way and report to the officials. Why is that? Because of the rules of the Shangyan law, those who report a private fight will be punished by the Qin law, while those who report it will be rewarded. It's also a fun thing to do. And where did all the brave people go after the ban on private combat? From the army, of course, because the military honor system and the ban on private combat exist at the same time, closing a door and opening a window at the same time. You have to admit that in this barbaric and backward age, the wildness in people's hearts could not be tolerated for a long time. Even the later generations could not solve this problem for a long time, so it was skillfully converted. The latter's approach is to regulate the problem by endless survival pressure and diversion from the wild. When you are pressed into a job and constantly struggling, you must have grievances in your heart, and these grievances skillfully replace the wildness in your heart, and you will put all your energy into living for the sake of the most basic human desire, to live. It must be admitted that when man's most basic desire, to live, becomes a problem, he does not give much thought to another aspect of human nature, namely savagery. And what happens when you just can't suppress it? This is where the second approach, transfer, comes into play. Why does everyone on the internet seem so hostile? The slightest bit of unpleasantness instantly open spray? This is the hostility in wild transfer place. He is a kind of silent smoke, can make everything seem more calm. Do you feel a lot more relaxed after spraying people online? Because you have changed the hostility from martial arts to civil war, which is also a kind of struggle. That's why cursing feels so good, because one of the most essential human needs, savagery, is released, bringing the conversation back to the military merit system. When people were so repressed, there was a wonderful place where you could unleash your savagery, fight, or even use weapons to kill others, venting all your negative emotions, which would not only not be punished by the Qin law, but would instead be honored because of the military merit system. Instead of being punished by the Qin law, you will be honored because of the military merit system. The price is that you will probably die. Are you willing to do that? Of course I do. What's that saying? Young soldiers are eager to build merit, because meritocracy is the fairest of them all. When other paths are not fair, when other paths spread the same as AIDS, meritocracy is the best option. Thus, the old Qins have become stronger in battle. Therefore, the answer to the question, why did the old Qin people's fighting strength become stronger, is because they released their most primitive desires and gained benefits from them. So another more basic desire, survival, survival, better survival stimulated their spirit, and the spirit drove the combat power to improve. So, let's continue with the party's question. What are the good and bad points of the old Chinamans becoming stronger in battle? Having analyzed the good, let's look at the bad that appears accordingly. The bad comes with the good, and the reasons are all combat effectiveness enhancements. We are looking for the answer again from the previous answer, i.e., we are looking for the answer with the question, why is it a bad thing for the old Qin to become stronger in battle? The answer is that the old Qin people became stronger in battle because of the release of their primal desires. The answer to this question is the same why is it bad answer. Because they need to release their primal desires. Imagine this, a bunch of bored people who have been to war, killed, seen blood, and are used to getting benefits from it. When they realize that they can't profit from military service, when they realize that they have lost the desire to release and satisfy another primitive desire, what will they do? Chapter 65. Aren't you scared? The answer to this question was not even something Ing Zheng dared to think about, so he chose a different path to keep developing new military honors for these people, namely, the conquest of the 100 Vietnamese and the conquest of the northern frontier, from the year of its unification, or rather, from the moment the war machine disguised as a state appeared with the military merit system. Great Qin began its endless conquests, until the last moment of the destruction of Great Qin. A large number of soldiers of Great Qin were still defending the northern border and Baiwa. Great Qin, a war machine masquerading as a state. And today, Ing Zheng saw a brand new future in Winning Wild's plan, a literati version of the military merit system that could be sustained and would hardly ever become a dead end. You should know that the basis of military service is war. And when the war stops, the military service will disappear into thin air. It's like if you give a bunch of people a bunch of money, but that money can only be used in certain specialized places, and once that place is gone, then that money is useless. The system of examination of the academy mentioned by Winnow is different. This system can exist forever, because the officials of the court is a kind of wear and tear. There will be vacancies every year. The court is always short of people to do things. The emperor is always short of loyal subordinates. Who dash? Ing Zheng controlled his inner emotions. He raised his head and looked at Ing Yi with a look of excitement and apprehension on his brow. Year, if this matter can become a customary practice, Great Qin, may really be able to prosper forever. In the face of Ing Zheng's words, Winfield only shook his head slightly. Can the test last forever and always be fair? It's impossible. He was only able to be relatively fair, after all. It was always the people who administered the exams, but that was enough. At least it seems fair on the surface, doesn't it? Winnow smiled and said, Great Father, the grandchildren of 10,000 worlds don't know, but Sun Ran does know that as long as this plan can be successfully implemented, our later plans can also continue. He sat there, his entire body appearing all very relaxed, propping himself up with his hands, his head slightly raised as he looked at the roof of the temple overhead. Grandchildren have a very grand wish and plan, but it will take many years to implement this plan. The so-called academy examination system is just a prelude to this program. I don't know why, but in front of Ing Zheng, Ing Yi would somehow relax, and he would say a lot of things that he wouldn't say in front of other people, just like today. He would never open his heart in front of Zhang Liang and many other courtiers, and he would almost never say this to Fusu, but he was willing to say this to Ing Zheng. It was as if he was trying to make up for the regrets that belonged to Ing Zheng. as long as the palace can be built, coupled with the existence of printing and papermaking, the stream of the 100 schools of thought will flock to Xianyang frantically, and the city will be able to retain these people for the time being. They want to spread their genre, and we happen to use them to spread culture and knowledge. Yes, that's what Wino is up to next. He suddenly sat up, guffawed, and looked at Ing Zhang. Great father, when all the sons and daughters gather together, my grandson will give you a surprise. A heavenly surprise. Surprise? Ing Zhang was a bit strange, but he didn't ask much. His own grandson knew on his own that at this time, since Winfield did not directly say that he understood what it was, then even if he pursued the question, Winfield would still be perfunctory. This kid is the most perfunctory. He simply waved his hand. Alright, then I'll wait for the surprise you'll give. Not wanting to ask any more questions, Ing Zhang looked at Ing Yi and said curiously, I heard that you've arranged something for your father, and you've even placed that group of people from Chu around him? He smiled and asked, and you're not afraid? A dark light flashed in Ing Zhang's eyes. Aren't you afraid that your father will really listen to the slanderous words of those people and break with you? Or is it? Ing Zhang's voice was low. Or is that what you are planning to do? To get rid of your father? His words were sharp and heartbreaking, but it was as if he didn't feel these emotions. Or perhaps he didn't care about it. The Emperor. There is so much to go through in a lifetime. I can't help but be skeptical. Fu Su's character, coupled with the group of unsuspecting Chu remnants, if there is really an eventuality, then his own grandson, the best successor of Qin, and his own son, the eldest son of flesh and blood. What should he do if there is a conflict? Ing Zhang looked at Winfield and waited for his reply. He secretly thought in his heart that if Winfield really had such thoughts, but whenever Winfield showed any little bit of wrongdoing, he would instantly order the people from the Black Ice Terrace to send Fu Su away to a place far away. A place that only he himself would know under the sky. By then, once he died, no one would know Fu Su's whereabouts. Thinking of this, Ing Zhang sighed once again. For him, it was the only thing he could do as an emperor and as a father in this choice. Ing Zhang couldn't help but feel a little gloomy. What a regret in this life. As a son, his mother broke with him for an eunuch, a bastard, and even plotted his throne. Later, she even preferred to live in the palace and die without seeing him again. As a disciple, his teacher, Lu Buwei, who was also his father, also broke with him and tried to get his hands on the power of the Qin dynasty, but was later banished and killed by him. As an elder brother, his brother would rather betray great Qin than him. As a father, as a great father, he still had to face such a predicament. And when he saw that the Black Ice Terrace handed over the Zhang, Ing Zhang was very broken at that moment. But, the first emperor is still the first emperor. Zulan is still the ancestral dragon. He cut through the emotions of the play and made a quick decision. At this moment, the lights and candles are quiet, and the whole hall seems very silent. In the silence, Ing Zhang is waiting for the answer. When Winnow heard this question, his entire body was very confused. He blinked. What did you say, great father? Ing Zhang mistakenly thought that Winnow was playing dumb, and immediately sighed, wanting to be silent, but finally asked again for the sake of that stupid son of his. It was one of the few times in his life when he repeated a sentence twice, a piece of a loving father's heart. Aren't you afraid that your father will be provoked by the sycophants? Is he not afraid that your father will be provoked by sycophants to break with you? Chapter 66, Fathers, Sons, Grandsons and Emperors. Ing Zhang's words were spoken very firmly, with a slight insignificant tremor in his voice. A generation of emperors, the emperor of 1,000 years. But so what? It's just an ordinary father, an ordinary great father. On this issue, let alone Ing Zhang, there is no emperor in later times who can. Except that his grandson would fight with his son for the throne, even if it was the highest. Ing Zhang had experienced it, so he was not willing to let his son and grandson experience it again. Looking at Ing Zhang's serious look, Winfield only reacted to Ing Zhang's seriousness at this time. He looked at Ing Zhang, silently staring at Ing Zhang. After a long time, he looked at Ing Zhang and silently stared at him, and after a long time, he suddenly smiled. Great father, you underestimate me and my father. Winnow understood why his great father had asked this question, and he could guess, with little thought, that something must have happened at his father's place and it must have something to do with the power of the state of Chu. Perhaps the person Chu had sent to the palace had done something stupid, such as badmouthing himself in front of his own father or simply provoking his relationship with his father or something similar. Then this news was recorded by the pervasive Black Ice platform and sent to Ing Zhang. Even Ing Yi was able to guess what Ing Zhang was thinking when he asked this question. He must be reluctant to let go of his son, his grandson, and even more reluctant to let go of the huge empire that had just embarked on the right path, and was about to run wildly in the direction of everlasting prosperity. So Ing Zhang asked this question. Winwild looked at Ing Zhang and said softly, Great father, you don't really know father well. This is not an overstatement. Not only between Ying Zhang, not only between father and son in the Tian family, but also between father and son in most Chinese families, who don't know each other very well, and may even guess that the other person is the exact opposite of the real one. The father-son relationship in China has always been a difficult one, a special one, almost unsolvable. Winfield looked at Ying Zhang gently. His emotions were not exactly turbulent, but they were a bit pleasant, because he had realized a crucial issue. This father and son of the heavenly family are no different from an ordinary father and son, and he, on the other hand, he can use this opportunity to help brother Jean once again fulfill a regret that had filled his long life. Winno's voice was soft. Father isn't actually stupid, even if a lot of the things he does actually seem stupid, such as contradicting you, then placing himself in the position of a courtier instead of a successor, then being compelled by Confucianism. Then, as he said that, Win Wild's expression became odd. He looked at Ying Zhang's increasingly determined eyes across the room. The meaning in those eyes was too blunt. You said that about your father, and you're still saying your father isn't stupid? That's not true. How to say? Phil not only did not whitewash for Fusu, but instead Fusu to the deep pit inside. Winnow sighed as he held his forehead. But there are reasons for all of these things, okay? Okay? Don't look at me like that. Big father. Let's not discuss whether my father is stupid or not, but at least my father can't say anything about his family, right? Speaking of this aspect, Ying Zhang's eyes only softened again. That's true of this poor. Winnow sighed helplessly inside and apologized to his old man. Pops, you just keep on living with this stupid name. There's nothing I can do about it anyway. While looking at Ying Zhang, he said, my father's political wisdom may, well, not quite enough, but he would never be provoked by others, especially maliciously provoked into conflict with his family. When you think about it, all those behaviors of my father in the past, were they all for your good? Even if his ways were not quite right? Ying Zhang thought for a moment then nodded. Can't argue with that one indeed. He was advised not to burn the books and bury the scholars because he wanted him to have a good reputation. He was advised to make light work because he wanted to clear his name as a tyrant. And he was advised not to take the elixir because he thought that they were fake, which has been proved to be so. This has been proven to be true. Win Wild looked at Ying Zhang and continued with a smile. So although I don't know exactly who did a stupid thing like what, there must be only two angles for that person to pick on me and Pops. First, power, second, status. He spread his hands. Is my old man a glutton for power and position? Winnow joked. If that's true, then you're the one who should be happy. Great father, right? Perhaps the crown prince would have been established many years earlier. Ying Zhang subconsciously nodded. This was indeed. Thinking of this, his heart had completely relaxed. His body leaned back slightly against the credenza. The clothes behind him were already wet with sweat. At this time, his whole person was completely relaxed. You guessed? Winnow nodded. It's the only possibility that could make the great father ask that question. Ying Zhang snorted coldly. A bunch of dirty worms, doing all these dirty things in the dark. After tossing a certain proposal on the table to Wenano, Ying Zhang slowly looked at him. He narrowed his eyes. How are you going to handle this? How is it handled? Winnow stroked his chin. Deal with it? No need to deal with it, right? I think that the person in charge of the Chu Kingdom's forces in the palace should already know about this matter, and she will definitely take the initiative to find me and then take the initiative to send up her sincerity. In that case, I'll just wait. As the OP, why be so proactive in getting to the bottom of things? What kind of OP is that? What is a higher power? It is that even if one sits there, not saying a word, with a calm demeanor, and not a bit of sulking in his brows, he can still make people feel a kind of fear from the bottom of their hearts. Just a look, just a calm ha, just a look, just a calm ha, just a faint chuckle, and it can make a person's liver and gall blown out of their socks. That's the OP. Ying Zhang was even more satisfied as he watched the aura of the emperor gradually develop on Win Wild's body. He muttered in a small voice, that Fu Su thing, it's quite useful, giving birth to such a smart son. It's a good thing I didn't follow him. Confucius home, honorific. Kongyan was sitting in the compound with the same person sitting in front of him. The man looked unusual, and the two were playing a game. Mr. Kong, how are you thinking? At this point, I am the only one who can help you. If you would like to. Feng Jizi laughed lightly. If you are willing, after the completion of the matter, Lu Ru, Kong Ru, will be the orthodoxy of the great Qin, and that person is willing to appoint your ancestor as the Duke Diffractive Sage. P.S. Although I'm a little short for 000 per day, but I have a guarantee definitely will not get to the back of the 2000. In simple terms, short, but lasting. Chapter 67, Kongyan, being His Highness's dog is not even being your colleague. Kongyan sat there in silence, facing Feng Zhaizi's solicitation. Drag. Seeing Kong An's attitude, Feng Zhaisher was a bit anxious. He does not really think that Kong An and other Kong's power is so strong, mainly because he needs a person who has infiltrated into the Win Wild camp as a spy, from the internal disintegration of the forces of the Win Wild. After all, if you ask Feng to go and fight against Ding Yi, or even against Ding Zhang, they still wouldn't dare to do it, not to mention doing it. Even thinking about it is something they wouldn't dare to think about. So, as Ding Zhang said, they can only be a rat in the gutter to do some unseemly and dirty things. It's just that compared to the remaining 6 kingdoms, their advantage is a bit greater. After all, they are within the Great Qin. This is like killing a rat outside, and eliminate the body of the tumor. The difficulty coefficient is completely different. Dealing with those rats naturally can be all the 18 martial arts on the battlefield, but to deal with their own body of the tumor is not the same. A little inattention will hurt their own bodies. This is why the enemy within is always more difficult to deal with than the enemy without. And most of the time, the battles between nations are fought in the most ingenious way possible, by corrupting the enemy from within as the most powerful means of conducting the war of nations. This is the reason to learn from the barbarians in order to control the barbarians. And this is also the reason to control China with China. What hesitation does Mr. Kong have? Could it be that you need something more? As soon as you say the word, I will immediately go to His Highness and say that we will fulfill some of your reasonable requests. This is true, provided it is a reasonable request. Kong An calmly looked at Feng Zhaiji and said softly, I don't have anything else that I still need. He let out a long sigh. This is, after all, something that borders on treason, and I can't judge it easily. As you know, the leader of Sun Ru as well as the leader of Chu Ru have both arrived in Xianyang City in recent times, and I don't seem to have any good choices other than you guys, so there's no need for Prime Minister Feng to be in a hurry. Kong An narrowed his eyes. I want to make one last attempt. He raised an eyebrow and said, Prime Minister Feng should be able to understand me. After all, the one you chose really isn't considered a good ship. It's a rope that's already rotten and close to breaking. Unlike you, I have another rope to hold onto, not so much that I have to go to that straw. But, Feng Goji looked at Kong An and said mockingly, but, that rope of yours doesn't always let you grab it. But I can understand Mr. Kong. Feng Deji gathered the mockery on his face. Go and see if our Taisun Highness is willing to accept you wholeheartedly. If so, then you are naturally our enemy. But this officer bets that he won't. You almost harmed his father. You even almost harmed him. We all know what Chunyue you really did in the first place. And if the eldest prince is exiled, then it's clear what will happen to His Highness. Taisun. Feng Goji raised the wine jug in his hand and looked at Kong An. Tomorrow. After Kong An fell silent, he similarly raised the wine jug in his hand, as if he had been spoken to by Feng Deji. He opened his mouth in the same low voice, his words sounding slow. Tomorrow. Zhuangzi, Taoist author. Win Wild looked at the manner that was frantically manufacturing paper as well as various agricultural tools with his back hand, his face with some emotion. Zifeng deserves to be Zifeng. In just a few days' time, he has already done all of this. Dang, it didn't disappoint Lone. Zhang Liang slightly owed his body, his expression calm, without the pleasure of being praised or any of the rest of his emotions, like a robot, except that there was a smudge of darkness below his eyes, a very heavy smudge of darkness that spoke of his pain. All that I should do. He tiredly pointed in the direction of the distance, introducing Winfield one by one, with a resentment that could almost feed a manner of stern ghosts. That's where you said, where the steel is forged. Zhang Liang's expression was a bit confused. He looked at Ying Yi and asked curiously, Your Highness, haven't you already made Ho Shang and the others research the gunpowder? If that power is really as you say, there's actually no need for us to continue researching this outdated technology. Why would you even? Winnow just looked at a blast furnace that rose up in the distance with a slight smile on his face. Do you think that with gunpowder as a weapon there is no need for these cold weapons? You're wrong, Zifeng. He raised an eyebrow. Gunpowder can only be used as a last resort weapon of war. It is a deterrent weapon, not a conventional weapon. Should we give gunpowder to all the soldiers, the guards of the magistracy, and the generals? And how much gunpowder production will it take to keep up? Just like the end of the feudal dynasty in China. There were already guns at that time, but why do we still have to fight with bayonets at times? It is the issue of capacity. Winnow only pretends to be a god, but he is not a god. So it is impossible to improve the technology and at the same time improve the production capacity of the Great Qin. So steel is also an important strategic weapon. Not to mention, he smiled slightly. What's more, who says steel can only be used in weapons? This steel thing, there are so many uses for it. While the two were chatting idly, a boy from the manor walked over with a slightly odd face. Your Highness, steward. There is a gentleman outside the Zhuangzi who seeks an audience, here is his obeisance. Calling himself the Xiufu Kong clan, Kong Un? What's he doing here? Win Wild frowned in contemplation. Bring him to the courtyard where the guests are meeting, and say that loan will go over right now. After saying that, he looked at Zhang Liang. Let's go Zifeng. He smiled and said, let's go see what this Mr. Kong is looking for at this time. Kong'an sat there calmly as he prepared to directly showdown with Win Wild and tell him about Feng Jiaji coming to him and pulling him in. As for what Feng Jiaji said about one last try on the so-called if you can't catch it, you can go to your boat, Kong'an did not pay any attention to it at all. You're conspiring with Feng Jiaji? You're a vassal to a king you don't even know? You'll be crowned the Duke of Yanqing after you're done? Ha! Kong'an said that he would rather be a dog to Win Wild than a decent subordinate to that guy who hit his head. Chapter 68, Kong'an. Loyalty. Angle, degree. Of course, it's not because Kong'an was born to be a dog. Mostly, there are times when being a dog is so much better than being a human. It's like the difference between whether you'd rather be an employee of the world's #1 ranked company or a partner in a crappy business. Being a partner may have that little bit of status, but being an employee that's serious money in hand. This is the choice that Kong'an is making today. Of course, being a dog for Winnow and all that is just a joke. If he can be a human, Kong'an still wants to be a human. And if that's not possible, then being a dog for His Highness Taisun wouldn't be a big deal. Being a person is certainly very good, but compared to Your Highness here is a big future for Kong and more wide open sky. Yo, what is the wind today that has blown Mr. Kong to my place? Winnow walked in and greeted Kong'an, who wanted to stand up in a humble gesture of greeting, and told him to sit down, and he himself sat down obediently, with a springtime smile on his face. What a rarity! Kong'an did not look askance, as if he did not see Zhang Liang and others standing beside him. He only politely told him about Feng Jiaji's visit, and finally expressed his loyalty. Your Highness was once offended by the Ruru lineage, but those are all things of the past. He didn't deny that there was a problem between Ruru's line and Winnow. There was no point in denying the existence of a problem in front of a higher power, as a higher power's memory was often better than yours, especially when dealing with someone who had offended him. It's as if the OP may not remember exactly who gave him a gift, but certainly remembers who didn't. Today's Luru only wants to make a living at the hands of Your Highness. That Prime Minister Feng came to me, when he was really looking for the wrong person. It's a statement of loyalty. Kong'an looked at Win Wild and said very loyally, of course, I didn't balk at Prime Minister Feng's intentions. If Your Highness wants to have me go forward to their side as a scout, I will definitely do that for Your Highness as well. This is a more specific expression of loyalty, indicating one's role. There's an old saying that it doesn't matter if you offend the OP in some small way, as long as you make sure you're useful to the OP all the time, then those small problems will always be small. And Winnow was lost in deep thought. Feng Chai-chi? Or should we call it the old Qin noble power? Just one Feng Jiaji should not have this kind of weight, which may also have their own uncle behind the back. So Feng Jiaji dared to have this kind of courage. He shook his head and looked at Kong'an and said, there's no need to go and do any scouting. Winnow's expression was flat. For the king, one can appropriately use the Yang scheme, but cannot overly rely on such intrigue and trickery. The way of the emperor. The hall. He looked at Kong'an and said, next time if Prime Minister Feng comes back, you just rebuff him, smoothly placating, and there is no need to worry. Lone does believe in you. Win Wild looked at Kong'an and threw out a small carrot. In the past few days, I have discussed a major event with my great father, which is related to the inheritance of the school. Does Mr. Kong know about the Jishi Academy? The Jikji Academy? Kong'an's eyes snapped open as he looked at Win Wild and said, could it be that Your Highness and His Majesty want to reopen the Jishi Academy? How could he not know about the GK Academy? How majestic it was. And the reopening of the Palace of Learning is a sign that the ideological and cultural field of Great Qin will enter the world of great struggle. How could Kong'an not be moved by such a good thing? Winnow nodded and shook his head again. It's not a reopening. It's the establishment of a brand new Xianyang Academy in Xianyang, not the Jishi Academy kind either, but with some changes. But in the end, it's all similar in the end. He held a smile. I'm waiting for the Ruru vein to surprise me. Of course this news. I'll also tell the Fajia, the Mozi family as well as the Churu and Sunru veins at the same time. Winnow was very frank, and said in a tone that was not without hints, I am a pragmatist, and I will use whichever line of thought works well, is useful to me, and can help me. Kong'an nodded excitedly. At this point has already forgotten about the messy diffractive sagegong cakefong de Jidi said. After all, big pies don't always go in your mouth, but the dog food in front of you is a real treat. At this moment, Kong'an could not even wait to woof 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 in front of Winfield to show his loyalty. Private Kong'an. Loyalty. After Kong'an had left, Zhang Liang looked at Yingyi with curiosity and asked, Your Highness, I always feel that this fellow, Kong In, is not trustworthy. Why did you tell him this news? Winano looked up in surprise. What happened to trustworthy? Just as long as he can play the role Lone told him to play. It's not like Lone gave him anything important to do. Winno patted his thighs, humming an inexplicable ditty under his breath, and said softly with great pleasure, "It seems to me that the most important thing about something like a dog, is loyalty though, but that's for a house dog. And as for the kind of wild dogs that are only going to be used occasionally when they are needed, just don't demand any loyalty from them. Just make sure that they don't dare, can't, or even want to bite one of their own. Their only role is to run out in a desperate frenzy when Lone needs them. When Lone lets go of the rope in their hands, and to completely chew up whoever Lone tells them to chew up. So be it, and be rewarded. What do you say, Zifong?" Zhang Liang looked at the overbearing Winfield with some contemplation on his face, but in a split second, he nodded when he heard Winfield's words. Indeed, that's how it works. Donggong or East Palace, place name. Just after stepping into the East Palace, Winno saw his old man sitting there, waiting for his arrival, his face grim, as if he had something important to do. "Oh, father?" Winano took off the cloak he was wearing while he did so, and the temperature was perfect with the stove burning in the great hall. "What brings you here? Is something the matter?" Fuso looked at Winano's relaxed and cozy look, and although there was some hesitation in his heart, he still told Winano what had happened and asked, "Are those Chu people out of their minds? Or do you think I'm really stupid? How dare you test me with such trinkets?" Win Wild did not show surprise. After all, he already knew about this, and immediately said very naturally, "Yes, father." "Good. What's good?" Fuso looked at Winno in confusion. Winno awed in confusion. "Father told me this. Didn't you get bullied outside and come home to me so I could avenge you?" Chapter 69, Merciful Winfield and Shocking Numbers. If the question mark had an actual physical manifestation, then at this point Fuso's head should have a myriad of confused questions hanging from it. He sat there looking at the serious-faced Winno, always feeling as if there was something wrong with those words. "What do you mean? You were bullied and went home to him to help take revenge? Is there a father in this world who goes home to his son to help him avenge his death?" And when Fusu saw that smile in Win Wild's brow, Fusu realized what Win Wild meant, and was dumbfounded, pointing at Win Wild and saying, It's all snarky. Your dad all started at this point." Fusu shook his head and looked at Winfield. Instead, he understood Winfield's intention for this gag. "So, for the time being, don't worry about them, just let them continue their own movements?" His head was still smart, and he instantly reacted to what Winno was trying to do. "You want to see what else they want to do? What are the means and intentions?" It was only then that Win Wild collected the snickering in his eyes and looked at Fusu, nodding his head slightly as he said with a long sigh while pouring himself a mouthful of honeyed water, "Whether or not this force of theirs has any relationship with those people is anyone's guess. If it's relevant, they will definitely expose it at this time. If it's not relevant, leaving it for a while won't cause problems." He looked solemn. "Those remaining members of the Six Kingdoms have lasted far too long in Great Qin. The time has come to grow to the point where it's time to sweep in with a thunderbolt." Fusu also nodded slightly. Once upon a time he felt that the nobles of the six countries needed to be brought together, but nowadays he did not have this idea. Ever since he really got his hands on dynasty politics, Fusu has seen these so-called nobles of the six countries more and more clearly. Once upon a time, he stood among those ministers and saw things that only ministers could see, but he could not sit on a high platform and take in everything as he does now. The shift in perspective also brought Fuso a whole new, everything he hadn't seen before. However, if we deal with that group of lurking remnants of the Six Kingdoms, those nobles of the Six Kingdoms who are living in Xianying City, how should they be dealt with? This is also a boss problem. When attacking the six states, not all of them resisted to the end, and some of them did not resist but chose to surrender, and their monarchs lowered their titles to the rank of candidate, and even their ancestral temples were broken, and then they lived in Xianyang. This is also a huge problem for Great Qin. Keeping this group of people naturally costs a lot of money, and who pays for it? It's the people of Great Qin. This is also the reason why a group of old Qin people are very dissatisfied. After all, we worked hard to win the world, but in the end, we have to support this group of our former enemies, and even let us be very respectful to them, and we don't get the benefits and favors we deserve? What makes them better off than us? The old Qin people's dissatisfaction had actually piled up into a mountain long ago, which was precisely one of the reasons why not many old Qin people had come out to help Qin restore the country despite the fact that the Great Qin had been plunged into war during the Second Qin dynasty. They were treated unfairly. Win Wild let out a cold smile. For this question, he also had a plan for a long time. How could it be possible to keep providing for that group of nobles from the six countries? He said faintly, "Great Father couldn't lay his hands on me back then, but I was able to." Winno stood up. These people are nothing but losers, and losers should be proud to be able to keep a life, and still want to enjoy glory and wealth? Loan will take away all their glory and wealth. As to how they will live after that, Wild looked contemptuous. Then it's none of Loan's business. Fusu hesitated and stammered, wanting to say something, but in the end, he could not open his mouth, and immediately sighed helplessly. He knew what Winfield said was right, but the old habits of the past still made him subconsciously sigh and want to admonish. But at this point, Fusu was still making progress. At least he just sighed instead of actually putting the exhortation into words. So much the better. In the end, Fuso still uttered this comment, representing his approval. How are you going to do it? If we don't pay attention, it will probably lead to another round of tyrannical arguments against Great Sheen. Be gentle in your approach. Wild was also smiling. That's natural. Who in this world doesn't know that I am the most merciful? I have met a few of the nobles of the Six Kingdoms who live in the city of Xianyang, crying out for freedom and feeling that they are being punished for being trapped in the palace of Xianyang. In that case, just give them their freedom. A gentle smile crossed his brow. Father, you can rest assured yes. This matter, I will arrange it. At this moment, a chamberlain came outside the Great Hall with a respectful expression. Your Highness, the Great Changcho in the Phoenix E-Hall seeks an audience, saying that he has something important to see you about. Winnow glanced at the chamberlain and said, let her come in. And then he waited until the chamberlain left before smiling and looking at Fusu and snickering. Father, look, this doesn't even need me to take revenge for you. Won't the enemy just send himself to the door to give himself a smack in the mouth? Fusu dumbly smiled, but also did not expect spring to come so quickly. After Chun-Ri came in, only to see Fusu and Winnow, he directly kneeled down on the ground, looking humble and respectful, not to talk about the problems encountered before, but simply offer his sincerity and apologies. Your Highness, it is the slave girl's lax discipline that has led to such errors and omissions. We are willing to pay 200,000 gold for this mistake and omission. 100,000 of these are our apologies to His Highness, and the other 100,000 are our apologies to His Highness the Elder Duke, and we ask for His Highness forgiveness. If you don't make a move, it's 200,000 gold. Fusu subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and in his heart, he simply wanted to yell, apologize? An apology for just one little thing is already 100,000 gold? This apology is simply adequate. This apology is simply sincere. Winnow just glanced lightly at Haruai, took a sip of tea, and sat there motionless. Kasuga, on the other hand, clenched his teeth and spoke again. Furthermore, we will send out all of our manpower to help your Highness search for rubber grass, and we will definitely find it within 3 months. If we can't find it, we will once again take out 100,000 gold to make amends to your Highness. As these words landed, Fusu was already shocked and unable to speak, while Wild Fong nodded his head with a slight expression of satisfaction. His voice was soft, as if it were a spring breeze in March or April. Loan has always been merciful. It's just a little something. You don't have to take it to heart. Chapter 70, Not Buddy. Someone else dares to provoke me? Kasuga hastily and humbly expressed his and the others' apologies, as well as their loyalty to Winnow, but at the end of it, he said something in passing that made Winnow raise an eyebrow. Your Highness, that person is a member of the Jing clan, the current Jing clan head's own niece. Kasuga's expression was very gentle. She came to me to do something, and rather than doing something, she wanted to become the consort of His Highness the Elder Duke in order to be able to ascend to the heavens once and for all, and to help the Jing clan to get out of their misery once again. That's all. My little steward can't control her. Kasuga's brow was very soft. The Jing clan's family had heard about what she did in the palace and asked the slave girl to rescue her. Said he was willing to pay another price for it. There wasn't the slightest bit of dissatisfaction in Kasuga's brow, but there wasn't the slightest bit of pleading either. There was just endless calmness, as if he was out of the picture and didn't care about anything. Winnow instead let out an "oh," with a curious look on his face. Oh, how much is he willing to pay? Kasuga's expression remained gentle as he looked at Winnow and said in a low voice, the Jing clan is willing to offer 50,000 gold as a way to make up for His Highness the Elder Duke's suffering from the shock. The money came out of King's private coffers. Wild looked at Chun-Il with a smirk. And you just like this told Jing's bottom price to the loan? Kasuga knelt with a lowered brow and a calm demeanor. Your Highness, the Jing clan is one of the 3 great nobles of Chu. Their wealth is not much less than the royal family of Chu. A mere 50,000 gold is not worth mentioning to them. That woman is the Jing clan's family head's own niece, and is also quite favored by the old madam at home. Winnow smiled slightly and looked at Haruai. Go tell Jing that 50,000 gold is not enough. Ask him if my kinship with my father is worth only 50,000 gold in his eyes. There was a cold look on Wild's brow, and in an instant it turned from spring to winter. With endless wind and snow blowing, Kasuga didn't retort, didn't sue for mercy, and didn't even ask for forgiveness, but only said in a low voice, the slave girl will convey this to the Jing clan's head of the family. She smiled and looked up with a slightly tentative frown. Rather, I wonder how much your highness is prepared to ask for. How much? Winnow similarly lowered his head and met Kasuga's eyes before letting out a laugh and saying meaningfully, that depends on how capable you are and how much you can earn for loan. Kasuga instantly understood. Then your highness will wait for news from the slave girl. The atmosphere in the hall was odd, and only after Chun Il had left did Fusu look at Winfield in confusion, wanting Winfield to give him an explanation. He kind of didn't understand Winfield's and Chun Il's words, and was a bit in the clouds, needing a Chinese translation. Wild child, what did you mean by what you said to her? And how is she somehow willing to go and put up another sum of money? Winnow had felt that his old man had become a little wiser, but he instantly sighed again when he heard this question. It's hard being his son. He patiently looked at Fusu, explaining the meaning for him, like an old father tutoring his son in his homework. Father, Haruai didn't originally have to tell me this, especially about the woman's identity. No one would have known if she hadn't said anything, so naturally, she could have saved this amount of money. Then why did she say that? There's only one possibility, and that's to try to defect to me. That's why all of Jing's cards and such were thrown out. While my question was to ask her again what makes me accept her defection, we ended up negotiating a deal. If she pits enough sincerity from Jing, I can accept her as a token of her devotion. Only then did Fusu realize, but then looked at Win Wild and asked somewhat helplessly, I see, but why do you love money so much? Are you that short of money, and still want her to go to Jing's place specifically to pit a fortune? What if this matter comes back to haunt us then? Win Wild even more speechless, accident has nothing to do with me, and I let her Ruai to pit this sum of money, but also her voluntary? She itself is the power of the Chu country, suddenly willing to rely on loan. Do not need a surrender? The money is the pitch, and it has to be a figure that hurts King. That's the only way that a big family like the Jing clan won't cooperate with Chun Il to play this bitter trick, and that's the only way that if Chun Il dares to betray me, she'll lose my shelter and be hunted down by both the Jing clan and me. That, I know, and so does Haruai. So I think in the end she'll probably bring me almost 200,000 gold. I think this is enough to make the Jing clan, who is now hiding in the east, hurt no matter what reason Chun-Ri uses. Around this money I have received, and at that time, even if Chun-Ri rebels and is a scout, I have taken advantage of the situation, got the money, didn't lose anything, and took in a helper. What's not to like about this? Looking at the eloquent Win Wild, the corner of Fusu's eyes suddenly twitched a little. He smacked his lips and couldn't help but say, this heart of your kid, is really black. Winnow raised an eyebrow. What kind of a black heart is that, Pops? Isn't this all of her own volition? It's not like I'm forcing her. I, for one, am most kind-hearted. Winnow shook his head and said, alas, he couldn't bear to see people suffer, so he gave Haruai this opportunity, definitely not because of money. Where in heaven's name is a man as good and decent as I am? Kindness and integrity? Fusu looked at his complacent son and inclined his head with some intolerance. If this son of his own is kind and upright, there are probably no black-hearted people in this world. Doctor's palace. Shiman Changhong had grief in his eyes, and his body was dressed in a plain coat. He was a disciple of Chen Yuai, who had been caught up in grief after Chen Yuai's beheading some days ago, and now he sat in the doctor's palace with a brow of palpable anger as well as firmness. Teacher, your spirit in heaven must protect me. Shiman Changhong clenched his fists with a bit of determination on his face. Tomorrow, I will avenge you. In heaven's name, you must bless me to finish the impeachment of that treacherous man. Morning assembly of senators. Uninteresting pilgrimage. The ministers in the Zhengtai palace reported their affairs one after another, while the few bigwigs at the forefront sat silently, seemingly still, but in reality, they had already wandered out of their souls. Suddenly, a young man stepped forward. He looked determined. Your Majesty, I would like to impeach the imperial son for accepting bribes and placing the forces of the 6 countries in Great Qin with the intention of overthrowing your Majesty. At the word, the ministers were astonished. Wang Jian and Li Si instantly woke up from their lethargy, their eyes glowing. Winnow, on the other hand, looked confused. Nobody, how dare any warrior impeach himself? So brave? Who gave him the courage? Chapter 71, whose men are these, to be so courageous? No one knows exactly who gave Shiman Changhong this courage, but the many ministers present instantly turned into melon-eating fun people. After all, inside the uninteresting and boring days, it was a good thing to have this kind of jumper keep jumping out to bring them joy, a good thing that made everyone feel happy. People subconsciously looked at Shiman Changhong standing in the center of the hall, and then subconsciously glanced at the Kongan on the side. Everyone felt that this was Kongan looking for trouble. After all, Shimen Changhong was a disciple of the Doctor's Palace and a disciple of Confucianism. Nowadays, the Doctor's Palace and Confucianism are all under the jurisdiction of Kongan. So who else could it be if he didn't direct this matter? Facing the gazes of all the ministers in the Great Hall, Kongan only felt a little helpless. Although he did have such thoughts once upon a time, he completely dismissed them after defecting to Winfield. After all, for him the pie in his mouth is the real pie. Previously, the construction of the Xianyang Palace has already made Kongan completely choose to be a dog, and even completely rejected the Feng Zhaiji and other people's solicitation. How can it be possible at this time to get out of an unknowledgeable Shimen Changhong? Almost subconsciously, he wanted to run out and explain, but then he saw Winno's gaze and shrank back. He saw amusement in Winno's gaze, but not suspicion or distrust. So, Kongan stopped back sitting there. Look frankly face around the colleagues of the survey. You suspect me of what good? Anyway, my master did not suspect me. I can still get a big pie in my mouth from the Salem schoolhouse. Others? Doesn't matter. And it was precisely because he could see the meaning Kongan was trying to express. The secretly observing Li Si quickly withdrew his gaze and sighed quietly in his heart. Compared to other people in Great Qin, Li Si was really genuine and wanted to expel the Lu Ru lineage completely from Great Qin. After all, after the Mahists lost their power back then, the legalists were left to fight against the Confucians. Their two schools of thought inherently seemed to have very different doctrines, and Shimen Changhong in the center of the hall continued to impeach. Apparently, Winfield was not the only one he wanted to impeach. I would also like to impeach Court Captain Li Si. Shimen Changhong stood there with great righteousness as he pointed at Li Si and cursed. This thief helped His Highness Taisun accept bribes as high as 300,000 to 400,000 gold. Nowadays, how much is Great Qin's yearly tax only? These two thieves have raided the people's fat and wealth for their own use, yet they claim to be thinking of the world's Qianshou. I would also like to impeach Dr. Gong Kangan. If the previous two impeachments had made Ing Zhang somewhat disdainful and not even bothered to look up at Shimen Changhong, then this time the subject of impeachment had made Ing Zhang a bit more interested. You who? Is this an internal struggle within the Ruru lineage itself? How so? Ing Zhang also sat up straight and listened to Shimen Changhong continue. In order to curry favor with Taisun, the Kongan thieves secretly struck out at the many scholars of the Lu Ru lineage, expelling them illegally from the Doctor's Palace. This was not even done with His Majesty's permission. The more Shimen Changhong spoke, the angrier he became. This is true. After Kongan succeeded Chun Yu to become the head of the Doctor's Palace, and joined Win Wild's camp in good faith, he realized that there could not continue to exist some people who held grudges against Win Wild in this camp, so he drove those people out of the Doctor's Palace directly. Most of these people were disciples of Chen Yui. Some of them didn't necessarily want to avenge their teacher. After all, for most of them Chen Yui was just a teacher they hadn't even met a few times. But being kicked out of the Doctor's Palace, that's a big deal. It's so hard to be an officer, and then you get fired? Who could accept that? Thus, this group of people compelled Shimen Changhong, a junior brother with a little bit of brain problem and a slightly stubborn temper, and wanted him to impeach Kongan on top of this court meeting. But the group apparently didn't expect that either. Simon Changhong will impeach Taisun as well as the court officer, and Shimen Changhong's impeachment is not yet over. He slowly looked toward the front of the sitting. Even such a big noise did not wake him up. Has been sleeping with his head down. Fu Su. His voice is slow and firm. I want to impeach eldest Prince Fu Su. Impeach Fu Su? If everyone was just watching and waiting to see His Highness Taisun's killing spree when he impeached Winno, if everyone was watching and gloating when he impeached Li Si, and if everyone was confused and mocking when he impeached Kongan, then impeaching eldest Prince Fu Su was like a thunderbolt from the ground. What can we impeach Fu Su for? People looked in unison at Fu Su, who was sitting at the front, wanting to see this elder duke's reaction. And even after being named within this great hall, Fu Su didn't wake up from his doze at all. Instead, he yawned and continued to slumber, only glancing at Win Wild before he slept, as if he was explaining something. Did Winno get that look? Read it. The emotions within that look were complex and simple. It's just 4 simple words. Help me out. If I were to optimize it, it would be help me. Winning Wild side is ready to stand out. Gentle rebuttal. Shimen Changhong's words, incidentally gentle, this do not know the high ground of the people, scolded a pull down when Shimen Changhong looked serious. He slowly looked toward the sitting in the forefront. He slowly looked towards the center of the room where he was sitting. He slowly looked towards the center of the room, sitting at the very front. Gar. A portion of the ministers followed Shimen Changhong's gaze to Ing Zhang, and then subconsciously gulped. No, man, you're so brave? You're braver than your teacher? You should know that the previous Chun Yu, no matter how courageous, did not dare to impeach this one, but chose a roundabout means, first compelling the son of this one, and then hiding behind the back to manipulate. It's equivalent to finding a substitute puppet. You're so powerful, so fierce, you just screwed your son, right? Hee hee. It amounted to such a gesture. But, look at the posture of this newborn calf. It seems that he is going to impeach Ing Zhang single-handedly. Fruity. Shiman Changhong's eyes stared at Ing Zhang, and then his firm yet solemn voice slowly sounded, echoing within the great hall. The last person I want to impeach is your majesty. He held his head up, looking determined, like a charging second cutie. I want to impeach your majesty for condoning Tyson's manipulation of power, for condoning Tyson's extortion of the nobles of the Six Kingdoms, and I want to impeach your majesty for not practicing benevolent government. I want to impeach your majesty for being unfilial and unkind. I want to impeach his majesty for his tyrannical rule. I would like to impeach his majesty for reusing sycophants. A series of charges came out of Shiman Changhong's mouth. Everyone had only one reaction at this point. Whose men are these? It was so brave. Chapter 72, all the civil servants are obedient ministers. Who's so brave? Li Si, who is good at kissing ass, was stumped. Wang Jian, whose persona is to talk about meat and vegetables, looked puzzled, and Feng Zhaiji, who was secretly ready to see the joke of winning the wild, was stupefied. Everyone in the room was shocked, confused, even with some admiration. Dab dash. Before everyone reacted, a person directly stood up, in a state close to the emergence of the shadow directly to the center of the hall. Not yet stood firm body directly as a kneeling on the ground. Kong Gon. At this moment, Kongan exploded his full potential and directly knelt down to the center of the great hall. Your Majesty. His voice was mournful, almost instantly overshadowing Shiman Changhong's, and then he said in a tone of too much pathos, Minister, guilty. I can't believe I didn't manage the doctor's palace well enough to allow such a person to appear in the doctor's palace, above the great hall, and defile your majesty with such filthy words. I am guilty. Shiman Changhong looked at Kongan, who had grabbed the opportunity to speak before everyone else, and skimmed his mouth with a disdainful condescension on his face. Dr. Kong doesn't have to be in such a hurry to pledge allegiance to your master. I haven't finished yet. His gaze was like a torch, and it looked like it was filled with fire in it. His majesty has become a storm dash. Anyone with a clear mind can hear what comes after the word tyrant, but it is just the name tyrant. Everyone looked at Shiman Changhong, eyeing this brave man step by step towards his demise, embarking on a journey of death. No one really thought that Ing Zhang, the emperor of the ages, had a good temper, did they? A word of caution must be reiterated here. Among the ancient emperors, there was not a single one who was good-tempered, one who allowed others to point their noses at him and insult him without getting angry. Let's take a look at the topmost emperor who was known for his benevolence. Emperor One of Han. Did they all think that Emperor Han was a good man? A good emperor? An emperor who could tolerate people pointing their noses at him? Quite the opposite in fact. Han Wendi's good temper was reserved for those Jianshou who might not see him again in their lives, and his benevolence and virtue was used to govern the world, not for his subjects. His benevolence and virtue was for governing the world, not for his subjects. There was also the Song Renzong, who took Ren as his temple name. Is not read a lot of marketing number of stories, read a lot of rumors, read a lot of wild history, and then feel Song Renzong really is a very benevolent, top good emperor. Ah, what Song Renzong thirsty all afternoon afraid of the courtesan was blamed so have been enduring. Ah, what Song Renzong was pointed at the nose scolding can still spit face dry. Ah, similar stories are not to see a lot, but, does anyone really believe that the Song Renzong in these stories was himself such a benevolent, temperless, and even cowardly emperor? If he really is such an emperor, then why did the family and the world become worse instead of better during the period of Song Renzong's rule? He deposed the queen, he deposed the New Deal, he deposed the Old Deal, he spent his life on the path of backstabbing to help his own people for the sake of profit. He's been on the fence his whole life. Is it true that a man who is so kind as to have no temper would backstab his right-hand man for helping him one after another? The rule of Ring Xian of the Ming dynasty, which was blown to the sky by the scholarly group, was even more ridiculous. They kept advocating that King Renzong and King Xuanzong were benevolent and saintly kings because of what? Because the incompetence of these two emperors allowed the Shi Dafu group to take control of the court, allowing the Shi Dafu group to expand to a point of near disorder. It is also because of these two so-called benevolent ruler saint, so Ming has actually been in a state of decline, but the decline is not so obvious, and by the group of scholars with the flowers and flowers the language of the flowery and colorful was used by the scholarly group to cover up the decline, until finally, the appearance of the Minbari clan shattered everything. Why can Mingzong be restored so easily, so casually? Because the other emperor was too powerful, so powerful that he gradually began to gather power in his hands. This is unacceptable to the Shiite group. There is also the benchmark character Li Shiman who was good at accepting advice and even made it into history textbooks. Was Li Shimin good at accepting advice and even humble in accepting advice? Wei Zhang, who was dug up and flogged after his death, has something to say. Several times he tried to kill Wei Zhang, but persuaded down the Empress Changsun of Li Shimin had something to say. Of course, Wei Zhang is no good. As you can see from these examples, no matter how good-tempered you think this emperor was, he was always a feudal dictator. Just some held onto the power of dictatorship. Some didn't. That's all. Everyone looked at Shimin Changhong with a look of pity. However, touch dash. A loud bang echoed above the courtroom. And everyone looked at Kong'an, who quickly stood up and kicked Shimin Changhong off the ground before quickly kneeling on the ground. This old thing. You're so strong. Shimin Changhong's entire body was kicked unconscious. Kong'an hurriedly lowered his head and continued. Your Majesty, this person did not have such great courage in his normal life. I suspect that he was provoked by traitors, and was under the compulsion of treacherous sycophants to be like this. Kong'an kowtow. He knew, whether or not Simon Changhong's own idea, he this time to find a force to take the blame, because Simon Changhong now do things pot is too big. Simon Changhong himself is certainly not back. So, the pot will definitely end up on the administrators of the doctor's palace. A bitter smile appeared on his face. Today it's the very man in charge of the doctor's palace. Ing Zheng's originally shadowy complexion became slightly odd the moment he saw Kong'an kicking away Shimin Changhong. This is deja vu all over again. Wang Jian muttered in a low voice. My goodness, this Yangtai palace has been built for so many years, and the one who was kicked off the pillar before was Chun Yuyu, and today it's his disciple. Isn't it against Confucianism and Chun Yuyu's lineage? Reese also came up quietly and whispered. I feel like it. Otherwise how could such near-identical things happen in just 2 or 3 months? TSK, the Chun Yuyu lineage are all a bunch of obscure things. Ing Zhang looked down at the trembling Confucianists in the hall, and at the many ministers who were still speaking respectfully, and suddenly felt a bit bored. He stood up and looked around the room. Really, the whole court is full of obedient ministers. Okay, Reese, I'll leave the day to you. Go and find out. Within half a month. I want to see the truth. Chapter 73, if there is a point to be made. The truth? What truth? Most of the people froze for a moment when they heard this, then glanced at Shimin Changhong, who had fainted, as well as Kong'an, before quickly lowering their heads. Those who knew something about Shimin Changhong were thinking about something thoughtfully. It was true that Shimin Changhong was a stupid man, even in the doctor's palace, and one of the stupidest amongst the Ru-Ru, but that didn't mean that he would be so stupid as to impeach the first emperor directly in the court. He would impeach Tai Sun. He would impeach Chang Gongzi. He would impeach Li Si. He would even impeach Wang Jian. And he would impeach everyone here, treating them as equals whom he could impeach. But he would never be so arrogant as to talk about Ing Zhang, because Ing Zhang was in a different position than the rest of the group, even if in reality the group was able to easily get him killed. Because Ing Zhang is the king. Then why did this idiot Shimin Changhong suddenly appear and impeach Ing Zhang under the banner of avenging his teacher's death? What is the purpose of this? Who ordered him to do so? These all need a truth. After Kong'an heard this order, the lifted breath in his heart instantly loosened up. The clothes on his entire back were all wet with sweat, and his entire body almost had a kind of unsteady panic on his knees. The head was also violently dizzy. Hiss. However, in this case, Kong'an, this kind of fierce man, is still able to control his own body, quickly bit on his tongue, and then endured the intense pain, very respectfully said, I obey the decree. It's not afraid that the emperor wants the truth. It's afraid that the emperor doesn't want the truth. If the emperor didn't want the truth, then he would want the head of the person who was now in charge of the matter, that is, he, Kong'an. It is to make the Ru-Ru lineage pay the price of the following offense, and to the truth. On the other hand, Ing Zhang's anger was monstrous, and he wanted the people who had planned this to pay the price, and whoever was behind it would hold a grudge against Kong'an after he found out the truth. But so what? Holding a grudge? Kong'an is afraid of this? Confucianism is afraid of this? Kong'an and Confucianism's greatest fear was not this. As long as they had a role to play, as long as the emperor still needed their good dog situation, the more people remembered them, the safer they were instead. Dog fighting. It's still up to the owner. With Ing Zhang's departure, the entire courtroom became slightly noisier, but remained quiet, as the I should say the two parties involved had not yet left. Winnow walked next to Kong'an and just smacked his lips and said, Then, this matter with the innocence of Lone and Lone's father is in Dr. Kong's hands. He smiled, but the smile was filled with danger, like a very pretty cannibal flower. The sight of the Chu Dong do not know why. He suddenly felt in front of this Your Highness, and he saw some kind of poison is very similar. That kind of poison is a kind of fungus in the Chu Di. Colorful. Looks colorful, very beautiful. However, there is a very poisonous. If you take it, you will die. And it's sharp and fierce. perhaps sensing the gaze, Win Wild glanced back at Chudong before withdrawing his gaze. Father, let's go. The Great Father should still be waiting for us. After these two people also left, the entire Zhangtai Palace only appeared to be noisy, and all the ministers were discussing what had happened today, as well as speculating about who the person standing behind Shiman Changhong really was. Li Si frowned slightly, looking at the still unawakened Shiman Changhong, sighed, I do think that this Shiman Changhong body bar cannot find out what things, after all, the person behind him since he is ready to take action, then it is bound to not leave any aftermath. He snorted and continued, and someone that stupid might even now think that it was his own desire to avenge his teacher's death, and not that it was because he was under someone else's spell and provocation. Li Si obviously knew people like Shiman Changhong very well as he looked at the man in front of him and said, the key thing is even if he reacts, he may not necessarily remember who that person is. He is still a court officer and has jurisdiction over all kinds of cases in the country, so he has seen a lot of such things. The task that Ing Zhang had given Kong'an wasn't exactly a good one, because 3 months really didn't necessarily mean that anything could be found out. Kong'an, on the other hand, didn't have the slightest bit of nervousness. He just slowly stood up, and then patted the dust on himself and looked towards Li Si. Please also ask for the cooperation of Tingwei Li, and first put this thief into the Tingwei's dungeon. He looked indifferent. Shiman Changhong's character, after being trapped in the dungeon for a period of time, he himself will not be able to stand it and actively want to give an explanation. Whether he remembers those people or who was behind it is not up to him. Kong'an suddenly smiled, looked around at the people present, and said in a light voice, I think that in this matter, only Ting Li, only His Royal Highness the Great Sun, and His Majesty say it counts. Fellow colleagues, this matter is urgent, so Mr. Kong will leave first. Wang Jian looked at Kong'an's departing back, and suddenly also laughed, this old thing, talking strange and weird. I'm going to think that the person who was behind this is sitting right here with us. He smiled and said, Fortunately, there is no ghost in my heart, and I am not afraid of this. Result of Dr. Kong's interrogation. Let's go. Ting Li, Jiangdai Palace, the rear hall. Ing Zhang sat down and poured himself a thin glass of wine, while slowly drinking it down. Instead of being as furious as the former courtiers had suspected, even continuing to be furious after arriving in the back hall, he was in a very calm state. This was even beyond the expectations of Fusu and Winnow. After all, how could someone not be angry at something like being pointed at their nose? Fusu was quite filial at this time, sitting next to Ing Zhang, and said softly, Father, you should not keep your anger bottled up in your heart, as this will be detrimental to your health. He gritted his teeth and said very seriously, if you are really angry, otherwise just scold me twice to get out of it. You're really not good for your body. There's really nothing wrong with sulking. Ing Zhang glanced at Fusu in surprise, and subconsciously thought about it, scolding Fusu to take out his anger. It doesn't seem to be impossible, right? Even if he really isn't angry right now. But this thought was just a fleeting thing. After all, Fusu was still his favorite child. He looked at Win Wild and said, Wild child, you also feel that I am sulking? Even to the point of great anger? Win Wild looked at such an Ing Zhang and slowly let out a laugh. He originally thought so, but now, he didn't think so anymore. Grandson congratulates great father. Chapter 74. I can give you more weight. Congratulations? What's with the congratulations somehow? Looking at Ing Yi and Ing Zhang smiling at each other, they understood what was in each other's mind, and also understood that the other understood what they meant, and that the two of them regarded each other as confidants and friends for the past few years. Fusu was a bit puzzled. He subconsciously asked, No, wild child, what are you congratulating father for? Wasn't father angry at Shiman Changhong's provocation just now? Don't you two look at each other for some reason? How come I don't see anything? Looking at Fusu, who was as innocent as a child, Ing Yi sighed long, and gave Ing Zhang a wink, which meant, your son, are you going to take care of him? Ing Zhang, on the other hand, was sitting there with his eyes on the ground as if he didn't understand what Win Wild's eyes meant, even tilted his head and looked at the overhead decorations. Ah, this is a beautiful ornament. This appearance of Ing Zhang also made Ing Yi somewhat helpless, and immediately he could only hold his forehead and sigh, then resignedly explained to Fusu, I think that at the very beginning, when he was pointed at by Shiman Changhong and called a dim-witted ruler and a tyrannical tyrant, the great father was angry, but very quickly he was not angry anymore. He was really not angry anymore. Only someone who was unsure of his own merits would be angry, especially sulking, because someone else called him a dim-witted ruler. But someone like great father, who has already established his own merits and is certain that he is definitely not a tyrant dim-witted ruler, would instead only feel that the other party is a jumped-up clown. Especially for the time being, It's natural for the Great Father not to be angry when he knows that his accomplishments are crowning the ancient world, and I congratulate the Great Father, not just because the Great Father has seen his own merits and won't be lightly offended by these things, but because of something else. Winnow smiled and looked at Fusu. Do you still remember that Great Father looked a bit bored when he finally left Zhengtai Palace? That's exactly what I'm congratulating the Great Father on. Although Fusu still didn't understand, he had the advantage of being a good listener. Winnow continued. It was naturally a problem for such a thing to occur in the courtroom, but in a flash Kongan came forward to say that he was responsible for the matter, and in particular that he would pursue it to the end, and the other courtiers didn't dare to have an opinion about it. This shows that Great Father's control over the court has improved again. If before it was only that they were somewhat afraid of the Great Father, now it is that they are in awe of the Great Father, and that is different. And, Winning Wild said quietly, no matter who is standing behind Shiman Changhong. But, this matter has arisen. Isn't it just giving us a natural excuse and trigger? Whoever we say is behind Simon Changhong is who he is. When we say that whoever instigates Shiman Changhong to commit the following offense to defame the king, then he is instigating Shiman Changhong to commit the following offense to defame the king. Say he's guilty, he's guilty. An opportunity like this will allow us to dispose of quite a few stumbling blocks in the courtroom. Father, you said, with such a great opportunity at hand, coupled with the many performances in the courtroom, shouldn't I congratulate the Great Father? It was then that Fu Su came to his senses. So it is. When Ing Zheng heard these words of praise, he let out a snort of laughter and pointed at Ing Yi, saying, you are good at flattering, but I think Li Si is not as good at flattering as you. But it has to be said, don't it? It's all because of you. Ing Zheng was not an emperor who could not see his own way. He just sighed longingly and said, more than 2 months ago, the court was not this quiet and harmonious. The Confucians were playing tricks in the dark. The people of the 6 kingdoms were acting stupidly. My son was fighting with me in the court, and the Chinese chariot order on my side was plotting against me. It's you. He looked at Win Wild and said softly, all of this is due to you. It was you who scolded and woke up the stupid father of yours, and it was you who suppressed the stupidity of Confucianism. So that Kongan had to discard Chen Yu as a pawn and personally stand in the courtroom, even kneeling at your feet as an obedient dog. It was your thoughts that deterred Zhang Liang and the others hidden in the city of Xiangyang. Also you. It's today's pilgrimage that is so serene. Ing Zheng looked at Ing Yi. Some of his heart was relieved. He smiled. So, it's time to put a burden on your body. In a tone that brooked no argument, he said, that's something I don't suppose you'll be able to push back on, either? Ing Zheng jokingly said, reviewing the Zhengshi all day long until the ugly hour, and then getting up at dusk to participate in the court meeting. This is too much pressure for an old man like me, making it almost impossible for me to sleep peacefully. Once upon a time, I always held all these powers in my own hands, because I was afraid that no one else would be able to use him properly, not even you. These past 2 months, I've gradually watched you become strong and possess countless powers, but every step you take remains so firm and powerful. It's so subdued. You understand what an emperor should do and how it should be done. And now, Ing Zheng smiled, his aura becoming much milder. And now it is time to give you more burdens, more power, and you will not let me down. It's time for me, an old man, to get some rest. By saying this, Ing Zheng is not trying to abdicate in advance. He is just willing to hand over the power he used to hold in his hands to the Tai Sun. That is to say, to Wen Yi. This should have been common sense, and not the way it used to be. Ing Zheng is an extremely curly emperor, and there have not been many such emperors since the beginning of time. Perhaps the Shi Lang of some unspeakable dynasty can be compared to him in terms of curliness. There were not many such emperors throughout the ages. Perhaps the Shi Lang of some unnameable dynasty could be compared to Zheng in this respect. However, Ing Zheng is bound to work harder than that Shi Lang. The reason is simple. Because Ing Zheng was still using bamboo slips at this time. He couldn't write too many words on one bamboo slip, so he had to read cartloads of bamboo slips every day. They weighed hundreds of pounds. In ancient times there were no lamps, and after nightfall it was necessary to light candles as a means of illuminating the interior of the Great Hall. Even though there was no need to pity the use of candles in the Zhengtai Palace, the dark orange candles still could not be compared to incandescent lamps, and Ing Zheng was bracing himself to finish reading the Zhengtai in the dimness. This is a great torture for a 40 or 50-year-old man. In this day and age, 40 or 50 is considered a long time to live. Even in a certain dynasty, it is very rare to find an old man over 60 years old. A certain emperor, who boasted of being a perfect old man, let the group of old men run on the road in order to hold a banquet for 1,000 old men, and a large part of them died. Yet he continues to treat it as an honor. And now Ing Zheng, he felt he could lift such a heavy burden. Winfield exhaled. He looked at Ing Zheng, and slowly bowed. My grandson will live up to his great father's expectations.